This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. X-level talent detected. Violator failed to be eliminated. Chi Xuan ignored this reminder. As a native traverser, this was the first time he saw such a bad system that could still fail to be eliminated. It looks very high-end, but it seems to be very ordinary. As for why he became a violator, it has little to do with him being a traverser. The matter is a bit complicated. Chi Xuan is actually not a survivor in this Doomsday game at all. Instead, he is the native of the Doomsday world. The survivors are brought from other worlds to his world by the Doomsday game to survive. Yes, it is unfortunate that his world has become a Doomsday world full of zombies 7 days ago. And the reason why he became a violator is helpless. There is a reborn person in the Doomsday game, and the other person has an SSS level item called the Soul Fusion card. As the name suggests, it is possible to merge with another person, and then obtain everything from the other person. Then, during the fusion process, his protagonist halo exploded. No, it should be said that it is not his protagonist halo. This protagonist halo does not belong to him, but to himself after he becomes a zombie. Once he becomes a zombie, he will become the zombie master, obtain the SSS level talent devouring evolution, and have a powerful boss template. In the previous life of this reborn person, Chi Xuan was the nightmare of this group of survivors. I don't know how many survivors died directly or indirectly at the hands of him, the future zombie master. Even until they leave this world, no survivor can kill him, the final boss of the zombie world. Relying on this protagonist halo, Chi Xuan killed the reborn, inherited everything from the other party, and then was judged as a violator by the Doomsday game. Obviously, the survivor identified by the Doomsday game is the reborn, and Chi Xuan is more like a virus that hacked into the other party. For the time being, it is not clear what the difference is between him, the violator, and the real survivor. And the reborn chose to merge with him, naturally for the SSS level talent devouring evolution that Chi Xuan possessed after becoming a zombie. This matter also involves another talent of the reborn. In his previous life, the reborn survived in the Doomsday game for 10 years, and finally died because of this living fusion card. How to say the cause of death, it is very consistent with the rebirth flow. Before rebirth, he was a dog, and the other party had a school beauty girlfriend, and then it was a betrayal that everyone likes to see. After the other party was reborn, he inexplicably obtained an X-level talent superdimensional evolution. This talent can evolve anything to SSS level, whether it is talent, skill, or prop. So as long as he can obtain Chi Xuan, the future zombie master's SSS level talent, devouring evolution, he can have countless SSS level talents. The opponent has the ability to improve the quality of talents, but lacks the channels to obtain talents, so Chi Xuan became the target. In the Doomsday game, the highest level is SSS level, and X level represents the unknown. Chi Xuan was not wiped out because of his own X level talent, which is the protagonist halo of the zombie master. In fact, he did not covet the X-level talent of the reborn, the superdimensional evolution. Instead, he felt fortunate that this creature fusion card could only fuse everything at SSS level and below, and could not inherit the X level. A talent that should not have been possessed but appeared inexplicably, and a rebirth without reason. Chi Xuan himself did not believe that there was no problem. So it was a good thing for Chi Xuan that he did not inherit it. Then, Chi Xuan opened his attribute panel. Although he became a violator, the Doomsday game seemed to have no other movement after failing to wipe him out. Name, Deep Virus Severe Infection 30%. Spirit, 1.5. Physique, 0.3. The attribute panel is very simple, with only 2 lines in total, spirit and physique. According to the memory of the reborn, the normal attributes of normal people are around 1 point. If nothing unexpected happens, he who is merged with the reborn should have 1.5 points in both spirit and physique attributes. He actually knew that the reason why his physical strength was only 0.3 points was naturally because he was severely infected. Fever, weakness, headache, and a series of other symptoms all told that his body was fighting against the virus called Yushin, but the symptoms were temporarily stabilized. If the reborn had not arrived, he would have become a zombie master today. Then click down, there are 3 talents, X-level talent, Destiny Deep. Strengthen +1, super adaptability. Hint, race does not match, talent effect cannot be fully exerted. Talent will fluctuate between E and X levels according to the degree of infection of the deep virus. The higher the degree of infection, the higher the talent level. Note, after leaving the native world, it can only be maintained as X talent when holding, otherwise the highest level will be permanently reduced to SSS level talent. Warning, When obtaining opportunities, escaping from desperate situations, etc., the talent effect has a probability of both good and bad, such as good luck may cause conflicts, intelligence reduction does not distinguish between enemies and friends, taunts are illogical, etc. This is the protagonist halo of him, or the zombie master. The effect is not clearly stated, but many clues can be seen from the hints, attention, and warnings. The +1 enhancement should not have been there originally, and it is likely obtained from the reborn person, which means that the reborn person is likely to be a protagonist. In the confrontation between the two protagonists, the reason why the other party failed is probably because of the X-level talent. Chi Xuan's destiny deep enhances his luck ability, and he is at home, while the opponent's superdimensional evolution does not have this enhancement, which ultimately makes Chi Xuan slightly better. In terms of growth help, it must be that the other party has more autonomy and convenience. However, luck can be ridiculously strong when it is strong, but it cannot be actively controlled, especially when Chi Xuan is still in his own world. In addition to this talent, Chi Xuan has two other talents: SSS level talent, Death Recast. Tip: after death, recasting takes 30 seconds. Note: the minimum infection level of the deep virus needs to be maintained at 1%. If the infection level is lower than this, the talent will not take effect. Warning: after the deep virus reaches full infection, the Death Recast will be affected by the X-level talent, Destiny, causing unknown effects. The X-level talent Destiny belongs to the future zombie master, and this SSS level Death Recast comes from the Reborn. The original talent of the Reborn was the F-level primary regeneration, and then it was evolved into the SSS level immortal body through superdimensional evolution. After merging with Chi Xuan, the immortal body talent was affected by the deep virus and Destiny, and it became the Death Recast on Chi Xuan. Therefore, this talent has an inseparable relationship with the deep virus and Destiny. Isn't this just watching the commercials to revive? Even the time is the same, it takes 30 seconds. Chi Xuan was quite speechless, and finally looked at his last talent. An F-level talent called Virus Resistance Darkness, very shabby, unlike the first two talents with prompts, attention and warnings. But he understood that only this talent was truly his, and he even suspected that the devouring evolution of the zombie master might have evolved from his F-level talent. It can't be born out of thin air. As for the effect, because there is no detailed explanation, only a name, so he is not very clear about the situation. But it is certain that as an F-level talent, it is absolutely impossible for him to withstand 7 days. That's right, the darkness virus has been out for 7 days, and Chi Xuan was infected on the first day. With his talent alone, he can't survive until now. The arrival time of the survivors of the Doomsday game was also the first day. They had survived in this world for 7 days. From the memory of the Reborn, on the first day of the outbreak, 99% of the natives in Chi Xuan's world turned into zombies. So it was not a contagion like a disease, but a comprehensive outbreak. During these 7 days, the Reborn relied on foresight to lead the way. Other survivors were still struggling, but he had already lived a good life. Then he came to merge with Chi Xuan at the right time. It can only be said that the other party's rebirth is really outrageous. Before rebirth, he was just a small-time dog, but after rebirth, he changed. Well, the other party did not change his usual behavior. When he was just reborn, he was really heartbroken. But within a week, he hooked up with another girl, not just one. What kind of gentle childhood sweetheart, cold and arrogant president, or lucky sisters, etc. Chi Xuan paused when he thought of this. Lucky sisters? Chi Xuan found a blind spot. If he killed her, would his destiny, Yusui, have a +2 strengthening entry? What? Cooperation or adding to the harem? Chi Xuan didn't have this idea. He was now a violator of the Doomsday game. From his identity, it was enough to show that the two sides were in a hostile position. Even if he was a survivor, the tone of the Doomsday game was survival. The enemy was not only various Doomsdays, but also survivors in the same camp, and the natives of each Doomsday. Especially since the dog-licking Reborn had only been reborn for 7 days, how could Chi Xuan make the same mistake as the other party? Forget it, let's take a look at the legacy left by the Reborn. Then find out why I haven't turned into a zombie for so long. There is probably some external reason, but it may also be my own physical problem. After all, after I turned into a zombie, I became the zombie master. It is definitely unrealistic to say that my physical condition is not special. Chi Xuan muttered softly, and then began to check the legacy of the Reborn. In fact, he also knew it after inheriting the memory of the Reborn, but some things still need to be seen with his own eyes. For example, the SSS level equipment left by the Reborn for him, a powerful armor called Tai Suation. Well, it's not powerful now, it should be said that it has infinite potential. When the Reborn obtained the Tai Suation armor, it was not SSS level, but only D level, which was upgraded by his X level talent of superdimensional evolution. Chapter 2. Tai Sui God, Evolution Times, 0. Quality, SSS. Armor, 1. Trait 1, Infinite Evolution. Trait 2, each evolution will definitely get a module slot. Trait 3, the modules installed in the module slot evolve to SSS level. Module slot, 5 out of 5. SSS Chaos Quantum Intelligence System. SSS Supernova Strong Nuclear Reactor. SSS Subspace Stable Pocket. SSS Nano Repair Robot Colony. SSS Expedition Level Ecological Cycle Device. Tip: if the evolution times are too low, the effect of the SSS level module cannot be fully exerted, and the more SSS level modules are loaded, the higher the evolution times required to fully exert the effect. Note: the modules evolved to SSS level quality in the module slot will restore their original quality after being taken out. The potential of the three traits combined, as long as Chi Suiyan develops steadily in the near future, will definitely be extremely powerful. After all, it is SSS level quality. But the premise is to develop. If it weren't for the characteristics and modules, the quality of this armor can only be said to be inferior to F level. It doesn't even reach the threshold of armor, and the initial armor of 1 point is ridiculously low. Secondly, the module is too powerful, and Tai Sui is too weak, which is really unworthy of the position. However, this is also very normal. If it is powerful and has potential, then this Tai Sui armor is not SSS level quality, but X level quality. Since they all have the ability to grow infinitely, it is reasonable to cultivate them by themselves. So this is a resource-eating gold-eating beast. Chi Suiyan put it on without hesitation. With the help of the expedition level ecological circulation device, his various illnesses have improved a lot. Master, Water is at your service. We have detected that your body is infected with the Yushin virus, and are planning for you. Cancel, then format. Chi Suiyan formatted it directly, without waiting for the sweet girl, who was transformed by the Reborn to finish the chaotic quantum intelligence system. As for some important information left? Not at all. The entire system stores movies, TV series, games, and other things to kill time. There is nothing related to survival, and the Reborn does not need it. The Reborn is indeed a small figure and a lick dog, but he has also survived in the Doomsday game for 10 years. After starting over, he is naturally familiar with it. With foresight and strong talents, he will naturally not be in a hurry in the early stage. Formatting completed. Do you want to rename it? This time it is no longer a sweet voice, but a cold mechanical sound. Change to intelligent brain and turn it on. Chi Suiyan turned on a series of functions of the Chaos Quantum Intelligence System, but he did not form a series of personality settings for the intelligent brain like the Reborn, but used the most primitive version. There are many functions among them. Even before the formatting, the Reborn did not turn them on, but they are very important to Chi Suiyan. He is now severely infected with the Yusui virus, and it is difficult to get up, let alone move, so he must rely on Tai Sui to resume normal movement. If you are sick and can't get better, relying on external forces is naturally the best choice. In addition, there are a series of functions such as networking, suggestions, and alerts. Anyway, Chi Sui has turned on all the functions that can be turned on. Doing so will indeed increase the consumption of Tai Sui, but it is convenient for him. As for the consumption problem, there is no need to worry about it. Tai Suation has a supernova nuclear reactor. He is not sure about the operating principle for the time being, but he understands that as an SSS level module, even if it cannot fully exert its effect, it can support the operation of Tai Suation, which is not a problem at all. Then he looked at the subspace stability pocket again. There were a lot of sundries in it, all of which were cleared out by Chi Suiyan. As for other SSS level quality things? No, these are the heritage of the Reborn. This also involves the Doomsday game. People let you come here to survive, not to let you come here to be a dragon, so the various resources produced are very few. The predecessor of Tai Suation Mecha before it was superdimensionally evolved, the D-level venomous snake armor, is the first prize for the survivors in the 7-day novice period. The second place is E-level equipment, and the third place is naturally F-level. There is no reward for the lower rankings. The Reborn lived for 10 years in his previous life, and except for the SSS level creature fusion card before his death, he had never seen anything of C-level or higher quality. Even the equipment and props he obtained did not add up to more than 10 pieces, not to mention the skills, which were so rare that he had only heard of them. The only things that can be evolved by superdimensional evolution are those obtained from the Doomsday Game or those recognized by the Doomsday Game. The former is rare, and the latter is even rarer. Most of these things are related to the Doomsday boss, and are not available to ordinary survivors. As for the 5 modules of Tai Sui God, they were the predecessor of the Viper armor, and then evolved by Trait 3. With intelligent systems, energy, storage space, maintenance equipment, and life support equipment, it is not a problem to ensure life, but if you want to go further, you need more. The most important thing is to evolve Tai Sui God once, and then free up a module slot to upgrade its material. Or more simply, find a weapon module. If defense is not good, you can choose offense. Chi Suiyan has the talent of death recasting, so he doesn't have to worry too much about dying for the time being. Instead of worrying about this, it is better to worry about turning into a zombie. If you are completely infected, you will become a zombie, and there is a high probability that even death recasting cannot save you. Intelligent Brain, connect to the network, download all useful information on the network, and plan the evolution of Tai Sui God by the way. Chi Suiyan did not choose to attack or defend immediately, but let Tai Sui God's intelligent brain plan the evolution, and choose whichever one he met later. It's not like he can get everything he wants. Command received, in progress. After Chi Suiyan gave the command, he controlled Tai Sui Shan to climb up with the help of the intelligent brain. He was too sick, and had to reduce his infection level as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the subsequent actions. Death recast, is there any way to restore my status? Chi Suiyan suddenly thought of this. Since it is a recast, does it mean that I can recover my health again? Then let's try it once. Anyway, I can't die. As for really dying, then I really die. In the current situation, even with the Tai Sui Shan armor, he can't live for a few days, and then completely turn into a zombie. He does have the destiny of the deep, but this protagonist halo is not entirely his, but the zombies dominate. The biggest possibility is to promote himself to become a zombie, rather than to make himself a human. So it is nothing more than a matter of long-term or short-term pain. As for finding the virus serum? To put it bluntly, most people turned into zombies 7 days ago. Who will develop it? Even if someone can develop it, the possibility of developing it within 7 days is too low. Even if someone has developed it, Chi Suiyan found and injected it before he turned into a zombie, so it is better to try death recasting. Maybe there is in the memory of the reborn? This is really not the case. The reborn was just a small person struggling to survive in the previous life. It was difficult to live, so how could there be any other spare energy? And in the past 7 days, the other party has been fighting for the first prize, and has no time to pay attention to these things. The other party has 10 years of survival experience, so he is naturally not afraid of being infected. Even if he is afraid, he didn't know about the virus serum in his previous life, and there is no way to know it out of thin air. Intelligent brain, start deactivating until my vital signs disappear and reappear. And start recording the whole process. Chi Suiyan gave the order without hesitation. Warning, this, ignore the risk. Chi Suiyan interrupted the warnings from the intelligent brain. In the end, the intelligent brain could only control the expedition-level ecological circulation system of Tai Sui Shan to start killing the activity in the armor. Fortunately, Chi Suiyan died very peacefully. Death was a matter of a moment, and the pain was also a matter of a moment. At the same time, Chi Suiyan's body began to turn into countless particles, and began to reorganize continuously in the armor of Tai Sui Shan. After 30 seconds, Chi Suiyan's body recovered and opened his eyes directly. He did not check the video immediately, but opened the attribute panel. The infection level changed from severe infection 30% to severe infection 1%, and the physical strength also recovered to 0.5. Then he checked the video just now, and saw the process of his death, reorganization, and resurrection. Slow, obvious. Chi Suiyan saw the shortcomings. If he performed death recasting while fighting with the enemy, it would be no less than telling the enemy his weaknesses. Deactivate it again. After watching the video, Chi Suiyan was ready to die again. Since he could really be resurrected, he would try to see if dying a few more times could reduce his infection level. He felt much better just from severe infection 30% to severe infection 1%. Wouldn't it be better if he could continue to reduce it? Then he tried 5 more times, and the infection level still remained at severe infection 1%. Chi Suiyan also understood that the connection between death recasting and destiny deep and deep virus was too deep, and the lowest recovery could only be here. At least the fever is not over 40 degrees, the headache is not so severe, the nausea and retching can be tolerated, and my strength has recovered a little. More importantly, I don't seem to be hungry anymore. Chi Suiyan found a bug, that is, he was recast through death. In addition to the inability to reset the infection of the deep virus, his hunger and sleepiness were also reset and disappeared. This means that he does not need to eat or sleep. If he is hungry or sleepy, he can just commit suicide. In addition, he can actively choose to reset or not reset the corresponding status. I just don't know how long it takes for the infection level to increase by 1%. Chi Xuan plans to let the intelligent brain monitor him and determine the impact of each percentage on his body. The next step is to kill the lucky sisters. Even if it fails, it's better to treat it as eliminating dissidents. Chi Xuan didn't think of any high-sounding reasons. It was just pure interests, not from the perspective of so-called justice. Since you are leaving, why not take a souvenir with you? I found the ancient Dian Kingdom jade seal during archaeological excavation, and it's the end of the world anyway, so why not take it as a souvenir? No you. Chi Xuan's expression gradually became more and more like F***ck it. Chapter 3. Ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal. Quality, A. Feature 1. Greatly reduces the infection level of the Yusui virus, improves efficiency, and increases the activity level of the Yusui virus. Feature 2. The effect is enhanced when infected with the Yusui virus, and you will get the boss template after being fully infected. Hint. Due to the transfer of destiny, the quality has dropped to A level. Okay, it turns out that you are the one who did it. Chi Xuan looked at the small and exquisite ancient Dian Kingdom jade seal in his hand, and finally understood the cause and effect. It's not because I am a time traveler and the protagonist that I became the zombie master after becoming a zombie, but because the ancient Dian Kingdom's jade seal is related to Destiny Yusui, which created the zombie master. So I can hold on for 7 days, and the reason why I am so weak that I can't even walk is also because of you. Chi Xuan directly put it into the Tai Sui God armor, and wore it close to his body. With trait 1, Chi Xuan's infection level will increase much slower. As for other effects, don't worry about them. The impact may be in the future. However, for Chi Xuan, staying alive now is the key. The future is another matter. Without the present, there is no future. So the Yusui virus is related to the Watching Dawn Company. Chi Xuan whispered, "You are playing CS Umbrella here. Watching Dawn Company is a multinational pharmaceutical company where Chi Xuan works. It has high-tech industries in medical care, drugs, national defense, military, etc. As long as you join the company, the salary and benefits can be said to be the top in the industry." Chi Xuan's major is actually not much related to Watching Dawn Company. His university major is the history of the ancient Dian Kingdom. Ancient Dian was a small country thousands of years ago, and basically no one knew about it, so this major is one of the most unpopular among the unpopular. No, the entire major, before the zombie apocalypse, the only people who studied the ancient Dian were Chi Xuan and his mentor. So Chi Xuan went straight to a doctorate very smoothly, because there was really no one else. However, before Chi Xuan graduated, his mentor suddenly died of a disease. Fortunately, he died early, and now only a handful of ashes are left, otherwise he would have turned into a zombie at the end, which would be so troublesome. Then, the HR of Watching the Dawn Company came to invite Chi Xuan to join, and said that his mentor actually worked part-time there before his death, but because he signed a confidentiality agreement, this was not revealed. The industry leader of the history of the ancient Dian Kingdom died, and Chi Xuan, the disciple, was automatically promoted to the new industry leader. As for being reserved? Not a little reserved, the price offered by the other party, Chi Xuan could not refuse it before, that was an annual salary of 1 million, not to mention other benefits. If he really rejected the olive branch of Watching the Dawn Company, Chi Xuan's unpopular, and even weird major would have a hard time making 2,800 yuan a month. Watching the Dawn Company values the effect of the ancient Dian Kingdom's jade seal, all of which indicate that this small country thousands of years ago has a deep connection with the Yushin virus. So it is too reasonable to say that this major has gone from unpopular to weird. Then, Chi Xuan stood up and entered all the information he and his mentor had found in archaeological research into the intelligent brain. So if you want to find virus serum, Watching the Dawn Company may have it. But, is it worth it to clear the Yusui virus? Chi Xuan was silent. First of all, he became a violator of the Doomsday game, which means that as long as he doesn't die, his future life will be in the Doomsday. The Doomsday game is not just the zombie Doomsday world where he is. Later, other survivors will go to other Doomsday worlds to continue to survive. Chi Xuan learned all this from the memories of the Reborn. This means that his X-level talent, Destiny Yusui, and SSS-level talent, Death Recast, are very important to him. However, these two talents are closely related to the Yusui virus. Once he clears the Usui virus from his body, even if these 2 talents are not invalid, the effect will be too low to see. I can reduce my infection level through death recast, so that I won't be completely infected and become a zombie. So the best way is to use the Usui virus in my body for my own benefit. Chi Xuan's idea is very simple, that is, to survive. So when the Usui virus is no longer a threat to his life for the time being, he thought about using it. Then his eyes fell on his F-level talent, Virus Resistance Deep, which had little presence. If the SSS level talent Devouring Evolution is really a mutation of my F-level talent Virus Resistance Deep Zombification, does that mean that this talent still has room for growth? Whether talents can evolve has been demonstrated in front of the Reborn's X-level talent Super Dimensional Evolution. Even if the other party relies on talent, in Chi Xuan's eyes, it can be tried. For example, why can he resist the deep virus? During the process of my infection with the Usui virus, the effect of the ancient Dian Kingdom's Jade Seal helped me. During these 7 days, my body produced some antibodies. After I completely turned into a zombie, this antibody, combined with the radiation of the Heavenly Destiny Usui and the ancient Dian Kingdom's Jade Seal, eventually became the SSS level talent Devouring Evolution and Boss template. So I need enough knowledge and information as a way to improve the talent of Virus Resistance Usui, and use it to further control the Usui virus. Chi Xuan's idea is very clear. Since his foundation is the Usui virus, he will use the Usui virus as a capital for his growth and survival. As for using the Doomsday Game, he is still a violator. The Doomsday Game wanted to wipe him out from the beginning, but it didn't succeed. Fortunately, I know the headquarters of the Watching Dawn Company. With the help of the intelligent brain, I should be able to find what I want. Chi Xuan thought of this, and his expression was helpless. Learning from scratch is a big project. He also thought about letting Tai Sui's intelligent brain learn, and then he would just sit back and enjoy the achievements. But this proposal was rejected by him. Knowledge is only real if you master it yourself. Otherwise, if you rely on the intelligent brain, you will become useless. How can you go far? Intelligent brain can be used as an auxiliary, not to leave everything to the intelligent brain. If it is a peaceful era, Chi Xuan naturally doesn't care, just lie down. But now it is the end of the world, the pressure is already on him. Improving himself is also a way to become stronger, and it is the most direct way. Go get the information first, and then kill the 2 lucky survivors. During this period, I can also let the intelligent brain teach me the basic knowledge of biology, pharmacology, etc. Chi Xuan understands that it is time to continue to roll, but this time, he rolls for his own life and future. Chapter 4. Chi Xuan was still very uncomfortable with the Tai Sui armor assisting him in his actions for the first time, as if he had an extra limb that he couldn't fully control. Fortunately, with the cooperation of the intelligent brain, he was not clumsy. Although he was awkward, his movements were just a little worse than usual. By the way, how do zombies survive? What do they rely on to catch prey? Chi Xuan looked at this group of slow-moving zombies and felt strange. If they were zombies in movies and TV series, he wouldn't have to think so much. Chi Xuan was not harassed by these ordinary zombies. After all, he was wearing Tai Sui armor, and the SSS Expedition level ecological circulation device completely isolated him from the outside world. So if he didn't have sufficiently sophisticated detection or strong perception, he would just be a moving iron lump. Obviously dead, but still with the characteristics of being alive, the Usui virus is really interesting. Chi Xuan said softly. He is now at the headquarters of Watch the Dawn. When he first joined the company, he came here once, and was received by a company director. Then, he went to the ruins of the ancient Dian Kingdom for archaeology. The reason why he came so quickly was naturally because the distance between Watch the Dawn headquarters and the ruins of the ancient Dian Kingdom was not far. However, there were many zombies in the middle, so many that it was almost crowded. Chi Xuan had lived here for so many years, and didn't know that the population density here was so high. Be careful, in addition to ordinary zombies, there are also biological weapons and mutant zombies. Chi Xuan understood that with Tai Sui's low initial armor, he could still withstand 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, but facing non-ordinary zombies, it was almost like paper. In terms of armor, Tai Sui's is indeed inferior to SSS level quality. Biological weapons are military products transformed by the Watching Dawn Company. The Reborn encountered one in his previous life and escaped with difficulty. At that time, he didn't know the origin, just regarded it as an elite monster spawned by the Doomsday Game, and didn't delve into the background. Mutated zombies are caused by the mutation of ordinary zombies. Compared with biological weapons, most of which have fixed strength when they leave the factory, Mutant zombies will have mutations similar to superpowers, and even after mutation to a certain extent, they will produce similar wisdom. Just like the zombie master he turned into is a mutant zombie, not only has powerful strength, but also has wisdom far beyond ordinary people, so he can be so powerful. Zombies with wisdom and zombies without wisdom are completely two different species. Now, second-level mutant zombies have appeared. The body attribute of ordinary zombies is about 0.5, only half of that of normal people. But when it reaches the first level, the physical strength can reach 1.2 points. However, if it is a spiritual ability, it will stimulate the spiritual attribute, and the physical attribute will not be so high, but it must be at least 1 point. However, it only explodes once at the first level, and the subsequent attribute growth is not so terrible. It is good to have an increase of 0.1 or 0.2. This means that once the zombie is upgraded once, it is basically on par with the survivors. As for the survivors' spiritual attributes being higher, this is true, but the survivors cannot bring them out. The mutated zombies, even if they are only at the first level, are no longer like ordinary zombies. They only rely on instinct, but have a more advanced hunting logic and even a sense of territory. Even if I am wrapped in the Tai Sui armor, as long as I enter the territory of the mutant zombies, as a non-zombie, I will be attacked. Chi Suiyan knew that in the previous life of the Reborn, there was a mentally mutated zombie in the Watch the Dawn headquarters in the early stage of survival, which was a top elite monster. Later, it was not captured by the survivors, but Chi Suiyan, the zombie master, came out and swallowed the mentally mutated zombie directly. Chi Suiyan was also a little confused about this. You are surviving. How can you still have the leisure to pay attention to these things in the chat channel? When Chi Suiyan entered the headquarters, he could clearly notice that the zombies in the headquarters were different from those outside the headquarters. Quiet, as if bound by some rules. But after noticing Chi Suiyan's arrival, all the zombies roared and walked towards him slowly. Its movement speed is similar to Chi Suiyan's speed without the assistance of Tai Sui. After all, his physical attribute is the same as that of ordinary zombies, which is 0.5, so the movement speed is naturally similar. It's just that because there are so many zombies, it's impossible to hide, so you can only squeeze in. Tai Sui's armor is a bit low, but there is no need to worry about it because it is controlled by the intelligent brain. In this case, as long as the survivors are not scratched and infected, it is not a big problem to kill a zombie alone in a one-on-one situation. It's a pity that the zombies don't have any habit of fighting alone. This mentally mutated zombie has initially acquired some wisdom. Intelligent brain, how is the internal network intrusion of the headquarters? Chi Suiyan asked. Invasion completed, downloading data. It is detected that the data in the headquarters does not contain the relevant knowledge you need. It can be preliminarily determined that the headquarters you are in is not the real headquarters of Watching the Dawn Company. Retrieving relevant information for you, Chi Suiyan looked at the reply of the intelligent brain and couldn't help but pause. Thinking about it again, this answer is indeed very reasonable. Who is so blatant in researching viruses? No matter what, they have to hide it. The so-called headquarters is probably just an integrated center for administration, operation, management, etc., not a real experimental center. By the way, please check for me what value is left in the headquarters building. If not, plan a route for me to leave. Since there is nothing he wants, he can leave naturally. Why stay here? Searching requirements, Chi Suiyan naturally knows why the intelligent brain is running so slowly. It is because the Tai Sui God has not evolved enough times, and the computing power and logic of the intelligent brain are relatively limited, so it can only play a limited role. Otherwise, the real intelligent brain is of SSS level quality, and it is estimated that it can dig out the past of the Watching Dawn Company in an instant. You should know that Chi Suiyan's SSS level talent can be resurrected, which is enough to see its value. Testing completed. The weapon sample room on the third floor contains sample plasma intelligent guided cannon as a weapon, which can be connected to the supernova strong nuclear reactor as an energy supply. Hidden in the finance room on the 5th floor. Archive room on the 12th floor. The intelligent brain reported a long paragraph of value. I can understand the weapons in the sample room, and the archive room is normal, but what is the use of the finance room? Report to the tax department? If you cannot directly obtain the real headquarters location you need, you can use financial data combined with information to assist in calculating the real headquarters location. Okay, then tell me where the mutant zombie is, and I will go around. Chapter 5. Thanks to the help of Tai Sui, it would be hard to climb so many stairs even if there is no severe infection. Chi Suiyan held a plasma intelligent guidance cannon, or plasma cannon for short, and carefully explored the building of Watching Dawn Company. All the employees here have become zombies, and are controlled by the mutant zombie, but he did not fire directly, but squeezed through. After all, ordinary zombies have limited attacks, so there is no need to waste weapons. The main reason is that the plasma cannon is not a finished product, but a sample. The data presented by the intelligent brain shows that there are various defects. Chi Suan certainly couldn't understand the data, but the intelligent brain translated it into easy-to-understand sentences for him to understand the defects. For example, if it is used for too long, it will explode, or there may be electromagnetic disturbances that cause intelligent guidance and positioning failure, etc. But under many defects, it is difficult to hide its advantages, that is, it is powerful. Especially after connecting to the module of Tai Sui's supernova strong nuclear reactor, the plasma bomb produced is more powerful. As for how it was connected, it must be that the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to connect by itself. Chi Suan's major was the history of the ancient Dian kingdom, and he knew nothing about this kind of high-tech technology. Gag. A strange cry emerged, and Tai Sui turned his head immediately. The bloated plasma cannon quickly turned and directly overloaded and bombarded the location of the sound source. Chi Suan was surrounded by flashes of lightning, which was one of the effects of the plasma cannon firing, but it only looked scary, and there was actually not much problem. The plasma bomb exploded, sweeping over half of the office in an instant, and even a big hole was punched in the building. The floor where he was located was the location of the mentally mutated zombie. How to find it was also very simple. Of course, it was through surveillance. The intelligent brain directly invaded and took over the surveillance system, and then directly calculated the location through intelligent calculations. If Chi Suan didn't get the plasma cannon, he would definitely not think of coming here to fight monsters, but with the weapon, the intelligent brain is controlling it, and the Tai Sui god is implementing it, he can just hang up during the whole battle. He cannot believe in his own combat power, but he cannot not believe in this SSS level. More importantly, in the calculation of the intelligent brain, this mentally mutated zombie is not a natural mutation of the Yusui virus, but a mutation caused by acquired stimulation like Chi Suan. This means that the other party has some items related to the Yusui virus, just like the ancient Yin Kingdom Jade Seal on Chi Suan. So Chi Suan came here. Otherwise, if he really left it alone, without him, the future zombie master, this mentally mutated zombie would definitely grow into a big boss. Enemy hit, not dead, suspected to be transferred GAG. Just after the prompt of the intelligent brain was finished, the voice of the mentally mutated zombie came again. This time, the intelligent brain did not attack immediately, but waited for cooling. The plasma cannon was overloaded before, and its normal power was not that great, so it needed enough time to let the plasma cannon recover, otherwise, the probability of exploding would soar if it was used again. At the same time, Chi Suan also saw the appearance of this zombie, which was a fat zombie, but its body was translucent and red like a red crystal. The overall look is very elegant. Preliminary speculation that the strength is a second-level dual-attribute mutant zombie, and the zombie superpowers have been awakened. Chi Suan looked at the speculation of the intelligent brain, and felt mixed emotions. It was not a mental mutation judged by the reborn, but a dual-attribute one. The happy thing is that it can now be a second-level mutant zombie, and a dual-attribute mutant with superpowers. This is no longer something that can be explained by natural formation, so there must be a treasure. The worry is that the opponent is the top existence even among the second-level mutant zombies, and it is estimated that there is only a line between him and the boss. Are you sure? Chi Suan did not participate in the battle, so he must be asking the intelligent brain. The success rate of killing is 70%. The intelligent brain gave a very honest answer and took action at the same time. If it were not for the plasma cannon's inability to fire quickly and continuously, the success rate of the intelligent brain would be as high as 90%. Chi Suan did not watch the battle, but was looking at the information of this zombie. Anyway, if he couldn't beat it, the intelligent brain would control the Tai Sui god to run away. The intelligent brain combined the personnel information obtained in the building and quickly confirmed the identity. This zombie is Zhang Hongxiang, the executive president of Watching the Dawn Company. Through this line, the intelligent brain further calculated and provided Chi Suan with more detailed information. An hour before the outbreak of the Yusui virus, Zhang Hongxiang received a courier of unknown origin. Judging from the surveillance logo, it was an internal courier of Watching the Dawn Company. As for what was in the courier, Chi Suan didn't know. How could there be surveillance installed in the president's office? The intelligent brain is not omniscient and omnipotent. Tai Sui God, the battle between the intelligent brain and this mutant zombie is coming to an end. Under the control of the intelligent brain, the frequency of the plasma bomb has been stuck at the limit, and the rhythm formed has beaten this mutant zombie back step by step. With the power of plasma bombs, zombies will basically die if they are hit. However, the zombies' abilities are similar to teleportation, which can consume mental energy and make their crystal-like bodies jump in an instant to avoid attacks. The reason why they did not attack directly at close range seems to be that the electromagnetic disorder formed when the plasma cannon fired plasma bombs affected the opponent's ability to play, so they could not get close to Chi Suan. For these explanations given by the intelligent brain, Chi Suan could only sigh that the protagonist's halo was so terrifying. This is still reasonable, and it can be explained by saying that there must be an antidote within 7 steps of the place where poisonous snakes are infested. At least there is no brainless reduction of intelligence. So the protagonist's halo still did not exert too much power. Of course, if it were someone else, even if they got a plasma cannon, they might not be able to fight as smoothly as the intelligent brain. This is the combination of SSS-level modules and SSS-level armor. Finally, after a plasma bomb hit the body of the mutant zombie, the erupting plasma engulfed the opponent. The dust settled, and at the same time, all the controlled zombies in the entire building regained their freedom. "Search and see if you can find that thing," Chi Suan said, and the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to act. The mutant zombie was hit head-on by the plasma bomb, and there was no trace of the corpse, so he had no idea whether he could find the item that the other party had grown so quickly. Kill the second-level dual-attribute mutant zombie, elite, get points. 0. Killing zombies is rewarded in the Doomsday game, but because he is a violator, there is only a prompt, and the reward is 0. As for the points, they are used to exchange for food, medicine, and weapons, but Chi Suan can't open these pages at all, just like fake ones. Chapter 6. I found it, but isn't this thing a little bit wrong? When Chi Suan found this crystal called Advanced Yusui Virus, he looked a little strange. High concentration Yusui Virus Crystal. Quality, B. Features. After taking it, there is a 95% chance of complete infection, 2% chance of mental attribute plus 1 for less than 1 point of mental attribute, 2% chance of physical attribute plus 1 for less than 1 point of physical attribute, and 1% chance of awakening superpowers. Chi Suan can be sure that if he swallows this thing in one gulp, it will definitely be 95% completely infected. This involves the destiny of his protagonist Halo, Yusui. People are eager to become the master of zombies. Now that the opportunity has come, how can they let it go? If it is changed to other types of protagonist Halo, it is likely to be a double harvest of attributes and superpowers. That's right, this thing is not to say that you can only get one, but it is randomly selected from 4. For example, the mutant zombie he killed was a mutant zombie with dual attributes and awakened superpowers. It is speculated that the express delivery not only contains high concentration Yusui virus crystals, but also some kind of medicine as an auxiliary. The intelligent brain gave a prompt at the right time, not for anything else, but because the intelligent brain found the box. Although there were many damaged places, the data restored the storage of the box. In other words, this virus crystal was indeed in the express delivery. I thought it was the brain core of a mutant zombie, Chi Suan complained. This crystal was indeed dug out from the mutant zombie. But here comes the question. Zhang Hongxiang is the executive president after all. How did he become a zombie? He is at least a senior executive. Chi Suan didn't understand. The intelligent brain didn't answer, because it didn't know. When it doesn't know, the intelligent brain will respond silently. Ding-ling-ling, the phone on the president's desk suddenly rang. Detected that a higher authority is taking over all systems in the building, and is starting to fight back. The intelligent brain gave the travel agency a reminder at the same time, which made Chi Suan narrow his eyes. Coincidence is definitely not a coincidence. The mutant zombie that Zhang Hongxiang turned into was implanted with some kind of monitoring equipment by the Watching Dawn company. The virus crystal withstood the plasma cannon, but the monitoring equipment was destroyed, so it was not noticed. Intelligent brain, did you notice it? Chi Suan didn't answer the phone immediately. Unable to monitor, according to speculation, there is a probability of translation through the mental abilities of the mutant zombies. Tai Suan has no corresponding module, and does not support intelligent brain monitoring. After listening to it, Chi Suan also understood that it was not that the intelligent brain was not powerful, but that a good cook could not cook without rice. After thinking again and again, Chi Suan answered the phone. You killed number 7? The voice came from the other end of the phone. On the other side, the intelligent computer immediately gave up the counterattack and started to locate through the phone. It is impossible to counterattack. Wouldn't it be better to directly invade the enemy? Please delay time and start locating the enemy's position. It wasn't me, it was the plasma cannon. Chi Suan hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. He was indeed right. He was idle throughout the whole process and had no sense of participation in the battle. Facing Chi Suan's answer, the other party was obviously silent. You are not simple to kill number 7 with a plasma cannon. The other party spoke again. Thank you for the compliment, but I really didn't kill him. Chi Suan wondered why no one believed the truth these days. There is a crystal in number 7's body. If you take it, you can have the same special power as number 7. The other party revealed such a piece of news. Just with this, Chi Suan reasonably suspected that the other party had been reduced in intelligence. Do you think I'm a fool? Chi Suan couldn't help but retort. Even if you think I'm a fool, you can't think I'm blind. Number 7 is a zombie, or a mutant zombie. If I eat it, I will become a zombie too. However, the other party laughed out loud. Plasma cannons require special charging technology. As a sample, the energy is limited. And zombies will continue to evolve. Once the energy of the plasma cannon is exhausted, what awaits you is an endless tide of corpses. But if you take this crystal, you still have a chance to survive. Chi Suan agreed with the other party's words, but he couldn't help but say that he was not a serious survivor. Let's just say that your skill in drawing big cakes is not up to par. Chi Suan complained. Based on the other party's words, and the timely phone call, Chi Suan knew the other party's intention. It was nothing more than that the other party had to take responsibility for the death of number 7, so before being punished, it would be best to find another number 7. Chi Suan, who could kill number 7, was very suitable. In the eyes of the other party, Chi Suan definitely had a good physical fitness, and it was not difficult to replace number 7. But the problem was that Chi Suan was just a sick ghost. He was as useless as an ordinary zombie, so how could he have a good physique? Location completed, the voice of the intelligent brain came, and Chi Suan couldn't help but smile. Before the other party could speak again, he shouted first. I'm going to work. Then he hung up the phone without hesitation, and the intelligent brain cooperated very well to control Chi Suan and pulled the phone line. Chi Suan found a box, put the high-concentration USWA virus crystals in it, and threw it directly into the subspace stable pocket. This thing may be useful. If it doesn't work, just be a hamster party. Damn, how dare he? Chun Yubao was very angry when he heard the busy tone on the phone. He is the son of the major shareholder of Watching the Dawn Company. He is also assigned some work on weekdays to restrict him from going out to spend money or do evil. But he is also very hardworking, and there are no major accidents at work. Connect me to the surveillance, I want to see what it is. The power load of the headquarters building caused the interruption of communication. Chun Yubao's face became even gloomier. The other party didn't fall for it, so he wasn't angry. After all, he was just trying to get something done. If there was a problem with number 7, he would indeed be held accountable, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was the son of a major shareholder. But Chi Suan's greeting to his mother made him very angry, and the feud was settled. Notify the Cheetah Task Force to go over there and bring the kid back to me. I want him alive. Chun Yubao said without hesitation. Director Chun Yu, this is against the rules. A staff member directly refused. I'm not using my supervisor identity, I'm using my shareholder identity. Chun Yubao understood that this was indeed against the rules, but it was in line with the little willfulness of power. The mobilization of the Cheetah Task Force requires the approval of Director Chun Yu, and Director Chun Yu needs you to report it yourself. The staff member shirked again, saying that you can be willful, but you can't implicate him. Chapter 7. After the various equipment in the headquarters building of Watch the Dawn was overloaded and caused problems with the power system, Chi Suan left in such a swagger, and also used a plasma cannon to blow up the load-bearing structure of the building. If nothing unexpected happens, it will collapse tonight. So Chi Suan had to stay away to avoid being affected. Then he looked at the location located by the intelligent brain. Combined with the information obtained from the headquarters building, Chi Suan could be sure that the location was the real headquarters of Watch the Dawn Company. On the island? How can I get there? Chi Suan looked at the map, and helplessness appeared on his bloodless face. According to the normal routine, those large animal zombies in the sea are probably more terrifying. If they mutate again, wouldn't it be? Wait, I don't seem to have seen any non-human zombie types? Chi Suan suddenly found a blind spot. Except for humans who become zombies after being infected with the USWA virus, animals and plants do not, and some can even ignore the infection directly. This means that the host of the deep virus is only human beings. It is either harmless in the bodies of animals and plants, or it cannot survive. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the biological weapons created by the Watching Dawn Company have animals, insects, plants, etc. as samples. These materials were obtained from the archives in the headquarters building. As the main business of Watching Dawn, even if there is no detailed data, there is an introduction. Otherwise, how can it be sold? There is no memory of the reborn. At most, there are biological weapons that combine animal and plant genes, but still use humans as the main body. So don't worry about non-human zombies for now. Then the question is, why do zombies only target humans? Animals are also living things, but they are not on the zombies menu. Chi Suan began to think. He has been studying with the intelligent brain for a while, so he needs to think more. This means that the zombie's appetite for humans does not come from supplementing nutrition, but from a certain desire. Chi Suan quickly came to his own conclusion. Otherwise, why would they eat humans? Wouldn't it be better to eat animals directly? You should know that most humans have become zombies in the disaster, and the world's native population has been reduced to a very small number, but with hundreds of millions of survivors to supplement, it is indeed a lot more. But this is still not the reason why they only eat humans. This may have something to do with the fact that zombies can evolve without eating or drinking. Chi Suan put these conjectures aside for the time being. First, he does not have enough corresponding knowledge, and second, even if he wants to study, he has no equipment. The intelligent brain can help deduce, but the intelligent brain is just an intelligent system, and Tai Suation does not have relevant modules, so there is no way to support the intelligent brain to analyze. So he's still focused on learning. As for the matter of the Watching the Dawn headquarters, this could only be put on hold for the time being, as Chi Suan had no way to reach the island for the time being. And the preparations were not sufficient, so he planned to take over a few Watching the Dawn branches to supplement himself. Especially the experimental branches related to materials and biological weapons. The former could not only obtain relevant knowledge, but also obtain ready-made materials as the evolution materials for the evolution of the Tai Sui God armor. The latter is the knowledge Chi Suan simply needs, and by the way, see if he can get more things related to the Yusui virus. I just don't know if it's too late. Chi Suan calculated the time. The Reborn and the Lucky Sister survivors agreed to meet in 3 days to trade materials. He was still in a hurry to kill these two people, and the nearest laboratory branch to him could be blocked, but Chi Suan was worried that there would be problems. Then push it, and kill these two first. If my destiny Yusui has a strengthening +2 effect, the help will definitely be stronger. The laboratory branch closer to him is a material laboratory. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a mutant zombie in it, which should not be as strong as the so-called number 7. On the contrary, if Chi Suan missed these two people, it would not be so easy to find them again. They are all survivors, and they have survived 7 days, so they should be alert. Not to mention that the Reborn and the other party just met by chance, and it was not the time for them to have secret feelings. Speaking of secret feelings, Chi Suan suddenly remembered one thing, that is, the Reborn seemed to have left him 3 holy widows. Of course, the Reborn claimed to be teammates. One was a childhood sweetheart, who met just half an hour after the start of the game, and another was a cold and beautiful female president, plus a school beauty who backstabbed him in the previous life and has not had time to retaliate now. Chi Suan wondered whether he should take advantage of this gap to send these 3 people off to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then deal with it. It's worth spending 3 days to solve the possible troubles. You can also learn more and consolidate your foundation in the meantime. As for saying that they didn't offend Chi Suan, this is true, but this is the end of the world, and these people are the closest people to the Reborn. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, and Chi Suan also admitted that he did something wrong. After all, this is murder, and he will not boast about how righteous he is. He is just purely selfish and wants to eliminate future troubles. Even if these 3 people may not know anything. A mission target with no intelligence? How can we catch it? Lu Yongfeng, the captain of the Cheetah Task Force, frowned. Chun Yubao narrowed his eyes. The other party killed number 7, and this potential alone is enough for you to worry about. Watching the Dawn has a large number of task forces as a force guarantee, which is naturally not just a simple fight and kill, but also various rescue, collection, protection and other related tasks. Reconnaissance and tracking are naturally part of the task force's responsibilities. We are not close to the headquarters building. It will take at least 8 hours to get there. By the time we get there, the people have already left. Lu Yongfeng gave his own explanation. Don't worry, he can't leave. The other party must have a purpose in coming to the headquarters building. There is a high probability that they have obtained the location of other experimental branches. You go there first and wait. I will provide you with real-time information, Chunibao said. He saw through the surveillance that there were traces of rummaging in the headquarters building. Zombies don't care about these things at all, so only humans will take action. Lu Yongfeng's face eased, which was reasonable. Okay, I will take the team to go immediately. Director Chunyu, you should lock the other party's location as soon as possible so that we can take action. In fact, Lu Yongfeng knew that even if the other party did not give him any support, he could only bite the bullet and go. After all, he is the son of the major shareholder. Then say hello to Director Chunyu on my behalf. Lu Yongfeng left after a human touch. Chapter 8. Warning, Violator, you killed a survivor, start to kill. X-level talent detected, failed to kill. Qi Xuan ignored the warning, his face was not very good. Are you so lucky? You only killed one. Qi Xuan came here to kill the 2 lucky sisters. As for the 3 holy widows of the reborn, they had been sent to death by him long ago. How could they be gone in a flash? However, the overloaded plasma bomb just now only hit the younger sister of the sisters, and the elder sister actually escaped. This was obviously not something she could detect in advance, and the range of the overloaded plasma cannon was not small, so the opponent could only escape by luck. How long will the cooling time be? Qi Xuan asked. After killing his sister, Qi Xuan could feel that something had been added to him, but it was only half, so it could not take effect completely. He guessed that perhaps because the protagonist's halo was divided between 2 people, Qi Xuan only killed one, so his destiny deep was not fully enhanced. It takes 1 minute. Close combat is not recommended. Stealth tracking is the main method. Wait until the cooldown is over before attacking. The enemy has a weapon that can penetrate armor. According to the data, it is initially determined to be a Glock 17 pistol. Sure enough, the protagonist's aura is indeed different. Even if he does not have the same foresight as the reborn, his luck should not be underestimated. With the armor value of Tai Sui, he can't stop the pistol at all. The initial armor is too low, which has always been the point where Qi Xuan criticized this SSS level armor. You don't have to think about it. You know that 1 point of armor value can't stop a pistol bullet at all, so it's also very troublesome to be hit by a bullet. Even after 10 years, hot weapons still have a strong position in the survivors group. They are convenient, long-range, powerful, and not as difficult to train as various extraordinary abilities. Naturally, they are favored by survivors. Of course, this is the case for the middle and lower levels, and the top survivors are naturally different. Did the other party notice us? Qi Xuan suddenly spoke. According to the data, the other party noticed. Before the intelligent brain finished speaking, a gunshot was heard. A bullet just brushed past the Tai Sui god, leaving a bullet mark on the armor. At the same time, nano-repair robots swarmed in, and began to repair the bullet mark. Your data is indeed very accurate, but it does not take into account the luck factor. Fortunately, her protagonist halo is not as good as my protagonist halo. The opponent's protagonist halo was only half left, so it brushed past Qi Xuan's Tai Sui god armor, and did not really hit him. It was equivalent to the opponent's attack coming, but Qi Xuan dodged it. This is normal. After all, Qi Xuan's destiny deep depth is enhanced by +1, which is not comparable to the opponent. Predicted that the luck factor load is too large. Tai Sui god is not enough to support the calculation operation. The answer of the intelligent brain means that it is not its fault, but Tai Sui god is not strong enough to support it. It's okay, I'm lucky. Don't worry about cooling and go straight to work. Use the overload mode. Don't worry about the explosion, Qi Sui said without hesitation. At this time, the opponent's protagonist halo is working. If I don't act immediately, there are still more than 30 seconds left. Who knows if there will be an accident? It was originally a fight between 2 noobs, and it was even more troublesome to lose the initiative. The intelligent computer did not warn, but obeyed Qi Xuan's instructions without hesitation. The previous misjudgment and Qi Xuan's successful judgment made the intelligent computer recognize Qi Xuan's luck in logical operation. At this time, it was natural to take action directly. The plasma cannon, which had not yet cooled down, was surrounded by various electric lights. After being overloaded again, its effect was even more terrifying, and a strange sound was produced. If it exploded, Tai Sui's armor would definitely not be able to block the plasma impact formed by the plasma cannon's explosion. At this time, the intelligent computer ejected the plasma bomb without hesitation, and at the same time used the energy of the supernova strong nuclear reactor for secondary cooling to prevent the plasma cannon from being damaged. No! A sharp female voice howled out. The other party obviously saw the movement of the plasma cannon, but she saw it, but it didn't mean that she could hide from it. She could only watch the huge plasma cannon swallow her up, and finally died. Warning, the two prompts of the Doomsday Game, warning and obliteration, appeared at the right time, but they had no effect on Chi Swayan. After the death of the Good Luck Sisters, the feeling in the dark was completely completed. Chi Swayan opened his attribute panel and found that Tianming Yushin had indeed obtained the effect of Strengthening +2, Strengthening +2, Strong Luck, compared to the super strong adaptability of the Reborn. I don't know how to use it for the time being, but this strong luck is like adding wings to a tiger for Chi Swayan. It seems that the main direction of the opponent's protagonist halo is luck. The bias of the protagonist's halo does have different types. If you think about it carefully, the three protagonists are all different: the foresight of the Reborn, the luck of the Lucky Sisters, and Chi Swayan's own virus. Of course, everyone has a good fortune as a foundation, plus effects such as turning misfortune into good fortune and turning disaster into blessing, but these effects will form different strengths due to bias. It's like letting Chi Swayan compare luck with the Lucky Sisters. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo being a native blessing of this world, he would definitely not be able to beat the other party. In addition, the protagonist's halo of these two people was divided into two, so it was severely reduced. Otherwise, if there was only one, it would not be so easy to kill. I just don't know if there are other protagonists in the Doomsday Game. Chi Swayan narrowed his eyes. Killing a protagonist and plundering their protagonist halo can make his protagonist halo gain additional enhancement effects. Every enhancement effect is a powerful helper for Chi Swayan, especially since these effects are passive effects that can be effective all the time and accompany him for life. How could the protagonist's halo be eliminated? After reaching S-level talent, there is basically no such thing as elimination. Let's go and touch the corpses now, hoping there will be something left. Chi Swayan looked at the mess not far away. The Good Luck Sisters were just like the mutant zombies at the beginning, with no bones left. In addition, as a violator killing a survivor, the Doomsday Game will definitely not drop anything. Yes, if a survivor kills another survivor, there is a chance that items will drop from the other party, but because the drop rate of the Doomsday Game is low, most survivors don't have any good things. Chapter 9. Don't mention it, Chi Swayan actually touched a skill book. Because it was produced by the system, it was not destroyed by the plasma cannon, but the pistol held by the elder sister of the Lucky Sisters was damaged. It is not accurate to say that it was dropped, because the other party carried it with him, which was actually a corpse. Otherwise, if it was really placed in the survivor's inventory, he would definitely not be able to get it as a violator. Survivors naturally have inventory, 100 cubic meters per person. Chi Swayan also has it, but because of his status as a violator, he could only take but not store. Then, because he killed 5 survivors, even his inventory was sealed, and now he can't open it, so he can only express his speechlessness. Fortunately, he has a subspace stable pocket, so he doesn't worry about having no place to store. It is estimated that the permission to kill survivors and drop items has also been blocked. Skill: lowest level enchantment poison. Learned successfully. Chi Swayan felt the enchantment knowledge suddenly poured into his mind. Fortunately, it was only the lowest level and a single element enchantment. Otherwise, with his physique, he might not be able to bear it. No, what's wrong with you? This thing is a passive skill. Why do I have to use it myself? Shouldn't I use it as soon as I think about it? Chi Swayan looked again and found that his skill bar was sealed, which meant that he could no longer learn other skills in the future. So I use a function, and you seal a function for me, right? Chi Swayan was speechless. But the good news is that this skill knowledge called lowest level enchantment poison has been obtained, but it cannot be used like the survivors, and you need to find a way to use it yourself. Fortunately, the skill panel can be opened. Minor enchantment poison. Quality: F. Effect: add poison effect when attacking, lasting up to 3 seconds. The effect cannot be superimposed. Tip: toxin effect is not equal to poison damage. Note: when the poison person's physique is higher than 1.5 points, the poison effect and duration are halved, and when the poison person's physique is higher than 2 points, the poison effect is invalid. No, how come this is different from the enchantment knowledge given to me? Chi Swayan found a very rigorous problem, that is, the description does not match the actual object. The skill provided by the Doomsday Game is a passive one, which can take effect as long as the attack is made, whether it is long range or melee. But what was given to him was a low-level poison element enchantment, which consumed magic power and poison, and enchanted the toxin, so that the enchanted item would carry the added toxin damage, and at the same time, there would be additional damage. The former is a skill, and the latter is a technique. If nothing unexpected happens, this lowest level enchantment, poison, is an enchantment from a fantasy world. Like the original venomous snake armor, they are all rewards from another world. After being obtained by the Doomsday game, it will be transformed into a reward suitable for the Doomsday game and distributed to the survivors. But I am a violator, not a survivor. I succeeded in learning, but normally I cannot learn or fail. After successfully learning, due to certain regulations, the lowest level enchantment, Poison, which is more suitable for survivors, was banned, and I was directly given the enchantment of low-level Poison element enchantment. This directly banned my entire skill system, which is a way to make up for the loss. As for making money, Chi Xuan didn't think so. I'm afraid it's a big pit. The low-level Poison element enchantment, as there is no change and directly came from the fantasy world to his deep world, the first thing to bear the brunt is compatibility. He has no magic power at all, so he can't use it, which means that the so-called low-level element enchantment is just a waste in his hands. And where can he find the so-called substitute? The second is poison and toxins. These things recorded in the low-level poison element enchantment, let alone finding them in his world, he has never even heard of them. What lava lizard saliva, black Tumgo's toad eyes, etc., all of them are products of the fantasy world. Super strong adaptability, can you adapt? Chi Xuan looked at the enhanced +1 super strong adaptability in his Destiny Deep. In general, it is divided into 3 steps, namely enchantment magic array poison as the main body, and then toxins and poisons as materials, and activated with magic power as energy. This is the step analyzed by the intelligent brain. So the core of the whole skill is this enchantment array that is like a circuit. Isn't it that way in their other world? They are all called low-level poison element enchantment, not low-level element enchantment or high-level poison element enchantment. Is it necessary to have so many? Chi Xuan said speechlessly. This low-level poison element enchantment is about as thick as a math book, and its content involves a lot of content that Chi Xuan can't understand. I can only put it aside for the time being. It won't be too late to learn it after I have acquired a lot of knowledge. As for letting the intelligent brain analyze it, the intelligent brain doesn't have the time. It has to teach Chi Xuan all kinds of knowledge while maintaining Tai Sui God to carry out various alerts, actions, and other matters. With the current number of evolutions of Tai Sui God, it is not enough to support so many operations of the intelligent brain. If the intelligent brain continues to analyze low-level poison element enchantment magic, the efficiency of other aspects will decrease. Chi Xuan does not have much demand for low-level poison element enchantment magic, and even no need. However, for other matters, it must be indispensable. It's a pit, but it's reasonable. After all, I am a violator, and it's normal to be targeted. Chi Xuan quickly adjusted his mentality. I am definitely angry. After all, the passive skill has become an active skill that consumes my own expenditure. No one is happy. More importantly, it can't be used. If it can be used, Chi Xuan won't say anything. Intelligent brain, what do you think of the potential of this low-level poison element enchantment magic? And secondly, what is the judgment of poison? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of something. That is, the concept of toxin is very broad but also different. For example, the Yusui virus serum is useful for humans, but it is highly toxic to zombies. If Chi Xuan can create a magic array to enchant the Yusui virus serum, wouldn't it be a direct killing of zombies? And if it is converted again, and the Yusui virus is used directly, it will be a disaster for the survivors. Insufficient data, unable to judge. Do you want to analyze it? The intelligent brain only entered the data and briefly translated it to Chi Xuan for explanation, without in-depth analysis, so it naturally doesn't know. No analysis. Chi Xuan directly rejected it. Why would he analyze this thing if he had nothing to do? Go to the 15th Material Laboratory branch. The Holy Widow and the Good Luck Sisters have been solved, so the next step is to consider the evolution of the Tai Sui God armor. Chapter 10. Enter, control, and kill mutant zombies. The whole process went very smoothly. Then, Chi Xuan obtained another medium concentration Yusui virus crystal, this time of C-grade quality. Chi Xuan felt that it might be because of his strong luck that the overall plan went very smoothly. However, before he had time to go to the warehouse of the number 15 Material Laboratory branch to obtain the corresponding materials to evolve the Tai Sui God, the intelligent brain took the lead to remind the laboratory that there was a higher authority interfering and trying to seize power from it. Even the other party did it more ruthlessly, locking the warehouse as soon as they arrived. With the computing power of the intelligent brain, it is temporarily impossible to unlock it. So the intelligent brain recommended Chi Xuan to leave as soon as possible. It's too late. Chi Suiyan heard the whistling fighter jets landing on the apron of the number 15 material laboratory. A dozen fully armed fighters quickly and skillfully blocked the entire area through physical means. It came so quickly. Chi Suiyan suddenly had no solution. A few days ago, he was just an ordinary person. It was good that he didn't collapse when he encountered the Doomsday. If he really had to deal with more than a dozen combatants, who were well equipped and experienced. If he really had this ability, he would be the legendary urban soldier king. It is recommended to use plasma cannon to forcibly fuse the warehouse door to obtain rock-hard C03 alloy and complete the Tai Sui God evolution as soon as possible. After obtaining the new module column, use plasma cannon as a module. After obtaining SSS-level weapon modules, the winning rate will be higher. Chi Suiyan was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought of using plasma cannon as a weapon module. In his impression, can you choose the module yourself? However, at this point, he gritted his teeth and agreed directly. The 3 consecutive overload plasma cannons successfully opened the warehouse door, and it can be confirmed that the plasma cannon is already half-wasted. It can be used twice at most, and the intelligent brain has used it 3 times, which means that if there is no way to turn the plasma cannon into an SSS-level weapon module, then this weapon basically can't think of using the overload mode again. It doesn't have this mode in the first place, but it is formed by the intelligent brain through the supernova strong nuclear reactor of Tai Sui God, which is a kind of damage in itself. It's just that the damage is within the tolerance range. This movement further allowed the combatants to lock Chi Suiyan's position, but now, he can't care about these. He entered the warehouse without hesitation and began to look for the rock-hard C03 alloy. This alloy is a special artificial alloy used by Watching the Dawn Company in the aerospace and chemical fields. It has high hardness, and is corrosion-resistant and wear-resistant. It is one of the hardest alloy materials developed by the company. The intelligent brain began to control Tai Sui to fuse the rock-hard Type 03 alloy, while Chi Suiyan was thinking, since the plasma cannon can be used as a weapon module, can this rock-hard Type 03 alloy work? So he asked the intelligent brain directly. After all, the intelligent brain is also a part of Tai Sui. It can be used as a module, but it is not recommended to do so. The evolution of Tai Sui itself relies on the armor attribute. The rock-hard Type 03 alloy can be used as an evolution material instead of wasting a module column position. Chi Suiyan took a look and found that he had only fused about 10 kilograms, and the armor had increased from the initial 1 point to 1.1. Wait, I have another question. If Tai Sui God fuses 10 kilograms of alloy, won't his weight also increase by 10 kilograms? Then, both his body shape and weight will become very bloated in the future? Chi Suiyan asked. Yes, but it is not an equal conversion. During evolution, 99% of the evolutionary energy will be supplied to the module system instead of Tai Sui God himself, so as to ensure that the module can operate in a limited manner. And don't worry, through the subspace stabilization pocket, Tai Sui God's weight can be transferred through certain technology. I understand. It's not that you gain weight as much as you eat, and you don't have to worry about weight, but you have to worry about body shape. You can use modules to make up for this problem later, right? Chi Suiyan quickly felt relieved. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for a behemoth to move in the future. Yes, so in the initial stage, as long as Tai Sui God's armor reaches 2 points, it will be considered to have completed the first evolution. After hearing the answer, Chi Suiyan was thinking about one thing, that is, in the subsequent evolution, can he use the Yusui virus crystal or the ancient Dian Kingdom jade seal? It's just that he needs weapons now, so he didn't consider it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if these two were turned into modules? Even if I think about it again, it doesn't seem to be very suitable. Tai Sui God lacks too many things, such as reconnaissance, protection, etc., which are more critical. After all, the Yusui virus crystal and the ancient Dian Kingdom jade seal are in his hands. He can install them slowly in the future. Instead, ensuring his own survival is the most important thing. The armor value quickly increased to 2 points. And this used up 100 kilograms of rock type 03 alloy. The armor value has indeed doubled, but it is still lame. You know, the D-level venomous snake armor has an armor value of 100 points. It's really a money-eating beast. The SSS level module consumes too much. The materials needed for evolution are basically provided to the module system, and Tai Sui God himself does not get much. So in fact, the evolution materials are not for Tai Sui God, but for the module column. In essence, it is to add an SSS level module, and unlock the power of some of the original SSS level modules. With this calculation, it is very worthwhile, so the armor problem does not need to be considered. The armor value can be regarded as the evolution progress bar. it is recommended to load the plasma cannon as a weapon module immediately. According to the data calculation, the enemy's arrival time is not enough for Tai Sui God to evolve again. And the next evolution? The amount of rock type 03 alloy is insufficient, and other materials need to be taken, and the required time will increase again. Please focus on annihilating the enemy. Chi Suiyan naturally listened to the advice, and ate a full meal. With the help of the intelligent brain, he loaded the plasma cannon into the module column of Tai Sui God with his weak body. In his heart, he couldn't stop praying that it must succeed, otherwise he would really die. The reason why the intelligent brain was not able to do it was because the intelligent brain was part of the Tai Sui God, and it did not have enough authority to control the module column. No one except Chi Suiyan had this authority. Module plasma cannon loaded successfully, a line of text appeared, and Chi Suiyan could not help but burst out with joy on his face. The text said plasma cannon, but when he opened the panel to check again, it had become an SSS-level module. SSS Interstellar Psionic Floating Cannon Swarm. A sci-fi floating cannon appeared next to Chi Suiyan, but it was a pity that the Tai Sui God was not powerful enough, and the original floating cannon swarm could only produce one. Before Chi Suiyan thought about it, the fully armed combatants arrived. Chapter 11. As the captain of the Cheetah Task Force, Liu Yongfeng had just arrived at the material warehouse, when he saw a dark ray shooting towards him. The task force watching the dawn had all received certain training and enhancement, so his body naturally had the corresponding biochemical transformation. But compared with those biological weapons, the biochemical transformation of the task force was more like genetic enhancement, so it still maintained a human form. Even in the face of a sudden attack, Liu Yongfeng was confident that he could dodge it. However, this confidence was only his judgment, not the actual situation. The dark light was extremely fast, and hit Liu Yongfeng's body in an instant. In an instant, Liu Yongfeng only felt that his body became extremely light, and his consciousness was floating. Before he could react, everything ended. As for the other members of the task force, they were completely shocked. In their field of vision, they saw that after their captain was hit, his body paused and turned into particles scattered all over the ground. And they were not flesh and blood particles, but strange particles that looked like carbonized particles. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. A mechanical voice came, and the task force members saw an armored man, but their focus was not why this thing appeared. Instead, a dark energy ball gushed out from the muzzle of a strange weapon floating next to the armored man. Although it was different from the ray that killed their captain, it was certain that this was not something they could block. So they turned around and ran as soon as they noticed it. Unfortunately, they were still a step slower. Even though they had been transformed, and were far beyond the reach of ordinary people, they were still not fast enough in front of the energy ball. Before they could run 2 steps, the energy ball had already landed. Unlike the rays, it was not silent after hitting, but exploded, forming a dark storm accompanied by impact and cutting properties, with the dual damage of blunt and sharp weapons. In an instant, the members of this task force were turned into a large number of broken limbs in the attack. Although they did not turn into particles, they turned into a carbonized state after death. The Cheetah Task Force was completely destroyed in one encounter. The one who took action was naturally the intelligent brain, and the attack method was naturally the SSS Interstellar Psionic Floating Cannon Swarm he had just obtained. The single attack mode is fine, but the range attack mode consumes a lot of energy. The second is durability. You can only attack 3 times in 24 hours, otherwise the floating gun can't bear it. Until Tai Sui evolves to a certain level, this floating gun can only be used as a temporary bodyguard. The floating gun has an intelligent system, can be connected to the intelligent brain, and does not occupy the computing power of the intelligent brain, which is an advantage. Therefore, the floating gun has the intelligent ability to independently determine attack, defense, follow, etc. Even if Chi Suiyan is a little worse, it is no problem to let it step on mines and scout, but you can't expect it to be very effective. There is only one floating gun, which seems to be a bit lame, but this is not his problem, but Chi Suiyan's problem. If he has enough evolutionary materials to evolve Tai Sui, then he will be a whole floating gun swarm. The reason why we can have one is that the module needs to be guaranteed. Otherwise, the strength formed by the number of evolutions of Tai Sui God is simply unbearable. Whose floating gun can only fire 3 shots at most in 24 hours. But the psionic attack is indeed strong. The psionic ray in the single mode is directly decomposed, and the psionic storm in the range attack has double damage. If the strength keeps up, the effect can be stronger. Before I can use the floating gun as a conventional weapon, I have to find a normal weapon to make up for it. The Cheetah Task Force originally had weapons on their bodies, but after being eroded by psionic energy, not only the people, but also their equipment were destroyed by psionic energy. Another thing is that Chi Suan needs an energy weapon similar to a plasma cannon. Otherwise, if he really chooses a conventional thermal weapon, he will have to worry about the problem of bullets. He has never touched a gun? It doesn't matter. The intelligent brain will do. His daily life is already occupied by learning various knowledge, so there is no need to learn firearms. This is not discrimination, but choice. His lack of firearms ability will not affect the present and the future, but without the corresponding knowledge, he cannot use the Yushin virus for his own benefit, which affects life and death. Without saying too much, just the fact that Tianning Yushin is X level means that the potential of the Yushin virus is far above that of Tai Sui God. It is probably not realistic to let an SSS level person analyze an X level one. Chi Suan is not confident that he can really successfully control the Yushin virus, but trying hard but not succeeding is completely different from not trying hard at all. If you really think that you don't have to work hard if you don't necessarily succeed, what's the difference between this and only doing high return risk-free business? There is such a business. It is not the turn of ordinary people, and the only thing that can meet this requirement is fraud. So there is no need to worry too much about these problems. As for taking the floating cannon out of the module column and turning it back into a plasma cannon, we will have a conventional weapon. This is possible, but the plasma cannon has been damaged, and it will still be damaged if it is taken down. The floating cannon is intact because it has been repaired by a group of nano-repair robots. If it is replaced with a plasma cannon, it is no longer a part of Tai Sui Shin and naturally cannot be repaired. Energy weapons are not that easy to find, but you don't have to make them. You can use other weapons instead. Chi Suan is not the kind of person who gets stuck in a rut. Saving his life is his first priority. But the most urgent task now is to give all the materials in this warehouse to Tai Sui Shin as evolution materials. After Chi Suan finished speaking, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui Shin to begin to evolve. The armor also began to grow little by little. By the way, with the potential of Tai Sui Shin, the evolution materials he needs are not limited to metals, right? Inorganic matter can be used as evolution materials, right? Chi Suan asked. Insufficient modules, unable to smelt materials other than metals, the intelligent brain responded. Chi Suan suddenly reacted at this time. If there are enough modules, wouldn't it be no longer limited to organic and inorganic substances, and everything can be used as evolutionary materials? Chi Suan suddenly said, yes, the supernova strong nuclear reactor is currently serving as the temporary transformation center, and because Tai Sui's evolution times are insufficient, only some metals can be used as high-quality evolutionary materials. Ordinary metals can be used as evolutionary materials, but the evolutionary energy converted after ingestion is limited, so that's it, it's still my problem. Chi Suan said softly, expensiveness is not Tai Sui's shortcoming, it's his shortcoming. Chapter 12. The armor of Tai Sui God stopped at 2.5. If he wanted to evolve again, he still needed 0.5 points of armor. Although he did not evolve and obtain a new module column, the SSS level modules on his body were slightly more powerful. Chi Suan understood that evolution does not mean that it will be effective only after it is achieved, but the increase of armor value will make the modules stronger. It will not be represented by an evolution until the armor value, that is, the strength of Tai Sui God, reaches the standard to carry a new SSS level module. So the later it is, the higher the armor required for evolution, because the more SSS level modules carried, the higher the strength of Tai Sui God. The entire evolution is not a direct qualitative change after accumulating enough energy, but a gradual transformation. If I increase the armor value, can I make Tai Sui God stronger to ensure the power of the module? Chi Suan asked again. The intelligent brain considered the long term and said that the armor can be increased, so there is no need to waste a module column, but for Chi Suan, this is life-saving. So he planned to use the rock-hard Type 03 alloy as the next module. At worst, he could replace it with a better module later. According to the calculation, the module power cannot be enhanced, it can only be used to enhance the defense of Tai Sui God. The armor value can be used as a progress mark during evolution, but it cannot be regarded as the evolution itself, which involves the evolution core program of Tai Sui God himself. Do you want to check the core program? No? Chi Suan didn't understand what he was looking for, and then asked, if I use the rock-hard Type 03 alloy as a module, what effect can I get? You can disassemble the SSS Interstellar Psionic Floating Cannon Swarm, and then load the solid rock Type 03 alloy into the module column for viewing. Chi Suan was silent when he heard the answer from the intelligent brain. He subconsciously forgot that this thing could be disassembled. However, not everything can be disassembled, such as the chaos quantum system and the supernova strong nuclear reactor. These two can be disassembled but cannot be really removed. Without these two, Tai Sui-shen is basically unable to move, and even impossible to use. Chi Suan tried it, and soon saw the new module. SSS Artificial Crystal Vein Alloy. The name is not bad, and then he opened the Tai Sui-shen panel and found the difference. Armor. 2.5. Plus 2.5. After the armor attribute, there is an additional attribute, and then he checked it through the intelligent brain. By comparison, it is probably that the new module gives an additional 100% armor increase. The percentage increase is really good. It is indeed worse than the fixed increase in the early stage, but the larger the value, the more considerable the percentage benefit. By the way, can I use these two modules interchangeably, and only replace the alloy with a floating gun when I encounter a tough enemy? Also, if I get more synthetic metal, can I add more armor percentage? Chi Suan asked. What? The original plan was to improve the various modules of Tai Sui God? Normally, this is true, but if you can fix the bug, why do you have to follow the rules to become stronger? One alloy module is 100%, so what about 3 or 5? 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and 8 becomes 16. As long as 10 artificial crystal vein alloys are stacked, 2.5 points of armor can directly have an armor increase of 2,560 points. If it is established, this module will continue to double due to stacking. But unfortunately, the intelligent brain gave Chi Suan a basin of cold water. The stacking is established, but only basic armor can be stacked, and additional armor cannot be stacked. Even if Chi Suan installed 10 alloy modules, he could only get a result of 2.5 by 10 in the end. So the bug is not stuck. Well, forget it. Chi Suan sighed. This is really a loss. But think about it again. Even if it can be established, Tai Sui God can't stand such stacking. It is recommended to use SSS Interstellar Psionic Floating Cannon Swarm as the main one. The additional 2.5 points of armor is not enough to form sufficient protection. On the contrary, through the floating cannon, it can have better flexibility. The intelligent brain gave suggestions again. After hearing this, Chi Suan finally changed the alloy back to the floating cannon. He is not responsible for the battle, so let's listen to the combat expert, the intelligent brain. The fighter plane that the enemy is riding has been taken over. Do you want to check the data? Hearing this, Chi Suan couldn't help but pause. Fighter plane? Yes, if you need, you can take a fighter plane to the island headquarters where Watch the Dawn is located. The intelligent brain will drive for you, however. Chi Suan didn't have so many ideas for the time being. According to the information you just fed back, there are obviously cyborgs and gene enhancers inside Watch the Dawn. With our 3 axes of floating guns, I'm afraid they are not enough. As for changing to SSS Artificial Crystal Vein Alloy after the battle, 2.5 points of armor can't stop pistol bullets. A headshot, Chi Suan has to watch a 30-second advertisement. If it really hits his chest, Chi Suan can't bear the pain. Not to mention that this is just a pistol bullet, there are stronger thermal weapons above. The pistol Chi Suan is talking about is definitely not those Desert Eagles, but normal police pistols. It can be taken over through network intrusion, and through, what is the success rate? Chi Suan didn't listen to the rest of the words, but asked directly about the success rate. 50%, even if it fails, you can get away with it. The intelligent brain is very smart. Chi Suan thought it was better to be cautious after hearing it. If there are 10 evolutions, Chi Suan dares to take a gamble, but it has only evolved once so far. What is the size of the fighter? Can it be put into the subspace pocket? Chi Suan asked. The subspace pocket cannot store fighters for the time being, the intelligent brain answered directly. Then find a place to put the fighter, Chi Suan said. This is his important means of transportation to the island. The intelligent brain immediately started to execute, while Chi Suan was thinking about why things turned out like this. As he reviewed the situation layer by layer, Chi Suan found a problem. I greeted the other party's mother, so the other party sent someone to kill me. No, why did I greet his mother at that time? Chi Suan was confused. Then he quickly reacted, I was dumbed down. He was not a person who easily swore, let alone greeted someone's mother. Now it seems that he was definitely dumbed down by the destiny deep on his body, and then he also dumbed down the opponent. Then, it developed like this. So there is some kind of opportunity for me on the island headquarters of Watching the Dawn? No, I can understand that you dumbed down the enemy, but why do you dumb me down? Chapter 13. Chi Suan quickly suppressed the matter of intelligence reduction. Since he couldn't resist anyway, he could only muddle through. However, it is certain that intelligence reduction did not really reduce his IQ, but made his behavior logic unconventional. After placing the fighter jets, Chi Xuan began to sweep various large laboratory branches of watching the Dawn Company, and obtained a lot of knowledge and evolution materials. During this period, he successfully raised the armor value of Tai Sui to 3, successfully achieved the number of evolutions 2, and opened a new module column. This allows the interstellar psionic floating cannon B colony and artificial crystal vein alloy to be put into battle. However, for the next evolution, the armor value needs to reach 4 points, and more evolution materials are required. The reason is simple. After all, the armor value can be regarded as a progress bar, but it is not the main beneficiary of the materials. The real beneficiaries are the module column and the module. When the number of evolutions is 0, only 5 SSS level module enhancements need to be provided, but when the number of evolutions reaches 2, 7 SSS level module enhancements need to be provided. If the materials required for evolution do not increase, wouldn't it be a big problem? The later you go, the higher the number of evolutions, the more materials are needed for each point of armor value increase, but the effect of the armor does not change. This is a defect of Tai Sui God, but fortunately it can be compensated by modules. An alloy module increases the percentage of basic armor once, and if the percentage is increased, it will be very impressive. It can only be said that the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Then, Chi Xuan began to conduct biochemical experiments with the assistance of the intelligent brain. It is not easy to reach the third evolution, so Chi Xuan plans to change direction temporarily. His learning efficiency is not slow, but it is too slow compared with the progress of the apocalypse. It is now the 3rd week after the apocalypse, and the third order mutant zombies have already appeared on the stage, and even the zombie lords have appeared. So he needs to improve his learning efficiency, so as to master a lot of knowledge as soon as possible. By stimulating the activity of the Yusui virus, and concentrating it in the brain while allowing the body to secrete corresponding hormones as a stimulus. It can eventually make the brain active and temporarily increase the mental attributes, so that my learning ability, thinking ability, and logical ability can be greatly improved. It's just this side effect. Chi Xuan looked at the bottle of virus medicine in his hand. This was made by Chi Xuan with a low concentration Yusui virus crystal. After taking it, it can make his strengthening effect last for 24 hours. Nowadays, the brains of those wild zombies running errands all have this low concentration crystal of the deep virus. As for those who want a high concentration, they can only find those zombies or mutant zombies created and released by the Watching Dawn Company. As for why he succeeded so smoothly, Chi Xuan really didn't dare to say that it was due to his own solid knowledge, but the assistance of the intelligent brain and his own destiny deep, and the help of the enhanced effect of strong luck. Luck played a big part, and he was still very self-aware. It greatly increased the degree of infection, and the physical fitness would continue to decline, and the symptoms on the body would be aggravated. But it doesn't matter. The first 2 problems can be recovered through death recasting, and the latter is to use the deep virus to stimulate adrenaline secretion. It's an illness, but it doesn't affect my study and thinking. The problem of adrenaline poisoning is even less of a problem. Death recasting can solve all worries. What Chi Xuan should consider is how to avoid wasting time. With the rate of decline of my physical condition, I can't survive for 24 hours, so the best way is to shorten the duration and enhance the efficacy of the medicine. It doesn't matter if I can't survive, shorten the time and enhance the efficacy at the same time, isn't it? Oh, and the process will be more painful to die. When it finally broke out, it must have been uncomfortable. I really thought that the Yusui virus was a good man. I can ask the intelligent brain to help me when the time comes. Chi Xuan muttered. Then he began to let the intelligent brain cooperate with him to further improve the potion, and named the potion Death Potion. This thing can also be used as poison. Well, in fact, it should be a poison, but Chi Xuan used it as a tonic for himself. A normal person will die after drinking it. After the Death Potion was made, Chi Xuan swallowed it without hesitation. The absorption efficiency was very fast. At that moment, Chi Xuan felt that his brain began to work quickly, and the originally obscure knowledge in his mind became clear at once. This is the feeling of being a top student, or a genius student. And I am a genius student plus. Then, Chi Xuan began various tests to see how much he had improved. The mental attribute is improving, and it seems that it should last until death, but it's a pity that it's only temporary. I have a photographic memory, and can do many things at the same time, and then my comprehension and thinking abilities are directly twice as much as before, and this multiple is still increasing with the degree of infection and the improvement of mental attributes. The higher the infection level, the more active the Yusui virus, the better my brain works. At the same time, the more physical conditions and symptoms there are, the more adrenaline is soaring. Qi Xuan's fever has now reached 40.5, and it is still rising. If nothing unexpected happens, in this state, with the life support device of Tai Sui God, I can live for 3 hours, and just use up the effect of the death potion. Even if there is waste, it's not much. Qi Xuan recorded the data while communicating with the intelligent brain. In my current situation, 1 day's efficiency can at least equal the previous month's learning efficiency. Okay, humans really have their limits. Qi Xuan complained, and then thought about whether there are any ways to improve the death potion. For example, continue to shorten the survival time while enhancing the efficacy. Anyway, he can be resurrected by watching a 30-second advertisement, and the stronger the efficacy, the better. Qi Xuan, whose brain is working better, soon began to transform the death potion for the second time with the inspiration formed by luck and the cooperation of the intelligent brain. 2 hours passed in a flash. Before Qi Xuan could stop, the intelligent brain directly controlled the deactivation of the expedition-level ecological circulation device. With a click, Qi Xuan died, and then began to reassemble. 3 hours is the limit, but it does not mean that Qi Xuan really has to wait for 3 hours, because after 2.5 hours, the infection level of the Yusui virus will reach about 88% of severe infection, and there is no need to really hold on. Die earlier to avoid being completely infected and turning into a zombie. It's done in an hour, so you can die 10 minutes earlier. It's equivalent to watching a 30-second advertisement every 50 minutes to revive. Chapter 14. I feel a bit dazed after dying so many times. Qi Xuan studied for 7 days in a row without sleep. During this period, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to search for evolutionary materials everywhere, while cooperating with Qi Xuan to study. The armor value was naturally improved, but not much. However, Qi Xuan couldn't bear it anymore, and died once every 50 minutes. I have to find a way to block my pain nerves. No, just let the Yusui virus destroy the nerves synchronously, so that I don't feel uncomfortable. Anyway, I only need my eyes, ears, and brain to study, and other places don't get involved. Qi Xuan thought more and more fiercely. With the death recast as a backup, he dared to put anything in. But in these 7 days, the harvest is really great. The latest death potion allowed Qi Xuan to learn almost all the relevant knowledge he needed in 7 days of high intensity and sleepless study. Multitasking, photographic memory, super learning, comprehension ability, thinking comprehension to the fullest, the result of risking one's life, the efficiency is naturally fast. However, it is not enough to study the Yushin virus in depth and improve one's F-level talent virus resistance Yushin, or even control the Yushin virus for one's own use. In terms of Yushin virus, he can only be regarded as a rookie, and the gap is still very large compared with the Watching Dawn company. Since the progress can't catch up with the other party, it doesn't matter, Qi Xuan can directly rob their information to serve as a stepping stone for himself. Relax for a while recently and recover your state. Qi Xuan is not tired physically and mentally, but he has died too much psychologically, and he thinks he may be a little abnormal. For example, he was indifferent to life. He didn't feel anything when he died, and he felt even less when others died. Therefore, he had no fear of death. It can only be said that good and bad are interdependent. Fear is not only bad, but also can produce awe and prevent oneself from being arrogant. Of course, Qi Xuan was not arrogant at all. After all, his physical condition did not allow him to be arrogant. With a physical fitness of 0.5 at present, Qi Xuan estimated that he was not even as good as an ordinary zombie. As time passed, even ordinary zombies began to gradually improve their physical fitness. According to the intelligence feedback collected by the intelligent brain, the average physical fitness level of ordinary zombies increased from 0.5 to 1 point, which means that the plight of the survivors is getting bigger and bigger. There is no so-called upgrade for survivors, so if you want to improve your attributes, exercise is the best way, but there is no way to break through the limits of the human body. The second is to get opportunities in the Doomsday world, such as the genetic enhancement and biological transformation of the Watching Dawn company. Finally, you can get attribute points by ranking through the activities of the Doomsday game, but the rewards of such activities are usually only available to the top 3. The stinginess of the Doomsday game is indeed obvious to all. Qi Xuan doesn't know why the Doomsday game does this. But it's none of his business, because none of these 3 ways to improve are suitable for him. As for Qi Xuan's physique, there is no such thing as training. The physique of 0.5 is still the peak value when he just died and recast. As the infection level increases, the physique will continue to decline. At that time, let alone panting after walking a few steps, it will be a matter of whether he can walk. However, Qi Xuan also found an interesting thing, that is, after taking a large amount of death potion, the enhanced +1 super adaptability of Tianming Yusui seemed to take effect. Even if he did not take the death potion, when his infection level increased, his mental strength would also increase synchronously. The preliminary estimate is that the mental strength would increase as much as his physical strength decreased. This is equivalent to the worse his physical strength is, the stronger his mental strength will be. It is a special passive. Of course, the passive is also limited. It can only improve the mental strength when the infection level increases and the physical strength decreases. There is naturally no way to reduce the physical strength in other ways. However, if further stimulated, there may be enough improvement. Intelligent brain, does this mean that if I continue to survive in a harsh environment, the super adaptability will gradually give me the corresponding resistance? Qi Xuan asked. Yes, but it is not recommended that you do it now. At present, the main focus is on the Yusui virus. Qi Xuan did not hesitate to let the intelligent brain inject him with a death potion again. This is much faster than taking it directly, and the effect will be stronger. I know how to improve virus resistance next. Qi Xuan consulted the intelligent brain and began to continuously calculate the inspiration he had thought of. Virus resistance is the core, and super strong adaptability is auxiliary, plus the precarious antibodies in my body. I want to use the Yusui virus for my own benefit, so the first thing to do is to have the ability to suppress the virus. Virus resistance is resistance, but the Yusui virus is too powerful, and most humans have no way to resist it. Suppression is different from suppression and restraint, which is equivalent to the premise of changing the attack and defense. The original invader was the Yusui virus, and when Qi Xuan was able to suppress the Yusui virus, the other party became a turtle in a jar. After changing the situation, Qi Xuan can find a way to control the Yusui virus in his body little by little. Yes. Qi Xuan looked at the final result and couldn't help but smile. Intelligent brain, inactivate and reborn. After recasting, Qi Xuan looked at the data in his hand, and then began to use the death potion for secondary improvement. The antibody is too ignorant, but it doesn't matter. Through super strong adaptability, the antibody is changed. Let the antibody in my body change from the original defender to the slave-catching team. The target of capture is naturally the Yusui virus, otherwise what else can it be? But in this way, the cost, this is not something I should consider. The cost is the Yusui virus crystal. The mutant zombies now have this thing, but the concentration is different. The intelligent brain controls the Tai Sui god, and a lot can be obtained in a day. Especially since he had seized a weapons depot before, Qi Xuan was not short of hot weapons. So he did not go too much to hunt zombies. But as time went by, the high-stage mutant zombies had already developed superpowers, which made Qi Xuan speechless about how the zombies' mutation and evolution speed was so fast. Why couldn't he have such a growth rate? Fortunately, the high-stage mutant zombies were only a minority after all, and the strength of zombies was naturally divided into a pyramid structure. The higher they were, the stronger they were, and the fewer they were. Otherwise, if there were really strong people everywhere, the survivors would not be able to survive. According to the data, the results will be available in about 10 days. If successful, F-level virus resistance will evolve into E-level virus suppression. Chapter 15. 10 days passed in a flash. Qi Xuan's life was very peaceful, and he was studying every day. However, the frequency of the death potion was reduced, but the improvement of the Yusui suppression potion from the death potion was intensified to improve his own talent. The effect is still very obvious. At least the speed of his own infection level has been greatly reduced. Until today, Qi Xuan successfully saw that his talent has changed. E-level talent. Virus suppression Yusui. If there is no Yusui suffix, only virus suppression, it is estimated to be at least an A-level talent. The suffix means that this talent can only be effective against the Yusui virus. If you change a virus, the suppression ability will be invalid. This is naturally not a big deal for Qi Xuan. If other viruses enter his body, his immune system will be scrapped, but he must first pass the Yusui virus. With his transformation of the Yusui virus antibodies in his body, he directly turned the Yusui virus into a line of defense for his own immunity. It does sound very problematic, but he has the aura of the protagonist, and it is 3 times the aura of the protagonist. It can be said that the heaven and earth are on the same side. Although his own contribution accounts for a much higher proportion this time, it is undeniable that luck still helps. Luck is also a part of strength. Qi Xuan will naturally not deny or despise himself for relying on luck. As for others' contempt, It is because they don't have it. If they really have it, they will probably use it more happily than Chi Swayan. Now it seems that the core of the system I built with the Deep virus is not Destiny Deep or Death Recast, but this E-level talent. Otherwise, without the Deep virus and the Deep virus for my use, these two talents would not work. And it can be successfully evolved, so it can be confirmed that the prototype of the devouring evolution of the Zombie Master is it. This means that the classification of talents in the Doomsday game is wrong. The gap between high-level and low-level talents is only caused by insufficient talent cultivation. The Reborn can evolve the primary regeneration into an immortal body, not only because of his superdimensional evolution, but also because the talent itself has growth potential. It's just that the survivors have been running for survival, and there is no suitable environment for cultivation and excavation, so the idea of fixed talents will appear. Of course, Chi Swayan did not deny the ability of the Reborn to evolve superdimensionally. After all, this talent can not only evolve talents and skills, but also equipment and props. It is really extraordinary. But my current virus suppression is probably unable to become the devouring evolution talent of the Zombie Master. Chi Swayan's transformation of himself is completely different from that of the Zombie Master, so it is naturally impossible to have completely consistent talents. The virus resistance in the past was just a blank sheet of paper for Chi Swayan. In the hands of the Zombie Master, it was devouring evolution, but it was not necessarily in his hands. However, Chi Swayan did not need the talent of devouring evolution. The one that suits him is the strongest, instead of thinking about changing his mind. It is impossible for the Zombie Master to be born. Why would Chi Swayan do anything stupid? The next step is to sprint all the way to the number of evolutions of Tai Sui God to obtain a new module column. Without sufficient strength, you can't defeat the Watch Dawn company. Most of Watch Dawn's research on the Yusui virus is stored in the real headquarters on the island. There is also a small amount of information available to the outside world, but it is only of a relatively low level. Of course, it is not just the research on the Yusui virus. A large number of illegal experimental projects are all on the island. The island is located in the high seas, and is occupied by Watch Dawn, and it also has a large number of military forces for defense. If you want to go there, you will just be looking for death if you don't have enough strength. Suspected survivors approach. Chi Swayan received a reminder from the intelligent brain. He is in a biological laboratory of Watch Dawn, and the monitoring system and protection system are naturally taken over by the intelligent brain. And it also eliminates the interference of higher authority. The location he occupies is not a branch of Watch Dawn, so the control is not that strict. In addition, the number of Tai Sui God's evolutions has reached 2, allowing the intelligent brain to exert more computing power, which can be completely controlled. It can only be said that there are various factors. What's going on? Turn the screen over, Chi Swayan said directly. Then, the projection screen entered Chi Swayan's field of vision. I'm familiar with this routine. Chi Swayan couldn't help but laugh. There was indeed a survivor who sneaked into the biological laboratory where he was. According to the memory of the Reborn, it was still a big shot in the previous life. Chi Swayan has read novels about the routine of rebirth. Anyway, you can meet the famous strong men in the previous life in any corner. More importantly, the other party has not grown up yet, so it's a good opportunity to subdue the other party, or intercept the other party's opportunity. If it is the former, it may be a beautiful woman. This is what Chi Swayan is facing now. It's not a problem for a woman to become a strong person. The problem is that it's been so long, and she still looks so bright and beautiful. Chi Swayan touched her chin and came to a conclusion. There is an opportunity. Grab. As for being tempted by the other person because of her beauty, it's the end of the world. How can the small head control the big head? So killing and robbing is the proper way to survive. Is it more beneficial to subdue the other party? Chi Swayan doesn't need any companions. As long as Tai Sui Shan has the corresponding module, how difficult is it to explode the troops? Human nature is complicated, and the Reborn has a lesson. What's more, Zhang Wuji's mother said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Turning the other party into an opportunity is what Chi Swayan should do. Forget about the floating gun. Don't use this thing. If there is really no body left, there may be no chance. Find a sniper rifle and shoot him in the head. Chi Swayan's idea is very simple. Try to keep the body intact. It is recommended to capture it alive. You need a test subject to further experiment and study the Yusui virus. It is recommended to use a strong anesthetic gun. The intelligent brain gave Chi Swayan a reminder, meaning not to waste it. Otherwise, Chi Swayan would use himself as a test subject every time. It is economical, but it is inconvenient after all. It is best to have a living sample. It has to be you. You didn't take the death potion, so there are still some omissions. Chi Suan felt that the intelligent brain did a very good job in helping him find and fill in the gaps. This is my obligation, okay, then leave it to you. Chi Suan did not plan to go into battle himself. With his mediocre skills, he let the intelligent brain control Tai Sui to do it. It is a big taboo for an amateur to guide an expert. Chi Suan is not arrogant enough to think that his operation will be smoother and more perfect than that of the intelligent brain. Chapter 16. Xiaoling cautiously entered this well-preserved biological laboratory. According to the information she collected, this is a laboratory under the Watch Dawn Company. Here, she may be able to obtain the virus serum she needs. As a top 10 survivor, she naturally dug deep into the background of this doomsday world. Therefore, she knew that this deep virus was related to the Watch Dawn Company. In fact, she also went to the headquarters of Watch Dawn, but before she arrived, the headquarters had collapsed for unknown reasons. She didn't find what she wanted in the ruins at all, which can be said to be nothing. But it doesn't matter, she also gained something in other places. She even got a reward for the Doomsday game, 0.1 attribute points. In addition to the activity ranking, there are naturally other ways to get system rewards. That is to explore the world and hand in the things needed for the Doomsday game, and you can get corresponding rewards. It's just that this way of getting rewards is based on the exploration of the Doomsday world, and it is extremely difficult, which is not suitable for most survivors. Only survivors like her who are at the top of the list have the energy to explore the world after surviving. Warning, the Violator is 1 kilometer away from you. Tip: kill the Violator and you will get a generous reward. Note: the Violator is very powerful, and has killed 5 survivors. Xiaoling couldn't help but look shocked. There are actually Violators in the Doomsday game? As for killing 5 survivors, it's not a big deal for her. Who among the survivors who have survived to this day doesn't have 1 or 2 lives on his hands? But what really caught her attention were these 3 reminders. The normal order should be reminder, attention, and warning, but this time, warning was actually ranked first. In addition, the strength of the attention showed that the Doomsday game did not think she could kill this Violator. Retreat? Xiaoling subconsciously wanted to run, but she, who was originally decisive, hesitated. The main reason was the 4 words generous reward in the reminder. At least she had never seen a reward of this level until now. If she really killed this Violator, wouldn't it mean that she would continue to expand her advantage with this reward? Not to mention much, as long as she maintained the first place in several activities, it would not be impossible for her to become the first survivor. Then let's take a gamble. Xiaoling did not feel that there was anything wrong with her behavior. It was not uncommon to fight desperately. In the Doomsday, how could you not fight desperately? She had seen powerful mutant zombies and fellow survivors with ulterior motives. She immediately took out a rifle she had obtained. Bullets were extremely precious to her. She would not use them unless they were used to deal with mutant zombies. Xiaoling's movements froze as soon as she loaded the rifle. Because she saw a scene she would never forget. The person who came out was not a person, but a humanoid life like a robot, and the other party also had a gun in his hand. According to her observation, it was a tranquilizer gun. In an instant, Xiaoling understood the other party's idea, which must be to capture her alive. So she pulled the trigger without hesitation and wanted to fire, but the opponent was faster and fired the anesthetic needle before she pulled the trigger. The anesthetic needle went straight into her shoulder. She didn't know what anesthetic the opponent used. The effect of the drug was very fast. She didn't have time to fight back. She was conscious. Then she lost consciousness. The prediction was good. Fortunately, the opponent didn't fire, otherwise it would be uncomfortable to be hit by a volley of bullets. Chi Suan said. Tai Sui has a nano-repair robot colony, and Chi Suan has death recast, so there is no need to worry about damage and injury. But it hurts when the bullet hits the body. Chi Suan is not a pervert. Why should he hurt himself for no reason? Start touching the corpse, and see if there is any opportunity. The intelligent brain moved very quickly, and soon found a bottle of special medicine. Secondary solid clearing serum. Quality, D. Effect. After wearing, immune to 1 infection of the deep virus, the item will be consumed after the effect is used. Is this item an item? How did she get it? Chi Suan remembered that Xiaoling was indeed a survivor at the top of the pyramid in her previous life, but she was never ranked in the top 3 in this event. So where did the other party get this D-level item? Either it was obtained from the branch left behind by watching the Dawn, or from the Doomsday game. Chi Suan actually prefers the former, but looking at this effect, it is a bit similar to the effect of the most secondary enchantment, Poison, that Chi Suan obtained at the beginning, just like the passive of the rule type. Immune to one infection of the deep virus, no mention of the degree of infection, no mention of the intensity of infection, indicating that it is definitely removed. From this point of view, the rewards produced by the Doomsday game are small, but even if the quality is low, there are certain rules in it. If the guess is right, then the small reward is understandable. What's the use of this thing for me? It can't let me directly remove the infection of the deep virus on my body. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. The other party came all the way to give it to me. The opportunity is either her or this D-level item. First of all, exclude her, etc., but it doesn't have to be excluded. If her talent is special enough, maybe she could also help me study the deep virus. Could it be that because my strategy changed from the resistance army to the slave hunting team, the luck of Destiny Deep began to change, and no longer wanted me to become the zombie master? After the talent virus was suppressed, Chi Xuan's race and camp had actually begun to deviate from humans, and instead transformed towards the camp of the deep virus. So Destiny Deep is naturally not static. It needs to be confirmed again. If the direction is really correct, the effect of the complete Destiny Deep will definitely be stronger. As for the downgrade after leaving the deep world, Chi Xuan naturally has to find a way to confirm what is, so as to ensure that his talent will not be downgraded. This is also to save his own life. Once Destiny Deep changes from X level to SSS level, Chi Xuan will have no way to resist the annihilation of the Doomsday game. He can live until now, relying on the X level talent as a resistance. So even if the development direction is wrong, he has to find what is hiding. He suspects that this thing is the source of the deep virus, so it goes without saying where it is. It must be in the hands of the Watching Dawn Company, otherwise where else can it be? It can't be in the ruins of the ancient Yen Kingdom. Chapter 17. There is something in the memory of the Reborn. Where did he get this information? Chi Xuan dissected Xiaoling and searched through the memory of the Reborn again. He found an interesting point. That is, the Reborn actually knew the talents of many strong people. As for the channel of knowing, it was heard. But this is obviously heard correctly. Xiaoling's talent is the SS level talent Bloody Fighting Will. The worse the state is, the stronger the combat power is. However, this increase is based on the two attributes of spirit and physique, and there is no way to become infinitely stronger. Before the dissection, Chi Xuan naturally tortured Xiaoling, got the other party's confirmation, and also obtained some information. As for the truth, this is not known for the time being. The follow-up is to dissect it and experiment with the Yusui virus. What? The other party is a woman? Chi Xuan's behavior is too crazy. In his opinion, men and women are equal, and it doesn't matter who comes. Besides, his protagonist Halo seems to have inherited the characteristics of the Reborn to attract women. All the survivors he met before were women. What does this have to do with him? He doesn't have to find a woman. If it's a man, he will end up like this. Found it. Chi Xuan immediately extracted the source of the other party's talent, based on the body's hormone-induced physical reaction, and successfully separated it. It seems that the opportunity is not only the secondary solid removal serum in Xiaoling's hand, but she herself is also part of the opportunity. Although my method of use may be a little wrong, it doesn't matter, as long as it works. According to normal logic, it must be to subdue the other party, whether as a subordinate or a harem. More beautiful women must be more pleasing to the eye. However, Chi Xuan chose to squeeze out the value. Adrenaline variant Chi Xuan looked at the hormone, compared it, and found the source of the bloody fighting spirit. But compared with the regular adrenaline, this variant of adrenaline has been optimized for the Doomsday game, and will not cause problems or even poisoning due to excessive use. Of course, there are also disadvantages, that is, it cannot be actively mobilized by itself, and can only be passively mobilized when the body and spirit are weak. It doesn't seem to be very useful to me. Chi Xuan's physique is too low, and because of the Yushin virus, it is difficult to increase even if he wants to. But it's better than my own adrenaline. I can try to use it as the raw material to transform the death potion. When I take the death potion, my body's overload can be more vigorous. The disadvantage is that this thing seems to be a bit difficult to produce. If you want it, you could only extract your own adrenaline first and then transform it. Intelligent brain, estimate the cost. Chi Xuan certainly wanted it, but he also had to consider the cost. If you want this talent, it is impossible to get exactly the same, but if through destructive transformation, my body can also secrete this adrenaline variant, it is actually possible. How to do it is very simple, just let the body adapt. It's nothing more than a painful process. Cut your body more, and then die dozens of times more. It is unrealistic to completely replicate. He can see that the SS level bloody fighting spirit talent is based on the variant adrenaline, and it is constantly improved through physical and mental strength. He only got the basics, not everything. After all, it's an SS-level talent, so it's definitely not that simple. As for getting everything, I'm afraid it's impossible. Xiaoling will definitely not live to grow up. The cost list has been listed. It is recommended that you use destructive transformation to enable yourself to have the ability to secrete this adrenaline variant, which will have a higher overall benefit. Qi Xuan looked at a series of comparative data and costs, and his face turned black. Of course I know that it costs more to have this ability, but the problem is the pain. As for me now, except when I took the death potion, I never stopped taking painkillers. Qi Xuan's body can be said to be suffering from illness. Fortunately, the torture is too much, and his super adaptability has made him almost adapt to it. It is estimated that he will adapt to this torture after being tortured by illness for another 3 to 5 months. The premise is that the painkillers are still effective before then. The report you compiled shows that the mutant hormone has extremely high sedative and analgesic effects, and can greatly improve concentration and enhance logical thinking and other related abilities. During the destructive transformation process, the degree of pain will be effectively reduced, that's right, but for Qi Xuan, he is a witness. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Okay, inject me with 3 times the death potion, and I will study it further. There is no way to deal with the pain point. In order to become stronger, you have to endure the torture you should endure. Even because he died more, his mental attributes began to slowly improve. This improvement is a permanent improvement, unlike the temporary overdraft damage improvement when taking the death potion. It's just that the improvement is too small, and the attribute panel has not increased. It is based on the data feedback from the intelligent brain monitoring. It's not because of the death enhancement, but because in the process of experience, Qi Xuan's spirit has been effectively trained, and it must cooperate with the death recasting. If he can't be resurrected, he will never come back to life after death, let alone using such an extreme method to enhance his spiritual attributes. You idiot! Chun Yu was very angry. Because of a small matter, his son actually asked the Cheetah Task Force to do it. As a result, the Cheetah Task Force was completely wiped out. Do you think that I am the major shareholder of your father, and I can cover the sky with one hand in the watching the dawn? It's okay to lose number 7 and the Cheetah Task Force, but you dare to conceal it until now. If the intelligence department hadn't sent me the news, I wouldn't know that such a big thing happened in the central region. Several branches and laboratories were taken down. How dare you hide it from me? Chun Yu pointed at Chun Yubao's nose and cursed. When facing his old father, Chun Yubao was timid and had no prestige of a supervisor. After being tired of scolding, Chun Yu finally spoke. Fortunately, it's not too late. You can capture the man alive and redeem yourself. An ordinary person who has not been transformed can achieve this level, which is definitely a good experiment for the Yusui virus. Me? Chun Yubao pointed at his nose and asked in a daze. But I'm just an ordinary person. I know, so it's time for you to accept the transformation of the Yusui virus. Chun Yu said lightly, his tone seemed very indifferent. As soon as this sentence came out, Chun Yubao's heart sank to the bottom. How could he not understand what his father meant, that is, to make himself a biological weapon? Dad, I'm your son, how can you? Chun Yubao couldn't help questioning. Don't worry, it's not a biological weapon transformation, it's the latest achievement. Chun Yu interrupted the other party and said directly. Chapter 18. Strong antiseptic. If there is no corresponding protection, this thing is the same as a fever. Either you die or the virus dies. No possibility of survival. The secondary solid removal serum in Qi Xuan's hand has become fragmented. Unfortunately, in addition to the normal removal serum, there are still many problems, such as the effectiveness principle, protection technology, etc. This should come from the higher level of rules of the Doomsday game. Qi Xuan could not fully analyze the secondary solid removal serum. For example, he knew how to immunize the Yusui virus once, which was directly a strong antivirus. But he didn't know why the survivors could survive under the strong antivirus. This thing is aimed at the Yusui virus, but it is not only effective against the Yusui virus, but also has fatal damage to the human body. Normally, if an ordinary person really uses the secondary solid removal serum, there are 2 outcomes, either dying before the Yusui virus, or dying after the removal. There is no possibility of survival at all. For me, it is somewhat useful. Although it cannot be used to remove the Yusui virus, it can be further used as a stimulus and initiative. The current situation is that the Yusui virus is being restrained by the antibody slave hunting team in his body, but this does not mean that Qi Xuan has controlled the Yusui virus. It can only be regarded as a temporary siege at most. Over time, the Usui virus is likely to mutate further. The Usui virus certainly has the ability to mutate, otherwise where do those mutated zombies come from? The Usui virus in Chi Suiyan's body is a regular Usui virus, but it is unrealistic to say that it will not mutate after a long time. So what he had to do was to make the mutation of the Yushin virus change in a direction that was favorable to him. However, this project was not easy, and he lacked a lot of knowledge and experiments. Although after the destructive transformation, his body could secrete the mutant adrenaline possessed by the SS-level talent Bloody Fighting Will, allowing him to withstand higher death potions to enhance his own thinking logic. With his luck, the research has been going smoothly, but he is a latecomer after all, and even with the assistance of the intelligent brain, it is still a long way to catch up with the progress of the Watching Dawn company. After adapting for a while, the concentration of the death potion can be directly increased by 10 times. Chi Suiyan estimated. After having the mutant adrenaline, the amount of death potion used by Chi Suiyan soared from 1 time at the beginning to 2 times. So he can't live for more than 55 minutes now, and he has to watch a 30-second advertisement to revive. Generally speaking, he would die in about 30 minutes, and the cause of death was not suicide, but the mental amplification formed by the death potion was too huge, making his body unable to bear it. The cause of death now is no longer premature inactivation, but the brain is directly burned into paste. Only he can be resurrected, otherwise Chi Suiyan would not dare to do such a thing. It's just that the sequelae are a bit serious. We have to find a way to change it. Intelligent Brain, do you have any suggestions? Chi Suiyan asked. The intelligent brain is controlling Tai Sui-shin to take Chi Suiyan everywhere, to collect the necessary evolution materials, but the effect is relatively poor. Tai Sui-shin is too picky, and the demand for quantity is large. If there is no help from other modules, it is still difficult to improve. It is SSS level quality anyway, and unlimited growth must be difficult. You can try to release a huge amount of dopamine through neurons to. Chi Suiyan was speechless when he heard the words of the intelligent brain. The intelligent brain's judgment of him was getting weirder and weirder. It started to make destructive changes to himself. Of course, he knew about dopamine. As a neurotransmitter, it has multiple physiological functions in regulating the central nervous system. And it is also the premise of adrenaline. The specific mode of action is that dopamine is released by neurons and sends signals to other nerve cells to help cells transmit pulse signals. In the role of the intelligent brain, it is equivalent to letting Chi Suiyan reach 100 times the concentration of death potion as soon as possible and live more. With a physical strength of 0.5 at the peak, Chi Suiyan and the intelligent brain played several times the effect. Good suggestion. Chi Suiyan was speechless, but don't say it, it really worked. It can be further stimulated by the activity of the Usui virus, and combined with the mutant adrenaline, it can achieve a similar effect to the explosion of species. Chi Suiyan knows that dopamine is not a substance that makes people feel happy, but actually enhances the intensity of motivation, which is probably equivalent to the desire or aversion of people being driven by dopamine to achieve or avoid realization. Therefore, it not only has the ability to regulate emotions, but also can regulate physical movement, cardiovascular activity, and other effects. So if the mutant dopamine stimulated by Usui is combined with the mutant adrenaline, Chi Suiyan can make his physique and spirit soar directly in a short time. Without saying too much, the physique is estimated to increase from 0.5 to about 1.5 points, and the spirit will be higher because of the super adaptability. The price, of course, is death, which is comparable to the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Chi Suiyan estimated that he could jump from a weakling to a top survivor. The Doomsday game does reward attribute points, but this kind of reward is rare, and it is not 1 point at a time, but 0.1 point. Except for the Reborn with Foresight, it is highly unlikely that any survivor can obtain 1 attribute point in a short period of time. Warning, you have violated the rules and killed a total of 100 survivors. Begin to execute strong elimination. The Doomsday game warning appeared in front of Chi Suiyan. On the way out to find evolutionary materials, it is inevitable to encounter survivors. These survivors will be reminded by the Doomsday game when they encounter him as a violator within a certain range, so most of them will run away when they see Chi Suiyan. A small number of them dare to resist, and it is estimated that they will be rewarded if they kill themselves. Therefore, on the road, as long as they meet a survivor, the intelligent brain will control the Tai Sui god to kill him directly. It didn't take long before they gathered 100 people. No way, there is a powerful kill. Chi Suiyan suddenly became uneasy. Could it be that even his X-level talent could not withstand it? It must be very powerful to be able to use the word powerful. Test. Seeing the warning of failed kill appear, Chi Suiyan breathed a sigh of relief. His protagonist's halo was strong enough to really hold on. However, this is not over yet. Soon a series of new prompts appeared. When Chi Suan finished reading, his face became a little strange. If you can't kill me, you plan to turn me into a boss and let all the survivors kill me? The problem is that they can't beat me. Isn't this the same as sending yourself to die? Chapter 19. Permanent Event Violators. Yes, the Doomsday game that failed to kill Chi Suan several times directly launched a permanent event. Most of the time, the event has a time limit, but this time, there is no time limit. And every half an hour, Chi Suan's location will be reported to the survivors to confirm the location. Everyone is struggling to survive, and you let them die. The number of survivors who died at the hands of Chi Suan was also displayed in real time in the event. At the beginning, it is estimated that some people still wanted to kill Chi Suan to get a generous reward, but after too many people died, they would definitely not dare. They are here to survive, so who would be so stupid as to make it more difficult for themselves? I just don't know if the survivors will besiege me. Chi Suan can be sure that the survivors will definitely not come here to play alone. The biggest possibility is that they will come together. He is not afraid, because the 3 axes of the floating cannon on his body are still powerful, and he can run away if it doesn't work. As long as the energy of Tai Suan is not exhausted, he can run forever. Chi Suan is not afraid of endurance. As for speed, I won't mention it, it's just average. Armor value is actually similar to the physique of Tai Suan, but 1 point of armor cannot correspond to 1 point of physique, so attack, defense, speed, etc. are all linked to the attribute of armor value. However, if the corresponding modules are loaded, it's another matter, such as weapon modules, shield modules, flight modules, and other corresponding modules, which can improve the proportion to a certain extent. For example, the floating gun in Chi Suan's hand, after loading, the attack power is naturally far better than the normal attack level of Tai Suan. After all, the core of Tai Suan's infinite evolutionary characteristics is to obtain additional amplification through modules. Tai Suan is more like a carrier for loading modules. Detecting tracking signals, shielding and anti-tracking are in progress. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in the intelligent brain. What's going on? Chi Suan didn't quite understand who would track him for no reason. Turn on psionic energy to destroy the magnetic field. Strong shielding force field turned on. As soon as the voice fell, a dark glow immediately burst out from the floating cannon, spreading out with Chi Suan as the center, and all electronic equipment within a radius of 100 meters burst into sparks. The floating cannon is indeed a weapon, but it is a high-tech weapon, and it also has independent intelligence, which means that it is not necessary to use psionic energy according to the attack method of the floating cannon. It can also be controlled intelligently to allow psionic energy to spread out in a weak energy way, forming a blow to modern electronic equipment and forming a higher intensity shielding effect. Fortunately, the modules on Tai Suan and the floating cannon are of SSS quality. Otherwise, whether it is the module or Tai Suan itself, as long as the quality is 1 level lower, it will fail. After the completion, the intelligent brain immediately controlled the Tai Suan god and took Chi Suan away from the scene. It was unknown whether it was safe or not, but the enemy had definitely locked the position, so the intelligent brain's idea was very simple, which was to ambush and kill the enemy. Preliminary speculation was the Watching the Dawn company. According to calculations, the Doomsday game could not be directly interfered with, and the survivors did not have the corresponding technological means. The intelligent brain quickly found a commanding height and took out a sniper rifle. After filling the ammunition, it began to be alert. At the same time, the floating gun also entered the combat mode. Once there was any movement, it would launch an attack immediately. After settling down, the intelligent brain explained the cause and effect to Chi Suan. However, because it was speculation, it was not clear who the enemy was for the time being. Satellite positioning or monitoring system? Chi Suan asked. The Watching Dawn company naturally has its own satellite, and with the technological capabilities they have demonstrated, they can definitely control the monitoring system that is still functioning now. Even Chi Suan guessed that they have their own artificial intelligence, but in terms of intelligence, it is likely that they are not as smart as his intelligent brain. However, they have better equipment, better environment and resources, which can not only make up for the gap, but also far surpass the intelligent brain that cannot fully exert its effect. Confirmed to be a monitoring system, according to orbital calculations, the satellite position cannot be effectively located at this time. This is good news for Chi Suan. If you really want to go on the satellite, it will be a troublesome thing. At that time, you have to rely on the floating gun to continuously release psionic energy to keep yourself in a shielded state at all times. This means that the floating gun will not be able to be used. The floating gun has intelligence, but after all, there is only one, and it cannot output two different frequencies of psionic energy at the same time. After all, it is a weapon, and its original function is to fight and kill, not to be a protective shield. It is good enough that it can be used. How can I expect so much? It seems that it is the protagonist's halo again. A greeting has actually involved a lot of things. At this time, should I touch my nose with a wry smile? Chi Suan suddenly thought of this matter. He is a protagonist, no matter how big or small, he should be treated accordingly. But I don't have rhinitis. Chi Suan did have a lot of symptoms caused by the psionic virus, such as fever, fatigue, etc. But he really didn't have rhinitis. As for the bitter smile, he was a bit tortured, but it wasn't really bitter. After all, he was still alive, and most of the natives of this world had turned into zombies. How could this be considered bitter? Not long after he complained, he heard a whistling sound. It was a plane, but this time it was not a fighter plane, but a helicopter. It came very quickly. It seems that it has probably locked my range of activities before, so it carried out a precise attack. If nothing unexpected happens, the person who did it is not small. Of course he knew the subsequent development. It was nothing more than beating the younger, and then the older. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Chi Suan would have directly killed all of them at the headquarters of Watching the Dawn. Just right, let's weigh the strength of Watching the Dawn Company. The previous task force was much stronger than ordinary people. Even if they were not worth mentioning in front of the floating gun, if you really counted them, they were definitely elite. If Chi Suan had not successfully evolved Tai Sui God, and still used the plasma cannon, it would not be a face-to-face kill, but would require maneuvering. The helicopter was hovering in the air, and the hatch was suddenly opened. I saw a burly young man directly jumping down from a height of about 300 meters. Fuck. This. Not to mention much, the armor value of Tai Sui God can't support jumping down from such a high altitude. However, the opponent jumped down without hesitation, which represents the opponent's strength. Intelligent brain, now do you think that taking me to the headquarters of Watching the Dawn is really a 50% chance of winning? Chi Suan said speechlessly. The 3 axes of the floating cannon are not enough. Insufficient data, calculation error, your decision is correct. Chapter 20. Chun Yubao fell to the ground, creating a big hole on the ground, but he was unscathed, and his eyes looked around. He completed the transformation and gained powerful strength from the Yushin virus. More importantly, his lifespan is no longer limited, and as long as the vitals are not damaged, he will not die. The power of the immortal is really intoxicating. His transformation model is called the Immortal Surgery. Not only him, but also the shareholders in the company and their wives, children and parents are gradually undergoing the Immortal Surgery. For Chun Yubao, this is the best time. They not only have endless life, but also powerful power. More importantly, they can rule the world. The person should be nearby. He can run too. Before Chun Yubao finished speaking, a bullet hit his temple directly. Clang. The bullet did not break his skin, but left a small sunken wound on the skin on the temple. The next moment, the skin at that position began to wriggle, and it recovered in about 5 seconds. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed 2 bullets. I got you. Chun Yubao showed a grim smile and looked at a certain location. But before he could act, his heart suddenly started beating wildly. His intuition made him feel that some kind of terrifying crisis was approaching, and he pounced without hesitation and rolled forward for more than 10 meters. At the same time, a dark ray fell on the place where he was originally standing. Before he could take a closer look, the creepy feeling not only did not disappear, but intensified again. He dodged once again without hesitation. Although it was not elegant, it saved his life once again. This time, it was no longer a ray, but an energy ball. It was indeed not as fast as the ray, but after landing, it caused a large range of damage. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Chun Yubao decisively hid in the bunker. After having shelter, he could see clearly the horror of the ray and the energy ball. Where did this man get such a powerful weapon? The company's energy weapons can't do this. At this time, Chun Yubao had put away his contempt and became very afraid. He was sure that even if he became an immortal and gained powerful power, he would not be able to resist this weapon. Chun Yubao was indeed the son of a major shareholder, but it didn't mean that he was a fool. Just a glimpse of the situation was enough to know the situation. But your position has been exposed. After all, it is people who use weapons. Chun Yubao's idea was very simple. Your weapon is powerful, but you are not strong. As long as the opponent's weapons cannot play a sufficient role, The rest of the matter will be simple. The power given by the immortal surgery is not only a strong body and spirit. There are also superpowers. The mutation of the deep virus can give mutant zombies incredible powers, such as controlling fire, manipulating water flow, etc. The immortal surgery also uses the deep virus, so every immortal can have the same treatment as the mutant zombies, and also awaken superpowers in the body. After all, the predecessor of zombies is humans. However, compared with the superpowers of mutant zombies, the superpowers obtained through the immortal surgery are not as strong as those of mutant zombies in terms of initial strength, and the difficulty of improvement is much higher than that of mutant zombies. And because the body is human, the consumption will be higher. After all, humans are not zombies. The superpower that Chunyu Bao obtained is called Space Jump. With his current level of superpower development, he can only use it 5 times a day. Once it exceeds 5 times, it will cause irreversible damage to the body, and even if he is an immortal, he cannot recover. His superpower is naturally not awakened randomly. When the Watching Dawn Company performs the immortal surgery on him, it can provide certain guidance. Otherwise, he has no way to awaken the superpower of the space system. Unfortunately, the effect of guidance is limited, and it cannot be awakened completely according to the mind. Chunyu Bao directly activated his superpower, and in a flash, he jumped to the next position. However, his superpower development is not enough, and there is no way to reach Chi Xuan's position directly through space jump. Fortunately, Chunyu Bao did not think of going all the way. The superpower is temporarily used as an auxiliary at most, and the current strength is simply not a mainstream means. Let's see where you can run to. Chunyu Bao successfully arrived at the building where Chi Xuan was. The next step was to find him. Technical support, locate the floor through the trajectory. Chunyu Bao said in a low voice, with a headset and a micro-remote monitoring device on him. He has been communicating with the artificial intelligence developed by the Watching Dawn Company. He is the son of the major shareholder after all. Although he came out to atone for his sins, his treatment is not comparable to that of ordinary task forces. Even if he is alone, the equipment on him is the most sophisticated batch. Just waited for a long time, but did not get a response. The signal is blocked. Chunyu Bao's heart sank. Otherwise, with the computing power of Dawn, this little calculation would be able to give the answer on the spot. Not only can he withstand the sniper rifle, but he can also catch the bullet with his bare hands. Chi Xuan's face was not very good for Chunyu Bao's performance. This performance is already superhuman. Except for the psionic rays and psionic storms of the floating gun, the other weapons on him can't hurt the opponent at all. However, the opponent's intuition has also been strengthened, coupled with the strong reaction ability, the Tai Sui God, who has evolved 2 times, cannot withstand the hit of the floating gun. Not to mention that the floating gun now has only 1 attack left. Is there a solution? Chi Xuan asked. He is not good at fighting, so he can only rely on the intelligent brain. The intelligent brain is now isolating Chunyu Bao from the outside world through the strong shielding force field formed by the floating gun. The winning rate of direct confrontation is 10%, and the winning rate of counterattack is 30%. The success rate of escape is 80%. It is recommended to escape. Why are you giving advice instead of taking action? With this winning rate, Chi Xuan knew that he couldn't win at a glance. According to calculations, with your protagonist Halo, the probability of counterattack in desperate situations is 90%. Chi Xuan was speechless. Well, it turns out that he was calculating his protagonist Halo. It has to be said that the more data the intelligent brain collects, the more risky the advice it gives, and the higher the return. Don't bet, run. Chi Xuan suspected that the intelligent brain was reduced in intelligence by his protagonist Halo. Otherwise it would not give this advice. Follow your decision. Since Chi Xuan didn't want to, the intelligent brain naturally couldn't force Chi Xuan to fight Chunyu Bao head-on. Before escaping, you have to give this guy a hard beating no matter what. Chapter 21. Not good. Chunyu Bao's face changed slightly. He felt the whole building begin to vibrate slightly, and this vibration began to explode wildly. Then the whole building collapsed directly, at an extremely strange speed. Chunyu Bao did not hesitate to perform a space jump, and after leaving the building, he rushed all the way to avoid being affected by the collapsed building. He was indeed not afraid, but how could he be so stupid as to fight head-on? If he was really buried underground, it would be a problem to crawl out. Before he could stand firm, a sense of crisis broke out. A dark ray came towards him, and this time, the speed was obviously at least half faster than the first ray released. The hair on his body stood up in an instant, and it was too late to hide at this time. At this point, he could only activate his space jump ability again. He successfully jumped to avoid it, But the dark ray also hit the space fluctuation formed when he jumped. When he appeared again, half of his body was cut off, but fortunately, no vital parts were injured, so it was not fatal. Bad luck. Chunyu-bao's face was not very good. The injury was not serious, and granulation had begun to grow to recover. He only had two vital parts, the heart and the brain. As long as these two organs were not completely destroyed in a short period of time, he would not die. What kind of energy is filled in the opponent's energy weapon that can actually affect my space jump? Chunyu-bao was so seriously injured because the psionic energy and space formed a short-term collision. The psionic energy was annihilated, and the space was disordered. If Chunyu-bao's space jump ability was not underdeveloped and the jump distance was not long, it would not be Chunyu-bao with only half of his body left, but a ball of meat paste. Fu Xiao checked the location. After leaving, a lot of equipment on his body was damaged, but fortunately the headset used for communication was fine. At this time, he had left the shielding range. After finding a good shelter, he immediately contacted the artificial intelligence Fu Xiu, who was watching the dawn. Positioning failed, the target has escaped. Fu Xiao's mechanical voice came from the headset. When Chunyu-bao heard this, his expression immediately became gloomy. Track the traces for me. The person escaped, but he believed in Fu Xiu's ability. More importantly, he was sure of one thing, that is, the opponent's energy weapon had been used up. If he could really use it recklessly, why would he run away? As long as he bombarded himself, he would definitely be the one to die. The opponent occupied a favorable geographical position, so the number of times the opponent could make mistakes was not countless, but it was definitely more than himself. If he made a mistake once, then death would be waiting for him. However, if he gave up such a good advantage, the only possibility was that the opponent's energy weapon could no longer be used again, otherwise he would not have escaped. The trace location failed, and the enemy used unknown shielding technology. Dawn's answer completely made Chunyu-bao's heart sink. If this could not be found, then the problem would be big. The premise of redeeming his sins was that he could get this credit. Now that the credit was gone, it would be a big trouble even if he returned to the headquarters. His father would indeed help him solve the problem, but he would not want the position of supervisor. Connect my father's hotline, Chunyu-bao said. Fortunately, the situation is not without a chance to save it, and the other party's value has been raised again. The other party has energy weapons that can threaten the immortals, and the Watching Dawn company must want to obtain this technology. Transferring Fu Xiu directly executed Chunyu-bao's order. Soon, the voice in the headset was replaced by the voice of his father Chunyu-hu. The mission failed? Chunyu-hu asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, it failed. Chunyu-bao did not quibble or find excuses for himself, and then told the whole process in detail. During the period, he did not exaggerate, but told the truth. I understand. After listening to him, Chunyu-hu did not get angry or scold him, but said, I will use my authority to mobilize satellites to assist you. This person must be captured alive. If you fail again, the company will replace you and you will resign. Chunyu-hu gave Chunyu-bao another chance. After all, the other party gave enough reasons for the company to be tempted. But if it still doesn't work this time, the company will take over in full next time, and he will have no choice. It's true that he is a major shareholder, but he can't cover the sky with one hand in the company. Not enough, I need the company to send 10 task forces to assist. Chunyu-bao knew that the other party was very cunning, and although the technology was inferior to the Watching Dawn company, it was very flexible. Even if he was given this chance again, he alone could not complete the task. Okay, I arrive tomorrow at the latest. Chunyu-hu did not refuse, but agreed to Chunyu-bao's conditions. Strong, ridiculously strong. But there is a solution. Chi Suan looked calm after escaping successfully. It is indeed difficult for him to further study the Yusui virus, and it will take a long time. But if he is asked to eliminate the Yusui virus, he is really sure. It seems that the other party is unlikely to let me go. I thought the Yusui virus serum could only be used to deal with zombies, but now it seems that it can also be used to deal with humans. Chi Suan's original idea was to become stronger quietly, but the enemy would not let him, so he could only pause and change his mindset before proceeding. As for capturing Chunyu-bao alive, this was not something he should consider at all. It was already good enough to kill the opponent if he could not even beat him head-on. He did covet the powerful power of the opponent, but he understood one thing, that is, this was not something he could get now. Intelligent brain, choose a safe place. After this failure, the Watching Dawn company will definitely mobilize satellites for positioning. Chi Suan's brain is still good, and he knows that the next pursuit will definitely be more fierce. Because he has shown more value, and the other party's sunk costs are naturally more. So he will definitely not give up. If he can't beat him, he can only fight back through other means. He thought about increasing the number of evolutions of Tai Sui God, loading another module, and strengthening the original module. However, the progress is indeed a lot worse. Start search. The intelligent brain responded immediately and quickly selected a suitable location. Then it controlled Tai Sui God and moved towards a safe point. In Qi Xuan's mind, he was thinking about how to use the secondary solid removal serum, a super antivirus, to improve it. Chapter 22. The sound of gunfire gradually subsided, and all the survivors in the underground air raid shelter died. The safe point chosen by the intelligent brain was used as a survival base by a group of survivors who huddled together for warmth, and it had already grown to a considerable size. However, the number of survivors was not large, only a dozen in total, and they were all killed in a sneak attack. However, these survivors were not the top survivors, and after a lot of searching, they did not find anything valuable. In the end, they could only be buried. After Qi Xuan took over, he began to develop disinfectants. Since Chunyu Bao could not be killed head-on, Qi Xuan killed the Yusui virus in the opponent's body. Without the Yusui virus, at least half of the opponent would die directly, and the remaining half would have a significant decrease in strength and fall into a weak state. If it was the latter, Qi Xuan would naturally be happy, and he would be able to capture the opponent alive. Of course, there is also a small probability that it will not work. However, he believed in the Doomsday game, and the secondary solid removal serum was a reward anyway. He didn't know that Chunyu Bao brought 10 elite task forces from the Watching Dawn Company, and cooperated with satellites, monitoring and artificial intelligence Dawn, to start a carpet search for him. Compared with this, he was more concerned about the hundreds of survivors who gathered together and were getting closer and closer to him. The Doomsday Game's killing of violators has begun to show initial results. Qi Xuan is the big boss, and those survivors with ambition and ability will definitely not let him go. This activity is not for only one person to obtain, but is divided according to the combat contribution after the kill. The more contributions, the richer the rewards. Turn the surveillance around. Qi Xuan notified the intelligent brain directly. The artificial intelligence Fuxia of the Dawn Watcher to control all the surveillance systems, but Qi Xuan's intelligent brain was not a pushover, especially since the control range was not large. As long as you don't use your own weaknesses to confront the opponent's strengths, you will have a chance. So the intelligent brain quietly obtained the surveillance equipment around the air raid shelter to monitor it. Otherwise, how would Qi Xuan know that the survivors were coming to kill him, the big boss? It's a pity that the surveillance system is relatively limited, and because of the passage of time, no one maintains the power system, resulting in power outages in many places. Once the power is cut off, the monitoring equipment will naturally not work. As for the possibility that some of them may be solar-powered, it is indeed possible to continue to operate, but the network also needs electricity as support. Without the network, neither the intelligent brain nor the Dawn can be controlled. So there is still an advantage now. When the time of the Doomsday continues to extend, then modernization will definitely degenerate comprehensively. It is highly likely that only the headquarters where Watch the Dawn is located can still maintain it. The surveillance was quickly retrieved by the intelligent brain, and many of the images seemed a bit blurry and incomplete. Among these people, there is only one person with a name in the memory of the reborn person in his previous life. According to the images, Qi Xuan estimated that the other party organized such a large number of people. Jin Linyun, the talent is S-level puppet master. According to memory, in the middle of the zombie apocalypse, he controlled a zombie king as a puppet. And this zombie king is a dual attribute mutation, with the ability of a dark body. Later, he even trained him to be a corpse emperor. Zombies naturally have levels. After the 9th level zombies, there are corpse kings, corpse emperors, and overlords. In the previous life, Qi Xuan was the only zombie at the first level of overlord. The highest level below that was corpse emperor. Jin Linyun has not yet obtained the corpse king, but he also controls a 3rd level dual attribute mutant zombie. Based on the current progress, the corpse king has not yet been born. It is estimated that the highest level of zombies is only around the 5th level. The higher the level, the slower the efficiency of improvement. It is not said that the improvement of low-level zombies is fast, and the improvement efficiency of high-level zombies can be the same. Naturally, there will be a slowing effect. Being able to control a 3rd level dual attribute mutant zombie is also a talent. The opponent's spiritual attribute is most likely to be the innate full value of points, otherwise it would not be possible to control a 3rd level dual attribute mutant zombie. There are too many people, and it is not easy to kill. The third-level mutant zombie is indeed a little difficult to deal with, but it is just a dog and a chicken in front of the floating gun. The real difficulty is the large number of survivors. They are not strong, but Chi Suiyan's strength is also average. He has not yet reached the level of not being afraid of ants biting elephants to death. Especially, each of these survivors has a weapon, and it is a hot weapon. It is likely that Jean Linian provided it. With the opponent's means, it is not a problem to obtain enough hot weapons and bullets. Once he is really suppressed by the opponent's firepower, Chi Suiyan will definitely not be able to bear it. There is a solution. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. Let them be infected with the Yusui virus and become zombies. What Chi Suiyan lacks the least is the Yushin virus. The gas transmission efficiency is slow, but I don't need to infect everyone. As long as some people are infected, it will be enough to disintegrate them. Don't look at this group of people being gathered together by Jean Linian, and even obeying Jean Linian's command. But Chi Suiyan can be sure that most of the survivors are not of the same mind as Jean Linian. After all, the total contribution is divided by percentage. If you eat more, others will eat less. Everyone's goal is to survive, so who is willing to give up this opportunity? Therefore, as long as a small number of people become zombies and cause riots, this temporary survivor alliance will be directly disintegrated. It just hurts a little. Chi Suiyan drew a large tube of blood from his body without hesitation. He was severely infected, and his blood was not the bright red of ordinary people, but a sticky black. In fact, not only his blood, but also his muscles, bones, internal organs, and even his brain, all look so horrible. It is for these reasons that Chi Suiyan's physical strength can only reach 0.5 at most, and cannot be further improved. However, Chi Suiyan has a high concentration of Yusui virus throughout his body. After extraction, it only needs to be atomized to form transmission and infection. Even if Chi Suiyan does not wear the Tai Sui God, ordinary people who are too close to him will be infected by the Yusui virus he breathes out. He is a mobile source of Yusui virus infection. Of course, there is still a distance to become a zombie. After all, it is blocked by Chi Suiyan's talent. Then it will be simple. I take the initiative. Chi Suiyan asked the intelligent brain to start planning. I hope that people who die like this will not be counted on my head. Chapter 23. Jean Linian looked at the path of the violator, and he understood at once that the other party had noticed him. He planned to strike first. He naturally had no way to monitor Chi Suiyan, but the Doomsday Game would report the other party's location every half an hour. So he judged the other party's thoughts through the location. Quiet, he said to the third-level mutant zombie that he controlled. With his spiritual attributes, he could not completely control this third-level mutant zombie. However, through the exploration rewards he obtained from the Doomsday Game, although he could not completely restrain his instincts, he could be obedient. Therefore, some uncontrolled behaviors would appear from time to time, but fortunately these behaviors did not affect the overall situation. But this time, he found that the third-level mutant zombie did not listen to him, but became more active, and even began to resist him. What's the situation? Could it be that the violator is a zombie? Jean Linian was also confused. He did not know the situation of the violator, and the Doomsday Game did not introduce the situation in detail. Just when he was wondering, he suddenly felt something was wrong with his body. He decisively opened the panel, and his face changed immediately. At some point, the number of 1% mild infection appeared behind his name. This is impossible. I was not bitten by a zombie. How could I be infected? It's the air. No, it's the violator who did it. Jean Linian was able to become a leader among the survivors, not only relying on his S-level puppet master talent, but also naturally with his own ability to help. Otherwise, if he really only relied on his talent, he would not live long. Especially turning mutant zombies into his puppets. Without sufficient ability to plan, it would not be possible at all. Do you really think that this third-level dual-attribute mutant zombie came to his door? He had planned it with great difficulty. So he immediately determined that he was infected with the Yusui virus for no reason, and it was inseparable from the violator. Damn it! Jean Linian controlled the third-level mutant zombies without hesitation to track the violators. However, as the Yusui virus continued to spread in the air, his third-level mutant zombies became violent and began to struggle to resist his control. He could not control it completely, so the third-level mutant zombies naturally had the possibility of breaking free. Especially when the Yusui virus in the other party's body became more active due to the spread in the air. Before he took further action, Jean Linian noticed the commotion outside. Many survivors have already turned into corpses. Fortunately for Jean Linian, he has a piece of equipment that can slow down the infection of the Yusui virus, and a bottle of secondary Yusui virus serum. As long as his infection level is not severe, he can directly remove the Yusui virus infection in his body. In order to maximize the efficacy of the drug, he naturally has to wait until his infection level reaches 90% severe before using it, and he has to stay away from the infection center. Otherwise, even if he clears the infection, he will be infected again. The serum can only be used as a one-time clearance opportunity, and there is no guarantee that he will be immune in the future. If he is infected again, he can only look for serum again. The chaos began to intensify, and Jean Linyun realized that the temporary alliance he had worked so hard to form was over. You are indeed a violator. Jean Linyun fled with his third-order mutant zombie. At the same time, he looked at the activities of the violators in the Doomsday game, and the number of deaths began to increase. Obviously, those survivors who turned into zombies have been judged dead by the Doomsday game, and it has been confirmed that it was the work of violators. Since he has no advantage, he must escape. How could he stay here and wait to die? He escaped from the infection range smoothly, which made him feel relieved. Just when he took out the secondary Yushin virus serum and was about to drink it, a bullet went straight through his arm. The secondary Yushin virus serum fell directly to the ground due to the impact and severe pain. Fortunately, the bottle was strong enough and did not break. Before he could react, a dark ray fell on the third-order mutant zombie he controlled. In an instant, his connection with the third-order mutant zombie was directly cut off, and the zombie was also decomposed into carbonized particles in front of him. Jean Linyun did not have any anger or sadness, and did not even pick up the secondary Yushin virus serum. Instead, he immediately found a bunker to protect himself from attack. He was not sure whether it was the violator or other survivors. After all, competition between survivors is not uncommon, and there are even cases of cannibalism. I don't know which brother it is. We can talk about anything. Jean Linyun shouted loudly. However, his shouting did not receive a response. The only answer he got was the sound of a bullet falling on his bunker. He knew that the bunker would not last long. This thought had just come to mind when he heard a whoosh. Bazooka! Jean Linyun was naturally familiar with the voice. He had also obtained a bazooka before, but he abandoned it after the ammunition ran out. A bazooka without ammunition was useless. At this time, he could only rush forward with all his strength. The bunker behind him exploded directly under the rocket, and the shockwave formed hit Jean Linyun's back. At the same time, severe pain began to spread, and he struggled to get up with pain in his expression. Jean Linyun right. A heavy mechanical sound came over, and Jean Linyun looked up and saw an armored man picking him up. At the same time, the reminder of the Doomsday game sounded at the right time. Now it can be confirmed that the person who took action is the violator. Jean Linyun cursed in his heart. Is this something he can deal with? The offenders have armor, and even floating guns and rocket launchers. The gap is too big. He doesn't think he is one of the top survivors, but he is definitely a high-level survivor. As a result, he has no power to fight back in front of this person. Jean Linyun wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, making him speechless. No need to say, I recognize you, you are a strong survivor. Don't worry, you are not the first survivor I killed, and you won't be the last. But you can't die now. Chi Suan said calmly, injecting Jean Linyun with a disinfectant diluted several times to clean up the Yusui virus in his body. Since he was captured alive, he was also very interested in Jean Linyun's S-level talent Puppet Master. As long as the talent is S-level, it is not an ordinary talent. Chapter 24. Just got the news that Dawn has locked on to an abnormal area. It was the group of survivors from another world who turned into zombies on a large scale, and it was suspected that the suspect did it. Gung Fu, the captain of the Rhino Task Force, found Chunyu Bao as soon as possible. At this time, Chunyu Bao had recovered, not only relying on his own recovery ability, but also the treatment drugs obtained from the Watching Dawn company. A gleam of light flashed in Chunyu Bao's eyes, and he ended the rehabilitation training. Let's go! He didn't have any extra words. Since there was an abnormality, let's go and investigate. Director Chunyu, it's a bit of a waste of your talent to go in person. Let us, the Rhino Task Force, go. Gung Fu said suddenly. In his opinion, since the suspect's energy weapon could not be used, it meant that the other party had no ability to resist. As a task force, they came all the way here, and they couldn't just be a hound and find people? You? I'm not saying that you may not be the opponent. Chunyu Bao raised his eyebrows. He knew what Gung Fu was thinking. It's nothing more than Gung Fu wanting to make a contribution. If he really goes with them, the other party will definitely not get any credit, so they have this idea. You underestimate us, Director Chunyu. The Rhino Task Force is a first-level task force. Gung Fu said proudly, although we are not as good as you in performing the immortal surgery. But they have also been implanted with the Rhino Combat Program. Without energy weapons, how can the other party be our opponent? Chunyu Bao heard that it was indeed true. As for the complete destruction of the Cheetah Task Force, he knew that when they were sent out, the other party had not yet implanted the combat program. The combat program is also based on the Yushin virus, which is actually a kind of lower-level transformation surgery differentiated from the surgery of the immortals. Take the Rhino Task Force as an example. They have the prototype of superpowers, and they are still the same type of superpowers. It's just that the Yushin virus is not implanted enough, so the superpowers cannot be fully activated. But even so, the Rhino Task Force has a physique and strength far beyond that of ordinary people. The skin, muscles, and bones can barely withstand the damage of conventional pistol bullets. Okay, you guys go to explore this time. Chunyu Bao directly let go and let the other party handle it. It's not the first time that there is an abnormal area. Every time he went there, he was empty-handed. It's better to let his people deal with it. This time it may not be the other party. Gung Fu heard this and his face showed joy. Thank you for your support. Of course he was happy. Don't think it's just a one-time exploration. Some things have opened a gap, and the gap can't be closed later. Next, even if there are abnormal areas, Chunyu Bao will only arrange a task force to go there, instead of leading the team himself. In this way, they can share enough credit. Chunyu Bao came to atone for his sins, but they are not, and they have gained real credit. Go, don't delay things. Chunyu Bao said directly. After these few days, he has completely ignored the other party, who is just a rat in the gutter without any support. If he really had something to rely on, he would not have hidden until now, and would have come back to retaliate long ago. At first, he thought it was a big enemy, but now he thinks it is just a lucky civilian scientist, who just hides well and can't do much. As long as the other party reveals his true colors, that will be the day when the other party will be captured alive. Scanning signal detected. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid exposure. The intelligent brain sounded a reminder at the right time, and Chi Suan was tying up Jean Linyun and taking him back to the original air raid shelter safe house. So fast? That's true. With such a big noise, how could it be hidden from the other party? Chi Suan didn't feel surprised. Since the other party values him, he must have deployed heavy defenses. Where is the source of the signal? Chi Suan asked, satellite, and began to lock the area. There is a 70% probability that the enemy is coming. Please leave as soon as possible, the intelligent brain urged again. Chi Suan listened to the advice and left as soon as possible. He couldn't beat Chunyu Bao now, unless the other party was reduced in intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have much chance of winning. Then, the intelligent brain planned a route and took Jean Linyun back. Chi Suan was thinking, wondering if there were any other survivors with such high-quality talents around. He then clicked on the permanent event, violators, and saw the data. Those survivors, who were infected by the atomized Yushin virus he created and turned into zombies were counted in his kill data. This directly increased his kill count several times. At the same time, his bounty rewards in the event also rose. However, in recent times, there is no need to worry too much that the survivors will take action again. This time, the kill data skyrocketed, which will definitely make those survivors who are ready to move calm down and think about whether it is worth it. The bigger the number, the more stable it is. But you still have to be careful. If a survivor joins the Watching Dawn company, and by chance provides them with my location, it will be troublesome. This situation is not impossible to happen. For example, the protagonist Halo further pushes Chi Suan to obtain opportunities related to the Yusui virus. Then Chi Suan can only fight back and fight back again. The routine is likely to become a cycle of being hunted, fighting back, becoming stronger, being hunted again, fighting back again, and becoming stronger again. This is indeed a stable growth cycle, but there is a very serious problem in it, that is, danger. As long as there is a mistake, you have to pay a painful price. It is completely like walking on a tightrope. It's just that I can't change this positioning. Chi Suan is helpless. He simply does not have enough strength to fight against the Doomsday game. Of course, this positioning is not without benefits. Over time, there will always be top survivors who think they have accumulated enough strength to obtain this generous reward. When the opponent comes to the door, Chi Suan will kill the opponent, not only to study the opponent's talent, but also to obtain the item rewards that the opponent obtained from the Doomsday game. Just like the secondary Yusui virus serum and the small Yusui virus resistor obtained by Jin Linyun. The former is the same as the secondary solid removal serum, but it is taken actively, unlike the solid removal serum which is passive. The small Yusui virus resistor is similar to the characteristic one in the ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal in Qi Xuan's hand, which can reduce the infection degree of Yusui virus and improve efficiency. However, according to Qi Xuan's preliminary observation, the operating principle is estimated to be different. After carrying this resistor, it can reduce the activity of Yusui virus, and thus slow down the infection process. More principles need Qi Xuan to study in depth before they can be known. Chapter 25. A helicopter roared past from the sky, flying towards the place where the survivors had gathered before. Qi Xuan looked at this scene without any thoughts. Logically speaking, a protagonist like him must fight against the enemy when he meets him. For example, he can directly take out a rocket launcher and teach the other party a lesson. But the problem is that the rocket launcher may not be able to hurt the other party. After all, the other party can even dodge the floating gun. His physique is incredibly strong. If he fails to kill the other party and exposes himself instead, wouldn't it be a big loss? It's better to miss it like this, and save fighting and killing. Qi Xuan actually doesn't like fighting and killing. After all, before the doomsday, he was just an ordinary person. As for being frustrated, what is there for him to be frustrated about? He can't beat the enemy, and just seeks death to vent his anger. Being beaten to death is frustrating. It's almost done. When I finish the inactivation weapon for the Yusui virus, I let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Qi Xuan was of course narrow-minded. The grudge was indeed caused by his bad mouth after his intelligence was reduced, but the other party also sent people to kill him. As for saying that he was the first to cause the result, and he was still hypocritical, yes, he was indeed hypocritical. He was going to kill him, so Qi Xuan didn't care about right or wrong. At this point, it was nothing more than a fight to the death. After returning to his air raid shelter safe house, he did not continue to inactivate the weapon for the Yusui virus. This thing can be delayed, but Jin Linyun can't be delayed. If he doesn't analyze and experiment as soon as possible, he probably won't live long. Once Jin Linyun dies, Qi Xuan will be left with nothing. In order to remove the Yusui virus from his body, Qi Xuan injected Jin Linyun with diluted disinfectant himself. This thing is very targeted to the Yusui virus, and it is also extremely destructive to the body. More importantly, Qi Xuan does not have enough clean water and food. He does not eat anything. He relies on Tai Sui's expedition-level ecological circulation device and death recasting. Since becoming a violator, he has not eaten a sip of water or a grain of rice. Jin Linyun certainly cannot live as weird as Qi Xuan. In his situation, he can survive for 3 to 5 days without eating or drinking. As for finding food for him to keep temporarily, that's even more unreliable. For Qi Xuan, this is just an experimental product. How can he really worship him as an ancestor? Get rid of it while it's hot and throw it into the zombie pile. No! Qi Xuan's dissection went smoothly, but he did not find the operating principle of the S-level puppet master. The talent of the spiritual system is indeed troublesome. The SS-level bloody fighting spirit is indeed higher than the S-level puppet master, but the operation of the two is completely different. It should be in the brain. Qi Xuan started to open the skull directly. His knowledge about the physical body is based on biology, medicine and other subjects, but he is indeed far behind in the spiritual aspect. The simplest point is that before the zombie crisis broke out, the exploration of the spiritual aspect was still in the realm of philosophy and theology. It was more of a fantasy than a real subject. This led to Qi Xuan's knowledge of the spiritual aspect being basically blank. Perhaps there was relevant information in the headquarters of Watching the Dawn, but it was not something Qi Xuan could get. As the dissection progressed, Qi Xuan finally found different changes in Jin Linyun's cerebral cortex. Sure enough, talent is to enhance and optimize certain strengths of a person, so the level and ability of talent basically depends on oneself. Except for X-level talent, this level is estimated to involve a wider range. Qi Xuan began to further study and analyze Jin Linyun's cerebral cortex. It seems that he can't hold on for much longer. Qi Xuan glanced at the equipment used to monitor Jin Linyun's vital signs. After all, the place is simple, and there is no way to provide enough life support. In addition to his violent behavior, Qi Xuan can only say that he has been very careful to hold on until now. But it doesn't matter, I have found what I want. Qi Xuan smiled. He has recorded part of the data of the S-level talent puppet master. The principle is to form a unique frequency through the spirit to interfere with the outside world, which is probably similar to telekinesis. It is just a limited edition, Just like the variant adrenaline formed by the SS-level talent bloody fighting spirit, it has a specific effective direction. This interference can only be used on life forms that also have spiritual frequencies, and the control effect is achieved by neutralizing the spiritual frequency. For me, this control is useless, but it is indeed useful to stimulate the effect of spiritual attributes. Qi Xuan sighed as he watched Jean Linyan's vital signs disappear. The basic principle has been studied, but the deeper research has not been completed. His ability is limited, so he naturally cannot fully analyze it. Besides, this is an S-level talent. How can it be so simple? Wait, the third-order mutant zombie he controls can only be controlled after being weakened by a small Yusui virus resistor. But this control is not complete control, so this third-order mutant zombie wants to break free and is unwilling to become Jean Linyan's puppet. This means that this unique mental frequency can affect the Yusui virus to a certain extent. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes. Mutated adrenaline, destructive dopamine, plus strong control of mental frequency. If combined, doesn't it mean that I can use the Yusui virus to explode, allowing myself to temporarily improve part of my physical strength in a short period of time? But it's still not enough. I need more survivors' talents for me to study. As for what will happen after the explosion, of course, it will die directly. What else can it do? And how much of the physical strength depends on the mental attribute. The higher the mental attribute, the more you can control, and the higher your physical strength will naturally be. Therefore, the temporary mental enhancement effect of the death potion can be used. The first 2 minutes may be mediocre, but the mental attributes in the next 10 minutes are extremely strong. After all, the death potion will continue to increase the mental attributes as the drug effect is absorbed, until the mental attributes are completely destroyed due to the imbalance of the attributes. Well, continue to study the inactivation weapon. There is still a big crisis that has not been solved. After Qi Xuan completely squeezed the value of Jean Linyan's body, he threw it outside. Zombies came over when they smelled the smell, and quickly helped Qi Xuan clean it up. In terms of destroying corpses and removing traces, zombies are indeed much more useful than corpse water, mainly for free. He also thought about preserving it, but the conditions did not allow it. Chapter 26. Why haven't these people left yet? Qi Xuan put down the inactivation weapon prototype in his hand, and looked at the information provided by the intelligent brain. The group of pursuers, who called themselves the Rhino Task Force, had been looking for Qi Xuan's traces around. According to the other party's progress, if nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to find the air raid shelter where he is hiding today. It shouldn't be a coincidence. I just finished researching this weapon, and you are coming to die. Qi Xuan couldn't help but laugh at himself. The protagonist's halo is well deserved. In the past few days, Qi Xuan confirmed that the director Chunyu, who was called by the group of Rhino Task Force, did not come, and he was relieved. And from the other party's words, he also knew that Director Chunyu had undergone a biochemical transformation called the Immortal Surgery, so he had such a powerful force. It just so happens that I also want to see what the so-called Rhino Combat Program is. The intelligent brain has been monitoring them through the monitoring system, so naturally it recorded their words and formed corresponding intelligence. It's better to leave a survivor. From the other party's words, we can know that the Rhino Combat Procedure should be the lower level of the Immortal Surgery. If I can capture a living sample, it may be of great help to my talent. Qi Xuan has always been suffering from the lack of sufficient ways to improve his E-level talent virus suppression. Now, with the help of Tianming Yushin, he sent people here when the time is right. In this regard, Qi Xuan can only say that the protagonist halo is really cool. It's a pity that his protagonist halo is not the type of Long Alkian, otherwise it might be more exciting. Then we should strike first. Qi Xuan was thinking about how to catch a living being. It is recommended to evolve Tai Sui first. Currently, it is not far from the third evolution, and the evolution materials required are not much. After the evolution is successful, you can store the Yusui virus inactivation weapon as a module in the module column to improve the quality. Qi Xuan looked at the armor value of Tai Sui. It is really about to evolve. The current armor value has been increased to 3.9. If he works harder, he can indeed evolve. He has always been focusing on learning and research. The improvement of Tai Sui is all the responsibility of the intelligent brain. As for him doing it himself? To put it bluntly, how can he compare with the intelligent brain? The intelligent brain can plan the fastest way to collect materials, and can also collect at the fastest speed and avoid tracking. If Qi Xuan took over, he would probably be locked out as soon as he went out. Collect now? That's too troublesome. Qi Xuan frowned. It is true that it is about to evolve, but the materials required must be a lot. According to calculations, once you attack the Rhino task force, you will inevitably expose yourself, so you must move after you attack. You can dismantle the air raid shelter and use the metal in the air raid shelter as evolution material. When Chi Suan heard this, he realized that the intelligent brain was really making full use of everything, and even planned to dismantle the safe house for him. However, this is a normal suggestion. After all, Chi Suan is unlikely to come back. Okay, you should plan a new safe house first, then calculate the evacuation route, and then start dismantling it. Chi Suan had to ensure his own safety as soon as possible. Even if Tai Sui should evolve for the third time, for points of armor were no match for Chun Yu Bao, and the opponent's immortal surgery was not an ordinary transformation. The plan has been completed, and the plan has begun to be implemented. The safe house, evacuation route, etc. provided by the intelligent brain are not just one plan, but several plans, which can ensure that Chi Suan can evacuate safely to the greatest extent. Chi Suan briefly went through the plan, and did not make any comments. The intelligent brain is indeed better than him in this regard. He is not specialized in combat, and he is definitely not a professional. As the air raid shelter was violently dismantled to obtain metal as evolutionary materials, the armor value of Tai Sui God began to increase slowly. Until it reached 4 points, the third evolution was completed, and the next evolution required 5 points of armor value. It seems to be just a little more, but the evolutionary resources required are naturally many times more than 1 point to 4 points. Then, Chi Suan directly loaded the Yusui virus inactivation weapon that he directly manufactured into the vacant module column. SSS Holy Purification Field, deep, interesting. I thought it would target all viruses after becoming SSS quality, but it still can only target deep virus. The origin of this deep virus is a bit complicated. Chi Suan narrowed his eyes. Thinking again, deep virus can give Chi Suan the X-level talent Destiny Deep, which is enough to show that its foundation is not bad. But the Holy Purification Field is really powerful. Even if I don't have an expedition-level ecological circulation device of the same level, I will die if I am exposed to this force field. Chi Suan has a lot of deep virus on his body. Because of the severe infection, basically every part of his body has deep virus. If he is annihilated all at once, he will really die. This thing can't be turned off yet. Just like the passive ability, it can't be used often, otherwise I can't even get the virus crystal. Chi Suan muttered. With the Holy Purification Field, deep, combined with the energy supply of the supernova strong nuclear reactor, even if Tai Sui has only evolved 3 times, the mutant zombies below the Zombie King will die. It is SSS level quality anyway. If it weren't for the number of evolutions of Tai Sui, it is estimated that in the whole world, except for Chi Suan, the zombie master in the previous life of the reborn, there is no zombie that can withstand it. I just don't know how effective it is against the immortals. Against zombies, the Holy Purification Field, deep, can be said to be a killer, but it is not necessarily effective against the task force and senior executives of the Watching Dawn Company. Their transformation and utilization of the deep virus is far better than Chi Suan, and it may even be a mutated virus. Otherwise, how can humans master the power of zombies? Intelligent brain, can you control the strength of the force field? Chi Suan asked. It can be adjusted by strengthening, slowing down, and stopping the supply of energy, and even shut down without leaving the module. It cannot be controlled directly, but it can be controlled indirectly, which is good news for Chi Suan. Okay, then temporarily shut down the force field. Chi Suan's research is basically related to the Yusui virus. If the force field is turned on, then the experimental research is basically not done. When the module is installed, the force field has been turned off for you to avoid unnecessary losses to you. The intelligent brain is still very smart, so it is turned off as soon as it is installed. Okay, then let's go and see the so-called Rhino combat program. Chi Suan said. Everything is ready, so we must beat him. If the Sacred Purification Force Field, Yusui, meets expectations, he plans to kill to the headquarters of Watching the Dawn Company. Chapter 27. Gung Fu smoked a cigarette, feeling a little frustrated. It had been a few days, and there was nothing unusual. If he went back without a result, it would be hard to explain. But it was not impossible to explain. He actually found that the teammates who followed him out had become impatient. After all, there was nothing to gain, just killing zombies and searching, so there would definitely be dissatisfaction. The team members were people, not machines, and naturally had their own thoughts. Then go back first. Gung Fu didn't finish his words, and suddenly heard a violent explosion. Enemy attack. A member of the task force roared. Gung Fu rushed out, and saw a rocket flying straight towards his face. His pupils shrank. It was true that the enemy had no energy weapons, but he didn't know where to get heavy thermal weapons. However, a grim smile appeared on his face. Too naive. He dodged directly, and didn't want to take the rocket head-on. The damage caused by the explosion tore his clothes, but he hit in time, and didn't suffer any damage. "We found him, go for it." He gave an order, and all the members of the Rhino task force led by him launched a charge towards the attack position. During the charge, everyone's body size began to swell, and their bodies began to change uncontrollably, like human-shaped rhinos. Wherever the Rhino task force passed, anything that stood in their way was trampled into powder. Boom! They crashed into a building, and the entire building began to tilt and then collapsed. He can dodge the rocket launcher and transform. So Director Chunyu is at the second stage like you. Chi Suan successfully left from the commanding height before the building collapsed. At the same time, he directly activated the Sacred Purification Force Field Deep. The force field currently covers a relatively small range of only 3 meters, which is enough. Gung Fu saw Chi Suan's appearance and showed disdain in his expression. Wearing a tin can, he must have prepared a coffin for himself in advance. Gung Fu didn't care about the armor on Chi Suan at all. After all, he was the captain of the task force of watching the Dawn Company, and naturally knew that this kind of armor would not play much of a role in the hands of those who implanted the combat program. "I actually want to know why watching the Dawn is chasing me. Is it because I greeted Director Chunyu's mother?" Chi Suan asked casually. As soon as Chi Suan said this, Gung Fu's face became strange. This man is really bold. Do it. Gung Fu naturally had nothing to say. His goal was to capture Chi Suan alive and bring him back to the headquarters, not to really tell him anything. In his opinion, Chi Suan was just a captive and an experimental subject, so there was no need to say so much. All the task force members rushed towards Chi Suan without hesitation after the order was given. They were all confident of victory until they were within 3 meters of Chi Suan. The Sacred Purification Force Field, Deep, took effect directly, and in an instant, the flesh and blood began to disappear, revealing a wide skeleton. But the next moment, the skeleton turned into ashes, deader than dead. This Gung Fu's face changed. In less than 3 seconds, most of his task force members died accidentally, and the remaining surviving members were even more scared. "Dawn, hurry up!" Gung Fu immediately contacted the artificial intelligence Dawn of watching the Dawn, and notified Chunyu Bao to come to rescue. His team members died so easily, so his fate would not be much different. However, a busy tone came from the headset, and it was impossible to connect to Dawn. "Dawn, the artificial intelligence of watching the Dawn Company, it is really good, but its ability is limited," Chi Suan said calmly, while approaching them. Since he had taken action, Chi Suan naturally cut off the other party's contact as soon as possible. However, this actually indirectly indicated that if there was a problem with the Rhino task force, Chunyu Bao would also notice it and rush over as soon as possible. But Chi Suan's real purpose was not to cut off the contact so that they could not ask for help, but to prevent the transmission of intelligence and avoid exposing himself. Otherwise, if the Watching Dawn Company really knew the power of his Tai Sui God armor and the Holy Purification Field, Deep, they would definitely be on guard. Especially the latter, which could make Chi Suan's threat exceed his value. You know, the Watching Dawn Company is involved in arms trade and even has nuclear weapons. If the Watching Dawn Company is desperate to wipe out Chi Suan and directly throws a nuclear bomb towards the area where he is, the Tai Sui God armor will definitely not be able to withstand it. Seeing Chi Suan approaching, Gung Fu turned around and fled without hesitation. If he gets close, he will die. Why is he looking for death? You can't run away, Chi Suan said, and floating guns appeared around him, or two. After Tai Sui evolved once, the module naturally enhanced some of its SSS level power. So with one more unit, the original 3 tricks per day were also upgraded to 5 times. With multiple floating guns, many strategies can be used. Originally, they were a swarm of floating guns, and they needed a sufficient number to exert their power. The 2 floating guns simultaneously stimulated psionic rays, forming an interwoven network under the control of the intelligent brain, blocking all the escape routes of the Rhino task force on the spot. Some unbelieving team members rushed over, and were disintegrated on the spot under the psionic net. With multiple floating guns, psionic rays are no longer a one-time shot, but can be fired continuously, but due to Tai Sui, the duration is not long. But it doesn't matter, it's enough for Chi Suan to deal with these Rhino task forces. As the psionic net surrounded them, they really couldn't escape. And seeing Chi Suan getting closer and closer, everyone was naturally terrified. I originally wanted 1 or 2 survivors, but now there are more. Qi Xuan looked at the people in the net, and there were still 7. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, Gung Fu said without hesitation. The purpose was of course to delay. As long as he could hold on until Chunyu Bao arrived, the other party would be dead. I know it's a misunderstanding, but it's too late to say anything now. Qi Xuan said, and asked the intelligent brain to reduce the intensity of the sacred purification force field Yusui. When the 7 people were enveloped in the force field, they became weak and collapsed directly to the ground. The lowest intensity cannot kill the Yusui virus, but it can make the Yusui virus inert or even dormant. Without the Yusui virus, this group of people lost everything. Unfortunately, anesthetics are useless to you, Qi Xuan said, taking out a dose of inhibitory serum. This is the secondary Yusui virus serum he obtained from Jin Linyun. Chapter 28. Under the suppression serum, Gung Fu and the others all fell into a deep coma. According to calculations, they could be suppressed for at least 5 hours. And Qi Xuan only needed half an hour to reach the new safe house. Before throwing them into the subspace stabilization pocket, Qi Xuan equipped the 7 people with feeding measures. Normally, the subspace stabilization pocket possessed by Tai Sui God cannot store living things. However, it is possible to store living things in it, but the inside is just a storage space and does not have the conditions for survival. But it doesn't matter. As long as there is oxygen after throwing them in, these people will not die. Besides, it's only half an hour. How could something go wrong? His protagonist Halo is not vegetarian. About 10 minutes after Qi Xuan left, Chun Yubao rushed over, and there were 3 task forces arriving together. It's a pity that they were a step late, and they saw a mess on the ground, and did not find any bodies. Disappeared? What happened? Chun Yubao's face was not very good. He had seen Qi Xuan's energy weapon, which would leave carbonized particles after killing people. This time there were traces of energy weapons, but no body was left. There is a 90% chance that the suspect has improved the energy weapon. Fu Xiao's voice came from the headset. This made Chunyu Bao's eyes flash with a hint of coldness. As a person who had undergone the surgery of the immortal, he couldn't withstand the original energy weapon. If it was really further modified, the threat would be great. Report this matter to Director Chunyu. Chunyu Bao said directly. This is really troublesome. A civilian scientist who jumped out of a corner improved and optimized the semi-finished energy weapon plasma cannon developed by their company, Watching the Dawn, to create a weapon that threatens them. A normal plasma cannon is indeed powerful, but it has various defects, which the opponents obviously does not have. After the intelligence was reported, Chunyu, who quickly took over the communication channel of Dawn. All return and prepare for nuclear weapons cleansing. Chunyu, whose words were very concise. Since there is a threat that cannot be caught, then the whole city will be destroyed. Chunyu Bao subconsciously wanted to agree when he heard it. After all, if it really came to this, his faults would be written off. But he was unwilling to accept it. The opponent played tricks on him again, and he couldn't bear it. Not to mention that the opponent destroyed the 2 task forces of Cheetah and Rhino in succession, causing great losses to the company. Nuclear weapons cannot be used for cleansing. Chunyu Bao rejected this proposal. Reason? Chunyu, who didn't yell or say that I was informing him, not discussing. We need the energy weapon technology in his hands. Chunyu Bao found the reason immediately. You are the largest shareholder of the company, and there will always be other shareholders who have the ambition to replace you. Chunyu, who was silent and didn't answer immediately. For no other reason, just because what Chunyu Bao said was right. After completing the surgery on the immortal, many shareholders were ready to move. In addition, the researchers in charge of the Yusui virus in the company also had other ideas after gaining powerful power. Now they are still each doing their own thing, and he can balance it through power. Once they unite, I am indeed no match for them. Equity? Shareholders? These are all empty words. It is nothing more than the strong being respected. Chunyu, who has a powerful force, no one can be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. But if they unite, then he is no match. Okay, what do you need? Chunyu, who asked. I need. Chunyu Bao reported a series of requirements without hesitation. The other party is so difficult, I have to be more prepared. The speed of coming is indeed not slow. Qi Xuan has known about Chunyu Bao's arrival through the intelligent brain. Today's intelligent brain, after the promotion of Tai Sui God, naturally becomes stronger. It can capture certain communication signals, but there is no way to decipher it. Qi Xuan is a little regretful. If it can be deciphered, we can know who Chunyu Bao called. Fortunately, it doesn't matter. After capturing the signal, the intelligent brain can further counter the artificial intelligence Fu Xiao that watches the dawn. Although it was not enough to make Fushi blind, it could prevent the other party from tracking him. Of course, if the tracking was done indirectly, there would be no way. For example, the large-scale actions of the survivors before caused anomalies. Chi Suan did not care too much about these things. Anyway, the intelligent brain could solve them. He began to clean up the safe house and place the captured prisoners. There are traces of human life, and it is initially determined that they are survivors of the Doomsday game. Chi Suan checked the safe house. As for where the survivors went, they were either dead or gone. This place has been idle for a while. Then, Chi Suan installed a monitoring system around the area and connected the power system through Tai Sui. The power system will be completely paralyzed in 1 or 2 days. We need to evolve Tai Sui again as soon as possible and install a reconnaissance module, otherwise I will be blind. Chunyu Bao and the others definitely won't do that, not to mention that they have satellites. If we can find a satellite as a module to install on Tai Sui, the intelligent brain will probably be enhanced to an epic level. Or we can get the server of Dawn as a module, that's fine too. Chi Suan thought about it. There are a lot of good things, but the module column is missing. Intelligent brain, planet, and increase the number of evolutions of Tai Sui as soon as possible. Chi Suan said, treasury reserves, mineral deposits, etc. can all be used as evolution materials. They are far away and easily blocked, and will also delay your growth progress. The second is the Watching the Dawn headquarters, which kills 2 birds with 1 stone, but has great risks. Chi Suan was thinking about one thing when he heard this, that is, he needed too few resources here, and he could leave after studying the so-called combat procedures of the Rhino Task Force. It should be much faster to use a fighter. Chi Suan said, it is not recommended that you use a fighter. According to the remaining fuel, it can only support you to the Watching the Dawn headquarters. After using it to travel, it will lead to insufficient fuel. Come on, there are gas stations everywhere. Chi Suan didn't know much, but it's just oil, there must be gas stations. Fighters use special aviation kerosene, which is processed by special technology. Okay, let's drive. Chi Suan didn't argue, because the intelligent brain was right. He didn't understand, and the intelligent brain gave an explanation. What's the point of arguing? After Chi Suan chose to drive, the intelligent brain did not respond, indicating that it acquiesced to Chi Suan's choice. Chapter 29. The so-called combat program is that the Usui virus combines with biological genes to form mutations. In this way, the Usui virus will directly reside in the human body, and will not actively harm the human body. However, the concentration of the Usui virus cannot be too high, otherwise this kind of hosting will completely change the genes, and turn this group of task forces into mutant zombies. Chi Suan analyzed the data extracted from Gung Fu. As for the other 6 task force members, they did not die so peacefully. After all, he was a wild man, and could not really compare with those scientists. In addition, he had undergone various destructive transformations and experiments on himself, so naturally, he would not be very good to the experimental subjects. So the consumption rate was also relatively fast. Kill me now. Gung Fu didn't care what Chi Suan said at all. He wanted to die quickly now. Chi Suan's experiment was too painful. The torture made him live a life worse than death. Especially since both sides had the Usui virus, unlike the survivors, it would be more valuable to Chi Suan. Want to die? Wait until you are worthless. But I am curious, don't you feel that you have transformed into a Rhino Man? Don't you feel that it is not right? Chi Suan asked. However, Gung Fu did not answer, but continued to murmur, kill me, kill me. Is there a mental problem? Chi Suan stretched out his hand to check, and it was true. Because the other party's physique was relatively strong, the anesthetic obtained was ineffective. And using the inhibitory serum would affect Chi Suan's research, so he had always been directly dissected, and there were no measures in various experiments. This made Gung Fu lose his mind. As for how to control them? It's simple, just use the lowest power sacred purification force field Usui. At the lowest power, the force field cannot kill the Usui virus, but suppression is not a problem. Chi Suan was able to conduct research smoothly. Ignoring Gung Fu's murmurs, Chi Suan continued his research. The idea of boarding is very good. Although the combat program is inferior to the surgery of the immortals, it still has many core functions. With their help, my E-level talent can be upgraded to D-level talent. In the early stage, talents are still relatively easy to improve, and it is nothing more than a little improvement. However, as the level of talent increases, the difficulty of upgrading becomes greater. Just like F2E, Chi Suan did it without much effort, and he did it without much knowledge of the Usui virus. As for E to D, He has not completed it until now. First, the data is insufficient, and second, there are not enough growth paths. It's different now. With Gung Fu and others' forced cooperation, Qi Xuan finally has a clue about how to improve next. As for more, it will take time. He estimated that it would take about 3 days to complete the research on the improvement of D-level talent. Squeak, Qi Xuan's hand paused, and the device monitoring Gung Fu's vital signs issued a prompt. Dead. You are relieved, Qi Xuan said softly. He was not surprised by this. He estimated that Gung Fu could only hold on here. It would be impolite to continue living. Although the corpse is not as valuable as the living body, it has not yet decayed, so it should be able to. Qi Xuan's words had not yet been finished, and the deep virus in Gung Fu's body began to become active. After death, the Yusui virus in the body will expand and ignore the weak suppression of the force field, turning the corpse into a mutant zombie in a short time. According to the data, the lowest level is a 4th-order mutant zombie, and this is still the initial level, and it will continue to improve in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th-order mutant zombie suddenly stood up and pounced on Qi Xuan. However, before it could touch, the intelligent brain opened the power of the sacred purification force field, Yusui, but it was not turned to the maximum. In an instant, the 4th-order mutant zombie was directly suppressed, and the activity of the Yusui virus on its body quickly decreased, and it directly entered a deep hibernation. After losing its vitality, it turned back into a corpse. Qi Xuan further checked. Although it is a corpse, its strength is indeed high. If nothing unexpected happens, even the strongest survivor at this stage will die in one encounter. As for the 3rd-level mutant zombies, with strong talents, props and equipment given by the Doomsday game, and corresponding planning, the top few people should be able to do it. And the 5th-level zombies, that is already a qualitative change, and wisdom has been born. The survivors are no match even if they are in groups. Intelligent brain, start to deactivate, Qi Xuan said. Since Gung Fu is no longer valuable, Qi Xuan is naturally ready to deal with him. If he is not turned into a zombie, he must be thrown out. However, Gung Fu has not only turned into a zombie, but also a 4th-level mutant zombie. If he is released, what if he turns around and bites him? The output power of Xenaton controlled the intensity and range of the sacred purification force field, Yusui, and the zombie Gung Fu was reduced to ashes in an instant. But then again, why did Gung Fu have this situation, while the remaining 6 Rhino Task Force members did not become zombies after death? Is it because he is the captain, so he has a deeper level of transformation in the Rhino combat program? Qi Xuan thought of this. After all, he is the captain, and he must not be treated the same as the team members. This is good news. After dealing with Gung Fu, Qi Xuan began to plan to improve his talent. The main body is still the Yusui virus. It's a pity that I can't transform my cerebral cortex for the time being to obtain the directional mental interference frequency of the S-level puppet master. Otherwise, I bet that I might be able to go to the next level. Compared to the mutant adrenaline, Qi Xuan does not have enough conditions to transform his cerebral cortex. At least, he has to solve the hidden dangers of the Yusui virus. Although Qi Xuan seems to be very handy with the Yusui virus now, the hidden dangers have never been solved. After reaching full infection, he still has to become a zombie master. Physical limitations have prevented him from doing so. Once successful, Qi Xuan will be able to delve into another area of the Yusui virus, which is the spirit. Before this, his research on the Yusui virus was mostly based on the physical body. Even the death potion actually improved the spirit at the cost of destroying the body. The result is a temporary improvement in spirit, but it is actually an effect of activating the brain. Well, don't think too much, unless you give me another survivor with S-level or above spiritual talent. Or let Junibao be a test subject. Qi Xuan still has a backup plan. Chapter 30. D-level talent. Virus hosting Yusui, Qi Xuan felt the changes in the virus in his body. Through the host effect of Gung Fu and others' combat program, he successfully transformed his virus suppression into virus hosting. This means that he and Yusui virus have established preliminary cooperation. Or to put it bluntly, it is from a slave hunting team to a slave owner. It's just that Yusui virus, as a slave, has just been captured, so it seems unruly and may backfire. But if Qi Xuan does not take the death potion or stimulate the activity of Yusui virus, then his infection level will not automatically increase. At first glance, it seems very bad, and it is indeed very bad. After all, it is only a D-level talent, and it also restricts the direction. It is definitely not powerful. What's more, this was originally used by Qi Xuan to save his life, and the real intention was to control Yusui virus. You have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Chi Suiyan certainly wanted to achieve success overnight, but he could only think about it. If he really wanted to achieve success overnight, he would not think it was a pie in the sky, but a trap set by a liar. After reaching the virus host level, my physical fitness has finally recovered. This means that his immunity and antibodies have initially accepted the Yusui virus and formed a simple coexistence. So Chi Suiyan's symptoms did not recover, but became more serious, because the Yusui virus penetrated deeper into his body. However, the upper limit of physical fitness has changed from the original 0.5 to 0.8. Although he is sick, it does not affect his health, which is better than before. This means that the concentration of the death potion can be higher. 0.5 is so strong, so my 0.8 must be very strong. It seems that the physical strength has only increased by 0.3, but in Chi Suiyan's eyes, this is a half increase in efficiency. The tenfold death potion can be scheduled. Before, he could not withstand the tenfold death potion. After taking it, he could only last about 5 minutes before watching the advertisement to revive. So Chi Suiyan would not use such a high concentration of death potion unless it was a critical experiment. But now, it can be used as a routine. The subsequent 1,000-fold concentration of death potion doesn't seem to be a big problem. The tenfold death potion is not the limit of Chi Suiyan's research and development, but the limit that his physical strength can bear. Continuing to increase the concentration is not a difficult task for him. With the cooperation of the intelligent brain and Tai Sui God, if he really wants to purify it at all costs, he estimates that he can produce a 10,000-fold death potion. However, it is useless to create it. If he really takes a breath with a concentration of 10,000 times, his infection level will soar to full infection on the spot, and he will directly become a zombie master. The best is the right one, not the higher the concentration the better. It's time to leave next, smart brain. Use all the materials that can be used for evolution in this safe house. Chi Suiyan naturally planned to leave here. The threat of the Yusui virus has been temporarily lifted, so he plans to focus on increasing the number of evolutions of Tai Sui Shin and hunting high-quality talent survivors in the memory of the reborn. Tai Sui Shin is the basis of his battle, and high-quality talent helps to improve his own strength. He does rely on Tai Sui now, but it does not mean that he has to rely on Tai Sui for his whole life. Even if Tai Sui can evolve infinitely, he still has to have the strength he should have. Who knows if he will encounter the Doomsday or survivors who can restrain Tai Sui in the future. Of course, he hunts survivors with high-quality talents not only for himself, but also to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. As long as these survivors do not die and grow up, they can definitely become the helpers of the Doomsday game, which is definitely not good for a violator like himself. If the hidden dangers can be eliminated in advance, they will definitely not be delayed until the hidden dangers explode. It is a two birds with one stone deal. If Chi Suiyan can kill all the survivors, that would be the best situation. But this is not realistic. After all, the number of survivors under the Doomsday game is too large. Even if he stands there and kills them, he can't kill them all. Unless Chi Suiyan completely controls the Yusui virus, then there is indeed a high success rate for infecting all the survivors with the Yusui virus and turning them into zombies. Of course, this needs to be matched with the corresponding equipment and installed on the Tai Sui God to make it evolve to SSS level quality, otherwise it will definitely not be done by oneself. Chi Suiyan does not care about using tools, nor does he think that relying on Tai Sui God is a waste of using external objects. As a human with wisdom, using tools is its own strength. How can you say that you should give up your strengths and use your weaknesses to fight head-on? Weaknesses are used to make up for them, not to fight against the enemy. The entire safe house that can be used as evolutionary materials has been swallowed up by Tai Sui God. After squeezing out the last bit of value, Chi Suiyan left directly. Warning, missile attack detected. Chi Suiyan had just gotten into the car, and the intelligent brain began to control the vehicle to drive towards the previously scheduled location, but suddenly an intelligent brain warning appeared. What's the situation? Can the source of the missile be traced? Chi Suiyan actually had some guesses. It was nothing more than the work of Watching Dawn Company. Too far away, unable to track. According to monitoring data, this missile is a saturation attack. Chi Suiyan's heart sank when he heard it. The other party was planning to plow the entire city directly, and it was not unlikely to force him to show up. Is there any way to avoid it? Chi Suiyan could only hope for Tai Sui God at this time. If Tai Sui God had evolved more times, or if he had the same strength as Chun Yubao, he would not be afraid of missiles at all, and he could directly smash the missiles with a backhand hammer. There is a 70% chance of successfully breaking through, a 20% chance of being severely injured but not affected, and a 10% chance of death. The intelligent brain naturally cannot give Chi Suiyan a 100% guarantee. It is not omnipotent. However, under the control of the intelligent brain, the accelerator of the vehicle he was driving was directly stepped on the bottom, and the speed was soaring. There is no need to worry about safety issues, because if you run slowly, the missile will fall on your head, the position is exposed, the enemy artificial intelligence is mobilizing satellite positioning and is counterattacking. The intelligent brain once again reminded that his movement must be loud. They have better equipment support, and it is not a problem to detect this movement and lock it. Counterattack successful. Temporarily block the enemy artificial intelligence lock. The pursuer is expected to catch up in half an hour, and the follow-up support is expected to catch up in 1 hour. The pursuer mentioned by the intelligent brain is naturally Chunyu Bao, a mutant who has undergone the immortal surgery. And the follow-up support is those task forces. Chapter 31. You're chasing me so closely? Did you know I was going to run away, so you chose to use missiles to clean up the place? Or was it because of the protagonist's halo? Chi Suiyan didn't know why, but it didn't make much difference to him. I don't know if controlling the Yusui virus will allow me to turn on and off the protagonist's halo myself. He did rely on the fact that Destiny Yusui gave him enough growth and opportunities, but how should I put it? Basically, every opportunity that came to him was a trouble. Being able to become stronger safely was far better for him than being forced to become stronger through various crises. While thinking, the car controlled by the intelligent brain suddenly turned around. Fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt, otherwise he would have rushed out. But even so, Tai Sui was not feeling well. Chi Suiyan was better. After all, he had Tai Sui as a protection. Boom! The loud noise broke out in an instant, so Chi Suiyan couldn't think about other things. The intelligent brain made the vehicle spin in order to avoid this attack. You can't run away! Chunyu Bao roared, and Tai Sui God quickly left the vehicle. The missile in the sky was over, and before it hit Chi Suiyan, the attack of the floating gun directly decomposed the entire missile. At the same time, the distance between Chunyu Bao and him was rapidly shortened. In a blink of an eye, the opponent was only 10 meters away from Chi Suiyan. The intelligent brain immediately activated the purification force field with maximum power. At this time, Chunyu Bao was only 3.5 meters away from Chi Suiyan. At the critical moment, he stopped. The creepy feeling in his instinct told him that if he went forward, his life would be threatened. After stopping, he quickly retreated until he reached a safe distance, and then he looked at the armored man in front of him seriously. As expected, the communication was cut off again, but Chunyu Bao was well prepared. What is that? Why will I die if I get close to you? Chunyu Bao asked coldly. Based on his performance, Chi Suiyan knew without thinking that he must have been reduced in intelligence. Otherwise, how could a normal person ask the enemy such a question? Even if he asked, the enemy would not be able to tell. Because of the difference in strength between the two sides, the protagonist halo can only reduce Chunyu Bao's intelligence. Seeing this, Chi Suiyan did not hesitate to increase the direct infection level to 99% of severe infection. In this way, the power that his own destiny deep can exert is infinitely close to the zombie master. Fortunately, he completed the D-level talent virus hosting, otherwise he would never dare to limit it so much. The answer to Chunyu Bao was a woven web constructed by 2 psionic rays. The speed is twice as fast as before. You have indeed optimized the energy weapon. Hand over the technology, and I can spare your whole body. Chunyu Bao dodged the attack easily, and then said disdainfully. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The protagonist's aura was so terrifying. In the past, he had taken advantage of the convenience of luck, but this was the first time he felt the effect of lowering intelligence in person. At this time, Chunyu Bao would actually say these words to him. It was simply a typical example of a villain dying because of talking too much. Chunyu Bao himself did not realize that there would be a problem if he kept talking without launching an attack. The enemy was on guard, and the floating gun could not effectively hit the enemy. Try to overload the purification force field to kill. The intelligent brain did not mention retreating, because it knew that the opponent's speed was far better than its own, and it could not escape. Unless Tai Sui has a module for movement, he will definitely not be able to beat the other party in this regard. You actually still want to resist me? Do you know? Chunyu Bao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, and then he saw the armored man rushing forward quickly with the cooperation of the floating gun. At that moment, every cell in his body was trembling, and the breath, like a natural enemy, shocked him briefly. This is impossible. Chunyu Bao was completely shocked, and even stood there stupidly, with no way to react at all. In an instant, he was enveloped in the force field. The stimulation from death finally made him get out of that state and retreat without hesitation. However, it was a step too late. Even if he successfully left the force field, half of his body had been annihilated by the force field. The effect of the protagonist's halo combined with the overload operation of the sacred purification force field formed a short-term shock. The target of the shock was naturally not Chun Yubao himself, but the Yusui virus in his body. The space was slightly distorted, and Chun Yubao activated his special ability, Space Jump, hoping to increase the distance between the two. But the intelligent brain had already been prepared, and the floating cannon was launched at the same time, and two psionic rays accurately hit the space around him when he used Space Jump. As for hitting Chun Yubao directly, this is unrealistic. When it was activated, the opponent had already started jumping, and the person was in a state, so it was impossible to attack him. Another speed was not enough, but hitting the space fluctuations formed around was more accurate. The next moment, Chun Yubao appeared again, but this time, there was only a head with half of the body, and the rest of the body turned into mincemeat, and was squeezed out of the space. Even so, Chun Yubao was not dead yet, and still escaped in a way similar to that of a worm. His speed was not slow, but it was not comparable to his peak period. The floating gun once again burst out psionic rays, forming a psionic net to trap him. But Chun Yubao tried desperately to jump through space again. However, he failed this time, and the psionic net interfered with the formation of a supernatural effect. "It's over, Director Chunyu," Chi Suiyan said. Under the double cover of the force field and the psionic net, the activity of the psionic virus in Chun Yubao was directly suppressed to the lowest. "No, you can't kill me. Do you know who my father is?" Chun Yubao said with fear. "Of course I know, the shareholder holding the largest share of Watching the Dawn Company. You don't want to tell me that if I kill you, Watching the Dawn Company will fight me to the death," Chi Suiyan said sarcastically. From the beginning, the two sides were in a situation of life and death. Chun Yubao wanted to say something, but Chi Suiyan directly injected him with inhibitory serum, and forcibly suppressed the activity of the Yusui virus in his body through the force field. He didn't say the rest of the words, and completely lost consciousness. Chi Suiyan skillfully arranged a supply system for Chun Yubao, and helped him stop bleeding attentively, and then threw him into the subspace stable pocket. Enemy support is detected approaching, whether to block it. Since they are here, it's a fight to the death anyway, kill as many as you can. I also want to dissect the combat procedures of other models. Chapter 32. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. They died under the sacred purification force field. The combat task force from the Watching Dawn Company was directly wiped out. There was no scum at all, so it was not a scene of corpses everywhere. It was even easier to clean up the corpses. Chi Suiyan picked up the headset, which emitted a sizzling sound. It was obvious that some signal had forcibly broken through the strong shielding force field set up by the intelligent brain with the psionic energy of the floating cannon. "Weaken the force field and listen to what the other party has to say," Chi Suiyan said. The intelligent brain followed Chi Suiyan's instructions, and reduced the output frequency of the strong shielding force field. The voice in the headset gradually became clearer. "Are you planning to show off your power?" A slightly heavy voice came from the headset. It was Chun Yubao's father, Chun Yuhu. The other party obviously knew that his signal had been transmitted. "Of course not, I'm just protecting myself," Chi Suiyan said sarcastically. "What else? Respect an enemy who will never give up?" When facing an enemy, one's character can be vague and one's morality can be vivid. It's not like the Watching the Dawn Company, which is so big and powerful that it's easy to crush an ant like me. Chi Suiyan continued to sneer. Anyway, they are all mortal enemies, so naturally he was merciless. "You're right, you're just an ant." Chun Yuhu was not angered by Chi Suiyan's sarcasm. After all, he has been in the business and political world for many years, and his mentality is far from being comparable to that of Chun Yubao, a son of his generation. "I can give you a chance, bring my son to the headquarters. I can write off any losses you have caused to the company before. You can also join our company's senior management and become a member of the future world rulers." Chun Yuhu did not start to fight and kill, but began to recruit. But Chi Suiyan did not believe it. The temptation is relatively limited. "Besides, why do you think I should give my life to the enemy?" Chi Suiyan said disdainfully. If he really wanted to become a member of the Watching the Dawn, as the other party said, it would be equivalent to throwing himself into a trap, and even the Tai Sui god would not be able to protect him. Then he would naturally be at the mercy of others. And you are confused. If I kill you, everything you have will still be mine. Chi Suiyan is not stupid. Join the enemy, and give them a few melons and dates, and destroy all the enemies, and become rich overnight. The latter is indeed difficult, but he has only this choice. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu seemed to have heard a funny joke, and then said, "You are very young. One time of luck does not mean a lifetime of luck. The power of watching the dawn is far beyond your understanding. Becoming one of us is your most suitable choice." Qi Xuan looked at his own destiny. Yushin. How could this protagonist's halo not be a lifetime of luck? I think my luck is very long-lasting, Qi Xuan retorted. Let's stop here for the recruitment. Is there anything else to say? If not, then you can wash your neck and wait for death. What Qi Xuan wanted to hear was not these, but to analyze whether the other party was reduced in intelligence. If it was reduced in intelligence, it must be a good thing. But if not, that's another story. You refuse decisively, but do you think you can escape? When Chen Yu's voice fell, a large number of black spots appeared in the distant sky. These dense black dots flew towards Qi Xuan at a very fast speed, and each black dot was a missile. Ah, you are stalling for time. Qi Xuan only then discovered the other party's true purpose. Of course, what else do you think? Chen Yu said with pride, I know you are just an ordinary person. But you are a powerful ordinary person, and it is too wasteful to die under the gunfire. It is the best experimental subject to let you become a zombie in a high concentration of Yusui virus. Hearing this, Qi Xuan's face became even more strange. Obviously, the enemy's intelligence about him cannot be said to be completely unknown, but it is also specious. It may be because of his intelligence reduction. As for the Yusui virus, if we talk about the concentration problem, Qi Xuan can sit firmly on the throne of the first place, even if humans and zombies are added together. As a result, you said that you want to use the Yusui virus to deal with him. Isn't this just a meat bun hitting a dog? Maybe the high concentration of Yusui virus in the other party's mouth is not as high as the concentration of Yusui virus in the gas exhaled by Qi Xuan. Damn it, if I don't die, you will die. Qi Xuan pretended to be furious and crushed the headset, and the intelligent brain also restored the strong shielding force field to normal level in time. Sort out the subspace pocket, and then divide it into an area. Let's take away all these high concentration Yusui viruses. Why do you have to argue with the other party? It turns out that I have also been reduced in intelligence, and am just waiting to get benefits. Qi Xuan also reacted. Logically speaking, even if he wanted to mess with the other party's mentality, he would not do it here, but ran while mocking. As for the high concentration of the Yusui virus, it has many uses for Qi Xuan. The simplest point is that after compression, it can be used as a material to purify the concentration of the death potion. Previously, these materials were obtained from zombies. A series of extractions and conversions must be carried out, but the other party sent it directly to him, which can save a lot of trouble. The missile landed and did not explode, but released a large amount of black gas. These gases were all collected into the subspace pocket before they had time to spread. That is, the timing of the intelligent brain control was accurate, otherwise this gas would spread very quickly under the impetus of the missile itself. At most 30 seconds, it can cover a range of about 5 kilometers, and this is not the limit. The subsequent diffusion speed will slow down, but the range of 100 kilometers will be covered. Especially since the other party threw so many missiles at once, the problem of dilution due to the large area covered was also solved. With so many, I don't have to collect concentration materials for a year just based on the tenfold concentration of the death potion. Qi Xuan felt that the Watching Dawn company was really a good person. Of course, if the concentration continues to increase, these high concentration Yusui viruses will definitely not last for a year. Good, this is simply wonderful. In this way, Tai Suishan does not have to rush for his own raw materials, and can have other free time to do other things. I have taken all the benefits, it is time to leave, otherwise when the other party reacts, they will directly drop a nuclear bomb on me, and then it will be a big trouble. Qi Xuan can be sure that if his behavior is known, it will definitely stimulate the Watching Dawn company. Chapter 33. After leaving, Qi Xuan went straight to the treasury where the minerals were stored. He encountered many zombies on the way, but under the sacred purification force field, every one of them would be wiped out. As for the survivors, he did not meet any of them. It was not that Qi Xuan did not encounter any on the way, but because these survivors were avoiding him. The location was displayed every half an hour, which naturally exposed Qi Xuan's path. No one intended to meet this violator, who killed hundreds of people. If they really met, it would probably just become a number in the other party's activities. If nothing unexpected happens, the target of the violator should be us. Jiang Yang's expression was not very good. This treasury was naturally occupied by the survivor organization, and Jiang Yang was the leader of the organization. Through the map and the comparison of the path, he came to such a conclusion. It is normal to think about it. After all, this treasury is a strategic treasury, and it has not only minerals and metals, but also various resources. It is with the help of resources that Jiangyang's survival organization has been able to gain a foothold and grow. If he is given enough time, he can open up a survivor camp, and it will be certified by the Doomsday Game and become a real survival force. In the next Doomsday world, they will still attack with force, rather than fighting alone. Unfortunately, the Violators are here, which may make everything a bubble illusion. Then kill him. I don't believe that the thousands of survivors in our camp will not be able to kill a Violator. Zhong Xian's expression was not good, so his tone was very aggressive. Jiangyang is the big leader, and Zhong Xian is the second leader. There is no bloody conflict between the two of them. Instead, Zhong Xian has been helping Jiangyang to find out the shortcomings and fill in the gaps. Maybe it's really impossible to kill them. Do you remember Jin Linyun? He brought a group of people over, and in less than half an hour, it became the number of Violators killed. It's true that we have thousands of people, but most of them are not combatants. In terms of overall number, it's not as good as the group of people that Jin Yunlin is entangled with. As the leader, Jiangyang naturally knows his organizational structure. To support the consumption and expenditure of such a large camp, the required personnel are indispensable. So it is impossible for all survivors to be responsible for fighting, and most of them are ordinary people who are protected. What should we do? We can't let the other party come to kill us. Zhong Xian did not refute, because he knew Jiangyang was right. In the eyes of the survivors, the target of the Violators is them. Many survivors suspect that the Violators can get some benefits by killing the survivors. Otherwise, the other party would not be keen on this kind of killing. Of course we fight to the death. Jiangyang sighed. His target is us survivors. How could he let us go? Even if we retreat, it's too late now. Jiangyang looked at the location of the Violators shown in the permanent activity Violators. 25 minutes ago, they were already very close. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be outside the camp now, observing us. Jiangyang said. This made Zhong Xian shudder. No, he's already here. Zhong Xian said. He saw the status after his name, and suddenly it showed a mild infection of 2%. Jiangyang was confused for a moment, then opened his panel, and his expression showed despair. There was nothing in the organization to remove the infection. They were indeed a large organization, but they were all focused on survival, such as farming, looting supplies, resuming production, etc. So unlike those survivors, who were alone or had only a small team, they would dig deep into this zombie apocalypse and get rewards from the Doomsday Game. More importantly, they had to deal with the zombie tide from time to time. There were too many survivors, which would naturally attract a large number of zombies. As the number gathered to form an impact, it would become a zombie tide. Therefore, although they lived a rich life, they were actually full of crisis. Not only Jiangyang and Zhong Xian discovered this situation, but other survivors in the organization also discovered it. This caused chaos to spread. The infection level of everyone was rising sharply. In less than 3 minutes, the infection level had soared to a mild 70%. And the speed is still accelerating. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all become zombies within 5 minutes. The infection speed is so fast. And the lower the physical attribute, the faster the speed. Some survivors with lower physical attributes turned into zombies within 2 minutes, which caused the chaos to break out. What should I do? Zhong Xian calmed down now. There was no chance of winning. Waiting to die, what else can I do? I have no way. Jiangyang smiled bitterly. If he had serum, there would be a solution, but unfortunately he didn't have it either. I heard that those lone rangers and small teams can obtain rewards from the Doomsday Game by digging into the plot and settings, including serum. So we are going in the wrong direction. The organization should not be limited to one place, but should be expanded outward. Jiangyang reviewed his mistakes. It's time to stop talking about this. I think we should find a suitable way to die, rather than turning into a zombie. Zhong Xian said calmly. Since the Violator can control the Yushin virus, maybe there is a way to control zombies. I don't want to become the other party's puppet after death. All the survivors know nothing about the Violators. All those who have contacted the other party are dead. How can there be any intelligence, even if the survivors communicate with each other, who will give you intelligence if they are dead? This is slander. A mechanical voice came. The armored man pushed open the door, which surprised Jiangyang and Zhong Xian. In their opinion, since he can control the Yushin virus, he may look like a mutant zombie. I didn't expect it to be a sci-fi style, which was really surprising. I won't torture people who have no value. Qi Xuan said, his eyes sweeping over Jiang Yang and Zhong Xian. In the previous life of the Reborn, these two people were the top forces in the Doomsday game. Moreover, the talent quality of these two people is also very high. Jiang Yang is an SS-level Life Apostle, and Zhong Xian is an S-level Brutal Blood Strike. It can only be said that they are worthy of the protagonist's halo, and they can meet benefits wherever they go. So after Qi Xuan learned about the situation of these two people, he came to save them. If they become zombies, it will definitely be a huge loss. As for the other people in the other force, this is not within his consideration. Violators are like this. Survivors only need to be responsible for becoming zombies, while violators have to consider more. Chapter 34. The number of people killed by violators in the permanent event violators suddenly soared to thousands. This situation shocked all the survivors. There were many top survivors who wanted to get this benefit. But after seeing this situation, they all stopped. Even the top survivor had no power to resist when facing thousands of survivors. However, the violators did this incredible thing in a short time. This means that the gap between the two sides has not narrowed, but has become larger and larger. Now no survivor dares to trouble the violators. Well, I have stepped on the bottom line of the Doomsday game again. Directly give me a 24-hour strong erasure service. Of course, the erasure failed, otherwise Qi Xuan would be dead. As a violator, if he could be erased by the Doomsday game, he would not wait until he did something wrong. After occupying this strategic reserve warehouse, Tai Sui God began his journey of fusion evolution. The quality of the materials that can be used as evolution materials is relatively average, and many of them have been used, but it doesn't matter, the main thing is that the quantity is large. Qi Xuan estimated that it would not be a problem to support two evolutions. Qi Xuan began to study Jiang Yang and Zhong Xian. The talents of these two people are actually quite good. The memory of the Reborn contains the approximate effects of these two talents. The Apostle of Life can stimulate the physique to the greatest extent. This talent can make Jiang Yang's physique grow +1, and at the same time, when actively stimulated, it can temporarily double his own physique attribute. In addition, it can also increase the recovery ability and immunity. The Brutal Blood Strike talent is much inferior, and it can consume one's own blood to temporarily increase the physical attribute. The duration and the value of the increase depend on one's own blood. If too little blood is provided, the effect will be very poor, but if too much blood is provided, once the duration is over, it will become weak. So it is necessary to control the amount of blood. Of course, as the physical attribute grows, this sequelae will disappear. There is still a gap between SS-level talents and S-level talents. Especially in terms of physical growth +1, it is an effect that can really widen the gap. If Jiang Yang obtains the attributes of the Doomsday game reward, he can get double the effect by adding it to the physical body, and 1 point of attribute can increase 2 points of physical body. Unfortunately, he failed to play his own advantages, otherwise with his talent, the physical growth would definitely not be low. The disadvantages are also obvious. It is indeed difficult to obtain the rewards of the Doomsday game. As for exercising by yourself, physical growth +1 can also take effect, but the effect is not so immediate, but requires long-term exercise, nutrition intake, etc. Besides, Jiang Yang does not have this awareness. He has to deal with a lot of things every day, so how can he have so much leisure time to exercise? The other party's path is actually not wrong. In the early stage, he developed his power and fed back while the power grew. Therefore, in the previous life of the Reborn, Jiang Yang not only made his survivor camp the largest power, but also his own strength was extremely powerful with a lot of resources. However, meeting Qi Xuan made Jiang Yang and Zhong Xian, two future power leaders, die before they could grow up, just like Xiaoling, Jin Linyun and others. Don't mention it, these two people are really a good match, and the foundation of their talents is on the heart. However, in addition to the heart, the Life Apostle also involves various parts of the body. Unlike the Brutal Blood Strike, the strengthening of various parts is temporary. Every time the Life Apostle is used actively, it can slightly enhance the physique, but the effect is not obvious. Only long-term use can make progress on the attribute panel. It should be the so-called physical growth +1. Qi Xuan felt that these two talents were really useful. With his own mutant adrenaline and destructive dopamine, he might be able to make his physique reach 1 point. Then will I transform my heart? It's a sure death, no way to survive. Qi Xuan found the problem, that is, he seemed unable to complete it independently. He had no way to fully obtain the effects of the Life Apostle and the Brutal Blood Strike, but it was still possible to obtain the basic effects. It is to directly consume a large amount of blood to obtain a temporary increase in the physical attribute and then increase it. At the same time, the lower the state of the activated mutant adrenaline, the higher the physical effect. Without saying too much, his physical attributes can temporarily double the peak value within half an hour. As for the side effects, he will definitely die suddenly after half an hour. To be honest, half an hour is already very good. Chi Xuan has already gotten used to this way of death. And this doubling is only the initial effect. There is also a synergistic effect. The stimulation of the physical body, combined with the destructive dopamine, can make Chi Xuan's mental attributes increase as well. After drinking the tenfold concentration of the death potion, the efficiency of learning and research will definitely take off. However, the original 50 minutes to watch a 30-second ad to revive will be changed to 30 minutes to watch a 30-second ad to revive. The reason why he doesn't have to die early is that sudden death will come earlier than the infection of the Yusui virus. The only way is to let the intelligent brain control the Tai Sui god. With such a big temptation, Chi Xuan must stuff it into himself. At most, he can die a few more times, anyway, he can be resurrected. Your body cannot withstand anesthesia, and the transformation process will inevitably be painful. Oh, small problem, I can endure all these diseases, and it's nothing to cut open my stomach. Chi Xuan didn't care. According to the data model, with your current physique, the transformation cannot be completed in one go, and multiple transformations are required. Let's talk about this later. I haven't figured out how to do it yet. And I'm thinking that it's not necessary to operate on the entire heart, just slightly transform a part of it. There's no need to focus on the life apostle talent. After all, it involves too much, and it's not suitable for me to completely transform it. On the contrary, the structure formed by the brutal blood strike is very suitable as the main body. Anyway, he didn't have a weak period, it was just a sudden death. Zhong Xian's weak period is at least 1 hour, but Chi Xuan's resurrection is only 30 seconds, so sudden death is more cost-effective. More importantly, after having this ability, even if Chi Xuan is sick, he can burst out with physical attributes far beyond all survivors at this stage. 0.8 enhancement is 100%, that's 1.6 points of physical strength. The strongest survivor's attributes are probably not as high as Chi Xuan's attributes. As for how strong the 1.6 points of physique are, there is a small possibility that he can survive a direct blow from Chunyu Bao. His physique is not as strong as Chunyu Bao's, and does not have as many effects as the immortal surgery on him. Chapter 35. Taking multiple tasks at once, Chi Xuan used the talents of the Apostle of Life and Brutal Blood Strike to transform himself, while at the same time he began to study Chunyu Bao. The immortal surgery on the other party was of great value. At the same time, Tai Sui also completed a transformation. Its armor value increased to 5 points, completing the 4th evolution. The next evolution requires an armor value of 6 points, and the increase is still 1 point, but the resources required are more. At the same time, Chi Xuan chose the Reconnaissance module in a vacant module column. SSS Multidimensional Superdistance Reconnaissance Network. The reason for choosing this is that the power system has been completely paralyzed. If he does not want to become blind, he must have a reconnaissance module. Because of Tai Sui, the Multidimensional Superdistance Reconnaissance Network can only cover a range of 4 kilometers in diameter for the time being. But this is enough. The intelligent brain cooperates with the reconnaissance network to control a satellite that is still in operation. As Tai Sui evolves, the effects of other SSS level modules will naturally increase, and the ability of the intelligent brain will definitely be restored. No, the more times it evolves, the more SSS level modules it will have, and the modules will be interconnected. Doesn't it mean that no matter how many times Tai Sui evolves, it will not be able to fully carry its own modules? Chi Xuan discovered a very serious problem. Tai Sui, this gold-eating beast, will never catch up with the module column in his lifetime. The module column is the body of Tai Sui. Yes, theoretically speaking, as long as there are enough SSS level modules, there is no upper limit for each SSS level module. Tai Sui will never be able to exert the true effect of each SSS level module throughout his life, because the module effect will also increase without limit as it is enhanced, combined, and linked. From the beginning to the end, Tai Sui is just a carrier, and low armor can be compensated by material modules, defense modules, and shield modules. Resources can also use collection modules and resource modules for autonomous growth. This Chi Xuan did not expect the intelligent brain to answer like this. It must be said that Tai Sui is really outrageous. Apart from his characteristics, he is not very good and is a money-eating beast, but his potential is outrageous. Doesn't it mean that the materials needed for evolution will increase exponentially after evolution? Even if a world is emptied, it may not be able to evolve. Does it have to rely on its own modules to grow autonomously and survive? Chi Xuan thought about this and realized that plundering can indeed make you rich overnight, but self-sufficiency is a long-term idea. So he was thinking, otherwise find a collection module. When Tai Sui's evolution times are low, the efficiency is definitely low, but no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Yes, it is best to need multiple modules to cooperate so that the raw materials needed for evolution are no longer limited to a single one. Chi Xuan frowned when he thought about this. In fact, he has already prepared the next module, which is to use a sniper rifle as a weapon module, and it is best to use an energy weapon of the same nature as the plasma cannon. Although the floating cannon is good and has enough damage, it has a limited number of times, so it is necessary to prepare an extra weapon. As for melee weapons, this is not considered for the time being. Now he has a multi-dimensional long-distance reconnaissance network, intelligent brain and satellite cooperation. He dare not say that he can blow up the enemy's head from 800 miles away, but as long as the power of energy weapons and sniper rifles is strong enough, it will be enough to make the enemy confused before they see him. But after hearing what the intelligent brain said, he was actually a little hesitant. One is for long-term benefits, and the other is for military support. The importance is definitely the same. But there is only one module, so you must make a choice. The next module is mainly weapons. With the current metal and mineral reserves, it can at least allow Tai Sui God to evolve 2 or 3 more times. This is a strategic warehouse, storing a lot of metals and minerals. Besides, even if the strategic warehouse here is not enough, there are other strategic warehouses, and even metal warehouses, so they can definitely be put together. After the intelligent brain said this, Chi Xuan had to give up his original plan. Before, his plan was to use long-range weapons, energy shields, and close combat cold weapons to ensure that Tai Sui God had good combat capabilities. It is recommended to prioritize the 3 modules of collection, smelting, and transformation to achieve the highest efficiency. Even after the number of evolutions is increased, the progress of stable growth of armor value can be guaranteed. At first glance, it seems to be very cost-effective, but the problem is that the higher the number of evolutions, the higher the armor value required. Now it evolves once at one point, but it may not be possible in the future. Therefore, the number of such modules used to improve evolution efficiency is extremely large. However, these are not what Chi Xuan should consider now. Instead, he said, no, let's stick to my original plan. Resources can be snatched, but the opportunity cannot be missed. The order is long-range weapons, energy shields, and then collection modules. Chi Xuan's idea is very simple. First, get rid of the Watching Dawn Company and get everything from them. After eliminating the hidden dangers, he will start preparing the module for the evolution of Tai Sui God. He has too many hidden dangers. In addition to the external threat of Watching Dawn Company, there is also the internal worry of the Yusui virus. One day he fails to successfully control the Yusui virus, he will not have peace. More importantly, he must get what Tianming Yusui needs, otherwise when he goes to the next doomsday world, it will be his death. Before these hidden dangers are resolved, the modules needed for Tai Sui's evolution are not important. Now that everyone is dead, he doesn't care about Tai Sui's future. These things can only be considered when he is alive. The energy sniper rifle and energy shield you need are probably not easy to find, unless you make them yourself, but in your case, you need to study energy, materials, weapons, and other subjects, which will drag down your progress in studying the Yusui virus. What the intelligent brain said is true. His floating gun comes from the energy weapons of the Watching Dawn Company. In this regard, the Watching Dawn Company has made average progress. In addition to the original plasma cannon, there are no other energy weapons to try, let alone the so-called energy shield. People have no idea about this at all. So Chi Xuan can only research it himself, otherwise it will definitely be gone. Don't worry, after the transformation of the heart is completed, you can take care of multiple tasks at the same time. Chi Xuan had a plan long ago. That must be his own research and study. In fact, he only needs to develop a sniper-type energy weapon, and leave the rest to Tai Sui. The rest of the things are not for Chi Xuan to worry about. As for studying these SSS-level modules on his body, Chi Xuan has thought about it, but it is too advanced, and he can't understand it at all, let alone study it. He can only do it when he is stronger in the future. The main task now is to save his life. Chapter 36. The surgery for immortals is based on the host to some extent, which has formed a certain immune effect. The energy form corresponding to the directional movement of charged particles is electrical energy. The heart does not need to be completely transformed, and we can start with the plasma and blood cells that make up the blood. Chi Xuan multitasked, and did not delay his studies and research. After half an hour, his body began to sag, his head tilted, and he died. Then he began to reorganize within 30 seconds and recovered quickly. At the same time, the effect of the death potion disappeared. It's okay to multitask in the short term, but if you do it too much, you will have psychological and mental problems. There are already many problems with dying too many times. If this continues, will I become a madman? Chi Xuan thought about this question after he recovered. I did multitask before, but not so vigorously. Super strong adaptability is also effective in the spirit and psychology, but the speed of taking effect is not as intuitive and efficient as in the physical body. Smart brain, do you have any solution? Chi Xuan has not yet entered the spiritual field, so he can only ask smart brain. Anyway, he will try his best. Insufficient modules, unable to solve. It is recommended to conduct 1 hour of psychological counseling every day, which can effectively relieve symptoms. It means that you should work less and rest more, and then have a conversation. In terms of psychological counseling, Smart Brain can do it for you. It has downloaded all the useful information on the internet when the power system is still there. So it is still okay to temporarily play the role of a psychologist. But Smart Brain does not charge, and the price of a psychologist is not cheap. 1 hour. Chi Xuan was struggling. For him, 1 hour is not too much, but 1 hour a day, that's one more day a month. At first glance, it's not much, but an average of 30 days a month, which is equivalent to him spending 1 day for cultivation. If you say it's cost effective, it is indeed more cost effective. Anyway, it's to relieve his own problems. Okay, then follow your plan for the time being. 1 hour a day. When is the right time? It is recommended to do it when you are too tired. If necessary, you can try to sleep for 8 hours to recover better. Chi Xuan doesn't sleep. Whether he is tired or hungry, he recovers through death recasting. Of course, most of the time it doesn't reach this level, because he has to die once every 30 minutes. You have to reduce the concentration of the death potion. This won't work. Chi Xuan rejected the proposal without hesitation. It only takes 1 hour of psychological counseling, nothing else. His plan is to try it for 7 days first. If it works, then continue. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it won't kill anyone. Only if you survive can you talk about what to do in the future. The intelligent brain did not make any further suggestions under Chi Xuan's decisive tone. After all, it is just an intelligent brain, and its main function is to assist. If Chi Xuan needs it, it can help, but it will not force it if it does not need it. Let's start from now on today. Let me test the water first. Since Chi Xuan has a plan, let's start directly. It just happens that the timing is right, and he has not yet drunk the death potion. Of course, it just needs some preparation. You need to wait. After the intelligent brain finished speaking, it began to establish a counseling model. After all, Chi Xuan's psychological and mental state requires a special model to guide, rather than just reading from a script. In this regard, the intelligent brain can be said to be professional. Chunyu, whose expression was uncertain. The team he sent to capture Chi Xuan, the mutant zombie, returned empty-handed. He said that he did not find the special zombie, and the traces at the scene showed that the other party did not become a zombie because of the high concentration of Usui virus. Of course, there were no traces of high concentrations of Usui virus at the scene, but the missile was effective. This means that the other party used some unknown technology to purify all the Usui virus and left in a swagger. And now, he has completely lost the other party's traces. Even if he wants to further attack, there is no way to do it. As for the cooperation between artificial intelligence Dawn and satellites, it's a bit too naive to think about it. The whole world has indeed fallen, but there are still those survivors who suddenly appeared, so it is impossible to lock the enemy in such a large range. Dawn is not omnipotent. Even if Watch the Dawn has given it a lot of computing power, making it an unprecedented computer, it still cannot match such a huge number of variables for calculation. So, if the person is missing and cannot be found, it is impossible to eliminate the hidden danger. Chunyu, who has also seen Chi Xuan's ability. If he is allowed to lie dormant for 3 to 5 years, he will definitely retaliate. The enemy is in the dark while he is in the light, and the enemy may also have powerful weapons, which is a huge hidden danger. Because of this incident, the board of directors of Watch the Dawn has begun to suppress him. He even wanted to pursue the responsibility, but he suppressed it by force. This is because the matter has not been exposed. Once it is exposed, his position as a major shareholder will definitely not be stable. In order to ensure his position, he killed all the task forces sent to prevent the news from leaking. As for how to deal with this matter later, Chunyu, who has no good solution for the time being. He can only keep it secret for now, and it is best to make a big thing small. Secretly think of a way to deal with Chi Suiyan's future revenge. In fact, it's not that there is no solution, Chunyu who whispered softly. As long as everyone who dares to resist me is dead, everything can be settled. Something came to his mind. The source of the Yusui virus. The trigger for the zombie crisis in the world. The zombie crisis can break out in an instant and make the whole world sink into it, which is inseparable from the Watching the Dawn company. The cause is naturally the error in the research on the source of the Yusui virus, which eventually led to the biochemical crisis. Chunyu who was also puzzled by this. Logically, all measures were very complete, and there was no problem with the experimental process. But it was leaked so strangely, and caused such serious consequences. After investigation, all data and processes were normal, but something went wrong, which made people puzzled. As for how it was solved in the end, it was naturally to kill the witnesses, and destroy the traces for the aftermath. Those who knew about this were all shareholders of Watching the Dawn, so they would not tell anyone. Therefore, the number of people who knew was very limited. If I can obtain the power of the source of the deep virus, I will be the god of the new world. It's just a price, alas. The price is nothing more than turning into a zombie. Chapter 37. Success. Chi Suiyan's face was filled with joy. The success he was talking about was naturally the transformation of his heart. 100% increase. The temporary increase of physical strength to 1.6 points is enough for the time being. Chi Suiyan was not in the Tai Sui God armor at the moment, but had left the armor and began to test the comprehensive data after his physical strength increased. Even the symptoms have become stronger, which is indeed a trouble. Chi Suiyan could bear it, and ignored the pain of the symptoms. After all, it was difficult to eliminate the severe infection of the Yusui virus. But as long as it didn't affect him, it didn't matter. He moved his body, and felt the long-lost relaxation and freedom. Before that, he had been restrained in Tai Sui God. For the convenience of himself, and to save his life, he had never moved at all. The actions of Tai Sui God were mostly controlled by the intelligent brain for Chi Suiyan. The simplest point was that he had to learn, and Tai Sui God needed to evolve. They must be doing their own thing. Unless Chi Suiyan has an experiment, Tai Sui must be focusing on evolution. He stretched out his hand, and rolled a piece of steel into a ball with his bare hands. It's still not right. Chi Suiyan found some problems while testing. That is, his physical strength has reached a temporary 1.6 points. According to the current data, he still can't withstand hot weapons. He is not as good as Chun Yubao at all. It seems that I still misjudged Chun Yubao's physical strength. In terms of physical strength, he has at least 5 points. In addition, the immortal surgery gave him an additional bonus similar to talent and skills. Especially his intuition, which is too accurate. The basic version is the basic version. If I can get the complete version of Bloody Fighting Spirit, Life Apostle and Brutal Blood Strike, I should be able to make up for the shortcomings. His transformation did not allow him to obtain the true strength of the survivor's talent. He could only get the basics, but after patching it up, the effect on himself was still very suitable. If you really want to say it, it should be a template problem. I am just an ordinary template, while Chun Yubao was given a boss template by the immortal surgery. But it should not reach the real boss template. At most it is just a pseudo-boss. The real boss template is probably only available to me, the future zombie master. In the memory of the reborn, the only news from the Watch Dawn company in the previous life was that it was razed to the ground by the zombie master. Then some of the senior executives escaped, which allowed some of the top survivors, who came into contact with them, to obtain some of the Watch Dawn's legacy. As for the reborn, he naturally had nothing. At that time, let alone drinking a mouthful of soup, he did not even receive any news. When he knew about this, it was already the end of the zombie apocalypse, and the Doomsday game was about to take all the survivors to the next Doomsday world. The pseudo-boss template is so strong. How strong must the boss template of the zombie master be? Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes, thinking if he put the ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal in as a module, would he also get the boss template? In fact, a long time ago, Chi Suiyan thought about adding the ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal and the Yusui virus as modules to the module column. But he didn't dare. Once it was amplified to SSS quality, who knows if he would turn into a zombie directly. Maybe it is possible to gain powerful strength, but he doesn't want to gamble. So none of the modules in the module column are related to the Yusui virus. Anyway, they are all SSS level. There is no difference in superiority or inferiority. It's just different responsibilities. Wait until I raise my talent to a higher level, and try it again when there are no hidden dangers. If Chi Suan really gets the boss template, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he may be able to suppress Tai Sui. However, these things will be considered later. His current idea is to learn some fighting skills in his spare time. Because of his own talent, he can use a desperate fighting style. Squeeze out an hour or half an hour every day, and teach me with the intelligent brain, and then we will have actual combat, and you don't have to show mercy. Chi Suan said. There is no problem with the intelligent brain. With your physique, you don't need basic training, you just need to make up for the deficiencies in skills in combat. The temporary 1.6 points of physique the Reborn has never reached in the previous life. The Reborn has survived for 10 years, and the dual attributes have barely reached 1.5. Although it is permanent, it is still obtained by chance. In each Doomsday world, there will be opportunities to improve dual attributes, which may be treasures or some transformations. In short, there will be no shortage of them. Then, let's start. Chi Suan had just finished speaking when the intelligent brain directly controlled Tai Sui God to open the most powerful sacred purification force field. Chi Suan died on the spot. When he was resurrected, he was speechless. No, why would you kill me instantly? How could Chi Suan not know how effective the sacred purification force field is against the Yushin virus? But he didn't expect the intelligent brain to take action directly. You said, no mercy, that's true, but Chi Suan didn't finish his words, but reacted, you are right. The enemy will not show mercy, but will do everything they can to kill me. He can let the intelligent brain go easy now, but he still wants the enemy to go easy in the future? This is unrealistic. So he needs to reevaluate his situation. Skills and combat experience are not suitable for me. Chi Suan understood that he was not completely ignorant of combat, and at most he only knew how to kick the crotch and stab the eyes. To say it was useful, it was indeed useful, but the enemies he faced did not necessarily have these weaknesses. I should go the route of using great strength to throw bricks, and directly twist off the enemy's head, without worrying about any skills or combat experience. The enemy is dead, and the goal is achieved. After figuring this out, Chi Suan's future immediately became bright. Besides, he actually didn't have much free time. Compared with diligently practicing skills, and fighting everywhere to enhance combat experience, wouldn't it be more rewarding to directly make destructive changes to himself? Taiwation plus Death Burst, don't say it, it seems to be quite promising. Especially, his growth may not be slower than Tai Suan. When the enemy broke his Tai Suan armor, he met Chi Suan, who was even more outrageous than Tai Suan, and he must have been very upset. And then Chi Suan could also burst in the second stage, just like a boss. Do you want to continue training? The intelligent brain asked Chi Suan's wishes. No more training, let's make a sniper-type energy weapon first. The Tai Sui God is about to evolve, so this module must be put on the agenda. And Chen Yubao, although he has undergone the surgery for immortality and is relatively strong, it has been so long, and his vital signs are beginning to decline. We must squeeze out his potential as soon as possible before he dies. The psychological counseling time during this period will be reduced by half an hour. Chapter 38. F***K failed. The explosion sounded, and a large corner of the strategic warehouse where Chi Suan was located was directly opened by the high-energy energy. Chi Suan was killed on the spot, and the Tai Sui armor was being repaired by a group of nano-repair robots. No wonder the Watching Dawn company has only completed the plasma cannon so far, and it is still just a sample. This thing is difficult to deal with, let alone combining it with a sniper rifle. Chi Suan put on the broken Tai Sui armor again, thinking about how to solve it next. He tried to install the sniper rifle in the weapons he obtained as a module on the Tai Sui, but the problem was that he did not have the appropriate bullet. Therefore, another module needs to be freed up to evolve the bullet, which means 2 modules are needed. Of course, the power must be stronger. However, the bullet module is a consumable module, and one must be installed after using one. It takes time to evolve from a sniper rifle's ordinary bullets to an SSS-level bullet module, and there will be additional consumption. This is a considerable burden for Tai Suan. In this case, there is no way to transform it into the long-range thermal weapon that Chi Suan needs. Insufficient technology, too violent energy, unable to be effectively suppressed, more knowledge is needed. Chi Suan also frowned after seeing the data feedback given by the intelligent brain. The energy restraint was not successful, which means that not only the weapon module will fail, but also the energy shield module will be scrapped. Under the death potion and a destructive transformation, he can have powerful thinking, learning and other abilities, but this cannot make him create something out of nothing. His knowledge of energy weapons cannot be said to be zero, and most he can only be considered a novice. So you have to change your mindset. Qi Xuan will definitely not give up. Without sufficient force, he has no way to break into the headquarters of Watch the Dawn and get what he wants. You can try to change to bioenergy as the basis. The intelligent brain found a barely suitable solution through calculation. Qi Xuan looked at the other party's idea, which was to combine the Yushin virus in Qi Xuan's body to form enough power. But this was quickly rejected by Qi Xuan. For him, this was unrealistic. Wait, I don't have to kill directly. Qi Xuan suddenly reacted. He found the bug in the vicious cycle that if you want technology, you must have force first, and if you want force, you must have technology first. I can steal the technology first, and then use and digest this technology, and then kill the whole family of Watch the Dawn Company. Yes, Qi Xuan did not whitewash himself. His behavior was stealing, burning, killing and looting. The Watching Dawn Company is not a good company, and Qi Xuan does not consider himself a good person. The matter of thieves eating thieves is a small problem. Hidden module, flight module, plus a module to enhance your intelligent brain. Let's go directly to the Watching Dawn headquarters. Their artificial intelligence Dawn is not as good as you. When the time comes, you can directly copy all the data with the intelligent brain. We don't even need to lurk in their headquarters, as long as we can enter the signal range. Qi Xuan thought, from a robber to a thief, not only can he get the part he wants, but also there is no danger to his life. Then let it grow for a while, and let the Watching Dawn Company experience what it means to be strong before you grow up, and then change. Agree with your idea. By the way, you should have had this plan a long time ago. Why didn't you tell me? Qi Xuan asked. The intelligent brain definitely has a corresponding plan, but it didn't tell him, which seems a bit strange. Based on your behavioral logic, you want to kill, kill, kill. And if you follow your plan and nothing goes wrong, the benefits will be far better than the latest plan. Therefore, the intelligent brain did not recommend this plan to you. This is nonsense. The legacy of the Watching Dawn Company belongs to me. How can the benefits be low? Not to mention too much, there are a lot of things that can be used as modules. Qi Xuan certainly knows the difference in benefits, and it is naturally a world of difference. But for Qi Xuan, while the benefits are great, the dangers and difficulties are also great. Okay, then follow the latest plan and evolve as soon as possible after the Tai Sui God is repaired, Qi Xuan said. As for the remaining time, after eliminating the research on energy weapons, he naturally focused on the research on the surgery of immortals, so as to evolve his talent again. However, because there was no detailed information, and there was only Chunyu as an experimental subject, Qi Xuan's reverse deduction of the surgery of immortals was not very smooth. Fortunately, his purpose was not the surgery of immortals, but the mutation of the Yusui virus in his body, and the principle of peaceful coexistence. In fact, the Yusui virus in Qi Xuan has been mutating, but he has controlled it. Especially under the stimulation of super adaptability and death potion, the Yusui virus in his body is far superior to the conventional Yusui virus in terms of concentration and strength. It is not quite accurate to say that it is a mutation. It should be said that it is an evolution, because it has not acquired other abilities, but has continued to improve on the original basis. So if there is an external Yusui virus or a mutated Yusui virus that enters his body, it will be swallowed by the Yusui virus in Qi Xuan's body. Now the Yusui virus in his body is already performing some of the duties of immunity. This is naturally the credit of the D-level talent of virus hosting Yusui. Don't worry, Tai Sui will successfully complete 3 evolutions before you complete a new round of talent evolution. The intelligent brain calculated the time. If there is no problem with Qi Xuan's research, Tai Sui will definitely be able to complete it before him. Of course, it is also possible that Qi Xuan's inspiration bursts out, and with the increase of luck, he will complete it tomorrow. In that case, the intelligent brain cannot predict such an accident. Well, I know. Let's act separately, Qi Xuan said, and directly poured himself a bottle of death potion, and then the mutant adrenaline and destructive dopamine in his body began to soar, and at the same time, the beating speed of the heart became extremely terrifying. Then, Qi Xuan's physical and mental attributes rose all the way. He directly separated from Tai Sui God. In his current state, he no longer needed Tai Sui God to act independently. As for danger, did he really think that the reconnaissance module on Tai Sui God was useless? Moreover, danger was commonplace for Qi Xuan. If he didn't die 20 or 30 times a day, he would be sorry for his SSS-level talent, Death Recast. Others might use it as a trump card, and not use it easily, but Qi Xuan used it directly for daily use. Chapter 39. The Ring Island is located on the high seas that is not touched by the territories of the various countries. It is precisely with this convenience that the Watching Dawn company successfully occupied it through its own financial resources and means. However, for the various countries, this was not their thing in the first place, and it was also a good thing to be able to get a benefit from it. So when the Watching Dawn company promoted the permanent use of the Ring Island, they all actively voted in favor. Soon, this place became the core headquarters of the Watching Dawn company, and it has a large number of armed forces. It is also the only area that is not affected when the Yusui virus breaks out. The various countries have been destroyed, leaving only the Ring Island as a complete human force. As for the survivors, although they are also human, they are still from another world and are not considered local humans. No, your strength is too high. Chi Suan quietly touched the island. The surveillance here is extremely strict, and it can be said that there is no blind spot. Fortunately, his Tai Sui got evolved 3 times, but at the same time, all the resources in the nearby strategic warehouse that could be used as evolution materials were exhausted. However, 3 powerful SSS-level modules were added: SSS Quantum Dynamic Structure Chip, SSS Shadow Navigator Unit, SSS Wind Rider Aviation System. These 3 modules correspond to enhanced intelligence, concealment, and flight respectively. In order to find the right module, Chi Suan spent a lot of time, which led to him running around to search for the corresponding module prototype before completing his talent improvement research. Later, due to Chunyu Bao's death, he had to temporarily interrupt his talent improvement research. But it doesn't matter. Chi Suan is not the kind of awkward person who has to come after completing the talent promotion. After all, even if his virus hosting talent is improved, it will not affect his combat effectiveness, but it has the potential to improve his strength. So he decisively let go and rushed directly to the roundabout island to steal secrets. Strange, there seems to be something in the center of the island that is attracting me. No, to be precise, it should be attracting the Yusui virus in my body. After landing on the island, this impulse became more and more intense, making Chi Suan have an impulse to get that thing. Isn't it described in Destiny Yusui? Chi Suan quickly locked the target. This is not an unfounded guess, but is supported by certain data. After all, his Destiny Yusui is the protagonist's halo, but it needs something to maintain it. The Watcher of Dawn, who has always been at odds with him, just has this routine. Chi Suan has seen a lot of this in novels. No wonder I always think of killing him instead of poaching him first. It turns out that I need to get something that attracts me. Chi Suan quickly shamelessly claimed the item for himself. Unfortunately, I can't beat him, so I can only ask Watcher Dawn to keep it for me temporarily. And I may not be able to control myself even if I get it. Chi Suan quickly ignored this impulse. His body has already had many problems due to a large number of destructive transformations and experiments, but this also brought him a benefit. That is, most of the hormones formed by the body have little impact on his thinking logic. Just like seeing a beautiful woman, the body will tell him that this is your hobby, but his reason will tell the body that you can just think about it, and you still need to do experiments. The body's instinct and its own consciousness have formed a huge split. So even if the small head moves, it can't affect the big head's thinking. Instead, it means that if you dare to influence me, be careful that the big Bidu will hit you so hard that you can't stand up straight. At this time, how could Chi Suan have such a messy idea? Intelligent brain, how is it going? Chi Suan asked. Break through the Dawn firewall, searching and copying the complete database. The efficiency of the intelligent brain is still there, especially after obtaining the increase of the quantum dynamic structure chip. Its computing power, logic, etc. are directly greatly improved, just like the artificial crystal vein alloy module, which is a percentage increase that will never be outdated. At this time, Chi Suan also understood it. No wonder the intelligent brain said that the module has no upper limit. If it goes on like this, how can there be an upper limit? It is completely possible to form a large number of combinations and connections, and even a single sufficiently powerful module can be stacked out. There is no risk of being discovered, right? Chi Suan asked. Don't worry, Dawn will never be able to detect it. Its operation logic is too low-end. Even if it has a powerful server, then you write down the server, and when we break in next time, we will grab the server first. Chi Suan heard it. Then this is a good thing. You know, the quantum dynamic structure chip in his hand was originally a CPU that Chi Suan disassembled in the computer city. If it had not been amplified to the SSS level, it might not have been so powerful. As for the Shadow Navigator unit, it is actually an anti-radar coating. It cannot be invisible, but it can fight against electronic equipment. So it cannot be seen from radar and monitoring, but it can be seen by the naked eye. The most difficult thing is the Wind Rider aviation system. This thing is really troublesome. In the end, Chi Suiyan had no choice but to find a helicopter and put it in directly. As for where the helicopter came from, when Chunyu Bao brought the task force to hunt him down, the other party had it. So when the next module is available, Chi Suiyan plans to put the fighter in as well to see what module he can get. The weapons loaded on the helicopter are also loaded, but not on the Tai Sui God, but as additional accessories on the floating gun. It can fire psionic bullets similar to Spot's, and because it has evolved 3 times, the number of floating guns has reached 5, making it more powerful. After searching the database, the subroutine is left as a monitor, and a 3-dimensional stereogram is displayed for you, and the value area is marked. The intelligent brain is still very reliable. It is recommended that you choose a satellite for the next module, which can greatly enhance the signal. Recommended satellite target. Below, Chi Suiyan looked at the structure of the Watching Dawn headquarters, and couldn't help but smile when he heard the intelligent brain say this. It's mean, but I like it. The Bulow satellite belongs to the Watching Dawn company. The technology used is at the forefront of the times, and has various uses. So it is still very suitable to use it as a module. Of course, other satellites can also be used, but choosing the enemy's satellite can not only obtain modules, but also weaken the enemy. Chi Suiyan will naturally not refuse something that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The Wind Rider aviation system, and the expedition-level ecological recycling device should be able to go to outer space, right? Chapter 40. Database download complete. The voice of the intelligent brain came again, interrupting his discussion with the intelligent brain about stealing the satellite from the sky. There is no problem with going up to the sky, but it may be a little troublesome to come down. The simplest thing is that the armor value of Tai Sui God is too low, and it will be troublesome to come down. Chi Suiyan will be fine, but Tai Sui God is expected to have problems. So it was put on hold for the time being. However, there is no solution, that is, let the satellite fall by itself. The intelligent brain has invaded the system of the Watching Dawn company. How could it leave like this? Such a large amount of knowledge, it is estimated that it is not so easy to learn it within a year. This database records a series of technical knowledge such as various biology, medical care, energy, materials, etc. Watching Dawn has become a monopoly company across countries relying on these high-tech technologies. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. Watching Dawn has a history of more than 300 years since its establishment. According to the records in the database, the original purpose of the creator was to pursue the immortality left by the name of Yushin. The other party is the remnant of the ancient Yin kingdom. As for the demise of the ancient Yin kingdom, it is also recorded in the database that it was because the deep god heard the prayers of the king of the ancient Yin kingdom and descended. How can a mortal country bear the gods? So the ancient Yin kingdom was destroyed. That's not right. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. He found a very interesting thing, that is, the founders of Watching the Dawn were Chunyu Hu and Chunyu Bao. Later, those elders, and the current shareholders of Watching the Dawn were all the same. But the problem is that these people are from 300 years ago, and they should have died long ago. More importantly, there is a mismatch between the past and the present. He captured Chunyu Bao alive, and even though only a head was left, he was tortured by Chi Suiyan. The other party is a serious modern man, without any memory. Chi Suiyan continued to look through these lists, and the problems he found became bigger and bigger. Clone Chi Suiyan looked through a technology, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. The real elders of the Chishan Society are behind the scenes, and these shareholders are the puppet clones pushed by the Chishan Society. The Chishan Society is the predecessor of the Watching Dawn company. Many of the high-tech technologies in Watching Dawn are of unknown origin, and most likely come from the Chishan Society. As for why such an important thing exists in the database of Dawn, Chi Suiyan actually has some guesses. That is, these clone elders of the Chishan Society are no longer a problem of detection, but have investigated a lot of intelligence. No one wants to be someone else's substitute or puppet, so the clones naturally want to kill the real people behind the scenes. So, the one who died was just a clone version of Chunyu Bao. Chi Suiyan's face was almost overflowing with joy. This is simply good news. The genuine Chunyu Bao must be more valuable. It's just hidden a little too deep, smart brain. Is there any clue in the network database downloaded at the beginning? Chi Suiyan asked. No abnormality. The smart brain searched and quickly gave a reply. It's hidden deep enough. I suspect that the Yusui virus can spread to the whole world in just 5 minutes, and it has something to do with the Chishan Society. Chi Suiyan naturally saw the original experiment leak from the database, but even if it was leaked, it would not be possible to turn the whole world into a zombie-ridden world within 5 minutes. At most, there was a problem in the laboratory. Did they really think that the laboratory of watching the dawn was a sieve, and anything could float out? Normally, even if the experiment was leaked due to experimental errors, it could not leave the laboratory and was disinfected inside. But the experiment that triggered the zombie crisis was extremely unusual. Watching the Dawn Company is indeed extraordinary, but it has no ability to do this. Didn't you see that in addition to the headquarters, other branches, etc. were also wiped out? It shows that they did not fully protect their own technology. More importantly, they were able to be immune to the deep virus only after the two transformation technologies of the Eternal Surgery and Combat program were developed not long ago. When the outbreak just started, they did not have this technology. If it was really done by watching the Dawn Company, how could they not be prepared at all? If they were not careful, even they would be wiped out. So what is the purpose of the prayer meeting? To let the so-called deep god descend? Chi Xuan thought about it, but it was too far-fetched. The deep god came from the sky and landed in the ancient Yin kingdom. Isn't this just a meteorite with an alien virus? Chi Xuan complained. Otherwise, it could be something that fell from the sky, and it was really a god. Don't say it, this possibility is really possible. Heaven's destiny deep god, how to explain it? Chi Xuan also reacted, and the alien virus seemed a little hard to explain. But the virus is definitely a virus, but the others are not necessarily. Chi Xuan felt that the world was too crazy, and anything dared to come out. From a small leak accident to the zombie apocalypse, and now to the Qixin Society and Yushin. Forget it, this is not something I can solve now. Now that I have the things, it's time to give watching the Dawn Company a hard time before leaving. Since Chi Xuan has already stolen it, he has come here, he didn't go back empty-handed, and he can't go empty-handed. Intelligent brain, can you delete the Dawn for me, so that they can lose this artificial intelligence directly? Chi Xuan thought. The distance is so close, just poke out his eyes, and the rest will be easy. It can't be done, the enemy is too large and has a backup with physical partitions, and it will not cause too much impact after deletion. It is recommended to launch a round of floating cannon or project a high concentration of Yushin virus. Children make choices, adults want all. Chi Xuan saw the suggestion. This is not a multiple choice question, it is clearly a ranking question. Start execution. The intelligent brain naturally understood what Chi Xuan meant. Then it controlled Tai Sui to start the action. First, the floating cannon charged, and then the high concentration Yusui virus was directly thrown towards the employee dormitory of Yusui virus. At the same time, it began to delete all the data of the artificial intelligence Fuxiu. After the charging was completed, the floating cannons gathered together and projected a powerful psionic storm towards the preset position. As the number of floating cannons increased, new abilities would naturally emerge. For example, after the aggregation, although the 5 floating cannons became 1, the power was twice that of the 5 floating cannons added together. The whole process was smooth, and after the work was done, there was no need to worry about the follow-up. The intelligent brain directly activated the Wind Rider aviation system and ran away as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Expected damage to Watch the Dawn. The AI reported the estimated damage to Watch the Dawn to Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan just briefly reviewed it. There was an impact, but it was not enough to cause serious damage to Watch the Dawn. For example, a high concentration of the deep virus could not turn people who had completed the surgery of the immortal and implanted the combat program into zombies. At most, the active deep virus would cause problems for itself. As for deleting the database of the AI Dawn, it has a backup, and it is very simple to restore it. The biggest damage should be the psionic storm of the floating cannon. However, compared with the damage range of the entire Ring Island, the psionic storm can only be said to be a small witch compared to a big witch. Even if he threw it towards the central area, at most, only a few people would die. Of course, after these 3 tricks, Watch the Dawn Company will probably be quiet for a while to avoid further trouble. This Watching the Dawn Company does have something. They have found out some of the survivors. Chi Xuan looked at the survivors' data in the database. Although it is just data, it is absolutely torture for the survivors to obtain this data. Then, Watching the Dawn Company gave up the survivors, not for anything else, because they are not valuable. Even if the survivors have mastered the power called talent, they cannot use and obtain this power, and the power is too weak. Most of the talents need to be based on the 2 attributes of physical and mental. At this stage, the survivors who can reach 1 point are already at an upper middle level. So don't even think about exerting the true power of talent. Of course, another reason is that Watching the Dawn has been pursuing the God-praying society, so it doesn't have much energy to focus on the survivors. In fact, there are too many survivors, and watching the dawn can't devote too much energy to research. After all, their main project is the deep virus, and everything is built on it. Qi Xuan returned to the location of the ruins of the ancient Yan Kingdom's capital, which was where he worked at the beginning. It is said that the deep god descended there. His idea is very simple, that is, in addition to studying and researching, he will continue to dig into the ancient Yan Kingdom to see if there is anything else to gain. As for other places in the ancient Yan Kingdom, they have already been excavated. Before this, Watching the Dawn Company spent a lot of time and invited a large number of professionals to determine the location of the capital. In the end, Qi Xuan found it. There shouldn't be any survivors around. Qi Xuan is now almost like a killing god, and the survivors run away when they see him. Alas, the protagonist's halo seems to be gone recently, and there are no high-quality survivors coming to my door. I still want their talents. Qi Xuan couldn't help but sigh, but then he thought, how could there be so many high-quality talents? In the previous life of the Reborn, survivors who could reach the 3 levels of S, SS, and SSS were rare. What's more, this area has been almost plowed by him. If you need to hunt survivors, I can help you search. Forget it. Let Tai Sui evolve well to avoid any trouble. Qi Xuan said. Tai Sui's evolution materials were previously taken from a large warehouse of national strategy that he passed by, and all of them were fed to Tai Sui. However, there was no corresponding module, so it took a long time to digest this time. The normal process is intake, transformation, and digestion. The previous number of evolutions required few evolution materials, and they were eaten slowly, so the 3 processes went fast. But it is different now. Qi Xuan directly stuffed a large amount of evolution materials into Tai Sui at one time. Intake is possible, but the next 2 processes are not so simple. If you want to speed up, there is of course a way, just install the corresponding module. As long as there are enough modules, Tai Sui can be incredibly powerful even with 1 point of armor. Unfortunately, the number of evolutions is linked to armor, and the module column needs the number of evolutions to open. It is for this reason that the intelligent brain previously suggested Qi Xuan to prioritize loading the corresponding modules for evolution and growth. However, Qi Xuan actually has a relatively stable mentality. For him, there is no need to let Tai Sui grow quickly and take away his time at this stage. As for letting the intelligent brain control Tai Sui to go out while he stays in the safe house, this is impossible. He needs the intelligent brain to cooperate with his study and research. Moreover, he also needs the protection of Tai Sui. With the current military power of Tai Sui, even if there are enemies that cannot be defeated, he can take Qi Xuan away. Tai Sui grows stronger to ensure Qi Xuan's growth and strength, not to put himself in danger in order to let Tai Sui evolve. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? So he can only give Tai Sui a lot of evolution materials every time and let it evolve slowly. The efficiency may be slow, but it is the most beneficial to Qi Xuan. You can't let Tai Sui be the main body. Tai Sui is indeed good, but he is SSS level after all. In terms of potential, he is not as good as Qi Xuan, who has X level talent. Naturally, he should explore himself first. The learning progress is improved little by little. Qi Xuan soon has his own ideas through the 2 technologies of immortal surgery and combat program. If nothing unexpected happens, my virus hosting talent can be further improved. Even the subsequent talent improvement can be much simpler. Unfortunately, the direction of immortal surgery in order to awaken superpowers and gain powerful strength is completely different from mine. Qi Xuan wants to use the Yusui virus for himself, probably to become a part of his body, or he can become a polymer of the Yusui virus if it doesn't work. However, the immortal surgery is different. They only use the Yusui virus as an energy source, and it is an uncontrollable energy source. It is true that they have powerful strength, but once the Yusui virus in their bodies mutates or encounters Qi Xuan's sacred purification force field, they will be directly scrapped. It is strong and useful, but there are many defects and hidden dangers. After the immortal surgery, it can be confirmed that their species has changed, similar to half human and half zombie. They retain their human self, and at the same time have the superpowers and longevity of zombies. But they lack the ability of zombies to enhance themselves through the mutation of the Yusui virus in their bodies. So if you want to continue to become stronger, you need to further improve the immortal surgery. Qi Xuan quickly analyzed the principle, but he didn't know how to use it. In his case, once the immortal surgery is performed, he will definitely become a zombie. But it can be used as a reference for subsequent paths, such as superpowers. Chapter 42. It's finally done. Qi Xuan exhaled a breath of foul air, and looked expressionlessly at the intelligent brain using Tai Sui to suture a large number of wounds on his body. Do you think I should install a medical module? Chi Suiyan suddenly asked, otherwise it would be too painful to perform surgery without anesthesia every time. It is not recommended that you install it now. You have death recast, and it is too wasteful to install a medical module. You can wait until the module bar is sufficient in the future. Chi Suiyan's eyes twitched, and the intelligent brain was indeed reasonable enough. As for the replacement of multiple modules, it's not that he doesn't want to, but it's not cost-effective. Uninstalling, installing, and evolving will consume the energy of Tai Sui. The increased burden on the supernova strong nuclear reactor will cause the combat power of Tai Sui to be unbalanced. So Chi Suiyan usually doesn't uninstall it after installing it. Anyway, it's not necessary. Okay, you're right, it's a waste to give it to me, Chi Suiyan said, and then he set his sights on the talent he had just completed. C-level talent, virus immunity Yushin, upgraded from D level to C level. The original host also became immune. This means that he no longer has to worry about losing himself after reaching full infection. Of course, he has to become a zombie. There is no way to avoid it. Because full infection means that the whole body has been completely changed by the Yushin virus. Chi Suiyan will still hold on, and will not let himself become a zombie. It's not that he is obsessed with his human identity, but because once fully infected, the priorities will be reversed. This and Chi Suiyan's plan to use the Yushin virus for himself have completely failed. People are fully infected, which means that the Yushin virus has completely controlled everything about you. The Yusui virus has taken over everything, so how could he have the energy to resist? However, this can be regarded as an indirect way to eliminate the hidden danger. Chi Suiyan will not choose to be completely infected unless he has no choice. Once he is completely infected, he will become a boss-level zombie master and gain powerful power, but his future may also be restricted. So although it is immune, it is not completely immune, which is why this talent is only C-level. Otherwise, if it is completely immune, Chi Suiyan estimates that this talent must be at least B-level. Of course, he does not need to be completely immune, which is equivalent to the Yusui virus not being able to survive in his body and being directly cleared. At that time, his X-level talent and SSS-level talent will be directly scrapped. At this point, you can plan to control the Yusui virus. Previously, there was not enough guarantee, so Chi Suiyan's actions were relatively conservative, mostly focusing on restricting and weakening the Yusui virus. And now, even if he becomes a zombie, there is still a way out, so he is even more courageous. It's a pity that the surgery for the immortals is no longer valuable. The way he improved his talent and the surgery for the immortals were completely different. There was no way to be successful with one trick. On the contrary, the research on the Yusui virus and watching the dawn had given Chi Suiyan a lot of inspiration. Will Tai Sui be able to evolve tomorrow? Chi Sui changed the subject. It is expected to take another 3 days. Well, for the next 3 modules, choose the one that will help Tai Sui. Chi Sui knew that this must be made up as soon as possible. The accelerated growth could not be stopped now, otherwise the subsequent growth efficiency would be delayed by Tai Sui again. I and Tai Sui Shin, one is a burden to the protagonist's halo, and the other is a burden to the module column. It can only be said that there is a reason why he and Tai Sui Shin can get together. He relies on the protagonist's halo to fly, and Tai Sui Shin relies on the module column to fly. If these two are gone, he and Tai Sui Shin would become brothers in distress. Don't belittle yourself, at least you dare to die. But Tai Sui Shin doesn't dare. Chi Suiyan rolled his eyes. It can't be said that the comfort of the intelligent brain is not there, but it can be said that the comfort is wrong. But I can be immune. Why are the symptoms getting stronger and stronger? What's the reason? Chi Suiyan changed the subject. Now his body temperature is as high as 50 degrees, which is basically non-existent for normal people, but he is still alive and kicking. Then he has a terrible headache, but the more headache he has, the more sensitive his thinking is. Those states such as fatigue and weakness actually exist, but with this series of negative states, the physical attribute not only did not drop, but also increased to 1 point. Preliminary estimate. Super adaptability is achieved by adapting to the disease, combined with the virus immunity talent, mutant adrenaline, destructive dopamine, and the effect of destroying blood formation. I see. The more severe the disease, the stronger I am. Chi Suiyan was not surprised. None of the talents he obtained from the 3 high-quality survivors were normal. If it were placed on an ordinary person, any one of them would die. In fact, it would be the same for Chi Suiyan. He would die, but he was able to revive, and his body, which had been tormented, had adapted, so he could live longer. A lot of problems are really powerful under the super adaptability. a derivative effect of destiny deep. He was able to have this strength thanks to the death recasting and super adaptability, otherwise many destructive transformations and experiments would not be completed at all. If I continue to add symptoms, will it be further improved? After all, this increase is based on the fact that the worse the state of the body is, the stronger the increase. Then stimulate the spirit through pain, and finally form a virtuous circle. Theoretically feasible, you can further stimulate the complications in your body through the deep virus. But your current C-level virus immunity cannot withstand it. Once completed, you can only survive for about 3 to 5 minutes, that's right. Chi Suan calculated the data, and the result was similar to the result given by the intelligent brain. As for why he calculated it again, it was not because he questioned the result of the intelligent brain, but because he had to use his brain more and think more, so that he could grow. Put aside the talent improvement in the next stage, I need to learn, and Tai Sui needs to evolve. Let's go hunt some survivors. Whether it is himself or Tai Sui, they all need time to settle down, so change a way to improve themselves. The talent of the survivor is a very good way. Especially those high-quality talents, they cannot fully exert their effects at this stage, so the operating principles are very basic. Very suitable for Chi Suan, as a quick way to become stronger. If he really waits until the survivor's dual attributes become stronger and dig deeper into their talents, it will not be so easy for him to study them again. And the other party has grown up, it will be a hassle to catch them. Chapter 43. Warning, violators are 1 kilometer away from you. Warning, violators. Warning. Gao Fuyu's face turned very ugly. He was sure that the violator's target was definitely him. For no other reason, it was because his S-level talent beast instinct was beating wildly, and the sense of crisis made him feel palpitations. Looking at the 4-digit survivors who died at the hands of the violators, he felt that the sky was about to fall. Run, run! Gao Fuyu said to his team members without hesitation. Many survivors do not have enough strength and ability to form a force, but there are still some who can form a survival team to keep warm together. Not all survivors will fight openly and secretly, and most survivors are ordinary people, and there are few betrayals and betrayals. Of course, if you want to talk about small thoughts, there must be some. Captain, it's too late. A survivor said bitterly. Their talents are actually quite ordinary, mostly around F level to D level. D level and C level are a watershed, and talents at this level are a minority among survivors. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Fuyu saw a black spot in the sky quickly passing by. Find shelter. As Gao Fuyu roared, his body also moved. He really hadn't seen what the offender's attack was, but the warning given to him by his S-level talent beast intuition had begun to break through the upper limit. If it weren't for the crisis, the adrenaline suppressed the sequelae, and he would definitely be limp on the ground now. In the sky, a dark ray fell. The survivors who didn't have time to dodge were decomposed on the spot, and the carbonized particles fell to the ground. Gao Fuyu's eyes were red with anger when he saw this scene. The dead survivors were his team members, the team members he carefully selected. After experiencing life and death together, it would be a lie to say that there was no emotion. Before his anger rose, he saw the armored man falling from the sky, with 5 sci-fi style floating guns floating around him. Gao Fuyu, S-level talent beast intuition, right? Chi Suan said. If it wasn't for the purpose of showing off his power, Chi Suan would definitely not use psionic rays, but psionic storms. The shelters where the survivors hid would be as fragile as them under the psionic storm. What do you want? Gao Fuyu calmed down and asked directly. I'm very interested in your talent. Come with me, and I leave them with a whole body. Chi Suan realized something was wrong after he finished speaking, and added, wrong, let them go. Chi Suan spoke his true feelings. Yes, there is no such thing as letting people go. The survivors, and he are naturally in opposition. Killing one will naturally reduce the threat. So when he met a survivor, he didn't let him go. As for saying that this behavior is killing innocent people, Chi Suan also admitted that this behavior is very cruel and immoral. But this is how you should treat your enemies. Could it be that they wait for the survivors to grow up and then come to kill you? Hearing what Chi Suan said, Gao Fuyu was speechless. This was definitely a trick. Go, he doesn't want us to live. Gao Fuyu took the lead without hesitation. He stood up and started shooting with his automatic rifle. Not only him, but the entire team of survivors also started to attack together. Grenades, sniper rifles, pistols, and a large number of hot weapons were thrown at Chi Suan. But these attacks had no way to hit Chi Suan. Tai Sui's armor could not stop so many hot weapons, but the chaotic quantum intelligence system of Jino had the assistance of quantum dynamic structure chips, and through the aviation system of the Wind Rider, it obtained a very high speed of action. Although there was no way to resist, the dodge was maxed out. The trick failed, so I have to take action, Chi Suan said, and the dark rays on the floating gun burst out directly. In a sweep, except for Gao Fuyu, the remaining survivors died in an instant. Chi Suan could not control it so smoothly, but she now could. The reason why Chi Suan was talking nonsense with this group of survivors was that he wanted them to hand over the rewards of the Doomsday Game, and then kill them after draining them. Unfortunately, the communication failed, so they had to take action directly. Tai Suishan, with all his SSS level modules, would be too useless if he couldn't kill this survivor instantly. You can say that he is fragile, but you can't say that he is weak. Gao Fuyu looked at this scene in disbelief. In just a moment, all his teammates died. The psi-like ray is far better than the survivors at this stage, so fast that all the survivors at this stage have no ability to react. Very good, you are not infected with the psionic virus, otherwise I would have to find a way to clear it for you, Chi Suan said with a smile. Now Tai Suishan is strong enough, and there are fewer enemies, so there is no need to apply infection debuff to the enemy first. Gao Fuyu forced himself to calm down. You want my talent? I can give it to you, you let me go? In fact, he knew that it was not realistic to negotiate with Chi Suan, because if he caught him, everything would belong to him. In fact, Gao Fuyu was also thinking about why Chi Suan wanted to find him. Could it be that the other party violated the rules because he could forcibly obtain the survivor's talents? But he was very confused, that is, why the other party knew his talent. You can't give it, Chi Suan said, without much nonsense with the other party, and directly injected Gao Fuyu with anesthetics. Survivors are easy to deal with. Anesthesia can be done. At this stage, survivors are all ordinary people, and have never been exposed to the extraordinary. There are currently two extraordinary in his world. One is the God-Praying Society, and the Watching the Dawn Company, and the other is to become a zombie. But no matter which one, it requires the deep virus. So if the survivors want to obtain extraordinary powers, they can only get them from the Doomsday Game, which is the so-called skills. However, given the stinginess of the Doomsday Game, even if skills are given, the power is either not as strong as hot weapons, or can only be used as auxiliary. After a search, a piece of equipment was found from Gao Fuyu. It's the same, it's useless. The equipment found from Gao Fuyu is the previous small Yushin virus resistor, which is also the predecessor of Chi Suan's Sacred Purification Force Field, Yushin. This thing has no research value. But Chi Suan also put it away to see if he can fool some people in the future. As for skills, the survivors used them directly as soon as they got them. For example, the Lucky Sisters did not use them, but used them to trade with the Reborn. This is simply the effect of the protagonist's halo lowering intelligence. Otherwise, who would take out such a good thing? Chapter 44. The cerebral cortex is active, to a certain extent, in the same area as that of the S-level puppet master, but the effect is completely opposite. It is obviously a spiritual talent, which is just fed back to the body as a reaction. It's just that one is a unique spiritual frequency control, and the other is a special sense formed by the body's own perception of the environment. These two talents are not very useful to me, but they can allow me to step into the field of spiritual research. A lot of data emerged in Chi Suan's mind, and soon he had a relevant plan. The next stage of C-level virus immunity may involve spiritual attributes, otherwise subsequent research and development may be more difficult. From the perspective of physical attributes alone, I can already ignore the deep virus. He was able to become a zombie and retain his consciousness, which actually involved the use of some spiritual attributes. In Chi Suan's view, physical and mental are not single attributes, but complex attributes. For example, physical includes strength, constitution and other related attributes, while mental includes perception, thinking logic and other abilities. So improving spirit can strengthen Chi Suan's learning and comprehension abilities. The puppet master's control, the beast's keen perception, it's the protagonist's halo at work again. Now it seems that the ownership of the protagonist's halo is indeed shifting towards me. The original protagonist's halo prompted me to become a zombie, but now it has begun to give me resources to improve my virus talent. I just don't know if I can improve my virus talent to SSS level. Chi Suan sighed. He really didn't have enough confidence. When he reached S level, he couldn't control it anymore. Although he caught many talented survivors above S level, he only understood the basics of their talents and didn't fully analyze them. Just as D level and C level are watersheds, A level and S level are also watersheds. Of course, SS level and SSS level are directly a gap. It is definitely not that easy to grow up independently. Chi Suan estimated that without additional help, His virus talent would probably stop at a level, and he would not be able to go up. Theoretically, it can be done. You only need to find the source of the Usui virus, and there is a probability that you can get a way to upgrade your virus talent to S level. How can it be so easy? I got it, but it doesn't mean I can research it. Chi Suan knew that the theories, probabilities, and ways used by the intelligent brain were not empty words. If upgrading to a level is just the mathematics learned in elementary school, then the S level means that you have directly become advanced mathematics in college. If someone teaches, Chi Suan doesn't mind, but he needs to explore on his own, so the difficulty is different. He has never been a genius, just an ordinary person who relies on the protagonist's halo. If there is no protagonist halo of Tianming Yushin, the best outcome is to become an ordinary zombie, and it is difficult to become a mutant zombie. So it is not a lie that he relies on luck. He also believes that he has the current 100% strength, with 90% luck and 10% hard work. Chi Suan's eyes returned to Gao Fuyu's mind and began to further analyze. Control the Usui virus in the body through a unique mental frequency, and then share the danger signal to the Usui virus by giving it an instinctive crisis intuition. In this way, the Usui virus is forced to be under the control of my body, and even become a part of me. It is probably to control first, give a stable fusion channel, and then give the Usui virus in the body a false sense of danger. After receiving the danger signal, the Usui virus will inevitably mutate. At this time, the stable channel given by Chi Suan will become the direction of its mutation. Finally, it will be guided to the route Chi Suan needs. Of course, it is probably a bit difficult to merge into one, but it is probably no problem to form a symbiotic effect. The plan can be carried out, but it is a bit difficult. If he wants to complete it, he has to transform his cerebral cortex, which is not a small operation. When he transformed his heart before, he was already in ecstasy. Under normal circumstances, the brain has no pain. But the problem is that Chi Suan's body is not ordinary. From top to bottom, there are complications caused by the Usui virus, so if he really has to operate on his brain, it would be a lie to say that it is not uncomfortable. As for the possible side effects of doing this, let's talk about it after this is done. Anyway, he has a lot of side effects. As long as he doesn't die, the rest is easy. I'm afraid that I will accidentally damage my brain, although it can be resurrected and repaired. Chi Suan has his own confidence, so he dares to do this. But there are benefits too. It's just right for super adaptability to strengthen my brain. Super adaptability is just adaptation, not evolution, so it will only be strengthened on the original basis. Therefore, there is an upper limit, but the upper limit is not fixed. The higher the physique and spirit, the higher the upper limit will naturally be. Or in other words, the stronger the strength, the stronger this basic reinforcement will be. It is recommended that you adapt in all aspects, and you can achieve destructive basic reinforcement by changing the data of the expedition-level ecological circulation device. It is expected to take 5 months. The intelligent brain directly said that it will be done in one step. Anyway, you are numb to the pain every day, and it is not a big deal to suffer a little more. Good plan. Chi Suan agreed without hesitation. It doesn't matter if it hurts a little, it's just to get stronger. After completion, what is the approximate attribute increase? Chi Suan asked. It is expected that the physique can be increased to 1 point. 1 point may not seem much at first glance, but it is not temporary, but an attribute that will not fall, but for Chi Suan, it is a return to normal. More importantly, after drinking the death potion, coupled with the adrenaline variant, destructive dopamine and destructive blood in his body, the explosive state can obtain a 100% increase. 1 point directly became 2 points. It is definitely a lie to say that there is no improvement. If it really succeeds, as long as Tai Suishan does not use the floating gun and aviation system, Chi Suan can cripple it even if he does not have enough combat experience and combat skills. When the gap between the two sides is too large, no skills can make up for it. Except for the protagonist. As the protagonist, who knows that there will be something called skills, but actually cheating. Chi Suan has the protagonist's aura, and his explosive species is similar. Under normal circumstances, he is just an ordinary weak chicken, but it is different when it comes to fighting. Others spend money on Krypton gold, but he spends his life. The rest of his life is condensed in half an hour. How can he not be strong? Chapter 45. Director Chunyu, the losses have been counted. A staff member put a large file in front of Chunyu. Chunyu did not say anything, but took it out and looked at it directly. However, the more he looked at it, the uglier his face became. During this period, the data stored in Dawn was quietly copied by someone. Are you sure you can track this person? Chunyu asked after reading it. He knew that the enemy came prepared this time, but he did not expect that the other party would be so fast. I'm afraid this is impossible. We can only trace some traces. There is no way to find more. The staff is not a god. It is already amazing to be able to find these traces. Chunyu rubbed his temples, his eyes full of bloodshot. I know, send it to other directors as well. Chunyu naturally did not embarrass the other party. His vision is not so small. The staff left quickly, but Chunyu's frown did not loosen. Could it be those old guys? But haven't they chosen to completely accept the deep virus? Logically, I have no intersection with them. This is almost a critical time point, so it's not necessary to take direct action. Chunyu suspected the group of old immortals in the Chishan society. Completely accepting the deep virus just sounds good, but in fact it is just turning into a zombie. It's just that they use the research results to retain their consciousness. So this technology is called the God Container technology, and its immortal surgery is developed from this technology. Although it is derived from the technology of the divine container, this does not mean that the immortal surgery is a defective version, but a new technology. The immortal surgery has an advantage that the divine container technology cannot achieve, that is, there will be no second consciousness. Zombies are new life forms born after human death. In the early stage, they do not have consciousness in self, but as their strength increases, they will transform into intelligent life. The divine container technology developed by the old immortals of the Prayer Society has no way to eliminate this shortcoming. Unlike the immortal surgery, it will put them in a state between humans and zombies. So they are not zombies, so naturally there will be no second consciousness. The Watching the Dawn company has not yet studied how the second consciousness is born, but it has speculated that it is likely to come from the large-scale aggregation of the deep virus. There is just no substantial evidence to directly prove it. As for why they don't study it in depth, the reason is very simple, that is, it is unnecessary. Their immortal surgery does not involve the second consciousness, so why waste resources to study it? The impact of the doomsday on them is actually huge. The most intuitive point is that without people, how can resources be realized? On the contrary, they originally obtained a lot of resources in human society through the development of monopolized industries, and the overall situation is more abundant. Of course, they are also trying their best to make up for this. For example, Chunyu's ability is not a space system or a time system, but a spiritual system to control the zombies. This ability allows him to control zombies, but unfortunately he is limited to himself. At present, he can only control up to 300 zombies, but these zombies are all third-level mutant zombies. If his strength continues to improve, the number and level of control will also increase. It is highly likely that the group of immortals will not be the ones who took action, but someone else. Chunyu quickly ruled out the suspicion of the Chishan society. This is not something difficult to accept. The foundation of the Chishan society is not something that they, the Watchers of the Dawn, can fight against. It is actually very difficult for them to break free from control. Without the Chishan society, the suspects are very impressive. For example, the person who developed energy weapons. Chunyu knew that there was indeed such a person who would fight to the death. Killed my chief son, and dared to come to the Ring Island. For Chunyu Bao is indeed his son, but not his real son, but also a clone of an immortal in the Chishan society. As for feelings, there must be some at the beginning, but after getting the truth, Chunyu's feelings for Chunyu Bao became complicated. If the other party really copied the database of Fuxiao, they should know about the Chishan society now. As for the monopoly of data leakage, this is not important to Chunyu at all. Even if the other party got it, they can't use it without corresponding supporting facilities and sufficient productivity. Moreover, there is a lot of high-tech knowledge in it, and ordinary people can only read the Book of Heaven. The energy weapon that the other party is best at is just a little corner in the database. I don't know if I can use the other party to test the bottom of the old immortals in the Chishan society. Chunyu's idea is to kill with a borrowed knife. What else? He has no way to find the other party. He has come here, and he can do it quietly and dig out your past. With this ability, how could Chunyu think that the other party is lucky with such a good knife? Whether the other party fails or Chishan fails, it is a win for him. Heaven's destiny has escaped from the Jade Seal. In a hidden underground city, an old man's eyes were bloodshot. A closer look showed that he had many similarities with Chunyu, but he was an old zombie version. Damn it, you are worthy of competing with me for a body with a body that has long been decayed? The old zombie burst out with a powerful breath and kept tearing his body apart to weaken another consciousness in his body. This consciousness has wisdom and strength that are not inferior to his, and the two sides have been pulling. I am the king of Yin. I have already injected the destiny into the jade seal of Yin. It will always protect me. Chunyu roared in a low voice, and everything soon calmed down. The second consciousness was severely damaged by him, and temporarily returned to the depths of the spirit. No, I have to find a way to get back the jade seal of the Yin kingdom, otherwise I am afraid I can't get rid of this second consciousness. He did not regret that he did not carry the jade seal of the Yin kingdom with him at the beginning. After all, at that time, he was too late to escape. The alien meteorite carrying the Yusui virus directly bombarded his capital, so it was very good to survive. As for his ability to know the truth, it was naturally because he was infected with the original Yusui virus. The second consciousness was connected to the source of Yusui and could hear some whispers. We have to get the source of the Yusui virus as well. I remember it fell into the hands of my clone. You have kept it for me for so many years. It's time to give it back to me. Chunyu said coldly. If Chi Suan was here, he would be able to see that the other party was a zombie at the level of the Corpse King, and he was only one step away from becoming a Corpse King. Chapter 46. Warning, high-energy lifeforms are approaching. Chi Suan was conducting an experiment, and the intelligent brain suddenly gave a reminder. Then, without waiting for him to react, he swept everything into the subspace stable empty bag, and then violently cleaned up all traces of life. After completing these, he took Chi Suan away without hesitation. The speed was even faster than the initial evacuation from the roundabout island. What's the situation? Chi Suan came back to his senses and asked immediately. The intelligent brain immediately fed back the data fed back by the multidimensional superdistance reconnaissance network. It was a zombie, but it was not as rotten as a regular zombie, but more like a human, so it could be intuitively seen that the other party was an old man. It looks a little familiar, this. Chi Suan went through it in his mind. Before he could find out who it was, the intelligent brain gave the answer first. According to the model, there is a 90% probability that it is Chunyu Hu of the Chishan Society. So strong? Chi Suan was also surprised. You know, none of the people in the Watching Dawn company on the roundabout island can be judged as high-energy life forms by the intelligent computer. It is worthy of being a person who has lived for 1,000 years. But how did they live so long? Chi Suan was a little confused. Before the Yusui virus was modified, it probably did not have a function similar to prolonging life. The biggest problem is that it can live for 1,000 years. After successfully evacuating, the intelligent computer quickly analyzed the opponent's path. There is a 70% probability that the destination is the safe house area. I know what he wants to take. After the intelligent computer said this, Chi Suan immediately understood what the other party wanted. It must be the jade seal of the ancient Yin kingdom. He didn't understand why he didn't take it earlier, but had to wait until now. The other party has lived for 1,000 years, and there must be plenty of opportunities, but he didn't take it. Go quickly, don't let him find it. Chi Suan threw the jade seal of the ancient Yin kingdom directly into the subspace pocket without hesitation. He usually carries it with him. After all, this thing can enhance the Yushin virus, and carrying it with you can enhance the effect of the death potion. Before the intelligent computer took action, a violent sound and vibration broke out. The safe house area was attacked, and it is predicted to be completely destroyed. It doesn't need to be thought about. It is Chunyu Hu of the Chishan Society, who didn't find the jade seal of the ancient Yin kingdom, so he took action directly. After the intelligent computer responded, it naturally took Chi Suan away immediately. With the current progress, can the floating gun kill with one shot? Chi Suan asked the key question. Yes, but it cannot hit. The enemy is too fast. With the current number of evolutions of Tai Sui God, it is not enough to support the rapid response of the floating gun. It cannot be blocked, but it can be avoided. The solution is to use modules to make up for it, right? Chi Suan immediately knew what the intelligent brain was going to say. Yes, it is not recommended that you be hostile to it for the time being. The estimated physical strength of this high-energy life form is unknown. It is likely to be a zombie king-level zombie when converted into a level. The intelligent brain gave a reply. Based on the memory of the reborn, Chi Suan quickly found the strength of the zombie king-level zombie, which is probably the city level. If you do your best, it is possible to destroy a city. Even you can't detect the physical attributes. Chi Suan was a little unbelievable. According to calculations, each attribute point is a higher level of improvement, and forms an exponential increase, and the non-increase is unchanged. Then the calculation formula is wrong. Isn't my 100% increase a problem? Chi Suan had previously thought that when the attributes are higher in the future, the increase will be stronger. But now it seems that the 100% increase cannot reach such a high attribute. According to the data feedback formed by the enemy's physical fitness, it is indeed the case. The intelligent brain did not have corresponding data before, so it is naturally impossible to know the rules of attribute points out of thin air. As for the memories of the reborn, the opponent in the previous life was worse than himself. How could he know these things? This led to Chi Xuan's lack of understanding. And the temporary improvement did not obtain this qualitative change. The attribute must reach this value to experience it. Not to mention other things, his own spiritual attribute is close to 2 points after the 100% increase, but in Chi Xuan's perception, it is more like a simple stacking. It has not completed any qualitative change. The trial card and the permanent card are not the same treatment at all. It may also be a problem with the data panel. After all, you are a violator. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan another idea. That is, the problem is the Doomsday game, not Chi Xuan. Then how did you calculate your attribute formula? It stands to reason that you don't have the exact data. Chi Xuan found a blind spot. The intelligent brain directly listed the calculation formula and data for Chi Xuan to see. Chi Xuan had just read 2 pages when Tai Sui's speed suddenly increased. What's going on? The enemy has locked on to the Tai Sui god through some unknown means, and is on his way. Don't worry. With the speed of the Wind Rider's aviation system, the enemy can't catch up for the time being. The speed of the Wind Rider's aviation system is comparable to the power of the floating gun. As an SSS level module, the Corpse King does not have enough speed to catch up for the time being. That's good. Get rid of the other party as soon as possible. If you really can't get rid of it, then run to the roundabout island and divert the trouble to others. Chi Xuan is not a good person. The intelligent brain naturally understood that if even the Watching Dawn company couldn't stop it, then the intelligent brain could actually drag the other party by flying at high speed. Don't worry about energy. The supernova strong nuclear reactor can guarantee the energy supplied during high-speed flight. Flying at high speed for a month is not a problem. The other party will definitely not chase for a month. Wait, I remember that zombies all have superpowers. The Chunyu Bao we killed before was a clone, but he had a spatial superpower. If Chunyu Hu of the Chishan Society also has the corresponding superpower, do you have a solution? If the opponent has a spatial superpower, then in terms of control, he must be stronger than the clone Chunyu Bao. Please wait, the recorded time of the intelligent brain is disordered, and there is a huge error between the network time and the local time. There is a 90% probability that the enemy has a time-related superpower, which is speculated to be time acceleration. The answer of the intelligent brain made Chi Xuan's heart cool. The next moment, a piercing alarm sounded. Chunyu Hu behind him was getting closer and closer. Evacuation failed. Prepare to start fighting. At this time, the intelligent brain also understood the problem. It thought that it could escape with the SSS level flight module, but the other party did not follow the martial arts ethics and directly accelerated time. Not only did he have the level of Zombie King, but he also had time superpowers. He was really unbeatable. Chapter 47. Very interesting technology, but it's just an external object after all. Chunyu Hu chased after him. The closer the opponent got, the more chaotic the local time data of the intelligent brain became. Fortunately, with the quantum dynamic structure chip, the intelligent brain's reaction speed was still very fast. Without hesitation, the sacred purification force field was turned on to the overload state. The distance of 7 meters was instantly covered by the opponent. Chunyu Hu's heart jumped, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The palpitation like death broke out. Slowed down. The superpower was activated, and the force field that should have covered it in an instant actually climbed over at a turtle speed. The opponent didn't even need to hide, and could avoid it by taking a leisurely walk. However, the purpose of the intelligent brain was not to kill Chunyu Hu with the sacred purification force field, but to build a protective layer to prevent Chunyu Hu from directly attacking at close range. Special force field specifically for the Yushin virus. Chunyu Hu retreated to a safe area, and did not take any further action. It is true that he lived thousands of years ago, but that does not mean he will not learn and improve. The technology of the spirit container was researched by him. In addition to this technology, there are naturally a lot of other technologies in the Chishan Society, most of which are from his hand. So in terms of knowledge reserve and vision, he is definitely better than the clone Chunyu Hu of the Watching Dawn company, and can beat Chi Xuan by several streets. The real Chunyu Hu is not only a scheming person, but also a researcher. He is not like a clone, but more like a businessman and politician. Time control. Chi Xuan made a slow mechanical sound through Tai Suishin. The flow of time around him was greatly slowed down, so his speed would definitely not be fast, and even his thinking logic was stretched out because of the slowing down of time. The intelligent brain was no exception, but it reacted faster. He tried to escape from this area by force through the Windrider aviation system. Chunyuhu's time ability may not only be able to accelerate and slow down, but this ability is not invincible, but only a three-dimensional space of 10 cubic meters. As long as he can escape from this space, he can escape from the other party's control. It is not accurate to say that it is time control. It should be a time field that can move with him, and has a limited range. Otherwise, if the other party really controls the flow of time in the entire world, he will not be afraid of the sacred purification force field. Chunyuhu's eyes were full of curiosity, and he did not stop the intelligent brain's behavior, allowing the other party to successfully escape from the time field and return to normal. A civilian scientist, can you really do this? Chunyuhu did not think that Chi Suan would be a member of the Watching the Dawn Company. The Watching the Dawn Company was trapped in the Roundabout Island, and did not dare to leave at all. Once he leaves, what good fate can a betrayer have? Before, Kishinhui had no energy to clean up, but now that they have time, they will definitely not dare to jump. Of course, as long as you work hard and are excellent enough. Chi Suan replied, never mentioning that he relied on luck. Knowing that the other party's target is most likely the Jade Seal of the ancient Yin Kingdom, how could he ask for trouble? Tell me, why do you run away as soon as you see me? Chunyuhu asked. You are a zombie, and you are very strong, so you must run away. The reason given by Chi Suan is indeed very reasonable. Chunyuhu didn't question it, because it was normal logic. But he looked Chi Suan up and down, thinking whether to recruit him. The civilian scientist was a little bit inferior, but this armor was indeed extraordinary. The flying speed alone was far better than his own without superpowers. As for the suspicion that Chi Suan was a survivor who came out of nowhere, this is not likely. The reason is very simple, that group of survivors is too weak. Even if they rely on external objects, they can't reach Chi Suan's level. It seems that he is restricted by some invisible thing. I give you a chance, join us. Chunyuhu said without hesitation. Become a zombie? Chi Suan asked. However, Chunyuhu laughed. You have a beautiful idea. You want to enjoy the highest technology as soon as you join. Of course, you will definitely not want to be turned into a zombie now, but as long as you provide enough results, you can be given a quota in the future. You will understand how coveted this benefit is. Chunyuhu said it very bluntly, and even tacitly agreed that Chi Suan would join their Chishin society. The result of not joining is also very simple. He will just kill Chi Suan directly. The mysterious force field surrounding the other party is indeed very strong. But he did not say that he could not kill the other party without getting close. With his strength, he could just take a stone and throw it at him, and the force would be enough to kill the other party. The gap in strength cannot be made up by relying on a force field. It can be possible, but I want to retain my autonomy, Chi Suan said. Chunyuhu showed a sarcastic smile, but did not refute. Of course there is no problem, but within a year, you must come up with a result that satisfies me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Of course, he couldn't let the other party go so easily, but directly used his time ability to put a mark on Chi Suan's body. For tracking and positioning. Do you know the ruins of the ancient Yin Kingdom's capital? Chunyuhu asked directly after he finished. I don't know much. I only know that before the zombie crisis broke out, the Watching the Dawn Company seemed to be funding an archaeologist to dig and develop. Chi Suan said truthfully. With the other party's strength, he could detect that he was lying. So what he said was the truth, but it was artistically processed, and it didn't deviate from the facts. He really didn't know much. After all, the ancient Yin Kingdom had too many secrets. As for the sponsor, he was, so his identity could barely be regarded as an archaeologist. A fierce light flashed in Chunyuhu's eyes, and he didn't doubt Chi Suan's words. The reason is very simple. That group of traitorous clones can really do such things. I know. Chunyuhu said calmly, and then used his time ability to draw a map in the time field. This is the headquarters of the Chishin Society. Report within 7 days. Otherwise, when I come to catch you, your sick body may not survive. Chunyuhu said this and left directly. The place he left was exactly to the Roundabout Island. Hiss, thank you for saving my life. Chi Suan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think it was really because of his good eloquence or Chunyuhu's appreciation of talent. It must be because of the help of the protagonist's halo. Let's go and find a way to see if we can pick up some leaks. Chi Suan knew that this genuine zombie Chunyuhu was going to fight the pirated clone Chunyuhu. With his strength, the Roundabout Island was doomed. Chapter 48. Chunyuhu was very fast, and he was gone in the blink of an eye. When Chi Suan arrived without overloading the Windrider's aviation system, He saw that the entire circular island had sunk into the sea. Seeing this scene, Chi Xuan was heartbroken. He had always wanted the server of Dawn, but now, he would definitely not be able to get it. The entire circular island was sunk directly, and with the seawater soaking it, it would probably be useless if it was fished out. Then his eyes fell on the two Chunyu Hus fighting. The genuine one suppressed the pirated one through the time ability to the point that he had no ability to resist. You were able to merge the source of the deep virus so smoothly, and the destiny is indeed in your hands. The tone of the zombie Chunyu who confirmed that the clone Chunyu who was the real mastermind behind the scenes. However, the clone Chunyu who had no words to say. It was true that he took the source of the deep virus, but he didn't know what the destiny was. As a clone, he does not have the complete memory of the zombie Chunyu who, only some of the modern memory. As for the previous one, he is not the first generation Chunyu who of watching the dawn, but the 8th generation. The survival time of each generation is different, some live longer, while others live shorter. For example, he belongs to the long-lived type, but it is also because he successfully led watching the Dawn Company to escape from the Prayer Society. The clone has a higher energy level in the body to provide enough power. It should be the source of the Yusui virus. Chi Xuan did not feel any impulse this time. Obviously the source of the Yusui virus after being fused did not continue to spread to the outside. Hide deeper. Seeing that the fight between the two sides was getting more and more intense, especially the clone Chunyu, whose skull was flipped over, he couldn't even touch the clothes of the zombie Chunyu. The moment the skull was opened, a strong impulse broke out again. I saw a large number of black, wriggling flesh tentacles on the skull of the clone Chunyu. These flesh tentacles are naturally not the real source of the Yusui virus, but the brain of the clone Chunyu that was alienated by the source of the Yusui virus. The real source of the Yusui virus is a crystal clear black jade. It was pulled out by the zombie Chunyu. The color and material are very similar to the jade seal of the ancient Dian Kingdom. The jade seal of the ancient Dian Kingdom should be made of contaminated jade. It may also be scraps, otherwise how could it carry the destiny? As the jade of the source of the Yusui virus was pulled out, the clone Chunyu suddenly collapsed and fell directly from midair. The tenacious vitality given by the surgery of the immortal did not kill him immediately. However, the zombie Chunyu did not intend to let him go, and directly blasted him into powder, without any residue. Strange, why didn't the destiny return to the source? The second consciousness of the zombie Chunyu made an unconscious murmur. He had no ability to distinguish who the destiny was with. The second consciousness might have it, but it was suppressed by him. Only occasionally could he come out to respond. This is impossible. Is the destiny not with this traitor? The face of the zombie Chunyu changed slightly. If it is not true, then it will be a big trouble. The world is so big, it's probably like looking for a needle in a haystack. If it's not on the traitor, then it might be on the archaeologist, who was funded to develop and excavate. The zombie Chunyu quickly locked onto another target. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party has become a zombie. Find him as soon as possible and devour him, otherwise once he grows up, he will be comparable to. The whispering of the second consciousness emerged again. The favor of the deep is naturally something that only zombies can bear. Humans or other species have no way to obtain it. Damn, this is even more troublesome. The zombie Chunyu naturally believed it. The second consciousness will compete with him for the body, but most of the time, they are in the same camp. More importantly, they are two sides of the same coin. Even if the second consciousness wins, he will not disappear. At most, he will be treated the same as the second consciousness and be imprisoned and suppressed in the body. If it is eliminated, it is impossible. After all, the second consciousness comes from the instinct of the body. He can't even eliminate the instinct. Then he would have to spend a lot of effort to control the muscles and bones of his body every step. With destiny, you will definitely rise fast. It's a bit troublesome, but there is still a solution. As long as you find a zombie that stands out from the crowd, it is likely to be the archaeologist. He arrived at the hiding place of Chi Xuan as soon as possible and said, "You seem to have made some achievements in the network." When Chi Xuan heard this, he also muttered in his heart, wondering if he was going to let him find himself. He was far away, and could not hear the words of the zombie Chunyu who in his second consciousness, but the intelligent brain could lip read and directly translated it to Chi Xuan. "I know a little bit. I can mobilize satellites to conduct screening within a certain range." Chi Xuan did not deny it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Very good, find that special zombie for me. The zombie Chunyu, who was very satisfied with Chi Xuan's attitude, "Well done, I can reserve a place for you as a divine vessel. When you know the benefits, you can make the transformation. Let's draw the pie first." If Chi Xuan can really find it, it's not impossible to give him a place. By then, he will hold the destiny and the source, and he will be another deep god. Others are not his opponents at all. On the contrary, he needs enough talents to serve him. In the future, when he rules the whole world, he will not have a group of stupid zombies without consciousness under his command. I will definitely satisfy you. Chi Xuan patted his chest and promised. It's better for him to do this job than for others. At that time, he will send the other party a list of mutant zombies every once in a while. If other people really come to investigate, who knows if they will find out about him. Let's start with the archaeologist you provided before. I want all the information within 3 days. Can you do it? Asked the zombie Chunyuhu. Yes, but I will report in 7 days. Chi Xuan said he didn't want to go. You don't have to go, but I want to see the results. The zombie Chunyuhu didn't care whether Chi Xuan went to report or not. Chi Xuan had his own time mark on his body, and couldn't escape his palm at all. If it's done well, the future results will no longer be limited to time. Chi Xuan rolled his eyes secretly when he heard it. This thing is useless. But there was no change on his face. Instead, he said with a look of I love the company, the leader is wise. Anyway, there is no loss in saying this. It's better to be flexible than to be suspected. Chapter 49. This brand is indeed strong. It's just that the other party seems to have underestimated me. The time brand appeared on a piece of human skin that Chi Xuan peeled off from his body. This thing should have been in his body. Chi Xuan directly recast through death. After it was dispersed into particles, he found that this thing also appeared in the particles, and then the intelligent brain directly pulled it out. The time brand leapt on him, by the zombie Chunyu, who was removed by him. But as soon as he recovered, it drilled into his body again. Then, there was a solution. Cut off a large piece of 5-flower 3-layer first, and then die. In the 30 seconds of resurrection after watching the advertisement, the time brand drilled directly into the 5-flower 3-layer. Then it was very simple. Just throw this piece of meat into the nutrient solution to keep it active. When the wool from the Chishan society is almost pulled, it will not be too late to destroy it. He did not plan to leave the God-praying society for the time being, not for anything else, but because the source of the Yusui virus was now in the hands of the zombie Chunyuhu. Chi Xuan could be sure that the 3 question marks in his heavenly destiny Yusui were the source of the Yusui virus. As for why there were only 3 question marks and 6 words, Chi Xuan had no idea. Maybe it was to save words. The protagonist's halo is really scary, and the enemies are rushing to give me benefits. Even the other party knows about the destiny. He reasonably suspected that the zombie Chunyu, who was reduced in intelligence, but the premise of his reduction in intelligence was that he had information gap. Otherwise, if he really knew that Chi Xuan had obtained the heavenly destiny Yusui, then the other party would have to kill him immediately. Intelligent brain, you take over the immortal satellite directly, and then we go to the sea to see if we can find some leftovers. Chi Xuan looked at the original location of the roundabout and said, the zombie Chunyuhu had already left, so how could he put all his hopes on Chi Xuan? Chi Xuan, on the other hand, didn't care at all, and he would just give Chunyuhu his information on the internet. Don't worry about being exposed, he is suffering from severe infection and symptoms, and he is completely different from his previous high-spirited self. Even standing in front of Chunyuhu, the other party couldn't recognize him. In addition to the symptoms, Chi Xuan conducted a lot of experiments on himself, and his bones and flesh have completely changed. Even the intelligent brain needs enough data for comparison. The Watching the Dawn company was completely destroyed, and the immortal satellite was vacant, which happened to belong to Chi Xuan. Executing, whether it is taking over or salvaging, it is all controlled by the intelligent brain to control the Tai Sui God. If you don't take what God has given you, you will be blamed. Chi Xuan said softly. According to the logic of the protagonist's halo, the Roundabout Island and the Watching Dawn company should be one of his opportunities. But he looked ahead and behind, which eventually led to the disappearance of this opportunity. The intelligent brain did not make a mistake in the analysis. I went straight over, and was sure to receive the entire legacy. Although the risk is a bit high, with the protagonist's halo, nothing will go wrong. I thought I would go after it was stable, but there are only some leftovers. Opportunities will not wait for you forever. If you miss it, it will disappear naturally. And even if I didn't kill them all, I could have gotten some good resources by robbing them directly. I don't even have to worry about the follow-up problems. After all, the zombie Chunyu who came to kill the whole family. All the enemies are dead, so who would hold him accountable? More importantly, if I had done that, I wouldn't have returned to the ruins of the ancient Dian Kingdom's capital, and I certainly wouldn't have met the zombie Chunyu. One wrong step, and the whole game is in chaos. It doesn't necessarily mean he will lose, but the follow-up did disrupt his layout. Not to mention much, just the resources of the Watching Dawn company can make him progress quickly. The equipment is basically damaged and unusable. A small part of the equipment left is useless. A large amount of materials that can be used for the evolution of Tai Sui God have been excavated. There is also a guarantee, not bad. Chi Suiyan did not regret his decision. He had done it, so what was there to regret? Start taking in materials. How much is expected? Can it support one evolution? Chi Suiyan asked. What he cares about is how much strength can be converted into. Insufficient data, temporarily unavailable for estimation. The range of Tai Sui God's reconnaissance network is limited, so it is naturally impossible to cover the entire broken and sunken ring island. Moreover, many have already begun to disperse with the ocean currents, and will become less and less as time goes by. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to directly estimate how much evolutionary materials can be taken in the end. Chi Suiyan did not ask too much, as he would get whatever he could for free. By the way, how is the investigation of the location of the Qishan Society going? Chi Suiyan asked. After the intelligent brain took over the satellite, it naturally conducted a remote exploration based on the location coordinates given by the zombie Chunyu. The base of the Prayer Society is located underground and cannot be explored. The location coordinates are deep in the Malacca Desert. Well, it is worthy of being a force that has been hidden for 1,000 years. It is indeed hidden deep enough, but this technology is really outrageous. It can build an underground base in the desert and still maintain it. Not ordinary. Are you hungry? After the zombie Chunyu found a safe place, he took out the black jade stone that was the source of the Yusui virus. When it was in his hand, the black jade stone sent a message called hunger. You want more Yusui virus, and you need enough quality. The traitorous idiot actually made you hungry for so long, and in order to survive from me, I forced you to merge. The zombie Chunyu whose face was not very good. The source of the Yusui virus has been instinctively emitting hunger. If you want to recover, either destiny or a strong enough zombie. Destiny can't be found, so you can only recover through the latter. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He knew exactly where to find the Yushin virus that met the needs of the source of the Yushin virus. That's right, it was the elders in his prayer meeting. As long as they were fed to the source of the Yushin virus, the source of the Yushin virus would definitely recover. In this way, when he gathered the destiny and the source, he would be able to become the new Yushin god. As for the original Yushin god, he had died long ago, and now only the body and soul were left. The time of complete death was the note of the zombie outbreak, and the one who ended the last glimmer of life of the Yushin god was their prayer meeting. The meaning of the prayer meeting was not to pray to the gods, but to pray to become gods. The reason why this group of people could live from thousands of years ago to the present was because of the last glimmer of life of the Yushin god. Until now, when the time was right and the last glimmer of life of the Yushin god had no value, they completely dealt with it. Chapter 50. You did a great job. I have received the information. Please find the special zombie as soon as possible. The voice of the zombie Chunyu came. The contact between the two parties was through the time imprint. The other party did not notice that Chi Suiyan put the time imprint in the 5-flower 3-layer. Leader, I went to the scene to restore the power, checked the surrounding monitoring data, and found one thing. Before the archaeologist mysteriously disappeared, a survivor from another world contacted the other party, and then the person disappeared. If the archaeologist who turned into a zombie cannot be found, then the fate is likely to be on the survivor. Chi Suiyan spoke immediately. After hearing this, the zombie Chunyu naturally did not believe it, but asked Chi Suiyan to pack the video file for him. Chi Suiyan was naturally not afraid, because the fact was indeed so. He really went to download the video on the spot. After the data was transmitted through the time imprint, the zombie Chunyu believed it. You did a good job, but the archaeologist is missing, and there is no corresponding trace of this survivor. What do you think? For the zombie Chunyu, no matter which one it is, he can't find it. So the information provided by Chi Suiyan can only add one more suspect at most, and the rest is of no help. The leader is right. What can Chi Suiyan think? He is simply framing and diverting attention. See if you can let the zombie Chunyu torment the survivor. Anyway, if one more person dies, Chi Suiyan will have one less enemy, so why not do it? Faced with Chi Suiyan's words, the zombie Chunyu directly hung up the call. If Chi Suiyan had any opinion, he wouldn't say this. TSK, it really goes forward when people are needed, and goes backward when people are not needed. Chi Suiyan said this after isolating the sound directly. Then, he set his sights on Tai Sui God. He emptied the entire ring island, and the evolutionary materials obtained were enough for Tai Sui God to evolve 3 times. These days, he has been digesting it, and now it is finally digested. The armor value has reached 11, and the armor value required for the next evolution has not changed. It is really difficult to increase the armor by 1 point now. In the short term, I guess don't think about reaching 12 points of armor for evolution. Chi Suan looked at the 3 newly entered SSS level modules. SSS Weaving Web Capture Matrix, SSS Black Domain Melting Furnace, SSS Star Core Condenser. These 3 modules have 3 functions, namely resource collection, material smelting, and evolution acceleration. With these 3 modules, the progress of armor value can be improved by about 0.01 points every day, and now the evolution materials are no longer limited to metals and minerals. As long as it is valuable, it can be directly put into the Black Domain Smelting Furnace to be converted into evolutionary energy, and then further converted and digested through the Star Core Reconstructor. As for the Weaving Net Capture Matrix, this thing is similar to solar energy, which can capture various resources through special structures, and then enter the smelting furnace. Of course, you can choose not to hang up, and directly choose to throw everything into the smelting furnace to obtain enough evolutionary energy. It's just that the resources needed at present are really too much. Even if you invest resources in smelting all day, it is estimated that there is no way to get much armor value. It's hard to get 0.001 a day. The more modules you have, the higher the armor value and resource investment required for evolution. Artificial crystal vein alloy is also starting to work. If there is only 1 point of armor value, even if it is increased by 100%, it is only an increase of 1 point. But now the armor value is 11 points, so adding another 11 points is very impressive. The higher the basic armor value, the higher the increase. The armor value was low before, so the upper limit of this module was relatively low, which led Chi Suan to always want to change it, but in the end, he did not choose to change it. More armor value can also make Tai Sui stronger. He is fragile, and has taken off the enhancement. Unfortunately, 11 points of armor still can't withstand a move from the Corpse King. He doesn't think that with 11 points of armor value, he can block attacks that can sink the roundabout. It seems that the original Venomous Snake armor was also fragile, Chi Suan said. The D-level Venomous Snake armor has an armor value of 100 points. If Tai Sui Shan had not made up for it with the module column and characteristics, it would really be just a waste. So relying on Tai Sui Shan's own armor for defense may be useful in the early stage, but in the later stage, it still needs to rely on shield and defense modules. Chi Suan looked at Tai Sui Shan again. After adding 3 modules, the overall appearance was a bit bloated. Especially these 3 modules are large modules. Well, we have to find a module that can adjust the size and weight, otherwise it will become more and more troublesome later. The weight is temporarily covered by the subspace pocket, but this is not a long-term solution after all. As the modules become more and more, the weight and body size will sooner or later be unable to hold up. As for the next step, let's fool the zombie Chunyu who first and improve the virus talent as soon as possible. Damn it, we have been friends for 1,000 years, and you actually betrayed our oath for the sake of profit. An elder of the Chishan Society, who had also reached the 9th level, and was about to break through to become a zombie king, was killed by Chunyu who unwillingly, and then fed to the source of the Yushin virus. Friends? Oh, that's because you didn't get the source of the Yushin virus, and didn't know its mystery. Chunyu who said contemptuously. All the elders of the Chishan Society, who had lived from 1,000 years ago to the present have become nutrients. The black jade stone that obtained a high enough concentration of the Yushin virus finally stopped emitting information of hunger. When it fell into Chunyu's hands, he only felt that all the Yushin viruses in his body were cheering. I broke through the limit and reached a higher level. At this moment, he could feel that his body had undergone a qualitative change. He knew that he had been on the verge of a breakthrough before, but this layer of paper was too difficult to pierce, causing him to be stuck until now. However, he has not yet conducted in-depth research and development on the source of the Yusui virus, and it has helped him to successfully break through. This is simply too valuable. The source of the Yusui virus is so magical, so it is not inferior to its destiny. It is probably not simple. Just carry it on your body, and the Yusui virus and superpowers in your body can be continuously activated and improved. It seems that research and development need to be temporarily shelved. You must find a destiny, so that they can complement each other. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the zombie Chunyu. It's time to use the power of the Prayer Society. The Prayer Society is a larger force than the Watching the Dawn. It doesn't mean that there are only those elders, but they are hidden deeper. Of course, All the personnel are zombies with wisdom, not humans. Chapter 51. His Chi took a breath of cold air, and the flesh and blood infected by the Yusui virus began to decompose, as if someone had cut it with a blade. In addition, his bones began to dissolve, and his internal organs also failed. Hold on. The expedition-level ecological circulation device did its best to maintain a good environment so that Chi could live longer. This was not the first time he had experienced this kind of pain. Every time the virus talent was improved, it was accompanied by extremely painful transformation, and it might not be successful in one go, but it would take dozens of times and super strong adaptability to succeed. Chi vomited a large mouthful of black blood, and because of the excessive force, his eyeballs fell directly from the eye sockets with a click. The nerves of the eyeballs were still very strong and not broken, so that the eyeballs were still connected to the brain through the nerves. He did this not to torture himself deliberately, but because he needed to force the Yusui virus to undergo a directed mutation and be completely tied to himself. So it was not only himself who was tortured, but also the Yusui virus itself. During this process, Chi spiritual consciousness gradually connected with the Yusui virus, and as the intensity of the transformation intensified, they gradually achieved symbiosis. The whole person was about to melt into a pool of mud, and Chi knew that he would fail again this time. He immediately opened his mouth to notify the intelligent brain to inactivate it, so that he would not continue to suffer. But at the moment of death, the mutation of the Yusui virus was completed, and it was still one with him. At the same time, the talent on the panel also changed. Then, Chi died. He was coerced in this way, and his own death was a common thing. B-level talent, virus symbiosis deep, it's done. Chi looked at the virus symbiosis on the panel, and couldn't help showing a happy expression. After the symbiosis, the deep virus in his body was completely bound to Chi. Once it left his body, it would die. Of course, if Chi died, the deep virus would die with him. But because the two sides were symbiotic, the virus in his body could also be recast with Chi in death. And the mutation of the deep virus is not, it should be said, that the evolution has not ended. In order to ensure the survival of Chi, the symbiont, the deep virus was forced to start providing Chi with various abilities, such as continuous growth of physical and mental strength, strong vitality, regeneration like immortality, no fatal body defects, etc. Of course, these abilities are still in their infancy, and need to grow further. Moreover, if they are activated later, there will be consumption, but the consumption should be nutrients. If there is really not enough nutrition, then the deep virus will be consumed. More importantly, Chi established a symbiotic connection through both the body and the spirit. Even if Chi is completely infected, the Yusui virus will not be in a dominant position, but both sides will be equal. Of course, Chi can also use mental interference to make the Yusui virus form a threshold. Severe infection 99.99%, exert all my abilities. Chi directly raised the infection level to the highest level. Now the Yusui virus has completely become a part of my immune system, and my own immune system is forced to accept the Yusui virus. If you want to cancel the symptoms, you can, but there is no benefit. Chi can cancel the fever, weakness and other effects on his body, but the cost-effectiveness is not suitable. These symptoms exist in his body, and the protection of the Yusui virus, and the explosive state on his body can be superimposed synchronously, which is more vigorous than when he is not sick. And he can be sure that the more serious his symptoms are, the more they can stimulate the activity and strength of the Yusui virus. The Yusui virus is afraid that Chi will die, and Chi is always in a state of possible sudden death, so it has to forcibly provide various help. Then what is this? Chi found that he seemed to have a tumor in his brain through the feedback of the intelligent brain. It is not very accurate to say that it is a tumor. According to the report data, it seems that his pineal gland has undergone some kind of mutation. Specifically, it is a bit like the pineal gland turning into a high-concentration Yusui virus crystal. It can't be a superpower. Chi suddenly reacted. He is actually not much different from a zombie now. All that was missing was his death, and then, the second consciousness could be born. Unfortunately, it was stuck at 0.01%, which made it unsuccessful. As long as it is not completely infected, there is no difference between 99% and 0.01%, it is nothing more than dying early or late. However, Chi will not die. As long as there is enough time and stimulation, it is possible for the Yusui virus to develop automatic protection. If it is in the brain, then it is very likely to be a mental ability. Chi muttered. It can't be the so-called unknown effect of death recasting after complete infection. Not all superpowers are directly expressed in the body. Some are also expressed in the mind. Just like the clone Chunyu Bao's command of the zombies, there is no trace of superpowers in the body, but the mental mutation occurs. The other party's superpowers are not mental, but more soul-oriented. Most of the mental systems are to increase or strengthen the spirit through the body, or simply materialize the spirit. The reason is very simple. The spirit needs the body to carry it, so the two are inseparable. Of course, everything is not so absolute, and there are naturally exceptions. However, Chi Suiyan can guess the superpowers bred by his pineal crystals. He did not guess out of thin air, but judged through the superpowers in the surgery of the immortal. After all, this technology can already guide the birth of superpowers to a certain extent. I just don't know how long it will take. Chi Suiyan is not sure how long it will take for the protection and reinforcement of the Yusui virus after symbiosis. There was nothing wrong with the plan and data, but he was not sure how far the Yusui virus would go. As he was deducing the results through the data, the 3 layers he cut out began to jump. Why did this old dang look for me? Chi Suiyan thought that he had given him a lot of perfunctory treatment these days, so he shouldn't look for him now. However, he also removed the sound insulation immediately and said in a tone of I am a good employee, Leader, do you have any instructions? Get ready, start cleaning the world in 3 days, and deal with all the survivors and all zombies that are not my race. This cleaning plan requires your intelligence assistance. Arrive as soon as possible. The zombie Chinyu who reported a string of location coordinates. It would be too troublesome to find them one by one. The zombie Chinyu had planned to push them across, and the people or zombies who stood out at that time might have the destiny he needed. Chapter 52. The butterfly effect is quite serious, Chi Suiyan whispered. The current development is completely different from the memory of the reborn. In the original development, the source of the deep virus of the Watching Dawn Company did not fall into the hands of the Chishin Society, but into the hands of Chi Suiyan, the zombie master. The final result was that even the hidden force of the Chishin Society did not make any splashes, and was destroyed by the zombie master. However, it is different now. Because Chi Suiyan did not become the zombie master, the Chishin Society successfully passed the initial adaptation of the spirit container technology, which changed the direction. Now the whole world is divided into 3 camps. The Chishin Society where Chi Suiyan is located, zombies with human consciousness and second consciousness, through the spirit container technology, a group of humans in zombie skin. Then, there is the local zombie camp, which is divided, chaotic and fighting on its own, but it is the frontline combat force against the Chishin Society. The last camp is the survivors in the Doomsday Game. This camp is more scattered. The local zombie camp still has combat power, but the survivors can't get up at all. It is the camp with the heaviest casualties. The first to bear the brunt are the survivors who have performed well. They are all considered by the zombie Chinyuhu to have a destiny, so every one of them is captured and eaten alive. As for Chi Suiyan, he is a dispensable little character, and does not play much role in this one-sided massacre. Provide technical support? In fact, it is just to divide the authority of the immortal satellite. From the beginning to the end, the zombie Chinyuhu valued this point, and there was not much help in other places. The Doomsday Game should have a reaction. If there is no reaction, then even if the survivors don't die, there won't be many left. Chi Suiyan actually didn't understand the behavioral logic of the Doomsday Game. How could he still keep his composure at this point? The survivor camp has the largest number of people but the weakest strength, which is a sign that they are being used as blood food by the God-praying society. Although these zombies have human consciousness, their thinking has been affected by the second consciousness and has deviated. They are also zombies in essence, so it's not just a matter of thinking, but also the instinct of the body. Mandatory task. Kill the zombie king. Suddenly, a task panel popped up in front of him, and he was forced to accept it. But for Chi Suiyan, it didn't matter whether it was mandatory or not, because he was a violator, and only enjoyed part of the convenience of the Doomsday Game. Even the elimination couldn't do anything to him, let alone the so-called mandatory task. I clicked it, and found that the conflict of rules in the Doomsday Game was indeed a bit funny. The content is to kill the corpse king Chunyuhu. If he fails, he will be killed, but if he succeeds, there will be no reward. It's just a waste of time. However, soon, the rule conflict was adjusted. Punishment, kill. Reward, cancel the status of violator and restore the status of survivor. Time limit, 24 hours. You think the identity of survivor is so popular? Chi Suiyan was speechless. Survivors do have a lot of conveniences, such as inventory, skills, etc., but the Doomsday Game is stingy. Among the top survivors, the things in their hands are extremely shabby. On the contrary, Chi Xuan, the offender, lives a better life than the survivors. You have found me. I am at my wit's end. Chi Xuan thought, this is really possible. If the Doomsday game is really that powerful, how could it not even kill him? If it is even stronger, it will directly eliminate the zombie Chunyu Hu, the boss who destroys the balance, instead of choosing to continue to exploit it internally. Even if I want to kill him, I will never listen to you. Chi Xuan certainly intends to kill Chunyu Hu, but the opponent is already the zombie king, and he only has one chance. If the psionic ray of the floating cannon does not hit the opponent, then Chi Xuan will have to run away with his head in his arms. The attack power of the floating cannon is enough, but it is only enough for the attack power, and other aspects are not good. He directly ignored the countdown on the panel, and began to think about how to maximize his protagonist aura. What else can I do? I can't really let him fight with hard power. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Without this protagonist halo, he is just an ordinary person, not a big boss. Under the current circumstances, it is estimated that only his floating gun can kill the zombie king. As for being completely infected and becoming a zombie master, there is no time to develop. Do you really think that you can become a master-level boss zombie as soon as you transform? It's just that you grow fast, not that you don't need to grow. Now under the eyes of others, I'm afraid that you will be discovered by the other party before you have time to grow up. The protagonist halo is not omnipotent, otherwise it would not have this trend. So the best way is to lower your intelligence and sneak attack. Otherwise, he can't be killed. As for regretting not taking the initiative to get the source of the Yusui virus, that's not the case. How could he know that the source of the Yusui virus could be so strong, not to mention that it was a strange thing that attracted him? His first reaction should be to be vigilant instead of thinking about getting it. What if you take over the nest directly? Hiss, it's not really possible. Chi Xuan suddenly thought of the second consciousness. I remember there was a consciousness in the zombie Chunyuhu's body. If the source of the Yusui virus chooses to help Chunyuhu, in the case of choosing one of the two, it will definitely not choose human consciousness, but choose the second consciousness of the zombie. From the other party's performance, Chunyuhu can know these secrets from the whispers of the second consciousness. If all this is guided by something, then this cliff-like improvement can be explained. Chi Xuan's suspected target is the former core of the Qishan society, Yusui God. The possibility of God existing in this world has suddenly increased. However, the so-called God may also be an existence of outer space life or a virus consciousness aggregate. It's just that the other party is too powerful, so it is considered a God. Except for the destiny and the deep in my body, the others are actually quite scientific. Chi Xuan was also out of confidence. He didn't find much. A survivor escaped to the area under your jurisdiction, deal with it. The voice of the zombie Chunyu, who came from the headset. It's all planned in, and it will definitely not be contacted by Time Imprint. It is more convenient and cost-effective to use modern equipment. Understood, I will deal with it immediately. Chi Xuan agreed immediately. He suspected that this survivor might be an opportunity to kill the zombie Chunyuhu. Chapter 53. It's him. Chi Xuan looked at the data fed back by the intelligent brain through the reconnaissance network. Through the memory of the reborn, he confirmed who the survivor who fled to his area was. I have to say that there must be something wrong with the memory of this reborn. Even if he lived for 10 years in his previous life, he would not understand it so clearly. Chi Feixiong, the future #1 in long-range combat. Possessing the SSS level talent of absolute hit. Once the quality reaches the SSS level, it means that some rules that Chi Xuan cannot understand are involved, and it is not restricted by attributes. Just like his death recast, with his current strength, there is no way to study it out. It's more like some rules that concretize the concept. And Chi Feixiong's absolute hit is the literal meaning. However, there should be some restrictions, such as distance. Otherwise, if there is really no limit, wouldn't it be possible to throw a stone from the south to the north of the sea? Chi Xuan's death recast needs 30 seconds to revive, and it also needs the infection rate of the Yusui virus as a basis. Not restricted by attributes, but by environmental conditions. But even so, it's enough to kill Chunyuhu. Chi Xuan couldn't help but smile. The biggest problem with a floating cannon is that it can't hit the opponent. Once it hits, it will be Chunyuhu's death. And the protagonist halo on him sent Chi Feixiong to him, just to let the floating cannon make up for this problem. But there is a problem, that is, I can't completely strip off the opponent's absolute hit talent. He can't even handle S level ones, let alone SSS level ones. So the best way is to control the other party, and let him use weapons to kill the zombie Chunyuhu. Wait until he finishes killing, then I will kill him. The plan is simple. The difficult part is how to control Qi Feixiong. This is not a simple thing. Use the Yusui virus to coerce him, and then add the benefits of the Doomsday Game. It should be worth his gamble. As for weapons, it is not appropriate to give him a floating gun. He only needs a powerful weapon that can kill the zombie Chunyuhu. The best way is to snipe from a distance. After thinking for a while, Qi Xuan temporarily removed the 2 modules of the Quantum Dynamic Structure chip and the Shadow Navigator unit. The intelligent brain does not need to be amplified for the time being, and it can also meet Qi Xuan's needs. The concealment module is not needed for the time being, and it cannot be invisible. It can only defend against radars and satellites. He doesn't need to be sneaky now. After 2 module slots were emptied, he took out a sniper rifle without bullets and a sniper rifle bullet and filled each into a module slot. SSS Eye of the God Slayer. SSS Impact of the Roaring Dragon. 2 fresh SSS level modules were born. The former was a sniper rifle, and the latter was a bullet. Once the bullets were consumed, Qi Xuan's module slot would be emptied. As for the sniper rifle, that was also simple. Just remove it from the module slot, and it would return to its original quality. The 2 are superimposed on each other, and the zombie Chunyuhu will definitely not be able to withstand it. Even a single floating gun can't withstand it, let alone a combined module. Theoretically, this is the power of 2 SSS level modules, which is much stronger than a single floating gun. As for the bug that keeps popping up? No, it takes an hour to generate an SSS level module again, and the more times it evolves, the longer the cooling time. Therefore, it is impossible to achieve plug-and-swap switching behavior. Each time it is put in, it is regenerated, not switched twice. After putting it away, Qi Xuan set out to catch Qi Feixiong. After the other party entered his jurisdiction, he very skillfully found a safe area to hide. If Qi Xuan's reconnaissance network was not strong enough, it might not be found. To be able to survive until now, the other party still has real skills. On the other side, Qi Feixiong naturally noticed Qi Xuan's arrival. As a violator, he was too close to the survivors, so there would be enough reminders. In addition, the positioning can be inferred through the half-hour display. And most of the survivors actually belong to the mentality of being afraid of the slightest movement. Bang! The wall of the hiding area was directly blown open by Qi Xuan's floating cannon. When Qi Feixiong saw Qi Xuan, he did not flee immediately. He knew he could not escape at the first sight. "I heard that your talent is SSS level absolute hit?" Qi Xuan asked. This made Qi Feixiong stunned at first, and then he was happy in his heart. There is still a way to survive. If the other party wanted to plunder his talent, there was no need to ask, just kill him directly. Now he is asking, which means that the other party wants to use his talent. As for where the other party got the information about his talent, this is not what Qi Feixiong should consider now. Whether it is to do things for the other party or to save his life, it takes precedence over these. "Yes, what do you want me to do?" Qi Feixiong asked calmly. "At this time, you must not panic, otherwise if you reveal your bottom line, you may only become the other party's puppet. Kill Chunyuhu, the leader of the Qishan society," Qi Xuan said, throwing out the Eye of the God Eater. As for the impact of the Roaring Dragon, the bullet had been loaded in. There is only 1 bullet in it, and you only have 1 chance. If you succeed, the rich rewards of the Doomsday Game are not inferior to killing me. Qi Xuan did not say what would happen if he failed, because it goes without saying that it is nothing more than death. Qi Feixiong picked up the Eye of the God Eater. As soon as he saw the attributes, he couldn't help but stir up a storm in his heart. SSS level long-range weapons, combined with SSS level bullets, this combination is simply outrageous. You know, he only has this level of talent, and Qi Xuan took out 2, one of which is a consumable. At this stage, it is rare to get rewards recognized or issued by the Doomsday Game, and high-quality ones have not appeared so far. Therefore, Qi Feixiong suspected that the other party became a violator, perhaps because of this. "Okay, it's a deal." Qi Feixiong agreed without hesitation. "The other party will kill him later? Let's talk about this later. If he doesn't agree now, he will die." "What?" "Kill the other party with the Eye of the God Eater directly. How to deal with the zombie Chunyuhu." Compared with Qi Xuan, the lethality caused to their survivors is completely inferior to the Kishinhui, which has a force. What's more, the weapon was given to him by Qi Xuan, who knows that there will be any defense in it. He always knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. "Don't worry, I'm not very relieved if you just go like this," Qi Xuan said bluntly. After that, he directly injected Qi Feixiong with the Yusui virus. And this Yusui virus is not a regular Yusui virus, but a Yusui virus that coexists with Qi Xuan. Ordinary serum cannot be removed, and high-quality serum is required. The production channel can only appear after killing the zombie Chunyuhu, and the rewards of the Doomsday game may appear. Chapter 54. Name: Chi Feixiong, Yusui Virus, Enhanced, Mild Infection 1%. Chi Feixiong set up the Eye of the God Eater at the selected commanding height, and took another look at his own status. The Yusui virus infection on his body could not be cured by the serum in his hand. Fortunately, the infection level seemed to have been tampered by the opponent, and it was always at a mild infection level of 1%, which did not affect his status. He took a deep breath to calm down. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous when he was asked to kill such a terrifying Corpse King level zombie. His SSS level talent, Absolute Hit, was limited, just as Chi Xuan thought. It could only hit the area within his field of vision, which was compensated by the scope of the Eye of the God Eater, so the field of vision was very good. The second is the range and attack speed, which also depends on the object used. If he uses stones to attack from a distance, then how much strength he can absolutely hit within this range. However, the power is not guaranteed. Once the kinetic energy decays, and the enemy leaves the range, the power will inevitably decrease. And the further back you go, the slower your flying speed becomes, which is due to the attenuation of kinetic energy. This also leads to a problem, that is, if you are stuck at the limit range, even if you attack the enemy, you can't cause much damage. So generally, he uses guns and explosives directly. The former has strong enough kinetic energy, and the latter does not need kinetic energy to cause damage, just explosion is enough. Fortunately, the Eye of the God Eater in his hand completely makes up for the defect of his talent. If I can get this sniper rifle, the probability of survival will be greater. Chi Feixiong looked at the Eye of the God Eater in his hand, and felt helpless. However, this kind of thing can be thought of, his own life is in someone's hands. Chi Feixiong does not believe that the other party only has such an SSS level equipment, but it just happens that his talent is suitable, so he found him. So he does not expect to get this sniper rifle, but just to survive. The most basic desire of the survivor is to survive, and everything else must give way to survival. Why haven't you arrived yet? Chi Feixiong glanced at the watch on his wrist. According to the information provided by Chi Xuan, the zombie Chunyuhu plans to clear this area today. The target is a 5th level mutant zombie, whose ability is a black hole, which can create a black hole that swallows all attacks. It can be called an invincible defense, and the reason why it can be called is that it is not a real black hole, and the damage that can be swallowed has an upper limit. But this potential is enough to make the zombie Chunyuhu think that the other party is suspected of destiny. As for why Chi Xuan knew it, it was naturally because he provided this list to the zombie Chunyuhu. This was determined by the intelligent brain's deduction of its character logic, and the remote monitoring of the clearance satellite. Chi Feixiong had just finished speaking for less than 10 seconds, when he felt a suffocating pressure looming over him. Fortunately, the special force field formed by the Eye of the God Eater in his hand calmed him down. With the God Eater as a prefix, he was naturally not afraid of pressure. A zombie with a flickering figure and the appearance of an old man arrived at the predetermined location. This made Chi Feixiong suddenly cheer up. Calm down, calm down. Chi Feixiong forced himself to calm down. He knew that he must not be nervous at this time. Through the scope, his eyes fell precisely on the zombie Chunyuhu. At that moment, the zombie Chunyuhu, who was about to enter, could not help but stop. He felt a certain lock that made him tremble. Many speculations emerged in his mind, and before he could come to a conclusion, he heard a loud noise. Then he saw a position of a high-rise building not far away directly shattered. The impact of the roaring dragon shot out by the Eye of the God Eater. The recoil is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Chi Feixiong was shaken into a pulp on the spot. This is also the reason why Chi Xuan was unwilling to use the sniper rifle combination. If there is no corresponding shock-absorbing means or module, the Tai Sui God will be beaten into an iron lump by the recoil. These two modules are only responsible for power and damage, and are not responsible for anything else. The zombie Chunyuhu unfolded the time domain without hesitation. The impact of the roaring dragon entered the time domain, and the speed slowed down, but not much. Fortunately, the zombie Chunyuhu reacted quickly enough, not only slowing down the flow rate in the time domain, but also speeding up his own time, making his movement speed directly faster. If he reacted a little slower, he would be shot in the head directly. Heh, you want to break free from control by killing me? The zombie Chunyuhu couldn't help but sneer. How could he not guess who did it? The only person who can possess such a high-tech weapon is Chi Xuan. If you forcefully control the other party will definitely not be willing, and it is normal to arrange someone to kill him. Unfortunately, You don't understand what I control at all. Before the zombie Chinyuhu finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. For no other reason, it was because the bullet turned a corner and came towards his forehead again. This is impossible. No, it's the talent of the survivor. The zombie Chinyuhu immediately understood the cause and effect. Chi Suan alone is indeed not enough, and the talent of the survivor is indeed magical, but it cannot be brought into play because of insufficient strength. However, the combination of the two presents a wonderful chemical reaction. As the bullet turned a corner, the palpitation began to beat wildly. He wanted to hide, but the speed of the bullet was getting faster and faster, and even had the tendency to tear his time domain. It's the existence behind the survivor. The voice of the zombie Chinyuhu was not loud, but the sound of the bullet entering the body was not small at all. The terrifying roar broke out, raising the entire street to the ground. 2 SSS-level modules, even if the Tai Sui god is a little worse, can still not be underestimated when combined. The body of the zombie Chinyuhu was completely shattered, but he did not die. A broken hand holding a black jade stone quickly soared into the sky. "Leader, why are you in such a hurry?" A mechanical voice came from Tai Sui-shin. The net of phantom energy instantly enveloped the severed hand, imprisoned it in the center, and began to shrink. The zombie Chanyu who now only had his arm instinctively escaping with the source of the phantom virus, and he had no self at all. If you want to have a self, you have to restore your brain, otherwise you will only have instinct. I caught it. The protagonist's halo is really awesome. Chi Suan also breathed a sigh of relief. Sacrificing an SSS-level talent has put you in this situation. It is indeed worth a lot. In Chi Suan's opinion, Chi Fei Xiong's potential is much stronger than that of the zombie Chun Yuhu. Have a good journey. I hope you can continue to send me treasures in the next life. Chapter 55. After the death of zombie Chun Yuhu, the Qishan society first experienced a large-scale struggle for power, and then fell apart naturally. The survivors immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the zombies were no longer strangled. However, this time it was the turn of the zombies to suffer, because Chun Yuhu's death caused a lot of technology to be lost, including the drugs used to suppress the second consciousness. How could everyone easily suppress the second consciousness? There will always be people with weak wills, or unstable mentality, mental illness and other effects. So drugs are needed to cooperate. Chun Yuhu naturally strictly controlled this technology, and never leaked it. Therefore, after his death, it was naturally lost. This caused the zombies, who were originally the largest force, to begin to decline in strength because of the second consciousness. However, these things had little to do with Chi Suan. He directly took a large amount of technology and resources from the Qishan society and ran away. For him, this was simply a wave of fat. With the source of the deep virus inherited from his old leader, he suddenly, he didn't stand up, but just made the process of standing up smoother. After all, his path is different from that of survivors, zombies, and zombies. The source of the deep virus is S level, so how can Destiny Deep be X level? Chi Suan looked at the black jade, a little puzzled. Source of the deep virus. Quality, S level. Trait 1, Mental Attribute Growth plus 1. Trait 2, Deep Virus Growth plus 1. Trait 3, Remove Destiny Restrictions. How to say the effect, it's actually very good. Not to mention Trait 1, Trait 2 alone will further increase the upper limit of the deep virus on Chi Suan. Originally, the potential of the deep virus could only allow Chi Suan's virus talent to reach A level at most, but with the source of the deep virus, he could step into the direction of S level. Of course, the most important thing is Trait 3. Originally, his Destiny Deep and X level talent had 3 texts: prompt, attention, and warning. After he got it, the prompt and attention disappeared, leaving only the warning. This means that even if he is not a zombie, he can fully exert the talent effect of Destiny Deep, and secondly, he does not have to worry about his talent being reduced from X level to SSS level after changing the world. It also means that Chi Suan does not have to worry about being wiped out by the Doomsday game. But it's okay, anyway, the most important thing is to ensure that the quality of Destiny Deep does not fall. The reason why Chi Suan looked for the source of the deep virus from the beginning was to save his life, so even if it was only F level, he would not dislike it. There are still many that can threaten me now. Especially those zombies and zombies. The reason why there is a threat is of course, because Chi Suan intends to plunder resources to increase the number of evolutions for Tai Sui God. The higher the level of zombies thrown into the smelting furnace, the higher the evolutionary energy obtained. But it can't be too strong. For example, the zombie Chinyuhu, which is far beyond the normal version of the Corpse King, can't be thrown in at all. The second thing is that he needs to further analyze the second consciousness of the zombies. If nothing unexpected happens, the next time he evolves his virus talent, it is likely that a similar second consciousness will be born. The current virus symbiosis has not yet been deeply integrated, but the A-level virus talent must definitely fully integrate the Yusui virus into his body. Of course, if he really wants to change, he will not become a zombie, but a collection of Yusui virus. Then, he will be able to completely control Yusui virus. When the virus coexists, the Yusui virus in his body still cannot be actively controlled, and can only passively accept the protection of Yusui virus. However, he needs to take the initiative to better study Yusui virus, otherwise how can he make the virus talent reach this level? At present, the upper limit of this talent is definitely not low. As long as Chi Suiyan develops it properly, the upper limit is definitely the same as the devouring evolution of the zombie overlord, which belongs to SSS level. However, compared with the combat power given by devouring evolution, Chi Suiyan's virus talent does not increase much combat power, all for the purpose of saving his life. So Chi Suiyan's own combat power is indeed very poor, and he can only rely on Tai Sui God. Only if you give up can you gain. If he really wants to develop combat power, he would have become a zombie overlord long ago. It is precisely because of his resistance that he can avoid the worry of becoming a zombie. Now, his focus needs to shift. Without the hidden danger of the deep virus, the only problem left is combat effectiveness. Improving Tai Sui Shin is the fastest shortcut. Feeding resources can make it stronger, and with the cooperation of modules, it is naturally not bad. By the way, what if I put the source of the deep virus into Tai Sui Shin and turn it into an SSS level module? Chi Suiyan thought, S level is already very good, SSS level will be stronger. It is recommended that you try it after the virus talent reaches A level. At this stage, you cannot fully control the deep virus, and it has not been fully converted, which will lead to unknown effects. Speaking of unknown effects, I remember that after being fully infected, there will be a prototype of the ability formed by unknown effects through death recasting, and it is also stuck. Chi Suiyan suddenly thought of this. Before, he had been stuck in a state, and had not been completely infected, so it had not been triggered. It shouldn't be a big problem. Unknown effect, it doesn't mean positive, it may also be a negative effect. Dad, your punches are not fierce enough, and your heart is not vicious enough, so you died. But don't worry, I will inherit your position, and will definitely bring the Chishin society back under control. Zombie Chunyu Bao built a tomb for the zombie Chunyu, who died without a complete body. Standing in front of the spirit tablet, his expression was stern, and he had the intention of reorganizing. The young leader does have great ambitions, but the brothers have their own families. You are still thinking about the feudal system, which is outdated. A cold voice came. Zombie Chunyu Bao's face changed, but he soon calmed down and turned around. He saw that all his father's former capable men had arrived. I was just joking with my father, so that he could know about it in the afterlife. The zombie Chunyu Bao could only pretend to be submissive. The young master is still as filial as ever. A zombie praised, but then changed the subject. It's just that his sincerity is not enough. It's better for the young master to go down and talk to the old master in person than to say anything in front of the spirit. As soon as the voice fell, all the zombies present started at the same time. In a one-on-one situation, the zombie Chunyu Bao can be as good as him, but he can't stand the large number of enemies. He didn't have any chance to dodge at all, and was torn into pieces on the spot, and died on the spot. The people of the Chishin society were originally controlled by the zombie Chunyu, and they only obeyed him. If it was the zombie Chunyu Bao, he could only send him off with tears, so that they would have one less emperor above their heads. Chapter 56. It's not advisable to scold your father in front of his spirit. Hui Yuanjia's family was destroyed, so it's normal for you to die. Chi Suiyan learned about the death of the zombie Chunyu Bao through information channels, and he could only sigh that he was in the way, and there was really nothing he could do about it. It's not that he would die if he was just a simple person. The main reason is that this young leader is capable and ambitious, and he might succeed after gathering the remnants. So in order to nip the danger in the bud, he died directly. It's estimated that all zombies will become zombies soon. Without drugs to suppress the second consciousness, the body can only return to its original owner in the end. When they choose to turn their species into zombies, the real owner of the body is the zombie born after being infected by the Yusui virus. So theoretically speaking, zombies belong to the possession of bodies. Even if the original body belongs to them, it has been abandoned and inherited by someone else. You can't say that you gave it up, and then after someone revived it for you, you want to take it back. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Under many disadvantages, The final result of zombies will only be to become zombies. Even if some zombies may be determined and can suppress the second consciousness all the time, the influence of the second consciousness will always penetrate their self and thinking, and the end will only be assimilation. Moreover, there are very few such people, and there are not so many at all. As for why Chi Xuan knew all this, of course, it was because he caught zombies for dissection. That's right, the dissected zombies were his information channels, but unfortunately they were one time. But fortunately, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After dissecting, it can be thrown into the casting furnace as evolutionary energy for Tai Sui God. Chi Xuan had to sigh that the evolutionary energy given by this group of zombies was really a lot, much stronger than the various metals and minerals Chi Xuan used before. In fact, burning zombies does not give the most evolutionary energy. Burning himself, and then recasting the card through the death bug can give a rich evolutionary energy. It's a pity that it can't be used more. Chi Xuan doesn't have so much time to be a fool himself. He has a lot of things to learn and study. For example, his ability development, A-level virus talent development, learning various knowledge and technologies of the Qishan society, etc. Tai Sui's strength does not mean that he is also strong. Even if he can only rely on Tai Sui now, he can't form a dependence. He still has to learn and grow. The number of survivors who died is not much. Only about 30% died in this turmoil. Chi Xuan looked at the number of survivors, but hundreds of millions of people, 30% of the death is also a big number. The reason why so few people died was naturally because the zombie Qinyuhu did not spread out across the board, but rather attacked from point to point. He cleaned up the area bit by bit, so the survivors who suffered were actually in a limited area. Survivors on the other side of the ocean or in remote areas were not affected or affected. It was not easy for the zombie Qinyuhu to kill hundreds of millions of survivors. Even if there were hundreds of millions of scarecrows, it would take a long time for him to kill them. And the real reason for the large number of deaths was the prayer meeting and the zombies. The zombie Qinyuhu spent most of his time hunting those people or zombies who were suspected of having obtained the destiny. For him, it is more important to obtain destiny and cooperate with the source of the deep virus. Wait, I remember I completed the task within 24 hours. The doomsday game will not break the promise. Chi Xuan suddenly remembered the previous mandatory task. Whether it is success or failure, there should be a prompt, but there is no response. I can't open it. It's blocked for me. Chi Xuan found that he couldn't open the task bar, just like the inventory bar turned into a sticker. I understand. This thing has a conflict again. Whatever function Chi Xuan used, the doomsday game blocked that function. The mandatory task naturally belonged to Chi Xuan, so after the task was released, the function was blocked. So even if Chi Xuan completed the task, he could not become a survivor because the task bar was blocked. And the reason why he didn't execute the elimination was also because of the logical conflict. It was probably because the task time limit was reached, and he had to be eliminated, but because the inventory bar was blocked, the elimination behavior failed completely. So you're just talking big without giving me any real results. But luckily, I didn't get restored to a survivor, otherwise I would have lost a lot. As for the fact that he didn't want to be a survivor, but still killed the zombie Qinyuhu, who within 24 hours, it was because he had suffered the consequences of not taking what God had given him. So in Chi Xuan's view, these 24 hours were not the time limit given to him by the Doomsday Game, but the time limit given by his own protagonist Halo. Once this time limit is exceeded, it will be even harder to kill the zombie Qinyuhu. Last time, he didn't take away the source of the deep virus in time, which led to the situation getting out of control. If he continued to wait for a good opportunity, whether he could wait was another matter, but the zombie Qinyuhu would not wait for him and let him stay where he was. When they first met, the zombie Qinyuhu was still the zombie king, but after getting the source of the Yusui virus, he became the zombie emperor. If he stayed in his hands, it was not impossible for him to become the zombie emperor. Just thinking about it, Chi Xuan suddenly felt a cool feeling in his mind. Superpowers are born. It's actually a passive ability? With the source of the Yusui virus, the unknown effect restrictions that can only be obtained after full infection are directly lifted. Chi Xuan was a little surprised. He thought it would be active, and it was also shown on his attribute panel, D-level superpowers, mental enhancement. As expected, he was banned by the Doomsday Game as soon as he had this panel. However, the ban in the Doomsday Game is a ban, and it does not affect Chi Xuan's use and development of superpowers. This is his thing, not the Doomsday Game. At most, he can't view the details, just like his virus talent. The mental attribute increased by 10%, which is really good. Qi Xuan could feel that the increase was due to the virus crystal that mutated from his pineal gland. So it does not mix in its own spiritual attributes, it is an additional amplification. With the development and improvement of superpowers, the amplification ratio will continue to increase. After in-depth dissection, Qi Xuan also found that this superpower has a hidden danger in it. That is, it needs to be able to bear it physically, otherwise if the gap between the spiritual and physical attributes is too large, then the end result is that the mind is out of control and endangers the body. These two attributes are complementary to each other, and they must not be unbalanced. Okay, another project. Fortunately, the difficulty is lower than the virus talent, at least there is a vein to follow, and it can be developed step by step. Qi Xuan felt the location of the dissected wound, and a large number of granulation tissues began to grow and wriggle to repair the injury. The Yusui virus detected that Qi Xuan was injured, and rushed to repair it as soon as possible to prevent Qi Xuan from dying. He was able to dissect himself to explore the structure of the superpower, thanks to the protection of the Yusui virus. Chapter 57. You want to cooperate with me to eliminate the survivors? Qi Xuan looked at the zombies in front of him, or zombies. The other party's second consciousness has completely replaced human consciousness. Qi Xuan recognized him. He was a senior member of the Qishan Society when they first started the attack. He was in a high position, and was the second in command of the zombie Chunyu. He was also the leader of the zombie Chunyu Bao's death in the funeral hall. Yes, I can provide you with enough zombies every time, and you need to give us corresponding information support. The other party said calmly. There is sincerity in cooperation, but I have to determine your purpose first. Qi Xuan felt that they could cooperate. He needed zombies, and the other party needed survivors. As for why they needed survivors, of course they were eaten, otherwise what else could they do? They are zombies, not humans. You can call me Lion. The other party said calmly. This is the other party's ability, so he used it as his code name. At the same time, it means that the human consciousness in his body is either gone or suppressed and waiting for assimilation. It shows that his identity is not a zombie, but a zombie. The difference between the two is thinking. Okay, then how many zombies do you want to give each time, and what quality and level do you give? Let's make it clear in advance that the minimum I want is the 3rd level mutant zombies, and the 4th level ordinary zombies. I will not accept any less than this quality and level. Qi Xuan put forward the conditions, and then added, high quality, high level zombies can be converted extra. High level is exchanged for low level, and it's 1 for 2. Qi Xuan directly lowered the price. 100 at a time. Lion did not refute. How could he take high quality and high level zombies? He would only hold Qi Xuan's bottom line. 1,000. Qi Xuan interrupted the other party's offer and mocked directly. 100 at a time, you are sending beggars. Impossible, the number of zombies has reached the upper limit, and will only decrease in the future, and will not continue to increase. Lion refused directly. 1,000 is really unacceptable. Zombies are transformed from humans, and there are no people now. Even if there are survivors who become zombies, their growth number is simply not as large as the number of deaths. Survivors do have a number of units of 100 million, but for high-level and high-quality zombies, like Lion, that is food, not the same race. Lian's level is a 6th level mutant zombie, which is considered the strongest group of zombies in this world. This is also due to the fact that he came out of the prayer society, otherwise the normal infected zombies are only 5th level now. So Lian is not Qi Xuan's opponent at all, otherwise how could Qi Xuan cooperate with him? Lian also felt that Qi Xuan was as good as him, so he chose to cooperate with Qi Xuan. 100 is fine, but I want at least 5th level zombies. Qi Xuan changed his request after hearing this. You are asking for too much. How could Lian not know the difference? 100 5th level zombies, whether mutated or not, are intelligent and have good strength, and it is impossible to catch so many. Moreover, if too many are captured, the intelligent zombies will also form groups and form forces, which will become more troublesome. According to your original conditions, 500 each time. Lion would definitely not insist on a 100 number. He came to seek cooperation, and if the negotiations failed, he would lose. It's too immoral to cut it in half. Let's put it this way, 750, and it can't be reduced any further. Qi Xuan gave the bottom price. If you think it's not okay, then you can find someone else to cooperate with. I believe that the zombie lords, who came out of the prayer meeting, will not refuse. It's not that you can only cooperate with Lian alone. It doesn't matter if he is missing. It's just that Lian is the first one to come. 750 is 750. Lion gritted his teeth and agreed, But you can't help other zombie lords. Zombie lords refer to zombies with superpowers after the 5th level and have territories and power. If one is missing, it is not considered a zombie lord. The strength of ordinary zombies cannot compete with mutant zombies with superpowers, and they can only work for mutant zombies. You want to buy it out for 750? It would cost 10,000 a day to buy it out, Chi Xuan said jokingly. He had already bargained down the price, but he still dared to ask for a monopoly. Do you really think he has no temper? Lion Zombie couldn't help but smile. You can't do it. We can exchange intelligence. The value is not up to you, but up to us. Chi Xuan heard that it is very important to keep intelligence confidential and timely, so the other party can be an intelligence dealer. The plan is good, but are you willing to give up the survivors to target me? Chi Xuan grasped the other party's weakness. The zombie lords want to capture the survivors as food, and Lian's purpose is also for this. Now he is selling intelligence to other zombie lords, which goes against his original intention. As for buying intelligence first and then harvesting, the zombie lords are not fools. It may not be a big deal once or twice, but they will see the problem after many times. This is just a simple trick to trick them and treat them as fools. Giving you resources for free and letting you profit, there is no such good thing in the world. Everyone has conflicts of interest, so naturally they will not believe it. On the contrary, the zombie lords don't know Chi Xuan's origins, but he is only one person and is not so interested in survivors. There is no interest relationship and no conflict of interest, so it is naturally a better choice. As for Lian's words, it was just to scare Chi Xuan in order to lower the price. Chi Xuan will not be fooled, so there is nothing to say. 750 per time, buy if you want to buy, if not, don't delay other zombie lords to buy. Chi Xuan had just finished speaking when a zombie lord arrived. Give me the intelligence first, and then Lian couldn't take out so many zombies at once, so he planned to buy on credit first. Small business, no credit. If you can't afford it, the door is over there. Chi Xuan was fearless. It was a seller's market now, and he had no choice but to resist. Especially after the second zombie lord arrived, Lian was under even greater pressure. Okay, I go back to gather zombies, Lian said with gritted teeth, and got up and left. It was meaningless to continue to entangle with Chi Xuan now. As for raising his arms and killing Chi Xuan, the idea was beautiful, but the other zombie lords were not on the same page with him. They could cooperate with each other before because of the same interests. Now not only were there no common interests, but there was also a conflict of interests. If he really dared to do this, he would be the first to die. The zombie lords didn't mind having one less competitor. Go slowly, I hope you can hurry up, don't be late, and miss the hot survivors, Chi Xuan reminded. Chapter 58. The progress of Tai Sui God is okay. Excluding the supply of growth evolution modules, 0.015 points of armor can be gained every day. It will be able to evolve again at the beginning of next month. About 750 mutant zombies can be gained every day. After feeding, it is about 0.005 points of armor. It's a pity that there are too few zombie lords around, and it takes time for them to execute the information after giving it. That is to say, the gain on the first day was a little more, and there were only 1 or 2 scattered ones in the future, or even none most of the time. The first batch of zombie lords, who went to capture survivors as food, has not returned yet. After all, this area has been plowed almost. Where are the survivors? So they can only go to farther places. If you want to locate the location where there are many survivors, you can only rely on Chi Xuan's immortal satellite. All other satellites have been disposed of, so you can only rely on Chi Xuan. As for this behavior, it is a betrayal to sell the survivors as human beings to the zombie lords. This is too much nonsense. The survivors are humans from other worlds, not Chi Xuan's world, and have nothing to do with him. In terms of blood relationship, the zombies are closer to Chi Xuan than the survivors. Chi Xuan is a violator of the Doomsday Game, but the Doomsday Game and the survivors are invaders who invaded his world. You can't treat them as compatriots just because they look like humans. Zombies also look like humans. So Chi Xuan has no psychological burden to kill the survivors. In addition, the two sides have been enemies from the beginning, and the Doomsday Game's bounty on him is a permanent activity, and it is still up to now. All the survivors wanted to exchange his life for a generous reward. He showed mercy, but the survivors would not. I heard that you can buy survivors' intelligence here? A zombie lord pushed the door open. Tai Sui's reconnaissance network had already detected the other party, but because he was a customer, he did not take action. Yes, you know the price, Chi Xuan said. Of course I know, I have already inquired about it. the zombie lord replied. Zombie lords have wisdom, especially the zombie lords who used to pray to the gods. They were originally the second consciousness of zombies, so they naturally know more. So it is not impossible to develop a situation of mutual exchange. Okay, how do you deliver the goods? Chi Suan asked directly about delivery, otherwise why ask? I want the information, but I don't want to give it to zombies. What do you think I should do? The zombie lord suddenly said. Chi Suan looked up at the other party and said immediately, take control of the immortal satellite from me. If you can, it's best to kill me, right? As soon as the voice fell, the zombie lord jumped up and grabbed the head of Tai Sui God. His codename is Steel King. His body can turn into extremely hard special steel, and his hands can also turn into sharp steel claws. It belongs to the physical mutation, so it is not only strong in strength, but also strong in agility and physique. Confident of his strong strength and close combat, he can definitely catch the opponent off guard. Facts have proved that the guess of the zombie lord Steel King is indeed correct. Chi Suan did not enter the explosive state, but simply improved his learning and thinking abilities, so he really couldn't react. But the problem is that he doesn't fight normally, so it doesn't matter whether he can react or not. It's enough for Tai Sui God and the intelligent brain to react. The opponent's iron claws didn't have time to attack, and the sacred purification force field was activated. In an instant, the opponent was directly reduced to ashes. You are not the first to think so, and you won't be the last, Chi Suan said sarcastically. It's not that the zombie lords didn't think of killing him and taking him for themselves, but now Chi Suan is still alive, which means that the zombies with such thoughts are already dead. He is not made of mud. The death of a zombie lord did not cause much shock. The word lord was added after the name, which seemed to be a higher class, but in fact most zombie lords were only at the level of 5th order mutant zombies. 6th order mutant zombies, like Lion, are rare. He got up and swept the ashes, and threw them directly into the stinking ditch, waiting for the rain to wash them away. I can't bury him, it's not that precious. What a waste of a good deal, Chi Suan said regretfully. If this is done again, it will be 750 ordinary 4th level zombies or 3rd level mutant zombies. It will definitely be exciting to burn. If I have enough power, I definitely can't just kill them directly, I have to squeeze them out before killing them. If it weren't for the limited power of Tai Sui, I would have to let the zombies go to the assembly line to screw in the screws to generate electricity. Zombies are not perpetual motion machines, they will wear out, and if they work too much, they will have problems due to the concentration and activity of the Usui virus in their bodies, and they may even die. But it doesn't matter, there are plenty of zombies. If one dies, there are plenty of zombies to make up for it. Everyone, this harvest is not bad, right? Li Yan's eyes swept across the zombie lords he summoned. The high temperature on his body made many zombie lords instinctively reject him. Not bad, more than 100 survivors, enough for me to be free for a while. A zombie lord of the same level 6 was not affected by Li Yan, so his reply was very calm. With this zombie lord speaking, the other zombie lords naturally followed suit. But, are you willing to be squeezed by that tin can? It's 750 of our kind at a time, are you willing? Li Yan said in a high-sounding manner. Of course the zombie lords were willing, because the zombies they caught were not in their territory. But when Li Yan said this, the zombie lords present understood what he meant, which was nothing more than wanting to control the immortal satellite in their hands. He is quite strong, and suffered heavy casualties. Another 6th level zombie lord said. So we have to form an alliance, and after we take back the immortal satellite, we can also distribute it. Li Yan said without hesitation. I think I am quite strong and can be the leader of the alliance. This silenced all the zombie lords present. You are the vanguard? Asked a 6th level zombie lord. They don't care who is the leader, and they can just follow orders and not listen to announcements, but it is very important to be the vanguard. Yes, I will distribute the survivors' resources afterwards, and I also have the right of first choice. Li Yan revealed his true purpose. Let's kill that tin can first. A 6th level zombie said sarcastically. You are thinking about dividing it before you even get the things. Do you really think that tin can is a soft persimmon that you can take advantage of at will? Chapter 59. There is something wrong with the information you gave me. When Li Yan came, his tone was very aggressive, and his angry look almost frightened Chi Suan. There is nothing wrong with my information. It's you who has the problem. Chi Suan saw at a glance that the other party was looking for trouble. For no other reason, the intelligent brain detected through the reconnaissance network that many zombie lords were gathering towards his location. After evolving 10 times, Tai Sui God can support the reconnaissance network to cover a position of 10 kilometers. You have gathered so many zombie lords, and are ready to take action. Do you think I am easy to bully? Chi Suiyan said, and opened the sacred purification force field without hesitation. Thinking of taking the lead, it is not that easy. When you can't suppress the enemy, just wait to be attacked. Li Yan's expression suddenly changed, and before he could react, he was wiped out on the spot. Even the zombie Chun Yu, who was a zombie king at the time, didn't dare to take the holy purification force field head-on, let alone a 6th level mutant zombie. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving, Chi Suiyan said, and 10 floating guns surrounded him. Under the control of the intelligent brain, he cooperated with the immortal satellite and the reconnaissance network to directly start targeted sniping. Many zombie lords were decomposed by a psionic ray before they could react. The coverage of the holy purification force field is limited, but the range of the floating gun is not lower than that of a sniper rifle. The whole process happened too quickly, but many zombie lords reacted, so they turned around and wanted to escape without hesitation. Now Chi Suiyan has 10 floating guns in his hands. If nothing unexpected happens, he will basically get 1 floating gun for each evolution. And with the improvement of Tai Sui God, it can attack seamlessly with rotation and rest, but only 1 floating gun can attack at a time. But even so, its firing speed and range are not something that zombie lords can challenge. In just 1 minute, all the zombie lords were wiped out. It was called a siege, but in fact there were only a dozen zombie lords, not so many 5th level mutant zombies. It would be great if we could turn them into fuel, Chi Suiyan said with regret. But he also knew that he didn't have the ability to capture so many 5th level and 6th level mutant zombies alive. The psionic web does have the ability to siege, but this siege is essentially a strangulation, leaving the enemy with nowhere to escape. It is not really used for control. The interstellar psionic floating gun swarm is originally a weapon module, but sometimes it is used as a shield and control supplement when it is necessary. If there was only 1 5th or 6th level mutant zombie, Chi Suiyan would have the confidence to turn it into fuel. However, when the number increases, there are more variables, which may affect his own safety, so he would rather choose to eliminate the hidden dangers. But then again, they can't just get together for no reason and suddenly attack me. From finding faults to infiltration, if they hadn't died early, my intelligent brain would have to fight alone. So there is only one possibility, that is, the protagonist's halo forcibly created a conflict. There is an opportunity. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but look happy. This is a good thing, and the strong enemies have all been executed. Then where will the opportunity be? He knew that the opportunity was delivered to his door, but in order to avoid problems, Chi Suiyan wiped out all the zombie lords without even an explanation. Since Li Yan is the one leading the charge, it should be you, Li Yan. Otherwise, he would have no other suspects. After all, he only knew Li Yan. Li Yan occupied the original headquarters of the Qixin Society. Although I have taken the money and run away, maybe he has found something good again. Intelligent brain, get going quickly to avoid any accidents, Chi Suiyan urged, and then headed towards Li Yan's lair. After arriving, he ignored the zombies and swept them away directly. It was a bit of a waste, but it was worth it for the opportunity. Through the sacred purification force field, all the zombies around were directly cleared, and then arrived at the central area of the Qixin Society headquarters. Fortunately, I came in time, otherwise the opportunity might have turned into a disaster. What was exposed in front of Chi Suiyan was a huge meat pillar, on which a large number of blood vessels were constantly wriggling to transport certain substances, which looked extremely hideous. The vitality of the deep god, incubating. Quality, S evolving. Trait 1, immortality. Trait 2, indestructibility. Trait 3, divinity. The evidence of the existence of the deep god is one more, Chi Suiyan said faintly. The 3 traits are very concise, but they all describe the extraordinary nature of this pillar of flesh and blood. But I remember that the last ray of vitality of the deep god was dealt with by the elders of the God-Praying Society. How come Li Yan still has it? Li Yan is naturally not an elder, at most he could only be considered a high-level person. Chi Suiyan was able to know this information because the large amount of information that was previously taken away from the God-Praying Society contained the research conducted by the elders of the God-Praying Society on the vitality of the deep god. They were able to live forever because of the vitality of the deep god. Logically, it shouldn't be this big. The records show that it is only the size of a palm. But now, it is 10 meters high and 1 meter in diameter. Either this is not the vitality of the deep god that the Qixin Society has, or the Qixin Society did not clean it up at the beginning, causing the Qixin Society to fall apart and then revive. Chi Suiyan is more inclined to the latter. If there is really the vitality of the deep god scattered outside, it would have grown to a stage where even the Qishan society cannot control it. The Qishan society naturally has checks and balances, so it has always been only the size of a palm. Now that the elders of the Qishan society have all been killed, the top leaders have no corresponding technology to control it, which is why the vitality of the deep god has grown to this extent in such a short time. Even Lai Yin himself didn't know that such a thing had grown in his territory. After all, he organized people to deal with Qi Xuan as soon as he came back. It's still equipment now, but the hatching process means it's a living thing. It seems that the Doomsday game can't determine the specific standards. It's S level at the beginning, and it can evolve, plus it's the legacy of the deep god. Then can I use the source of the deep virus to absorb it? Qi Xuan said, and took out the black jade stone of the source of the deep virus. This time, the black jade stone vibrated wildly, and continuously transmitted fear to Qi Xuan, asking him to leave immediately. At the same time, the pillar of flesh and blood began to swell, and scarlet eyes grew on the surface of the body, all locked on the black jade stone in Qi Xuan's hand. Such a change also made Qi Xuan alert instantly. Chapter 60. After dodging the huge tentacles extending from the pillar of flesh and blood, Qi Xuan casually put the black jade stone into his arms. This thing, actually has self-awareness? Qi Xuan was naturally not vigilant about the pillar of flesh and blood, which was the vitality of the deep god, but the source of the deep god virus that he had been holding. The pillar of flesh and blood had consciousness, and anyone with a discerning eye could see it, otherwise how could it attack Qi Xuan? But a piece of stone, actually had consciousness, which was a big problem. Who knows if this thing is a trap? For example, the pillar of flesh and blood in front of him was the body of the deep god, and the black jade stone was the soul of the deep god, and then the two merged into one and swallowed himself, which directly resurrected the deep god completely. This speculation was not Qi Xuan's groundless conjecture. The zombie master version of himself in the previous life might have been possessed by the deep god in the later period. Otherwise, he would be so outrageous. The reason is very simple. Whether it is the Watching the Dawn Company or the God-Praying Society, it is highly likely that they will be destroyed in his hands. So the source of the deep virus and the vitality of the deep god must have fallen into his hands. Combined with his own destiny deep, it is hard for Qi Xuan not to think about taking over the body. As for the matching suit, if it can be controlled, it must be a good thing, but Qi Xuan is not arrogant enough to think that he can control a god. Even if this god may have been divided into three. Moo. The roar like a cow vibrated, which did not come from the vocal organs of the pillar of flesh and blood, but from the sound waves formed by the vibration of its flesh and blood. When the sound waves brushed across his body, Qi Xuan clearly felt his discomfort. The whole body seemed to have countless gaps, constantly hit by these sound waves. Tideway God couldn't block it? Isn't there an expedition-level ecological circulation device? Normally, only after Tideway God is broken can the ecological circulation device be affected, but now it has directly penetrated 2 layers of protection. Tideway God has not evolved enough times, and the expedition-level ecological circulation device is not a shield, a defense module. Qi Xuan has always used the ecological circulation device as a protective layer. But in fact it can only be used for internal maintenance, not really a strong defense. Before, it was also seen through by Chunyu who is called the Corpse King. It is normal to be affected by the flesh and blood pillar now. Open the force field and kill this thing for me in seconds, Qi Xuan said without hesitation. This thing is not a good thing, and it is very likely that he cannot control it. As for the lack of this flesh and blood pillar, the development of this deep virus may be defective. We talk about it later. This kind of defect will have to wait until later. If I don't deal with it now, I be the one to die after the flesh and blood pillar has developed in a few days. The intelligent brain responded immediately, and the sacred purification force field was directly activated, covering the flesh and blood pillar in an instant. Moo! This time, the sound of the flesh and blood pillar vibrating was accompanied by a certain painful tone. It actually resisted. Qi Xuan's expression was not very good. Facing the sacred purification force field that was invincible with a deep virus, he was defeated by the flesh and blood pillar. Follow up with the floating gun, and fire continuously. Since he planned to eliminate the hidden danger, he naturally took action directly. 10 floating cannons simultaneously launched psionic rays, combined with the sacred purification force field, and after the two were superimposed, the pillar of flesh and blood began to disintegrate. But the effect was not so good, and the flesh buds were even wriggling to gradually fill the disintegrated position. Not only is it resistant, it can also recover. At this time, Qi Xuan understood the value of the 3 characteristics of the pillar of flesh and blood. He was sure that the ability to survive under the floating cannon and force field was definitely due to the divinity of characteristic 3. Otherwise, ordinary zombies would have no resistance at all. Coupled with the two characteristics of immortality and indestructibility, there would be no problem in terms of recovery speed or self-protection. If the first two characteristics were replaced with talents, they would have to be at least SSS level, and the divinity would probably be X level. You should know that the SSS level talent of the Reborn is just called the Immortal Body. It's over, I can't beat it. Qi Xuan watched the resistance of the pillar of flesh and blood increase rapidly under continuous output. It also has the ability to adapt to evolution. Qi Xuan's face was not very good. If he wanted to run away, where would he run to? The world is big, but the growth of the pillar of flesh and blood is not slow at all. According to the estimation of the intelligent brain, if it is not stopped, the pillar of flesh and blood will be able to cover the planet where he is within a month. Then he can only wait for death. So if there is no way to kill it in the early stage, it will be difficult to kill it again after it is fully developed. This is also the reason for his destiny, the zombie lords of the deep and intelligent. If it can be solved in the early stage, it is an opportunity. If it cannot be solved, it will definitely become a disaster, which is the so-called blessing and disaster. From the current point of view, the three parties of destiny, source, and vitality are not living in harmony. Destiny is an independent party, coveting both the source and vitality, and there is a 90% chance that it is on my side. Life is at the top of the food chain, and the source is not an opponent at all, so it will produce emotions similar to fear. He thought of gambling with his destiny deep, to see if he could swallow both of them. But this talent is illusory. Although he can now fully take effect, he has no way to control this talent independently, and can only choose to enjoy it passively. With his ability, how can he touch the X-level talent, and he can't even fully analyze the S-level talent. His destiny deep, to some extent, is of the same quality as the pillar of flesh and blood, and the source of the deep virus is only S-level, so it is naturally incomparable. For a time, Qi Xuan only felt powerless. The enemy's cheats are worse than his. How can he fight? It is recommended to greatly increase the number of Tai Sui God's evolutions, and enhance the sacred purification force field through new modules. With a probability of success, how much is this a lot, and what is the probability of success? Qi Xuan asked. Preliminary estimate is that at least 10 evolutions are required. With a 30% probability of success, Qi Xuan knew that Tai Sui God was unreliable when he saw the number 10. Get the armor value of 10 evolutions, and it must not be increased exponentially again in the middle. He didn't know how many zombies he had to burn to get the armor value of 10 evolutions, especially for each evolution. The armor value does not change, but the resources required will increase. After all, the armor value is more like a progress bar. In fact, it is the module bar that is enhanced, so the more modules, the more resources are needed, not the armor value. And it has to be done within a month to have a 30% chance of winning, which is really unbearable. Chapter 61. Qi Xuan had no choice but to temporarily restrict the development of the pillar of flesh and blood through the holy purification field. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be delayed for another month. But this means that he can't leave, which makes him frown. Fortunately, he started to study the pillar of flesh and blood, and he was not idle. He gained a lot, such as a lot of inspiration for the development of virus talent. In a sense, the pillar of flesh and blood is the Yusui virus, but it has strong control over the Yusui virus. It is precisely because of this strong control that it can resist the holy purification field. So this also gave Qi Xuan a solution, that is, if he took away the strong control of the pillar of flesh and blood, then the opponent's overall form would collapse. Although it has the two characteristics of immortality, it will also become a pool of meat mud that continues to spread. It's just that the idea is simple, but it's not so easy to do it. No matter how short the shortcomings of the strong are, they are not something that the weak can touch. This led to Qi Xuan knowing how to solve the problem, but not being able to do so. I have the will, but not the strength. Qi Xuan naturally coveted the pillar of flesh and blood, which was the lifeblood of the deep god. However, he knew that if he really took action in his current situation, he would probably die on the spot. In fact, there is another risky way. Qi Xuan looked at the black jade stone, the source of the deep virus, which was curled up in his arms and kept outputting fear. His idea was relatively simple, letting the black jade stone swallow the pillar of flesh and blood, like a snake swallowing an elephant. If he can't control the pillar of flesh and blood, how can he control the source of the deep virus? To put it simply, after he lets the source of the deep virus devour the vitality of the deep god, he will take the opportunity to stuff it directly into the module column. As for why he didn't stuff the pillar of flesh and blood directly, it's not because it's too big, he can stuff a fighter into it as a module column. It's because the pillar of flesh and blood is alive and will resist. It's true that the source of the deep virus has self-awareness, but it's just an item and doesn't have any spare power to resist. The second is that Chi Xuan can't wait that long. It will take some time for him to unlock the next module column, and before that, he has to upgrade his virus talent to A level. Otherwise, there is no way to withstand the increase after the source of the deep virus enters the module column. This means that he can't go out to catch zombies to burn, and once he leaves, the pillar of flesh and blood will be separated from the sacred purification force field, and the growth rate will soar. When he comes back, the difficulty will increase again. So for the time being, he can only waste time. There are two more problems in the plan of the snake swallowing the elephant. If the source of the deep virus devours the vitality of the deep god, it will definitely bite me back. So I have to get rid of the consciousness in the source of the deep virus. As I said, I am not strong yet, but when I am strong, I will change. This sentence also applies to the source of the deep virus. When it has no ability to resist, it will naturally accept it, but when it has autonomy, it may swallow Chi Xuan in turn. But once the consciousness in the source of the deep virus is erased, it is very likely that the vitality of the deep god will take over the nest. He did put the deep life force into the module column, but the problem is that if the quality after completion is SSS or even X level, then the module column of Tai Sui God may not be able to control it. The same level has the ability to resist, and the higher level can form a dimensionality reduction attack. Many ideas emerged in Chi Xuan's mind, and then a solution emerged with a flash of inspiration. The second consciousness of the divine container technology. With the help of luck, a solution came out with a flash of inspiration, which is very reasonable. If Chi Xuan uses his second consciousness to replace the consciousness in the source of the deep virus and the deep god life force, then it will be done. In fact, his research on the second consciousness is very in-depth. He can even develop drugs to suppress the second consciousness, but there is no need for him to worry about it, and he doesn't need to suppress it. And if the second consciousness, born from the deep virus in his body, is completely different from the second consciousness of those zombies. Because he and the deep virus have completed symbiosis, even if a second consciousness is born, it will be based on the instinct of the deep virus. It is equivalent to the second consciousness sharing life and death with him, and even not thinking of resisting him, but protecting him. Virus symbiosis is still not safe, it must continue to improve. It is true that he is confident, but he does not feel safe. So the best way is to wait until his virus talent reaches a level, completely control the Yusui virus, and then give birth to the second consciousness. Chi Xuan has a ready-made plan for transplanting into the source of the Yusui virus. Chi Xuan, an S-level talent puppet master, has obtained some fur, and can peel off the second consciousness through the ripple vibration of the mental frequency, and directly transmit it into the source of the Yusui virus. As for the original consciousness of the source of the Yusui virus, it is even simpler. Whether it is squeezed out or eaten away a little bit, it can be dealt with. Chi Xuan prefers the former. Letting it die on its own is better than eating away. Not everything can be eaten. Set a goal, complete the improvement of the virus talent within 3 days. Unlimited supply of death potion. Chi Xuan was forced into a desperate situation this time. If he can't solve it, he will definitely die. Not to mention more, once the Yusui God vitality, this pile of flesh and blood pillar, succeeds, it will definitely strip him of his destiny Yusui. Without this X-level talent, Chi Xuan, the Violator, will be wiped out by the Doomsday game on the spot. It feels like this again, it's really not good. Chi Xuan doesn't like the situation of being pushed by danger. However, there is no way, he was infected at the beginning, and his foundation is maintained here. As a result, it has now evolved into a single plank bridge, where only one of the 3 parties can be the winner, and there is no such thing as a draw. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise, with the normal progress, I would not be able to complete the promotion of the virus talent in 30 days. Chi Xuan looked at the pillar of flesh and blood of the deep god. It is worthy of the saying that misfortune and fortune depend on each other. The controllability of the pillar of flesh and blood over the deep virus has a great reference effect for Chi Xuan. It greatly saves time and provides Chi Xuan with a solution idea. Next, he only needs to study according to this solution idea. Then Chi Xuan can also turn the initiative into the passive, from being able to only accept the protection of the deep virus to commanding the control of the deep virus. Completely make the deep virus a part of himself. Let's get started. Chi Xuan said, and without hesitation, he drank a bottle of death potion for himself, and then activated the explosive state. At this point, he naturally went all out. The main function of the explosive state is not to fight, but to assist him in learning and research, and fighting is only a secondary function. Chapter 62. Ah, this seems a little bit wrong. Chi Suan squeezed out of the Tai Sui armor like a pool of slime, and then quickly returned to the normal human form. My normal appearance seems to be mimicry? After taking a closer look at the data, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not mimicry, it's reorganized through the Yusui virus, which can produce physical changes. It seems to be the effect of the talent of virus control. A-level talent. Virus control Yusui. Now, Chi Suan has completely controlled the Yusui virus in his body, making it completely separated from the existing Yusui group and turned into a part of Chi Suan. So even if it leaves, it is no longer compatible with all the Yusui viruses in the outside world. Of course, there are still similarities, but the wild Yusui virus is wolf, and the Yusui virus in Chi Suan is dog. There is no reproductive isolation, but the two are different. If I didn't have the source of the deep virus and the deep god's vitality, my virus talent would probably have ended before I became strong enough. It may not be so easy to continue to improve in the future. Even with the help of these two, Chi Suan was not strong enough to continue researching. The gap between S-level and A-level is the gap between immortals and mortals, not to mention the 3 levels of SS and SSS in the future. The next step is the second consciousness. Chi Suan began to further study the technology of the divine container. Originally, he had not thought about studying this technology in depth, because it did not fit his path. Even the surgery of the immortals was the same. At most, it is just used as a reference for analogy. I never thought that one day this technology could really be used to accommodate gods. Chi Suan said self-deprecatingly. The deep god is incomplete, but the divinity in his vitality shows that this god is reviving, just missing the opportunity. Perhaps, Chunyu, whose original plan was to become a god. It's just that he didn't have the destiny, and he didn't have the good luck like me, which led to his failure. Chi Suan naturally didn't think he could beat a person who had lived for 1,000 years and created a great power. The other party just had worse luck than himself, otherwise how could he win? It can only be said that time and fate. It's called the divine container technology, but it's actually a different kind of complete infection. Save yourself and control the second consciousness smoothly. Chunyu, whose idea is indeed correct, but his technology cannot completely control the second consciousness, although there are drugs to control it later. But this is only effective for ordinary container technology receptors, and Chunyu who can't use it at all. Chi Suan knew that the drugs that suppressed the second consciousness would not work on Chunyu who at all. He was able to suppress the second consciousness by relying on his willpower. The reason for this is that Chunyu who transplanted a small piece of purified and transformed Yusui Shin vitality. This made him have power far beyond that of a normal elder of the Qishan Association, and it was also the reason why he could greatly increase his strength as soon as he got the source of the Yusui virus. But the sequelae were also very serious. He did not obtain the 3 characteristic abilities of Yusui Shin vitality, and his second consciousness had an invisible connection with Yusui Shin vitality. It was because he noticed the problem that Chunyu, who united all the elders of the Qishan Association to cut off the last ray of life of Yushin God. In fact, they did it, but they didn't know that Yushin God had the characteristics of immortality in his life, and he recovered after being killed. The good news is that this sequelae is unlikely to appear on me. Chi Suan said faintly. The technology of the spirit container is to transform into a zombie first, then give birth to a second consciousness, and then control it. But Chi Suan is different. He has completely controlled the Yushin virus in his body. Even if he is completely infected, he will not become a zombie. So there will be no second consciousness. This is where the real trouble lies. Before I have this talent, once I complete the infection, there are 2 possibilities. Either inherit part of the power of the deep god, or become a deep god virus aggregate, completely changing my own race. But no matter which option is chosen, it is not a good choice. The best way is to keep myself. At least if I want to change, I have to wait until I completely take down the source of the deep god virus, and the vitality of the deep god. The reason why he did this is very simple, just to improve his virus talent. If he wants to break through the upper limit, without higher level materials as a trigger, Chi Suan naturally can't do it. As for the virus talent having SSS level potential, this is true, but the potential may not be fully realized. If everything really goes so smoothly, wouldn't there be geniuses everywhere? What's more, this potential belongs to the zombie master. Chi Suan did not become a zombie, and was able to upgrade to A-level talent, which is already very good. If you want a more advanced talent, but don't want to rely on external forces, There is a way to turn yourself into a zombie. But Chi Xuan doesn't need the talent of devouring evolution. What he wants is a talent that suits him. Devouring evolution is indeed powerful, but it also has limitations. The more talents you have, the better. There may be conflicts. The simplest point is that there will be conflicts when you gather multiple enhanced talents. After all, this talent is plundered from other life forms, not born with you, so there will definitely be incompatibility. So no matter how you plan, it is unavoidable. For example, the steel body and the rubber body, even if these two can be compatible, it will lead to a decrease in the power of both. The disease has now become a companion. Chi Xuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pain in his body is getting worse and worse, but it has not affected Chi Xuan's performance much, but has instead been a benefit. If you want to fully exert it, you have to find an ability similar to Life Link and Heaven and Earth's lifespan. He can withstand the pain, but not everyone can. For Chi Xuan, it is a boost for explosive growth, but for others, it is definitely a disease that makes them extremely painful. In fact, the strongest ability of the Yusui virus is infection. Unfortunately, in this world full of zombies, it can only infect survivors. There is no way to exert its true power. As for infecting survivors, except for being able to eliminate hidden dangers in advance, it has little value, and is also laborious. If you can survive to the next doomsday world, the Yusui virus may shine. It's not that the Yusui virus doesn't work hard, but the environment is like this, it can't roll over at all. There are a lot of mutated Yusui viruses, and the effects are even more perfect. Chapter 63. The second consciousness was successful, but why is it a moron? Chi Xuan felt the second consciousness in his mind, and its intellectual development level was really unbearable. A normal second consciousness will develop rapidly within 10 minutes after birth and take shape smoothly within an hour. It may lack common sense, but its intelligence level is normal. But now the second consciousness in Chi Xuan's mind has been 24 hours, but it has not grown at all and remains at the level of just being born. Chi Xuan also tried to ripen it, but it had no effect at all. This confirmed that it was a moron. Fortunately, it is not without benefits. The brain is not working well, but the instinct is still there. It's just a little noisy. The second consciousness has been shouting the word protect in Chi Xuan's mind. It is obviously the instinctive trend left by the virus talent in the symbiotic stage. Now that it has been controlled, this instinct has been further intensified. Also, this thing seems to have the ability of danger intuition and fighting instinct. As long as I let it go, it can fully mobilize my body and let the Yusui virus cooperate in the battle. This is also the effect of the symbiotic stage. Before, it only helped Chi Xuan recover and heal, but now the talent has been further improved and the effect has been perfected. But it's not as good as the intelligent brain controlling Tai Sui to lead me to fight. Chi Xuan didn't think of using it, because this is a battle without brains. Instincts are sometimes useful, but most of the time, they are not good. Of course, no matter how bad he is better than Chi Xuan. He will use the turtle punch. It is not very useful in actual combat. It may be brainless, but it has exceeded my expectations. It seems that my virus talent has a little more control over the Yusui virus than the data on paper. If there is really a second consciousness with a brain, Chi Xuan will transplant it into the source of the Yusui virus, and he will still worry about the other party's backlash. And if you are a little bolder, you can also use this second consciousness to indirectly transplant the source of the Yusui virus and the Yusui god's vitality into my body. As for the next step, it is naturally absorbed. Whether it is the source of the Yusui virus or the Yusui god's vitality, they are essentially closely related to the Yusui virus. If there is no problem with the data, then Chi Xuan can completely absorb it through the Yusui virus. However, this is just an idea of Chi Xuan. There is no corresponding plan for the time being. After all, this is something that needs to be further studied later. The most important task now is to squeeze out the weak and simple consciousness in the source of the Yusui virus, so that his second consciousness can smoothly settle in it. It can't be done here. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the pillar of flesh and blood. Because of the wear and tear of the sacred purification force field and the seamless attack of the floating cannon, its development efficiency was greatly reduced. Otherwise, when the consciousness in the source of the deep virus is squeezed out and swallowed by the vitality of the deep god, who knows if there will be any terrible changes? The source of the deep virus is only S level, but it does not mean that it is of low value to the related things extended by the deep god. Unfortunately, there is no way to kill this consciousness. Chi Xuan also regretted this. Without the corresponding knowledge and technology, he can't do it. Relying on the second consciousness? This is the disadvantage of being brainless. It is easy to be usurped, so the best way is to drive the other party out. The intelligent brain quickly helped Qi Xuan choose a safe place, and could only let the flesh and blood pillar go for the time being. After arriving at the safe place, it began to connect to the source of the Yusui virus through the mental frequency. Destiny. 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 In an instant, a lot of noisy voices kept pouring into Qi Xuan's mind, repeating the word destiny. You two are really suitable. Qi Xuan did not hesitate to transfer his second consciousness into the black jade stone of the source of the Yusui virus. As soon as they met, the consciousness in the source of the Yusui virus did not react at all, as if it was a rigid and simple consciousness. But Qi Xuan's second consciousness was different. In his mind, it shouted for protection, but once it left his mind, the cruelty of the Yusui virus instantly broke out. According to the plan, the Yusui consciousness was to be driven out of the source of the Yusui virus, but the second consciousness was more ruthless and strangled directly. The idea was good, but the second consciousness entered someone else's territory, and its own strength was limited, so it couldn't even break the skin after a fierce attack. Seeing this, Qi Xuan took over the second consciousness through his mind, controlling it to force the deep consciousness to leave. Neither of them had much brains, and they were equally weak, so even if they didn't break the defense, they could still push. The whole process was very smooth, and the deep consciousness was squeezed out of the deep consciousness so smoothly, and then Qi Xuan successfully controlled the source of the deep virus through the second consciousness. As soon as the consciousness left the source of the deep virus, it disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where it went. The quality has not dropped, but there is only one trait left, and it has a suffix of incomplete. Source of the deep, incomplete. Quality, S. Trait 1. Remove the destiny deep limits. That's right, the second consciousness is no match for the original consciousness. Qi Xuan said softly, it's good enough to keep one effect. After swallowing the vitality of the deep god, it will be repaired. The consciousness of the source of the deep virus kept floating, and finally landed on a survivor who had just been bitten by a zombie and infected with the deep virus. This survivor was just a low-level survivor, and his talent was just an ordinary primary vitality enhancement. However, after the consciousness of the source of the deep virus successfully settled in, the infection level on his body soared rapidly. It took only a minute before and after, and he was completely infected and turned into a zombie. Survivor, Doomsday Game. After the consciousness of the source of the deep virus swallowed up the survivor, its intelligence, thinking, common sense, etc. were all completed and had normal logic. It was no longer the rigid, weak and simple consciousness. Warning, violators detected. Start to execute the erasure procedure. Erasure? Can I apply to join you? The consciousness of the source of the deep virus said. Violators are being retested. Meet the joining conditions, and do not intend to become violators. Begin to issue identity recovery tasks. The consciousness of the source of the deep virus couldn't help but smile, but soon the smile froze. Mandatory task: kill violators. *****. Can I kill this thing? The consciousness of the source of the deep virus looked at the number of deaths in the permanent activity violators. Well, if I work hard, I should be able to kill it. The consciousness of the source of the deep virus looked at his own talent, which was not the original survivor's, but his own. Chapter 64. A black jade was embedded in the pillar of flesh and blood, and a tug-of-war was formed. However, the black jade was in the advantage. Although the pillar of flesh and blood resisted, no matter how much it resisted, it could not completely avoid its flesh and blood being torn and swallowed by the black jade. At the same time, the material of the black jade also underwent a lot of changes. On the surface, it looked like flesh and blood. Now there is only good news. Qi Xuan's plan succeeded. The plan to absorb the vitality of the deep god through the source of the deep virus, which is also a part of the deep god, succeeded. At the same time, the suffix of the deep source is no longer residual, but evolving. When the vitality of the deep god is completely swallowed by the source of the deep virus, it can be evolved. As for the consciousness in the vitality of the deep god, there is no way to replicate the way of squeezing out the source of the deep virus. The opponent's body is larger, so it can only eat a little and squeeze out a little, which is like eating and pulling. But the hidden dangers may not be small, Qi Xuan said in a low voice. Whether it was the source of the Yusui virus or the vitality of the Yusui god, the consciousness that was squeezed out by him did not die, but disappeared. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to live in some zombies. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But one thing is certain, that is, even if he lives another life, he will be a defective product. So as long as Qi Xuan can leave this world with the Doomsday Game and go to the next world, There is no need to worry about these hidden dangers. People have run away, why bother so much? Chi Suan never thought of staying. What's so proud of being the king of a small world? As the first Doomsday World arrived by the Doomsday Game, it is the one with the least difficulty. In the memory of the Reborn, the strength of the subsequent Doomsday World will gradually increase. Basically, the survivors have no way to open the invincible world, and can only live in a lingering state, and then, there is no end until death. Just like the Doomsday World experienced by the Reborn before his death, any unknown person who came to the zombie Doomsday where Chi Suan was, it is estimated that he could be compared with the zombie master. After realizing this gap, Chi Suan naturally could not stay in this world full of zombies with peace of mind. If there was no Doomsday in this world, Chi Suan would not pursue power. Anyway, he would just eat and wait for death. Unfortunately, there is no if. Another thing is that Chi Suan is not sure enough to stay. He is a violator, but he is also tied to the Doomsday Game. Once the Doomsday Game leaves, he will be forced to leave. So all he can do is to squeeze out all the value as much as possible. Intelligent brain, do you feel something wrong? Chi Suan suddenly said. He sensed something in the dark. Chi Suan couldn't explain what it felt like. If he had to say it, it was like some heavenly treasures had descended upon him. However, these heavenly treasures were living things. If he could absorb them, it would be extremely beneficial to himself. No changes were detected. It is recommended that you use the Heavenly Destiny Deep Talent as a breakthrough point. As a module of the Tai Sui God, the intelligent brain is only SSS level. This talent is the only thing that makes it unable to detect the situation that Chi Suan can feel. As for the deep virus, it has been under the monitoring of the intelligent brain, and there has been no problem. This is the first time. Chi Suan looked very calm. Of course he wanted to go there immediately, but he really couldn't leave. No one could guarantee that after he left, there would be no changes here. It's the consciousness of these two. Chi Suan's eyes fell on the pillar of flesh and blood and the black jade. If there is anything that can resonate with his destiny, the deep, I'm afraid it's only these two things. He didn't have time to sigh about the consciousness that he couldn't solve, and it had already taken root smoothly. It seems that we have to find a way to speed it up. Chi Suan had no other way to use except this method. He couldn't leave by himself, and there was no sufficient guarantee to let Tai Sui God do it. So he could only speed up. It is not recommended that you speed up, which may cause the source of the deep virus to be damaged or even annihilated. After all, the consciousness in the source of the deep virus is Chi Suan's second consciousness, which is originally unworthy of the position. It's okay to follow the steps, but once it speeds up, it will definitely not be able to bear it. It doesn't matter, the second consciousness can be sacrificed. Chi Suan said calmly. The second consciousness is the icing on the cake for him, and the source of the Usui virus after success is a timely help. He can clearly choose which one. Chi Suan, who experienced the last time that he didn't take what God gave him, naturally understood the principle that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. If he solves it now, it can still be an opportunity. If he delays it, the disaster will cost him his life. Due to Chi Suan's determination, the intelligent brain naturally did not refute it. Auxiliary support is auxiliary, not making decisions for Chi Suan. What's more, I don't need a second consciousness in the first place. Even if it is gone, it doesn't matter. I will try my best to preserve the second consciousness, and will not let it be destroyed. There should not be much problem in repairing it afterwards. Even if there is no way to restore the ability, I can make it into my spiritual protection. It is the consciousness of vitality. Tang Jingren, the consciousness of the source of the deep virus, or half violator and half survivor, said softly. After accepting everything from this violator, he naturally began to improve himself through his own talents. His talent is the SSS level Virus King, which is a talent that is enhanced by his own uniqueness combined with Tang Jingren's original primary life. It's just that it is scattered so much, it seems that it was divided into pieces by destiny. A blunt knife cuts meat, and it squeezes me and vitality out in an instant. Before dealing with violators, I have to find a way to swallow destiny and vitality first. Tang Jingren understood that as for those killed by violators in the permanent activities, he wanted to compare in a short time, except to take back everything he had, there was no possibility. But thinking about it again, he was helpless. The destiny is too strong, so I'd better swallow the consciousness of life first. The opponent was originally stronger than me, but after being divided into such small pieces, there is a high probability that he will not be able to seek survivors. At most, I can only choose a first-level mutant zombie or a second-level ordinary zombie. When I completely swallow the consciousness of life, coupled with the support of the Doomsday Game and the SSS level talent, I should have a chance of winning the battle with the destiny. Tang Jingren did not think of rushing forward directly. As the source of the Yusui virus with the same origin as the destiny, he could resist some of the effects of reducing intelligence to a certain extent. Chapter 65. Even if it was accelerated, it took 7 days. Qi Xuan looked at the black jade pillar that was wriggling like flesh and blood. However, this black jade pillar was not as huge as the flesh and blood pillar. Instead, it was only the size of a thumb, and there was a clear and stupid eyeball on the top. It seems that I don't need to put it in the module column, so I can save a module column. The source of the deep virus frenzy. Quality, SSS level. Trait 1, mental attribute growth plus 10. Trait 2, physical attribute growth plus 10. Trait 3, deep virus growth plus 10. Trait 4, remove the restrictions of the deep faith. Trait 5, deep series talent enhancement. Qi Xuan tore open the flesh and blood on his chest without hesitation, and stuffed the black jade pillar called the source of the deep virus frenzy directly into the wound. Then, he directly extracted the second consciousness from it. This second consciousness was so broken that it was unbearable to look at. He couldn't even shout for protection. He was a moron at least, but now he is no longer able to do so. He has become a vegetable. He just stayed in Qi Xuan's mind without any reaction, without any movement. The blackstone jade pillar that lost its second consciousness also became an empty shell. Fortunately, it had no effect on its quality and characteristics. After the blackstone jade pillar entered, the deep cells in his body became active instantly, and their strength began to increase. Qi Xuan didn't care about this matter. This was a normal situation. He then began to check his talents. Trait 5 can enhance all talents. His 3 talents are all deep series. The Destiny Deep Soul has not changed. It seems that the quality of SSS level cannot be compared with that of X level. If I had not cleared out the source of the Deep Soul virus, and the consciousness in the Deep Soul God's vitality before, but accepted it completely, it would not be a problem for the quality to reach X level. Qi Xuan did not regret it. He valued potential, but valued his life more. What's the use of potential if you don't have life? Then his eyes were on the death recast, which was also SSS level. The advertisement for resurrection has been reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. If it is completely infected, the time will be further shortened to 5 seconds. I won't consider this for the time being. Qi Xuan actually didn't care much about the 10 or 20 seconds. For him at this stage, there was no difference. Then, there is Virus Control Deep Soul. This enhancement is the biggest. After all, it is SSS level amplification A level. Qi Xuan said, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. The black blood was full of Deep Soul virus, and it was still controlled by Qi Xuan. The Lord Zombie controls the mutant ability of zombies. All zombies infected by the deep virus in my body will be controlled by me. But they have no brains, and can only follow simple commands. Even if it is a 5th level zombie with self and wisdom, after being infected by the deep virus in Qi Xuan, its original deep virus will be completely covered. This will cause the wisdom to be destroyed, but it will retain its own abilities and strength. Qi Xuan cannot completely control it. After all, the deep virus has left the body, and can only be controlled by remote commands. Useless. Qi Xuan commented, the brain is not working well, and complex commands cannot be used. But it's not useless. If enough zombies are infected, I can control a large number of zombies, and let these puppet zombies help me kill survivors, which will be much more efficient. Qi Xuan's idea is relatively simple, that is, he simply wants to kill survivors. Then the self-replication ability of the Yusui virus is greatly improved, and it is easier to be controlled by me. Wait, there seems to be a disadvantage. With my spirit, it seems that I can't control too many puppet zombies. There is an upper limit. It seems that I have to find other ways to use the control ability. Qi Xuan quickly tested the changes in his talents. The quality of the Yusui series talents on my body is too high, and the increase is dispensable. Now only the virus control Yusui can get a large amount of improvement, but this talent will definitely evolve again in the future. This means that it will be eliminated sooner or later. Fortunately, I treat you as a consumable, otherwise the last trait will really be useless. In addition to the necessary trait 4, the most helpful to Qi Xuan are the first 3 traits. Growth plus 10 means a 10-fold improvement. As long as Qi Xuan works hard enough, his mental and physical attributes can be improved to 10 points just by training. However, it takes an endless amount of time, and a lot of nutrition is needed. The same is true for the growth of the Yusui virus. Fortunately, this 10-fold will not be outdated, but can be used for a lifetime. When I fully absorb it, I will be a true genius, even though it is artificial. How can a growth 10 times that of an ordinary person not be considered a genius? It's just because this genius is given to him by the black jade pillar. It is considered as an external blessing. Only when it is completely devoured, digested and absorbed by the Yusui virus in his body, it can be considered to truly belong to Chi Suiyan. Next, we have to find that group of consciousnesses. I hope you can really make up for it. Why did the vitality only last for such a short time? Tang Jingren's heart was empty, and he instantly understood that his predecessor, the source of the Yusui virus, had fallen. His predecessor had fallen, so the vitality must have been gone. I'm almost doomsday game, I need your help. Tang Jingren's physical and mental strength at this time had reached 3 points. After all, he was not a human, and his predecessor was the source of the Yusui virus. The talent of the survivors is their own potential, but Tang Jingren is different. The talent is himself. So in terms of growth, if he is really the same as the survivors, wouldn't it be a waste of his predecessor and the part of him that was once the Yusui god? However, Doomsday Game did not respond. Before, he had confirmed one thing, that is, the Destiny and the Violator were the same person. With his current dual attributes of 3 points, it is easy for him to deal with ordinary survivors. But can ordinary survivors kill so many people? Mandatory task consciousness killing. Suddenly, another task panel popped up in front of him. Apparently Doomsday Game wanted to kill Chi Suiyan, the Violator. So he provided Tang Jingren with the distribution location of the fragments of the vitality consciousness of the Deep God, and asked him to devour them all within 48 hours. As long as Tang Jingren can complete this mandatory task, he will not only become stronger, but also get a sum of money from Doomsday Game in the name of reward but actually funding. Sure enough, you are on my side. Tang Jingren smiled. He is half of his own people, and the other side is the enemy. Doomsday Game will definitely help him. Chapter 66. Isn't it a zombie transformed from a survivor? Chi Suiyan captured a mutant zombie alive. The other party was transformed from the consciousness of the Deep God's vitality. But this is not the problem. The problem is that this zombie is only level 1, and its predecessor was not a survivor, which is very problematic. The simplest point is that the zombies at this stage, as long as they are not survivors who have been infected and turned into zombies in recent days, must be at least level 2. Now they can only be newly infected survivors, and the natives can be said to be dead. However, this zombie is neither a newly infected survivor, but the level of evolution is just an ordinary zombie. It's like it was born out of thin air. How can Chi Suiyan not doubt it? More importantly, the other party actually has wisdom, and the level of wisdom is not inferior to the 5th level. However, compared with the real 5th level zombies, this zombie's wisdom is still a little insufficient, such as not being able to speak. After being captured alive by Chi Suiyan, he started dissecting it immediately. The brain is highly developed, and most of the Yushin virus is concentrated in the brain. This is why it has the wisdom evolution that only the 5th level can have at the 1st level. In addition, the spirit is highly developed. Even if it is only at the 1st level, its spiritual attributes can reach the level of mutant zombies at around the 3rd level. Next, as long as it can awaken spiritual abilities, it will definitely soar to the sky. Chi Suiyan suspected that he had squeezed out the 2 consciousnesses, which was equivalent to weakening them, but it also allowed them to escape from the cage. With the help of the zombie body, he successfully gained freedom and further improved himself. As the dissection progressed, Chi Suiyan obtained more data. It's not that there is no good news. I can control my own Yusui virus to devour the virus in their brains, and use the structure as a way to enhance my superpowers. The brains of these zombies are good things. Eating them is a great tonic for the mental attributes, and you can also refer to their structure to improve your pineal gland as a carrier of superpowers. He pulled off the brain's Yusui crystal with his left hand and swallowed it in one gulp. This thing didn't have time to enter the stomach. It was directly decomposed by a large amount of Yusui virus in the mouth, and then directly transported to the brain. Normally, it is absorbed by the brain, and then the mental attributes are improved. However, for Chi Suiyan, the percentage increase in superpowers is more important. The lower the mental attributes, the better it is to improve, especially when Chi Suiyan has a 10-fold increase in mental attribute growth plus 10. On the contrary, if you want to improve superpowers, you have to transform yourself like his virus talent. If he hadn't encountered this treasure, he could only continue to experiment on himself. Besides, percentages will never become obsolete. The sooner you improve, the sooner you can enjoy it. In terms of cost effectiveness, it is far more cost effective than improving spiritual attributes. As it was absorbed by the pineal gland, Chi Suiyan could feel that his ability had evolved slightly. It has been enhanced by 1/10. The subsequent effect will be reduced, but the cost is low. Chi Xuan could clearly perceive that the spiritual enhancement ability had increased from the original 10% to 11%. No wonder it is a natural treasure. Whether I absorb it or use it to enhance my ability, it has great adaptability. Why is the number decreasing? Is it because they can devour each other to grow, or is it because someone is trying to steal it from me? Chi Xuan knew that these special zombies were transformed by the vitality consciousness of the deep god, but there was also a consciousness of the source of the deep virus. The three parties belonged to the same source, so they would naturally feel it. We have to speed up, otherwise it will be easy for others. Chi Xuan said, as he prepared to let the intelligent brain search further. The evolution of Tai Sui God is complete, and you have obtained a new module column. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan a surprise in advance. Fortunately, the next evolution only requires 13 points of armor value. It is said to be infinite evolution, but this gold-eating beast, the owner of the protagonist Halo, can hardly afford it. At this time, the armor value has reached 12 points, plus the increase of artificial crystal vein alloy. The defense is actually very good, at least stronger than him. But soon, another problem was placed in front of him, that is, what should be selected in this module column. He has two targets in his hands. One is the immortal satellite, and the other is the jade seal of the ancient Dian kingdom. One is to make up for the shortcomings of the reconnaissance network, and the other is to improve himself. As for how much he can improve, he is not sure yet. If there were no special zombies, Chi Xuan would definitely choose the ancient Dian kingdom jade seal without hesitation. After all, the reconnaissance network is still usable. But now, if he is slow, he will eat less. If he fails to get the opportunity, he will lose the first opportunity. It is guaranteed that he will experience the consequences of not taking what God gives him. Use the immortal satellite first, and talk about it later. When this incident is over, if Tai Sui has not evolved yet, then we will remove the Beulah satellite, and replace it with the jade seal of the ancient Dian kingdom. After all, making up for the shortcomings of the reconnaissance network now is to help Chi Xuan become stronger. Intelligent brain, go to the sky, and take down the Beulah satellite first to use as a module. We must seize the initiative, but we can't just rush in blindly. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Execute command. The intelligent brain did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled Tai Sui to fly to the sky. The Wind Rider's aviation system is still very useful. After all, it comes from a fighter. However, when breaking through the atmosphere, Chi Xuan clearly felt a sense of depression. This depression did not come from the external environment. When he went up to the sky, he turned on the explosive mode. Coupled with the expedition-level ecological circulation system, it was impossible for him to feel this emotion. That is, Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the moon not far away. Behind it, a huge black shadow looming in the universe just floated quietly. However, no technological equipment could detect this huge black shadow. Even Tai Sui God did not notice the problem. That's Yusui God. Chi Xuan's expression changed in an instant. The Yusui virus in his body reacted with the black stone jade pillar at the same time. This is the real Yusui God, and it is likely that only a small part of the Yusui God's body fell to his planet. It's over, Chi Xuan muttered. He was not afraid of the dead Yusui God, but he found a very serious problem, that is, the moon was eroded and was also affected by the Yusui God's body. If nothing unexpected happens, the moon and the Yusui God's body will hit his planet soon. Even if it is not broken at the first time, it will cause major problems with the climate and environment because it is out of the original orbit. There should be time. The reborn did not meet in the previous life, which means that the doomsday game will run away in advance. Chi Xuan comforted himself. This time it really can't be solved. Chapter 67. If he is burned, Tai Sui God will ascend to heaven in one step. Chi Xuan looked at the huge shadow behind the moon and couldn't help but murmur. However, the idea is good, but it is impossible to implement it. The size of Yusui God can be seen by eye, which is larger than the planet he is on. Tai Sui God's smelting furnace can't hold it at all. Moreover, he didn't dare to get close. After all, he was a god in the universe. A rotten boat still had 3 pounds of nails, which he couldn't touch. Now it seems that what fell down was not Yusui God at all, but just a tiny part of him. Otherwise, if it was the complete Yusui God, the planet would probably be gone. It's a pity that Tai Sui God's evolution times and grades are not enough, so it is impossible to observe the body of Yusui God. Otherwise, can you help me calculate the approximate distance? Although it is behind the moon, it must be quite a distance from the moon, so the body of Yusui God will arrive after the impact of the Earth and the moon. As for how long it would take to arrive, Chi Xuan didn't have much knowledge about astronomy, so he couldn't calculate it. It would definitely be too late to learn now. He didn't take the death potion, so the efficiency was not high. He now suspected that the so-called vitality of the deep god, the consciousness in the source of the virus, was actually rotten meat and bacteria. It was only from God to man that such a terrifying change occurred. What is destiny? It can't be some energy of the deep god's body. Chi Xuan really wanted to explore it. However, he understood that this was not something he could explore at all. A small piece of flesh from someone else's corpse created the end of a planet. He even gave him an X-level talent. This kind of existence is not something he can study now. So he can only ignore the changes in the moon and the floating corpse of the god. For him, getting the satellite of the immortal is a complete success. There is no need to think about the rest. It is useless to think about it anyway, and it cannot be solved. If it is really alive or has other effects, it will definitely not escape. But this discovery completely eliminated the possibility of Chi Xuan staying in this world. If he doesn't leave, he will probably die. No wonder he was selected by the Doomsday Game. The planet he is on is indeed a big doomsday. As for how the deep god died, Chi Xuan never thought about it. Not to mention how many years he has been dead. Even if the cosmic gods of this level are dead, how can he, a small shrimp, be involved? But Doomsday Game seems to be even worse in comparison. A small part of the universe gods can show X-level talents that it can't do anything about. Of course, Chi Xuan didn't know how strong the deep god was, but he saw that Doomsday Game couldn't do anything to him, a violator who only got a tiny bit of the deep god's use. Maybe when the deep god didn't die, Doomsday Game could be killed by him. This is good news for Chi Xuan. If Doomsday Game is really that strong, wouldn't he have no way to get rid of it next? He certainly can't follow Doomsday Game for his whole life, so it's also a good thing that Doomsday Game refuses to give him the opportunity and power to become stronger, which means that the strength he has gained belongs to him. Since Doomsday Game can give rewards to survivors, it's probably not difficult to take them back. If he can't beat the deep god, can he still do nothing to the survivors under his command? On the other side, Tai Sui successfully obtained the immortal satellite, and then Chi Xuan loaded it into the module column. A new SSS-class module was born, SSS Eternal Morning Star. Then, beside Tai Sui, in addition to the floating guns that protected him, there appeared another object that was only the size of a palm and similar to a stellar satellite. Too fragile. Chi Xuan was not very satisfied with the auxiliary module being outside the body. This means that the enemy can attack it as a weakness. Intelligent brain, is there any way to fix the satellite, such as stuffing it into the body of Tai Sui? Chi Xuan asked. He had no way to solve it, so he could only ask the intelligent brain. If the intelligent brain couldn't solve it, then he would send 2 floating guns for protection. As for the impact on vision, this is not a problem. After all, whether it is Chi Xuan or the intelligent brain, they not only see with the naked eye, but also have a reconnaissance network as an aid. It can only be temporarily fixed outside the body. After fixing, the weakness will be more obvious. Irregular orbiting is more cost-effective and can be used as an emergency block in critical moments. Forcibly passing through the protection of Tai Sui will greatly reduce the original effect, which is not worth the loss. The meaning is very clear. No. However, when he heard that it can also block guns, Chi Xuan suddenly felt that this small satellite was much more pleasing to the eye. Don't worry if it is damaged. There are nano-repair robots. It can be restored. Chi Xuan was dissatisfied with its lack of functionality when circling outside the body. Now that it has it, he naturally doesn't mind it. After getting what he wanted, the intelligent brain immediately controlled Tai Sui to descend, and then the satellite rotated faster and emitted a little light. This is to cooperate with the reconnaissance network to carry out overload transportation, so that Chi Xuan can obtain the location of those special zombies. With the assistance of satellites, the efficiency of the intelligent brain is naturally higher. As for how to screen them out, it is very simple. Just find the first-level zombies with wisdom. By the way, the function of this satellite seems to be able to be exerted in the sky. How can it be exerted on the ground? Chi Xuan suddenly reacted. Whether it is a communication satellite used as a telecommunications relay station or a military satellite used for military photography and reconnaissance, or other types of satellites, they will definitely not be able to exert their specialties on the ground. The Tai Sui god has not evolved enough times and cannot release the projection body of the Venus satellite. At present, it can only be used as an auxiliary module to enhance the reconnaissance network. Chi Xuan heard it, which made sense. It's not that the Eternal Venus module is not good, but that the Tai Sui god has evolved too few times, and there is really no way to exert its power. Otherwise, this satellite is floating around him. Wouldn't it be a waste? Doesn't this mean that satellites can not only be used as modules to enhance normal networks, but also enhance communication modules and resource modules? Yes, after the eternal morning star amplification, the efficiency of the weaving capture matrix and capturing resources has been improved, which can indirectly accelerate the efficiency of Tai Sui's evolution. The predecessor of the eternal morning star, the immortal satellite, is not a single type of satellite, but a combination of all satellite functions except for interstellar satellites that can sail to other planets for detection and photography. Of course, it includes resource satellites used to capture images of the surface or deep layers for resource exploration. As for the amplification of the communication module, forget it, Tai Sui doesn't have this thing at all. Chapter 68. After returning to the surface, Chi Suiyan started hunting immediately. The reconnaissance network, satellites and his intuition were incredibly effective. In just 3 days, Chi Suiyan successfully captured a large number of special zombies. This allowed his mental enhancement ability to directly reach a level from D level. The increase also increased from the original 10% to 25%. It has not reached the upper limit, but if you want to reach S level, these special zombies will be useless. Chi Suiyan also understood that after a level, every level is a gap, so it is normal that it cannot be improved. The enhancement of mental abilities is actually similar to the armor value of Tai Sui God. It only takes one special zombie to increase from 10% to 11%. However, as the increase increases, the amount required becomes more and more. Until after a level, the role of special zombies cannot be said to be non-existent, but it can only be said that it is not enough to use them all for enhancement. Then, Chi Suiyan threw these special zombies directly into the smelting furnace and burned them. Don't mention it, this actually gave him a lot of surprises. Special zombies can be said to be the best fuel besides himself. So he hunted the special zombies more vigorously. If he didn't want to choose between the satellite and the ancient Yang Kingdom's Jade Seal, the best way was to get another module column. Not to mention that evolving Tai Sui God is one of his main tasks. It's just that the number of special zombies is really limited. At the beginning, how many fragments of the vitality consciousness of the deep God he squeezed out would give birth to as many special zombies. But the problem is that he is not the only one hunting these special zombies. There are also consciousnesses suspected to be the source of the deep virus, and at the same time, special zombies will devour each other. As a result, their number is naturally greatly reduced. So now, there are only a few special zombies left. No matter how many there are, they can't withstand their harm. I just don't know how much armor value can be burned out by the consciousness of the source of the Yusui virus as fuel. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. He didn't plan to use it as a spiritual nourishment for strengthening superpowers. He didn't think that a mere consciousness of the source of the Yusui virus could do it. You must know that the complete source of the Yusui virus is only of S-level quality. Only one consciousness is left. How can it help superpowers reach S-level? So the best way to use it is to use it as fuel and burn it into evolutionary energy for Tai Sui God to evolve. Not to mention much, as long as it can burn out an armor value of 0.1, it will be a surprise. Speaking of armor value, I have been thinking about the entire shield module, but the plan can't keep up with the changes. According to data calculations, 10 points of armor value is approximately equal to 0.1 points of physique. Yes, it is that low. It is conceivable that the initial Tai Sui God only has 1 point of armor value, which is really more fragile than humans. The original D-level venomous snake armor has 100 points of armor value, which is the normal armor value. Of course, among armors, the armor value of D-level venomous snake armor is still relatively low, but its mobility and offensiveness far exceed the armor of the same level, and it can also cause various toxins, venom, poison mist, and other special attack methods, plus the good concealment and anti-tracking modules. It has become a type similar to an assassin. It is either a one-shot kill or a slow death, not a direct head-on confrontation type. This is why the armor value is only 100 points. Detected abnormal fluctuations are being transmitted. The source of transmission is locked. No need to lock. I know what's going on. Chi Suiyan interrupted the intelligent brain and looked up at the sky. The moon turned red. Even the moonlight shining down seemed extremely bloody. I remember that yesterday, the moon was still a normal color. Chi Suiyan understood that the corpse of the deep god had completely eroded the moon. But the problem is that in the memory of the reborn, this situation did not happen in the previous life. Even if it was caused by his butterfly effect, no matter how much it affected, it would not affect the moon. It was really possible to affect it. That is the source of the deep virus, and the vitality of the deep god. In the previous life, both of them were swallowed by him, the zombie master. It's different now. The consciousness of these two has been released by him. The deep virus in the body is active. Under the light of the blood moon, it has been temporarily enhanced. Chi Suan said softly, "Not only me, but all zombies have it. The survivors are afraid they will die." As soon as Chi Suan finished speaking, a new event emerged. Limited time event Blood Moon Night. Goal: survive for 1 month. Reward: New World Pass. Chi Suan only looked at these 3 key information, and other rankings and extra rewards had nothing to do with him. As a violator, he could not be on the list. As for the so-called New World Pass, it is nothing more than that the survivors are eligible to be taken to the next Doomsday World by the Doomsday Game. I'm going to run away. It seems that the Doomsday Game can't hold on any longer. But why doesn't it just run away? Why does it have to wait another month? Does it need to prepare? Chi Suan was a little confused. But one thing is certain, that is, external interference in the Doomsday Game is really not allowed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier to smash the moon directly, detected that the deep virus is abnormally active, suspected to be affected by the blood moon? If the exposure time is too long, it will affect consciousness and thinking logic. It seems to be violent. Chi Suan doesn't care much. After all, there is the Tai Sui God. Can it affect me? Through monitoring, it is preliminarily estimated that when your exposure time reaches 1 hour, there will be a slight impact. When you... No, I don't have an expedition-level ecological circulation device and a sacred purification force field on my body. How can the blood moon light break through? The active deep virus in your body is the influence of the blood moon light, and the increase in amplification has brought side effects. Chi Suan didn't say whether or not amplifying can eliminate the side effects, because he knew it couldn't. It's troublesome. It's worthy of being eroded and polluted by the corpse of the gods. Chi Suan's heart sank. He certainly couldn't say he would find a place to hide for a month. He still had a lot of things to do. If he stood still when the enemy came to him, that would be his death. Do you really think the group of special zombies are all 1st level? After devouring each other, the highest special zombies are probably 5th level. If they continue to grow, and with the increase of blood moonlight, even if their strength is not as good as the zombie Chinyuhu, they must be at least 9th level mutant zombies. Besides, he can't hide, he is part of the connection in the dark. The plan remains unchanged. If the impact is too heavy, just kill them directly. Chi Suan is not very worried about his impact. At worst, he can be resurrected through death recasting. Chapter 69. Blood Moon Shadow, Phase 1. Trait 1. Physical Strength. Spirit increased by 10%. Trait 2. Bloodthirst, Phase 1. Trait 3. Rage, Phase 1. Trait 4. Strong Regeneration, Phase 1. Trait 5. High-Speed Evolution, Phase 1. For other survivors, they will be weakened after being exposed to the blood moon light, but I am a zombie, and I get a comprehensive increase. Tang Jingren's face was full of hideousness. Bloodthirstiness and rage can make him stronger, but at the same time, it will also make his consciousness change towards these 2 thoughts. This is only the first stage. The larger the stage, the stronger the negative effect of affecting consciousness will be, until it finally turns him into an unconscious monster who only knows killing and destruction. So this is not friendly to all zombies with consciousness. Conscious zombies will return to being like beasts, and zombies that have not yet born consciousness will not be able to give birth to wisdom as long as the shadow of the blood moon exists for 1 day. However, the zombies without intelligence were the least affected, because they had no brains, so they could better display their bloodthirsty and violent abilities. Tang Jingren forced himself to calm down the confusion in his mind. With my own specialness and the SSS level talent of the Virus King, I can easily suppress the negative effects in the first stage as long as I am willing. Tang Jingren recovered quickly. On the contrary, the bottleneck in me is loosened. Tang Jingren looked at his dual attributes of 5 points, plus the increase, which was 5.5. With the rapid evolution, he is expected to break through to 6 points. It is not easy to improve attributes, not to mention that he still relies on himself. Doomsday Game has not provided any assistance to him since the last mandatory task. If he is not a zombie, he can only get some resources like the group of survivors. You came so quickly. Give me 3 more days, and I can definitely reach 6 points in both attributes. Tang Jingren was unwilling. Now there are only 3 in the dark, including him. One is the violation of destiny, and the other is naturally a powerful zombie killed from many special zombies. The opponent's strength is not weaker than his own. The reason is very simple. He and the violation of destiny are devouring and digesting, while others are recovering, so there is no loss. If the benefit they can get from the special zombies is 1, others are 10. It is their consciousness, not theirs. How can it be absorbed 100% without loss? So it is very good to have 1/10 of the effect. Because of his own special characteristics, he could sense the connection between the unknown and the unknown more deeply than Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan could only sense the location, but he could sense the vague distance and the approximate strength comparison. For example, the weakest one was the offender Tianming, who gave him the feeling of being about half as strong as an ordinary person, and the special zombie who won in the end was only slightly weaker than him. Converted into attributes, the opponent's dual attributes were at least 4.8 or 4.9. And the talents possessed by the opponent were at least SSS level, plus the original legacy. The fight might be evenly matched. However, it was not only the special zombies that approached him, but also the Violator's destiny. The three of them wanted to swallow each other and become the final winner. Retreat first, then Tang Jingren naturally did not intend to continue the head-on confrontation. It would not be too late to take action after he upgraded his dual attributes to 6 points and had stronger strength. He even wanted to see if he could make the special zombies and the Violator's destiny lose both, and he would just take advantage of the opportunity. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. A huge and slightly deformed zombie appeared directly in front of him through some kind of supernatural power. He did it without hesitation as soon as he met, without even saying a harsh word. Multiple supernatural powers? Tang Jingren dodged without hesitation. As a mutant zombie, he naturally had his own supernatural powers. S-level energy manipulation allows him to control various energies in nature. If his spirit is large enough, he can further manipulate atoms, particles, the 4 basic forces, and so on. Of course he can't do that now. He can only manipulate natural energy such as water, fire, wind and thunder at most, and there are limitations, such as the need for environmental cooperation. The awakening ability is S-level, and it can be further improved later. The attack of the special zombie is indeed strong enough, and it directly smashed a big hole on the ground. Space jump, God strength, steel body. Just with this attack, Tang Jingren saw 3 kinds of superpowers from the special zombie. The vitality of the deep god, even if it is only this little bit, is not comparable to me. Tang Jingren didn't know the specific situation of the other party, but he understood one thing, that is, his predecessor was not as good as the predecessor of the other party. Even if he had the help of the Doomsday Game, the opponent could still catch up with his strength. The opponent was too blessed. After missing the first attack, the special zombie did not stop, but launched another attack. Tang Jingren's face was not very good, and he once again used energy to manipulate his superpowers to dodge. There are also superpowers such as locking, perception, and reconnaissance. It's simply a monster. Tang Jingren realized that he had been completely locked. So there was no way to escape. The only way to survive was to kill this monster. But the problem was that he couldn't kill it. It was already half a catty, and ate too, and now there was a lot of superpowers on him. So Tang Jingren was not the opponent of the opponent at all. Thief, you are very good and qualified to become a part of my body. The special zombie spoke, and the voice was very strange and very uncomfortable. However, Tang Jingren said nothing, and the S-level superpower energy operation combined with the SSS-level talent Virus King quickly activated all the energy in his deep virus. At this moment, his dual attributes began to soar continuously. In just 1 second, it increased to 9 points. If 10 points of attributes were not a qualitative change in bottleneck, he would be able to achieve a qualitative change of 10 points. As long as the attributes are high enough, no matter how many abilities the opponent has, they are just fancy. In an instant, he had already approached the special zombie, and before the opponent could react, the special zombie was beaten into a pile of mincemeat. But Tang Jingren panted heavily, and his dual attributes dropped from 9 points to 4 points. This is a permanent drop. If he wants to recover to 5 points, he needs to grow back by himself. In this state, he can only last for 0.1 seconds at most, and it is accompanied by strong sequelae. In addition to the drop in attributes, there will also be negative effects such as weakness and a decrease in zombie level. But before he recovered, he saw the pile of mincemeat squirming. Chapter 70. Your attack is very powerful. But I am more powerful. The special zombie resurrected from the mincemeat. Tang Jingren retreated without hesitation. He could sense that the other party had undergone some changes. The simplest point is that even if he forcibly improves his dual attributes, he can't beat him into mincemeat. At most, he can only tear him apart. Evolution, resurrection type abilities. Tang Jingren's face was not good. How did the other party come up with so many superpowers? A normal body can't bear it at all. With the two abilities, the more you kill the other party, the stronger he will become, until he completely surpasses himself. Then the other party will be able to crush him to death easily. At this moment, Tang Jingren was very jealous. Couldn't his predecessor try harder? The source of the DEED virus looks very high-end, but it is actually just a pollution source. It can only be delayed until the violator's destiny arrives, and there may be a glimmer of hope. Tang Jingren knew that if he relied on himself alone, let alone winning today, it would be a problem whether he could survive. The opponent's resurrection speed was too fast, only a second. Even if he could escape, he couldn't escape far, not to mention that the opponent also had space-related abilities, so it couldn't be easier for him to catch up with him. As soon as he thought of it, he turned around and ran. What he said about holding him back was definitely not a head-on fight. The opponent was reborn and evolved after death, and now his dual attributes were equal to his. So he fell into a disadvantage directly. How could he fight? Die! The special zombie directly jumped through space, and when it appeared again, a crack appeared in its abdomen, and countless hollow straws extended from it. Tang Jingren's heart was filled with alarm. If he was pierced by these hollow straws, he would basically be finished. Doomsday Game, help me. You have seen my potential. I can definitely give you great help. At this time, he didn't care about the survivors or Doomsday Game, but roared. His speed was not as fast as the special zombies, and he would be caught up by the other party in 15 seconds at most. However, Doomsday Game did not respond at all, and no longer issued him a help called a mandatory task, but an extra reward. His heart sank a little bit. Could it really be that this was the end? Warning, violators are 1 kilometer away from you. The glaring reminder appeared in front of him. At this time, Tang Jingren was not afraid, but extremely excited. Directly through energy manipulation and Virus King, he overdrew again. However, this time his attribute did not increase to 9 points, but only 7 points. But this was enough. He directly opened a large distance between the two sides. But before he could completely get rid of the special zombies, and wait for the fate of the violator, he felt a sharp palpitation in his heart. He dove sideways. The next moment, a dark ray narrowly brushed past his body. Then it hit the special zombie that was chasing him. Under this dark ray, the special zombie immediately decomposed into carbonized flesh particles and fell to the ground. He knew that the fate of the violator had come, but he did not stop, because he knew that the special zombie could be resurrected. So he had to escape from here as soon as possible while his 5-second burst time was not over. As expected, the carbonized flesh and blood particles began to regain vitality. However, this resurrection was not as fast as the previous one when he was beaten into mincemeat. It took a full 10 seconds to recover. Just when he thought he had gotten rid of the other party, an armored man blocked his escape. I have been with you for such a long time. It is not good for you to run away without saying a word. Chi Xuan looked at Tang Jingren and said. He could sense that the other party was the consciousness of the source of the Yusui virus, and he also saw that the other party had become a violator similar to him. But the other party should be the type who was persuaded to surrender. So there was still a difference between him and him. Tianming, don't block the way. There is someone more ruthless than me behind. Tang Jingren looked terrified. Not only were there 11 floating cannons floating around Chi Xuan, but there was also some invisible force field around the other party. This force field enveloped Chi Xuan, but it was his natural enemy. With his current physique, as long as he steps into this force field, he will not even be able to react and will die on the spot. Chi Xuan slowly approached, while Tang Jingren took a step back. You are the second pure zombie who can sense the sacred purification force field. The previous one was Chun Yuhu. Chi Xuan said calmly. The immortal surgery is not considered a zombie, so there are only 2 of them among the zombies. Oh, the third one is here. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the huge and deformed special zombie behind him. The special zombie did not dare to approach Chi Xuan, but stopped not far away. Compared with Tang Jingren, the special zombie can feel more. He can indeed be resurrected after dying in the invisible force field, but he cannot get any evolution. This means that if he is trapped in it, he will only die, resurrect, die again, and resurrect again. The sacred purification force field is the nemesis and natural enemy of the Yushin virus. Even if the special zombie is the most special one among the 3 of them, as long as he has the Yushin virus, he cannot be exempted. Of course, the special zombie will also attack remotely, so as long as you don't get close, there will be no problem. Can be resurrected, can evolve, and have multiple abilities. Let me think, you don't have SSS level devouring evolution, do you? Chi Xuan saw that the special zombie was afraid of his sacred purification force field. He was actually cursing in his heart. When he came, he didn't think that Tang Jingren and the special zombie would be so strong. Although not as good as Chun Yu Hu, compared with him, it is naturally stronger. The most difficult thing is the mutant zombie. He thinks that the other party not only has SSS-level devouring evolution, but also may have an SSS-level resurrection ability and an SSS-level rapid evolution ability. Those who can't kill him will make him stronger, and those who kill him will make him stronger through resurrection. So this is a dead end. As long as there are enough ways to die, the special zombie will grow into a zombie stronger than him, the zombie master. However, because it has no destiny, it cannot be improved to the maximum extent, and because of the random swallowing, it causes physical deformity. What answered Chi Suan was not the answer of the special zombie, but a magnificent telekinetic impact. Close combat is not good, but the special zombie has long-range superpowers. The intelligent brain responded immediately, and the muzzle of the floating gun formed a psionic net, which not only disintegrated the telekinetic impact, but also covered the special zombie. However, the first to bear the brunt was not the special zombie, but Tang Jingren, who was sandwiched between the two of them. Chapter 71. Tang Jingren still has some skills. Even though he is in a bad condition now, he managed to dodge the attack despite his injuries. But when he dodged, Chi Suan caught him. At this time, Tang Jingren was already waiting to die. After all, he had stepped into the opponent's force field, and would be reduced to ashes if nothing unexpected happened. However, he had no perception and was still alive. You are of great value, but it's a pity that your consciousness is too strong. Otherwise, I would eat your brain to strengthen my ability. Chi Suan said with regret, and injected Tang Jingren with a series of drugs such as inhibitors, weakening drugs, anesthetic drugs, etc. The opponent was too strong. With the strength of Tai Sui, the smelting furnace wanted to use Tang Jingren as fuel to burn, but it would definitely not burn him to death in a short time. So in order to prevent Tang Jingren from destroying the smelting furnace, Chi Suan must weaken him first. After doing all this, just throw it in. Chi Suan doesn't need to worry about the rest. Just wait until it is burned clean. According to the data, the armor value can be increased to 14 points this time. Is it worth so much? Chi Suan thought that it would be enough to get an armor value of 0.1, but he didn't expect it to have such a great energy. Supernormals have higher evolutionary energy, but the number of supernormals in this world is too rare. Chi Suan understood it after hearing it, that is, the energy level is not enough. Then this one, isn't it worth at least 2 points of armor? Chi Suan looked at the special zombie, who was using various superpowers to attack him remotely. It is true that the other party can be resurrected, but this kind of resurrection must be based on the Yusui virus. Once you enter the smelting furnace, you will be burned to ashes. Even if you can be resurrected, you cannot be resurrected infinitely. Of course, if you really guess wrong, it is definitely a good thing. Being able to be resurrected infinitely means that the other party can provide a stable source of energy for evolution. Now, in addition to the 3 growth modules of Tai Sui Shin, the only one who can provide a stable source of energy for evolution is Chi Suan. But he is busy, and has no time to burn himself every day. It is definitely a good thing that the special zombie can really replace him. As for the other party will gradually adapt, this is true, but with the energy provided by the other party, and the help of Chi Suan, Tai Sui Shin's growth speed must be faster than the other party. At that time, the effect of the smelting furnace will also be enhanced. Even if the other party can adapt, what can it do? Your evaluation has converged, and it must be at least 5 points of armor value. Its value is far better than the consciousness zombie of the source of the deep virus. Chi Suan's expression, when he looked at the special zombie, changed suddenly when he heard it. He dared to gamble with 2 points of armor value, and now the minimum armor value is 5 points. If he doesn't catch the opponent and burn him, it will be a big loss. The special zombie seems to have the ability to detect malicious intent. It immediately detected the malicious intent emitted by Chi Suan, so it directly interrupted the attack and began to retreat. Before it ran far, it was hit by the floating gun. Compared with other life forms, after being hit by psionic rays, they will immediately decompose into carbonized flesh and blood, but this special zombie did not. Apparently, the last psionic ray made his body have a certain resistance to psionic energy. So it lasted for about 2 seconds before being decomposed. If he keeps attacking with psionic rays, and dies 100 times, will he ignore the psionic energy? Chi Suan asked casually. It's quite possible, but if the special zombie really dies in your hands 100 times, it is likely to evolve into a zombie stronger than Chun Yu Hu. Chun Yu Hu's attributes are unknown, and he can easily destroy the roundabout with the time ability. The special zombie has more abilities, and is more powerful, level, and ability can make the attributes more powerful. The intelligent brain has already speculated the model. The double attributes in the single digit are not enough to destroy the roundabout, but because Chun Yu, who may be a boss template and has a powerful time ability, plus other unknown abilities, this is how it was achieved. I didn't know before that in addition to the attributes, it actually depends on the person. For Qi Xuan, it is actually quite average. After all, there is nothing in his talent that can be used as a means of attack. During the time he was communicating with the intelligent brain, the special zombie was resurrected again. This time the resurrection speed is much faster than the last time. After all, there is already a corresponding resistance. But it doesn't matter. The psionic rays are only used for control. Qi Xuan's goal is to let the special zombies be enveloped in the sacred purification force field. He doesn't believe that he can still be so strong in the sacred purification force field. The psionic virus is active again. Qi Xuan noticed his abnormality before he got close. When he looked up again, he didn't know when the blood moon in the sky was hanging high. It's still daytime now, and the moon will definitely not appear in his position. But it appeared, which means that the erosion of the deep god caused the moon to further alienate, and it was getting closer and closer to the planet where it was, which would cause more terrible changes. The point is not these, but that he also showed the symptoms of the blood moon shadow. So he immediately controlled the deep virus and began to expel it. Fortunately, the deep virus in his body was no longer a regular deep virus, but his immunity. The blood moon shadow was expelled on the spot. But the special zombies were not good. He directly upgraded the blood moon shadow to the second stage. The rapid evolution of the second stage plus his own evolutionary ability, the body of the special zombie gradually began to mutate towards blood red. Obviously, he directly accepted the blood moon shadow instead of choosing to resist. If it were Tang Jingren who was being burned, he would make the same choice as Qi Xuan. After all, Tang Jingren was half a violator and half a survivor, and he had the memory of his previous life. In terms of wisdom and experience, he was far better than the special zombies that he had evolved through fighting. If you want to leave, stay here. Do you really think you can escape smoothly after you become stronger? Qi Xuan looked at the special zombie that was even faster. How could he let him go? Although the special zombie was not as experienced as Tang Jingren, he knew that he was no match for Qi Xuan. He would die in close combat, and he could not do anything in long-range combat. The best way was to continue to improve his own strength, and then kill Qi Xuan and take back his own power when he was strong enough. But the problem now was that he had to survive first, instead of falling into Qi Xuan's hands, otherwise all his plans would be in vain. Qi Xuan was unwilling to give up such a big piece of fat meat, and the chase between the two sides began. One had the Wind Rider aviation system, and the other had many superpowers, and for a while they were really evenly matched. Chapter 72. It's just a space jump. I thought you were so capable. Qi Xuan watched the special zombie that failed to jump in space being severely injured, and then he was easily caught up. The psionic energy can just destroy the structure of space transmission, and with a more powerful intelligent brain and floating gun, it is naturally much easier than dealing with Chun Yu Bao at the beginning. However, in terms of the quality and development of superpowers, special zombies are much stronger than Chun Yu Bao. After all, special zombies can use space jumps without limit as long as they have mental consumption and strong enough physique. Superpowers are possessed by zombies themselves, and those obtained through the surgery of immortals are inferior versions, not only in power, but also in upper limit and growth. As for Qi Xuan, if he had to divide it, he is also a kind of zombie, but it is just a little bit worse, and with the cooperation of the deep virus, he has obtained complete superpowers. Please spare me, the special zombie said with a stumbling sound. I can be your slave. Qi Xuan did not respond, but enveloped the special zombie in the sacred purification force field without hesitation. It can only be said that the other party is indeed special enough. When facing the sacred purification force field, it did not directly disappear into ashes, but was broken bit by bit. The whole process lasted for nearly 10 seconds before it completely dissipated. It was just that after dissipating, it began to condense again, which was a bit similar to Qi Xuan's death recasting, except that the other party was not black particles, but blood-red flesh particles. Before the special zombie was formed, his resurrection process was consumed by the sacred purification force field. The tug-of-war between the two caused the dust and reorganized flesh to continue to evaporate around Qi Xuan. I thought we would wait until he was resurrected before starting, but I didn't expect it to start during the resurrection process. In this way, the special zombies can't be resurrected even if they want to. But the problem is that now that it's like this, how can I throw the special zombies into the smelting furnace to burn them? It can be obtained locally and burned in several times. You just need to control the strength of the sacred purification force field to implement it. It is recommended that you implement the plan as soon as possible. Too many deaths of special zombies will lead to excessive mass loss, and the evolutionary energy obtained will also be reduced. According to the data module, special zombies cannot be resurrected infinitely under the sacred purification force field. At most, they will die completely after resurrecting 1,000 energy units. The sacred purification force field is used to deal with zombies, with the Yusui virus as the main body. It is indeed very powerful. If it is not limited to Yusui, then this module is definitely more than SSS level quality. Just like the effect formed by the shadow of the blood moon, the sacred purification force field is ineffective, because although the blood moon light is related to the Yusui god, it is not the Yusui virus. So the sacred purification force field has no effect. Can it work? There are still zombies burning in the smelting furnace. Chi Suan knew that the efficiency of the smelting furnace was limited when facing this kind of extraordinary life. Burning Tang Jingren was okay, but burning a special zombie was indeed beyond its ability. Even if it was just a little bit added each time, you can weaken it by injecting inhibitors, weakening potions, etc. at the same time, and the smelting furnace will be overloaded. Every 10 seconds, you will lose 1 unit of resurrection energy. Chi Suan agreed directly after hearing this. Execute immediately. It's okay if the intelligent brain is sure, otherwise you can't really wait for the special zombie to die. If it goes on like this, he won't be able to get even a hair in about 2.5 hours at most. Anyway, throw it in little by little to burn, plus the weakening of the potion. There is no need to worry about the special zombie's resistance. If you burn it, give priority to burning the complete zombie, and isolate the fragments of the special zombie. Chi Suan knew that if Tang Jingren didn't burn it into evolutionary energy first, what if he reacted? The other party is not dead yet, but only has 1 breath left. To be able to hold on until now, he has to rely on his SSS level talent Virus King and S level supernatural energy control, otherwise he would be dead now. According to estimates, it will take about 3 minutes to burn Tang Jingren to death. But even if Chi Suan pays special attention to care, with his overdraft support, he can only live for 2 more minutes. A strand of flesh and blood of the special zombie was thrown into the smelting furnace. Because there is no dissolution of the sacred purification force field, it naturally began to recover. However, before it could recover, it was decomposed and burned by the smelting furnace. At the beginning, it was still able to fight back and forth, but the flesh and blood was too small and too little, and it was no match for the smelting furnace. It was soon completely burned. During the whole process, there were not many waves, but as the flesh and blood of the special zombies gradually increased, the burning efficiency could not be so efficient. Special zombies have been collected, and the armor value is expected to be 2 points. Chi Suan was not surprised. Although the intelligent brain has been controlling Tai Sui to collect the flesh and blood of special zombies, in fact, the sacred purification force field has been depleting. So the energy was lost very quickly during the whole process. It is true that the intelligent brain controlled the sacred purification force field, but in order to ensure that the special zombies can be completely suppressed, the strength has not changed. Once the strength is low, the recovery speed of the special zombies will be accelerated. He does not want to be hit by a special zombie. Whether it is Tai Sui or himself, they are essentially fragile. 2 points, then 2 points. If you don't do this, you can't get 2 points of armor value. In addition to the 1 point of armor value burned by Tang Jingren, if the armor required for evolution does not change, he can make Tai Sui evolve 3 times. So the requirements cannot be too high. The infection of the shadow of the blood moon has deepened again. Fortunately, it can be neutralized by the deep virus. Yu Qing looked helpless. He is the first survivor under the Doomsday game, with an SSS level talent blood clan, and can obtain blood power through killing. This is a special energy that allows him to strengthen his body, master blood spells, control blood, etc., but his own attributes are not enough to support such a powerful use. However, even so, it also gives him powerful strength. The dual attributes of up to 1.3 are the best among the survivors. He did not receive any attribute points, but relied on his blood master talent to improve. However, after the blood moon came, his own blood power was too weak because of him, and was directly consumed by the shadow of the blood moon. Although both of them have the word blood, they are completely different things. If he hadn't found a way to neutralize them, he would be dead now. It's only the 2nd stage now. Can you really survive? Yu Qing didn't know how other survivors were doing, but judging from his pessimistic situation, it is estimated that not many survivors can get the new world pass to the next world. Chapter 73. The blood moon disease is getting worse. The shadow of the blood moon on Chi Xuan has reached the first stage again. The survivors and zombies have reached the third stage. The former is better, because they are living people, so they can be infected with the Yushin virus to neutralize it, so that the blood moon disease does not affect their own consciousness, but let the Yushin virus be a scapegoat. But there is no way for zombies. They have been completely infected by the Yushin virus, so they cannot be neutralized. The reason why the shadow of the blood moon on Chi Xuan has reached the first stage is that even if he clears it, it will be superimposed again because of the blood moon light. Because in nature, he is more inclined to zombies. So he can get amplification and his consciousness is affected. Zombies have completely lost their minds and started to kill indiscriminately when the shadow of the blood moon reaches the third stage. In the past, at least they only targeted living people such as survivors. Now, as long as they can move, whether they are zombies or other animals, they are within the killing range. If it was just pure killing, Chi Xuan would not care, but the shadow of the blood moon also has a trait called rapid evolution. In the killing, the zombies that survive will become stronger and stronger. If you raise goo like this until the end, you will definitely get a goo king. Chi Xuan didn't know how terrible it would be. Fortunately, there is good news. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on Tai Suishan, 13 points of armor, successfully completed the 12th evolution, and an extra module column. The good news is that the next evolution will still increase by 1 point. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be enough to burn all the special zombies. Chi Xuan directly stuffed the ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal into the empty module column. SSS Seal of the Deep Ruler. This feeling Chi Xuan suddenly found that Tai Sui was closely connected with him. The Seal of the Deep Ruler was a bridge that allowed Chi Xuan to further connect with Tai Sui. If the relationship between him and Tai Sui was that between a person and equipment before, now it is the relationship between a person and an organ. It is as easy to use as to swing an arm, and even without physical reaction, Tai Sui can act according to his will as long as he thinks. Is it considered a second recognition of the master? The first recognition is naturally recognized by the intelligent brain, and the second is to bind with one's own genes and spirit. And the medium of binding is this SSS level seal of the Deep Ruler. In addition, the effect of the original Jade Seal of the ancient Dian Kingdom disappeared, which made Chi Xuan very regretful. It's not a direct connection with me, but an indirect control through the Yusui virus in my body. It's really a big pit. Fortunately, I upgraded my virus talent to A-level virus control, otherwise I would have been in trouble. If Chi Xuan hadn't been able to make the Yusui virus in his body a part of his body, then once he installed the ancient Dian Kingdom Jade Seal into the module column, he would lose the control of Tai Sui God, and Tai Sui God would be occupied by the Yusui virus instead. High-quality items are actually not very suitable for use as modules. Anyway, they are all upgraded to SSS level. Ordinary items don't have so many pitfalls. Chi Xuan also understood this truth at this time. His previous caution had brought him experience, and he hadn't learned a lesson yet. There is absolutely no difference between upgrading from A level to SSS level, and from F level to SSS level. Then for the next module column, I used the deep virus in my body. Chi Xuan wanted to use it a long time ago, but he didn't have the chance. Now, from the module of the Seal of the Deep Ruler, it can be seen that the deep virus no longer poses any threat to him. Not to mention that he is using the deep virus that has become a part of him. The main reason is that he thinks that after the deep virus becomes an SSS level module, it will complement the Seal of the Deep Ruler and form a certain qualitative change. In addition, Chi Xuan can also try to further improve his virus talent through this connection. After all, it was forcibly promoted to the SSS level by Tai Sui God, which is the same level as the Deep Source virus frenzy in Chi Xuan's body. It must be unique. By analogy, perhaps the data and inspiration needed to evolve the talent can be found. This feeling is really interesting. I feel like I am the Tai Sui God. Chi Xuan moved his hands. It was really good, intelligent brain. What do you think? The connection with you is closer. It is currently in the semi-fusion stage. This time, the intelligent brain no longer broadcasts through voice, but communicates directly in Chi Xuan's mind. Spiritual connection? Chi Xuan raised his eyebrows. This is indeed much more convenient. Both transmission and confidentiality have been greatly improved. As long as the intelligent brain broadcasts, Chi Xuan can get a complete description in an instant. Otherwise, it would have to make a sound to narrate before. Even with the sound insulation effect of the expedition-level ecological circulation device, there is still a possibility of leakage. Yes, it is not very stable at present. You can try to use the deep virus or the deep source to improve it in the next stage. In addition, there is a report that needs to be submitted to you. As the intelligent brain said, it transmitted a report on the shadow behind the moon to Chi Xuan. Originally, Tai Sui God could not observe the corpse of Yushan God, but after loading the seal of Yushan ruler, there was a way to observe it. Through data comparison, the moon is being activated. If nothing unexpected happens, the moon will become alive in 24 hours at most, and it will be officially born in 48 hours. There are also reports related to the shadow of blood moon. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan a large number of newly obtained data reports in an orderly manner. It must be said that the linkage effect between modules is really good. What about the cause? Have you found it out? Chi Xuan asked. It's the same as your idea. It was you who released the consciousness of the source of the Yushan virus and the Yushan God vitality, which led to the birth of the blood moon. And you need to be careful, your destiny may also have consciousness. Chi Xuan's heart sank. Chi Xuan was actually prepared for the warning of the intelligent brain. Even the S level and SSS level have consciousness retained. How could he not have the X level talent? Don't worry too much. This may be a good opportunity for you to eradicate the consciousness of destiny. Destiny can make you interdependent to a certain extent. Such a big crisis as the blood moon must be accompanied by a huge opportunity. The intelligent brain sees this aspect much more thoroughly than Chi Xuan. That's right. But who knows whether this opportunity is for me or for destiny? Chi Xuan frowned. If he really had to go against his X-level talent, he really wasn't sure. 90% of his achievements were due to luck. He would not deny this. After all, there was no point in lying to himself. Chapter 74. The environment is getting worse. Chi Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. He had a nightmare, but the problem was that he didn't sleep at all, and he had a nightmare while awake. The only reason for this was the blood moon disease in his body. Although he could remove the influence of the blood moon light through death recasting, he would be infected again as long as he was resurrected. Just like the zombies shrouded by the sacred purification force field. Immortality and resurrection and rebirth are not invincible, but they give enough tolerance. Not everything can be solved. In addition to nightmares, you are also accompanied by delirium, hallucinations, etc. It seems that you are not aware of these symptoms, the intelligent brain reminded. What's the situation with the survivors? Chi Xuan injected himself with a death potion and asked. The biggest danger comes from zombies. Living people can use the deep god virus to neutralize the shadow of the blood moon, thereby avoiding the symptoms of the blood moon disease. Chi Xuan's heart sank. If he waited any longer, he might be turned into a mindless monster by the shadow of the blood moon before the end of the activity. At the beginning, Chi Xuan was only at the first level, but now he has reached the third level of the shadow of the blood moon. And it is still constantly improving with the changes in the environment. This is not good news. The shadow of the blood moon has a huge impact on zombies. Perhaps it is because zombies and deep god are both dead. As a living person, there are not so many problems. On the contrary, Chi Xuan, who is half dead and half alive, seems very helpless. We have to find a way to solve the symptoms as soon as possible. This thing has a positive effect on zombies, but it is a murderous intention. Chi Xuan was helpless. The side effects of the shadow of the blood moon on zombies were just an extension of the effect, and they were not actually side effects. The analogy was that he had overdosed himself, so he could not arouse his own explosive state and the deep god virus to clear it. In the past 2 days, he had been studying the shadow of the blood moon while he was awake, but it was not very smooth. The deep god virus was at least related to biology, medicine and other related knowledge. Chi Xuan could only study it thoroughly, with the help of civilization. The shadow of the blood moon was more like an item in a myth that did not follow science. There was not even a bit of data, and Chi Xuan could not study it even if he wanted to. The intelligent brain also assisted, but it could only detect some unknown space radiation, and the source of radiation was the blood-colored moon. And there was no way to analyze the composition of this space radiation. However, it was also indirectly confirmed that this incident seemed to come from the blood moon, but in fact it should have come from the corpse of the deep god. According to the data calculation, the blood moon will contact the surface in 27 days, forming an Earth-Moon impact. The environment has also undergone uncontrollable changes. Chi Xuan took a look, but his expression was a little strange. There are still 28 days left for the activity, but the blood moon came on the 27th day. This is to force the survivors to death. It is true that the main source of danger for the survivors is zombies, but it does not mean that there are no other dangers. Tell me, is it possible to directly destroy the entire planet through the blood moon and let all the survivors die as a result? Chi Xuan suddenly said. The survivors have always been his biggest concern, and the Earth-Moon impact is a very suitable opportunity. Even if we can't kill them all, we can still injure the survivors. The possibility of implementing the plan is low, and the Blood Moon is not under your control. The intelligent brain said that the idea is good, but how can you command the enemy? Yes, Chi Xuan reacted instantly. How could he not think of this reason? Isn't it that I was reduced in intelligence just now? What's there to reduce in intelligence? Chi Xuan couldn't figure it out for a while, but he immediately locked on the suspect, the consciousness hidden in the destiny deep. Analyze the reason. If the consciousness in the destiny affects me, it is likely because of something. Chi Xuan asked directly. He didn't plan to think about it himself. Who knows if he will be reduced in intelligence again, so he chose to let the intelligent brain analyze it for him. There are many possibilities, but the two biggest possibilities are. The first is that after you die, destiny will be freed from you, and you will be seeking freedom. The second possibility is that among the survivors this time, there is a survivor with talent that can help you erase the consciousness in destiny. And your trajectory is intersecting with this survivor. Once you notice it, it will be the end of its life. So this move is not only to prevent you from meeting this survivor, but also to completely destroy the hope with your hands. Looking at the words of the intelligent brain, Chi Xuan calmed down more and more. So you think the second possibility is more likely? Chi Xuan can see the bias of the intelligent brain. Otherwise, he would not have explained the second possibility in such detail. Yes. But there is a third possibility, that is, the Blood Moon itself is a great opportunity. You need to take risks to get it, and this opportunity is related to the destruction of the entire planet. This possibility is interconnected with the first possibility. After all, if you can't get the opportunity, or even if you get the opportunity, you still need to face the Blood Moon. This is the same as why the monsters don't go to Wuzhuang Temple to steal the ginseng fruit, but have to catch Tang Monk. Jin Yuanzi may be a vegetarian, but his methods are definitely not. Execute according to the second possibility, and start the first possible defense plan. At the same time, start monitoring my mind, logic, and corresponding plans. Once there is an abnormality, warn me as soon as possible. If an uncontrollable situation occurs, you can forcibly restart me by inactivating me. Chi Xuan said directly. The blessing and curse of the protagonist's halo is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can rise quickly, and if used poorly, it will naturally be the result of the consequences. But the problem now is not whether Chi Xuan uses it or not, but that there is a conscious influence. Fortunately, this consciousness cannot completely reverse the protagonist's halo, and can only have a limited influence. Otherwise, this kind of mistake would not have happened. Perhaps this is the protagonist's halo helping him. The protagonist's halo and the consciousness in destiny should be viewed separately, and cannot be seen as one. This is something Chi Xuan cannot tolerate. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Free is the most expensive. Chi Xuan couldn't pay off his debts, so his idea was simple. Just kill the creditor, and he wouldn't have to pay it back. If it was before the zombie apocalypse, he would be an outlaw, but now it's different. No one cares if he kills or burns people. He just killed a creditor, but he wasn't even a human being. Not only did he not enjoy any human rights, he wasn't even protected as an animal, so he felt at ease killing him. Chapter 75. Warning, violators are 1 kilometer away from you. What's going on? Violators still come out in this environment? He doesn't want to die. Yu Qing's expression changed. He won't find me, will he? He is now hiding in a basement, relying on simple living conditions and a large amount of collected supplies to survive until the end of the event. As for the impact of the Blood Moon shadow on him, there is no need to worry about it. He injects a high concentration of the deep virus into his body every day to neutralize the impact. Before he hid, he had collected nearly 50 bottles. How to collect is also very simple. The deep virus can be obtained by soaking the flesh and blood of zombies in water. After neutralization, he began to hide in the basement to practice blood power. His SSS level talent blood clan looks like a talent, but in fact it is more like a complete inheritance. So it cannot directly exert its power. Not only does it require physical and mental attributes, but it also requires hard work to achieve results. Fortunately, he worked hard enough, and when the shadow of the Blood Moon no longer affected him, he began to accumulate blood power again. So his life was still very fulfilling. Damn Doomsday Game. Yu Qing cursed. If it weren't for the Doomsday Game directly pulling everyone in his world to this Doomsday world, how could he suffer such a punishment? So if you want to scold him, you must scold the Doomsday Game. Otherwise, his life is not so good, but at least there is no danger to his life, and he doesn't have to worry about a group of zombies running faster than sprinters. It should just be passing by, let's go. Yu Qing waited for about 5 minutes, but there was no movement, and he was relieved. The violator must be strong enough to kill so many survivors. 5 minutes is slow for the other party to run 1 kilometer. Yu Qing can finish it by running normally, let alone the other party. I didn't leave, I just didn't think about where to break in. As Qi Xuan's voice came, the basement where Yu Qing was hiding was directly opened. At this moment, Yu Qing's face turned pale. Yu Qing, SSS level talent bloody clan. Qi Xuan walked in. In Yu Qing's eyes, it was a burly armored man. I didn't expect it to be you. Qi Xuan knew this Yu Qing. In the 10 years of the Reborn, he was the first survivor in the early and late stages, and his talent was very special. As for why he was not in the middle stage? Because the middle stage is accumulating strength. It is very difficult for all survivors to obtain the inheritance related to the extraordinary. They cannot directly learn the extraordinary in other Doomsday worlds unless they are made into skill books by the Doomsday game. Qi Xuan guessed that the specific reason was the different body structure. Survivors are human, but they are only people from their original world. And Yu Qing's talent at the beginning is extraordinary inheritance, and he can reach SSS level. The quality of his inheritance is definitely not low. However, it is difficult to escape the problem of accumulation and resources. This is why he failed to keep up with the big team and fell behind other survivors in the middle of the decade. It was not until he grew up that he returned to the throne of the first survivor. What? I don't remember that I offended you. Yu Qing showed a forced smile. If you want to say who is the least likely to complete the permanent activity violator, it is most likely Yu Qing. He had contact with the extraordinary in advance, so he knew his own strength. Therefore, he also understood how strong the violator was to kill so many survivors. Before this, he did not worry too much about meeting the violator. For no other reason, he and the violator were not in the same province. No matter how fierce the other party was, he would not be so unlucky to meet him in a city thousands of kilometers away. However, the fact was so cruel that he had already met him. And judging from the other party's tone, he was here to find him, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. You really haven't offended me. While Qi Xuan answered, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui God to approach directly, and gave Yu Qing an injection of anesthetic without hesitation. Although Yu Qing did not react, he resisted the anesthetic. The anesthetic prepared by Qi Xuan was a normal dose. Yu Qing's dual attributes reached 1.2, which exceeded normal people, and there was also blood power in his body. The injected anesthetic was quickly dissolved by the body. As expected of the first survivor, he managed to hold on. Seeing this, Qi Xuan injected him with another dose of anesthetic. This time, the anesthetic was not for normal people, but the anesthetic that Qi Xuan had given to Chen Yu Bao, a superhuman who had undergone the surgery of immortality. After the injection, Yu Qing did not resist at all, and his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Then he put on an oxygen supply device, and threw him into the subspace stabilization pocket. It's not safe here. How could Qi Xuan choose to conduct research here? Not to mention that Qi Xuan didn't have any research equipment. It's still not enough to rely on Tai Sui alone. Search for the nearest pharmaceutical research and development and biological gene-related divisions of the Watching Dawn Company. Qi Xuan said directly to the intelligent brain. The Watching Dawn Company was wiped out, but their equipment is still there. As long as it is powered on and repaired, it can still be used. Searching, the intelligent brain immediately began to locate and search through the original map data, in conjunction with satellites and reconnaissance networks. Detected that zombies are approaching. Whether to evacuate, it is normal that Qi Xuan's previous movements attracted zombies. Go. At this stage, the zombies, under the influence of the rapid evolution of the shadow of the blood moon, are at least at the 8th level, and the strongest may be the same level as Chunyu. However, because they have no brains, they are unlikely to be as strong as Chunyu. Chunyu has lived for thousands of years, and his research on the deep is even more thorough. How can a group of zombies, who have no brains, and only know how to kill be comparable to him? There are differences even at the same level of zombie kings. Just like they are all kings, some kings are kings of vast territories, and some kings are just kings of small towns. Qi Xuan didn't really want to be delayed by zombies, and there was no benefit in killing them. Tai Sui flew away directly, and Qi Sui saw the bloated zombie through the reconnaissance network, just like a giant. When the zombie found Tai Sui, it opened its mouth and spit out a large ball of disgusting green pus. Its speed was no less than that of a cannonball. It's actually a corpse king, but it's a pity that it's still a little bit short. Tai Sui dodged directly, and then a floating cannon directly fired a psionic storm at a fixed point. Although Chi Sui and Tai Sui didn't dare to take it head-on, it was just because they were fragile, not that they couldn't kill the Corpse King. With the outbreak of the psionic storm, the Corpse King directly turned into a pile of carbonized flesh and blood particles. It was huge in size, so it naturally dropped a lot. Chapter 76. After finding a new safe house, Chi Suiyan took out Yuqing. He used a large amount of medicine, and has not woken up yet. But don't worry about his life safety. The special energy in his body called blood power is dissolving his anesthetic components. So if nothing goes wrong, he will wake up in half an hour at most. After cleaning up, Chi Suiyan began to settle Yuqing. The evolution of Tai Sui God is complete. You have obtained a new module column. The intelligent brain interrupted Chi Suiyan's actions. Chi Suiyan didn't take the evolution of Tai Sui God too seriously. Special zombies have the ability to revive and evolve, so they are not so easy to burn. Up to now, only 1/3 of it has been burned. After all, the smelting furnace is not a purification force field, and it has no ability to target the deep virus, so the special zombies are not as simple as being suppressed in the purification force field. It's barely good news. The next evolution will require 15 points of armor. Fortunately, there are still 2/3 of special zombies left. The extraordinary ones are resistant to burning. Now it seems that the real evolution material of Tai Sui-shin, the gold-eating beast, is not ordinary items, but extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not provide much evolution energy if it was replaced with ordinary fuel. Chi Suiyan said while extracting a unit of Yusui virus from his body, and then directly loaded it as a module. SSS virus bloodline colonization suit, Yusui. As soon as it was loaded, Chi Suiyan felt that Tai Sui-shin had grown further. However, this was not the credit of the virus bloodline colonization suit, but also the assistance of the seal of the Yusui ruler. After the combination of the two, the Yusui virus in Tai Sui-shin and Chi Suiyan formed a blood effect. This made Tai Sui-shin have a special blood similar to that of living things. And Chi Suiyan can be regarded as the provider and source of this blood. When Tai Sui-shin is the main one, you can add the average of my two attributes to the armor. And if I am the main one, then Tai Sui-shin can add the percentage of armor value to my two attributes. No, what are you trying to do? How to say these two functions, whether it is him or Tai Sui-shin, as long as one of them develops, it is a magical skill. But now, one has an armor value of 14 points, and the other has an average of about 1.3 under normal circumstances. Even if it can be doubled, it is only 2.6. Whether Chi Suiyan amplifies Tai Sui-shin or Tai Sui-shin amplifies Chi Suiyan, they are two chickens fighting each other, and there is not much amplification at all. And these two modes seem to activate one choice. More importantly, if you choose to focus on Tai Sui, then the armor value you get is the same as the artificial crystal alloy, which is additional armor, not basic armor. This means that it cannot be amplified by materials and defense modules. Others directly have 100% additional armor, but they still have to rely on Chi Suiyan's attributes for fixed bonuses. In the early and even midterm, it is useless. Fortunately, the real function of this module is to allow Tai Sui to deeply integrate and become a blood vein colonization suit. Chi Sui opened the colonization suit mode based on Tai Sui. Then, he felt that his flesh and blood began to be separated and connected through nerves and blood vessels. Hiss. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, watching his skin, flesh, and bones all being sucked out, and then merged into the body of Tai Sui. Because of the stimulation, he entered the state of explosion. The entire Tai Sui armor was directly changed from the original metal armor to metal, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the whole process was relatively fast, the pain subsided in an instant, and there was no need to worry about the lost body tissues. The Yusui virus in the body began to absorb nutrients and recover. It was just numb and itchy during the process. It seems to be getting more and more hideous. Chi Suiyan looked at Tai Sui through the intelligent brain. Before, it was at least similar to Iron Man's armor, but now it's hard to describe. With this appearance, no one would believe me when I say that I use my own flesh and bones. Chi Suiyan complained, and then reacted, if I take the lead, wouldn't it be directly letting Tai Sui? Chi Suiyan changed the mode without hesitation. The flesh and bones on the Tai Sui god's body faded away, and returned to Chi Suiyan's body through the connected nerves and blood vessels. This restored the Tai Sui god to its original metal appearance. Then in the expedition-level ecological circulation device where Chi Suiyan was, a hollow needle made of steel had a rough metal pipe at the end. The needle went straight through Chi Suiyan's spine, and then continuously injected energy. At the same time, his physique and spirit began to grow, accompanied by severe pain, and even made the explosive state that had not yet ended soar to a higher level again. Don't say it, this thing is really effective. Except for the pain point, there are no other problems, and the strength increase is doubled. After all, not only did he get an extra double attribute increase in armor value, but he also activated his own explosive state. And this explosive state can be superimposed with the death potion and the Yusui complication. He originally had only one explosive state, which was mainly caused by the Yusui virus, and this time it was the second one, which was caused by external damage. It happened before, but it was not as obvious as this time. No, these two modes can coexist. Chi Suiyan suddenly reacted. To enhance the Tai Sui God armor, one's own flesh and blood bones are used. With the Yusui virus, there is no shortage of recovery. To enhance himself, the device is implanted in the spine, which does not affect the enhancement. Of course, his idea is to see if he can nest dolls. The armor adds double attributes to him, and the double attributes add armor, just like stepping on the left foot to go to the sky. The birth of the virus bloodline colonization suit may not take your situation into consideration. If you need it, you can do it yourself or I will do it for you. Most people would rather die than use one, but Chi Suiyan is numb. Therefore, the default mode is to enable one mode. If you want to enable both modes, you can only enable them manually through permissions. You do it. Chi Suiyan was indeed a little inconvenient. After all, there was an implant in his spine. With both modes enabled at the same time, the pain soared directly, and he entered the third stage directly by damaging his own explosive state. Unfortunately, the increased attributes are temporary attributes, and are not included in the armor conversion ratio. I failed to successfully nest the dolls, and all I used were basic attributes and basic armor. It's too abominable, Chi Suiyan said bitterly. If he really wanted to succeed in nesting the dolls, then no matter his attributes and Tai Sui's armor, he would have to be so strong that the upper universe could stuff the corpse of Yusui God into the smelting furnace with bare hands. Chapter 77. The core of the Bloody Clan has two locations. One is the heart, which is the source of power. Through a specific method, it can produce extraordinary energy called blood power. The second is the brain, which is not only the central control organ that controls the blood power, but also the area that seals the complete inheritance. It's just that because the brain needs to cooperate with the spirit, it can only be considered half, and the other half is in the spirit. After adapting to the module of the virus blood colonization device, Chi Suiyan began to dissect Yuqing and quickly figured out the basic situation of the other party's talent. Just because the source of power is in the heart, the source of blood power is blood, and it can travel through the body through blood vessels. This is also the reason why Yuqing can easily control the blood power. Secondly, as the blood power flows through the blood vessels every time, it will slightly strengthen the body. As for the improvement of the spirit, it is because the brain is strengthened by the blood power. Then what do I need? Chi Suiyan definitely doesn't want blood power. This thing is useless even if the other party's heart is transplanted to himself. It must be coordinated with the brain and the corresponding inheritance. If it is used as a module, then it is okay. Perhaps Chi Suiyan can let Tai Suishan obtain the power of blood, but the problem is that it is not only unnecessary, but also has disadvantages. The power of blood conflicts with the Yusui virus in his body, and Tai Suishan has two Yusui virus-related modules installed on him, the seal of the Yusui ruler, and the virus blood vein breeding device. If he really installs the power of blood, it is unlikely to enhance him, but it will be a burden. Excluding the heart, then the brain. Chi Suiyan's eyes fell on Yuqing's brain. There was a layer of blood-colored mucous membrane protecting the cerebral cortex, and from time to time, there would be ghostly symbols similar to tadpole characters. He couldn't understand it anyway. And it was this blood-colored mucous membrane and tadpole characters that protected Yuqing's brain. It's probably not only used to protect the brain, but the main function should be to protect the inheritance from being leaked. Yuqing can't actively leak the inheritance to others. The protection layer is not only for protection, but also for restriction. Is this special protection layer what I need? As for the inheritance in the other party's brain, this is of no use to Chi Suiyan. Without the power of blood, what can he do even if there is inheritance? Just like the lowest enchantment of the F-level quality skill that Chi Suiyan had obtained before, poison, only knowledge, without the corresponding extraordinary energy and extraordinary materials, is still a waste. So it can only fall on this layer of protection. It's wrong to want me to directly seal the consciousness hidden in the destiny deep. It's wrong to use it wrongly. In addition to protection and restriction, this special protective layer will directly self-destruct if it encounters a stronger existence that wants to forcibly obtain the inheritance in the brain. In addition to inheritance, There are also related derivatives, such as brain and spirit. So the real use is that I put this protective layer on the consciousness hidden in the destiny deep, and then actively trigger self-destruction, so that the protective layer will die with the consciousness of the destiny deep in order to protect the secret. If the insider dies, the secret will not be leaked. It's a very reasonable use. Chi Xuan had never thought that the restrictions used in fantasy and fairy tales to ensure that the skills and secrets could not be leaked could also be used as attacks. The original intention was to keep it secret, but he used it as a bomb. The idea is good, but the question is, how can I study it? Chi Xuan could not say that he knew nothing about the protective layer in the other party's mind, but he had never seen it before. Even if I study the principle, how can I use it? The protagonist halo is as illusory as luck, invisible and intangible, and there is no way to touch it at all. Unless... Chi Xuan looked at Tai Sui. If it is not an accident, it becomes a module? The SSS level module is indeed not as good as the X level talent Destiny Deep, but Chi Xuan is not dealing with Destiny Deep, but the consciousness hidden in it. The two cannot be confused. If we talk about the owner of this talent, it should be Chi Xuan, and this consciousness can only be regarded as a relic of the old. So with his cooperation, the possibility of success is not small, especially when Tianming Yusui is still helping him. If it is not turned into a module, even if Chi Xuan has researched it, he will not have any chance of success. After all, he doesn't even know where the enemy is, how to attack. Let's take a gamble, anyway, it's already like this. Chi Xuan actually doesn't have many solutions. Since the blood moon is preparing to impact the earth and the moon, troubles have come one after another. The shadow of the blood moon on his body has not yet developed a solution. It's just that the priority is not as urgent as solving his own Tianming Yusui first. After all, as long as he leaves this world, he won't have to worry about the blood moon. But if the problem of the destiny deep is not solved, it will be a permanent hidden danger. The protagonist is indeed treated well, and his luck is full, but fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Eat a free lunch and suffer the most ruthless calculations. Chi Xuan has seen through it. He only hopes that after leaving this world, without the help of the world he is in, the destiny deep in his body will not bring him so many troubles. As for the blood moon hitting the surface before the last day, Chi Xuan is not very worried about this problem. With the size of the moon, if there is no external interference, it will not smash the entire planet to pieces, so as long as he reaches the opposite hemisphere of the landing before the impact of the Earth and the moon, it is not a problem to survive for a day. Even if the planet is smashed into pieces, Tai Sui's expedition-level ecological cycle device can ensure Chi Xuan's survival in space. If it doesn't work, it's nothing more than death, resurrection cycle and other time. Therefore, apart from the consciousness problem in Destiny Deep, the biggest trouble is the shadow of the blood moon. So Chi Xuan hopes that the blood moon will smash the planet he is on, and then all the survivors will die. This is a great thing for Chi Xuan. Wait, the blood moon is activated, right? Does that mean it has corresponding emotions and desires? If I find a way to provoke it, is it possible to make it smash the entire planet? Chi Xuan's thoughts diverged all of a sudden, detected that the mind has deviated, and started the deactivation command. As soon as these words were spoken, the intelligent brain directly started to deactivate Chi Xuan, and he died on the spot. When Chi Xuan was resurrected, he instantly realized that this was not what he should think about now. It seems that he has forced the consciousness in Destiny Deep, which has reduced his intelligence. Reducing intelligence is not just about lowering IQ. Chapter 78. 20 days passed quickly, and Tai Sui had already burned all the special zombies, bringing the armor to 15 points, completing the 14th evolution. Chi Xuan did not use the extra module bar, because he knew that if he really used it, he would not be willing to remove it, and would only think about opening another module bar. After all, the next evolution only required Tai Sui's armor value to reach 16. Chi Xuan suspected that the so-called armor value was the level of Tai Sui, otherwise why would it evolve by 1 point of armor each time? It was just that this level also had the effect of armor. Success. Chi Xuan looked at the bloody membrane on his hand, which he peeled off from his brain. And through the restriction of the bloody clan, Chi Xuan didn't know what it was, so let's call it a restriction. Then he completed the effect he needed. If he put it on his brain, it could effectively restrict his spirit and thinking ability. So this is essentially a seal, but the effect is hard to describe. As long as the dual attributes reach 1 point, you can be immune. However, what Chi Xuan values is not the sealing ability, but the self-destruction. If the external stimulus wants to read the internal information or cause damage, then the brain will be blown into a paste with a bang. Without any foundation, it is already very good for Chi Xuan to do this. The next step is to look at you, Tai Sui God. Chi Suan installed it directly into the module column as a module. SSS restriction of the skin of no wisdom, intelligent brain, do it. Chi Suan gave the order to the intelligent brain when he saw the module for the first time, without even understanding the effect. If he didn't know, it meant that the consciousness in the Destiny Deep didn't know either, and it could catch it off guard. That was all he could do, and the rest was up to luck. If he succeeded, Chi Suan's efforts would not be in vain. If he failed, he could only take one step at a time. He didn't have the ability to take one step and count 3 steps, not to mention that this was originally a gamble. The intelligent brain activated the SSS level module of the restriction of the skin of no wisdom without hesitation. In an instant, Chi Suan felt every part of his body wailing. In addition, a voice emerged in his mind. You ungrateful wolf, I helped you so much, and you actually attacked me. The voice was roaring and questioning, but Chi Suan didn't feel anything. Through the auditory and visual hallucinations of the blood moon disease, I can receive your information. Chi Suan knew that this was not true, but the shadow of the blood moon on his body had worsened. Shadow of the blood moon, final stage. Chi Suan looked at the panel and ignored it directly. This thing is an illusion of blood moon disease. If the blood moon comes, he can believe that the final stage will appear, but in this situation, it is impossible to appear. The main purpose is to break through his psychological defenses, so as to break the control of the restriction of the skin of no wisdom. Sure enough, whether it is you or the other two, the things derived from the corpse of the deep god are all representatives of death, and cannot interfere with life. Chi Suan smiled. This is stable, the protagonist Halo is on his side. As for why he did not stand in the camp of the consciousness of destiny and deep, it was naturally because of Chi Suan's A-level talent virus-controlled deep. Once he loses or dies, the Yushin virus that carries the destiny of the Yushin will also be severely damaged and completely annihilated, and the protagonist's Halo will also be dead. If Chi Suan didn't have the virus control, he could just change another one if he died, but now he is tied to the pirate ship by Chi Suan's small A-level talent, so the real host of the protagonist's Halo is Chi Suan, not the consciousness in it. Without me, you can't play the power of the X-level talent at all, and you will even fall to the SSS level. You have no way to resist the annihilation of the Doomsday game, and the end will only be death. The auditory hallucination in his mind appeared again, but this time it was not roaring and questioning, but began to prove it through Chi Suan's interests. Really? I don't believe it. Chi Suan answered calmly. Level drop? Just think about it. The other party obviously has a plan for him. If he doesn't kill the other party while he is weak now, and really waits until the other party is strong, then Chi Suan may not be able to beat the other party. Not to mention that it was a gamble of life, so there was no possibility of stopping. There could only be one winner, and there would be no so-called draw. Okay, give it to me. Before the hallucination was finished, there was a wailing sound, and Chi Suan saw a layer of bloody membrane covering his body, and at the same time some invisible and intangible object was pulled out. Then it fell into the restriction of the skin of no wisdom. Then, a large number of strange patterns appeared on the membrane. This time, Chi Suan recognized that these patterns were the process of the Yusui virus in his body replicating, transcribing, and translating related abilities. Start the inactivation program. This time, the voice came from the intelligent brain. Chi Suan had previously said that after completion, the inactivation must be carried out, so that Chi Suan would die and be recast. So this means that the mission is completed. Death came in an instant, and the pain made Chi Suan realize that he was not hallucinating or hearing hallucinations. Chi Suan recovered after the particles were reorganized. He immediately opened the attribute panel to check the talent of Tianming Yusui. When he saw that it was still level X, he breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this is a good bet. Report the situation. Chi Suan said. This mission is completed. In summary, the consciousness in Tianming Yusui has been completely decomposed, digested, and absorbed, and the new module is evolving. I understand. Not only is it dead, but it has also become the nutrient for the new module. Chi Suan felt relieved. But you need to pay attention. Without the guidance of consciousness, your Destiny Deep may have a hard-to-describe situation. Uncontrollable luck, but will produce random and unpredictable effects according to the environment. It's a small problem. Chi Suan didn't care about these. The general meaning is the difference between Tai Sui God controlled by the intelligent brain and Tai Sui God without the intelligent brain. However, the consciousness in Tianming Deep is different from the intelligent brain and is not controlled by him at all. Moreover, even without the guidance and help of this consciousness, as long as the protagonist Halo belongs to him, it's fine. Anyway, relying on luck is nothing more than a fluctuation, which is much better than being controlled by others. Chapter 79. The new module formed by the restriction of the skin of no wisdom, and the consciousness of the destiny deep is still in the process of fusion. According to the speculation of the intelligent brain, it will take about 5 days. Chi Xuan didn't have much requirements for this. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be in the new doomsday world in 5 days. There are only 3 days left before the activities of the Blood Moon Night are completed. At the same time, the shadow of the Blood Moon on Chi Xuan has also reached the final stage. The enhancement is indeed very strong, but it is affected from time to time. Thanks to the explosive state and the protagonist's halo, he can be awake for half an hour even in the final stage. Half an hour later, it will be even simpler. After dying and coming back to life, the time will be refreshed. In essence, this is a kind of radiation, so it needs accumulation to take effect. You said, how can I stimulate the Blood Moon to accelerate it and smash the planet into pieces? Before, it was the influence of the consciousness of the destiny deep, but now it is Chi Xuan's idea. Ideas have different meanings at different stages. You can try to send insulting signals to the Blood Moon through satellites, greet its parents? I'm afraid that won't work. Chi Xuan felt that this method was not very realistic. The simplest point is that the other party is not human, so language stimulation, let alone whether it can understand, even if it can understand, may not be effective, or anger through interests. The intelligent brain gave another solution. At present, the most valuable interest on the entire planet is me. I don't want to gamble whether I can die and be recast after being swallowed by the Blood Moon. This is not a necessary choice, so Chi Xuan doesn't have to gamble. If you win the bet, you may make a lot of money, but if you lose the bet, you will lose yourself, especially when you don't have to gamble. Why do you have to die? Chi Xuan thought about it and thought of a way. You say, let's go to the sky to provoke it, and when it is angry, we drift in the universe and run away. How about it? Chi Xuan didn't want to use himself as bait, but he could provoke it remotely. The simpler way is to harass directly with floating guns. Tai Sui, whose armor value reaches 14 times, has 14 floating guns. Although there is a huge gap from the complete interstellar psionic floating gun swarm, it can already execute a small part of the strategy. Not to mention making a hole in the Blood Moon, it shouldn't be a big problem to break some skin. Your plan is more dangerous than mine, but you have the protagonist's halo, so you should follow your plan. The intelligent brain means to be reckless. Otherwise, this protagonist's halo will be wasted. Anyway, there is a high probability that he will not die. Besides, Chi Xuan and the Blood Moon are actually from the same source. If he really gets on the Blood Moon, he may be able to gain immeasurable benefits from it. One more point, if he can collect a little bit of the Blood Moon sample, it will be a huge profit. Okay, let's do it this way. Just create an atmosphere, and then use psionic rays to hit the mole on its face from a distance. As for getting on the Blood Moon, it depends on the opportunity. Chi Xuan is not confident enough. It is true that he has the protagonist's halo to back him up, but the protagonist is not immortal. The reborn will die. As for the problem of misfortune and fortune being interdependent, people are going to run away, so who cares what the world is like? At worst, he can drift in the universe as planned. Anyway, he doesn't have to worry about suffocation. At most, he will die and live again. Tai Sui God flew into the sky and soon crossed the atmosphere. The huge Blood Moon was approaching, and it seemed that it had noticed the sudden appearance of Chi Xuan, a little bug, so dense gaps appeared on the surface. Through the reconnaissance network and satellites, Chi Sui saw clearly what these gaps were. They were all strange and sunken eyeballs. It's impossible to remove the mole, but fortunately, you can now do laser surgery on your eyes to eliminate your myopia. Chi Sui said to himself. Mainly in this doomsday, he is a violator, and no one talks to him at all. As for chatting with the intelligent brain, this is also possible, but most of them are about becoming stronger, so when I relax, I will talk to myself to maintain my mental state. Otherwise, if he really goes crazy one day, it will be a disaster. The radiation is intensifying, and the Blood Moon syndrome in you is beginning to break through the upper limit. Just being looked at for a long time, he was actually infected. When will my Yushin virus have this ability? Chi Xuan was not surprised. The atmosphere isolates radiation to a certain extent. Without this layer of protection, Chi Xuan still faces the Blood Moon directly. It is definitely impossible to say that there are no problems. It seems to be curious about you. Do you want to carry out a blanket attack? Go ahead. No matter if it is curious or not, I am here to irritate it. Chi Xuan said, and all the floating guns formed an array. 14 floating guns were assembled into one, and then began to accumulate energy. They were not close to the blood moon. The range of a single floating gun was definitely limited, and there was no way to extend the range without fully accumulating energy. It took a minute before and after, and the dark ray burst towards the position of the blood moon. In fact, it is not very accurate to describe it as a ray now, because the diameter of the dark ray emitted is as large as 1 meter, which is already a beam of light. However, Chi Suan did not intend to change the name. The dark ray is an attack mode of the floating gun, not a trick. Besides, it is not that it cannot be called a ray if it is bigger. The speed of the psionic ray is extremely fast in space. It hit the blood moon in just a few minutes. Psionic energy seems to be a kind of cosmic energy itself, so it is like a fish in water in space. There is not much energy attenuation when it hits the blood moon. At the moment of hitting, it began to spread and penetrate continuously with the landing point as the center. Soon, Chi Suan saw a small area in the center of the blood moon that was decomposed into carbonized particles. Then the whole blood moon began to wriggle and peeled off the position hit by the psionic energy. Fortunately, outer space is a vacuum environment, and sound cannot be transmitted, otherwise Chi Suan might be able to hear the roar of the blood moon. The plan was successful. The blood moon was really angry. Chi Suan looked at the blood moon and his speed increased directly. At least 10 times the speed. This means that the blood moon, which should have been reached in 3 days, can now be reached in 7 hours and 10 minutes. At this speed, he didn't believe that the planet could not be broken. Return to the surface, then go around the opposite hemisphere, and go into space in another direction. It is recommended that you make another shot. The blood moon does not seem to be angry enough. After all, you still have 7 hours. Good idea. Chapter 80. Limited time event blood moon night has changed due to external factors. Survival time has changed. This survival time has changed to 180 minutes. All the survivors were confused. They didn't understand why the Doomsday Game suddenly changed. Until they saw the huge blood moon in the sky was getting bigger and rushing towards them. This made the chat channel used by the survivors to communicate explode all of a sudden. According to the speculation of some surviving astronomers, the blood moon will arrive within an hour at most. But the Doomsday Game gave them 3 hours of survival time. This was simply unacceptable to them. In addition to the time issue, there were also some survivors, who used to be scholars, who calculated based on the data provided by the astronomers. They came up with a news that made all the survivors despair. That is, if the speed does not decrease, combined with the special nature of the blood moon, the entire planet they are on will be torn apart. If nothing unexpected happens, no survivor can survive this impact. The previous impact of the Earth and the moon did not affect the entire planet, and at most it could only be regarded as the destruction of the ecosystem. But now it is different. It is completely aimed at destroying the entire planet. As for what caused the change, no survivor can explain the cause and effect. Time just keeps passing in the fear and despair of the survivors. Until the blood moon breaks through the atmosphere and enters the interior of the planet. Under the pull of gravity, it madly hits the surface and even goes straight into the center of the Earth. Chi Suan watched the planet shatter into large pieces and countless debris go around and land on the moon. Chi Suan did not really run to the other side, mainly because 1 hour was not enough for Tai Sui-shen's aviation system to cross half a planet. 3 hours is okay, but 1 hour is really not enough. So he changed his mind, hiding on the side, and then going around after the blood moon hits. It doesn't take much, just take a tissue sample of the blood moon. Even if it's just the size of a fingernail. Tai Sui-shen slowly started up, and Chi Suan took a look at the activities of the Doomsday Game. This is one of the few functions he can open. But he can only watch it, and he can't get any rewards. So he has to prepare for the Doomsday Game not to take him away from this world. After obtaining the sample tissue of the blood moon, if it really doesn't take him away, then he will prepare to go to the corpse of the deep god. Otherwise, what else can he do? Whether the planet is smashed by the blood moon or occupied by the blood moon, the end is actually the same for Chi Suan, and none of them can survive. He didn't even dare to say life, he only dared to use the word survival. Special radiation detected, analysis completed, the blood moon has locked you, so fast, that's right, my 2 shots really made it unforgettable. Chi Suan was not surprised. Fortunately, the blood moon was too big, and it just collided with a planet. It's not so easy to recover. The data is wrong. It's not that the blood moon locked you. It's that the blood moon locked all the survivors. You are a violator, and you belong to the Doomsday Game. As soon as the intelligence of the intelligent brain entered Chi Suan's mind, the blood moon moved. In the sunken gap in the epidermis, eyes began to squeeze out, growing into strange flesh and blood limbs similar to granulation. Chi Xuan saw granulation from a distance, but if you really look at it from a close distance, it must be quite large. Wind Rider's aviation system starts overload state, the intelligent brain prepared in advance. The next second after it was turned on, countless granulation burst out from the surface of the blood moon, and the ferocious tentacles came towards all the survivors. The survivors were fine, but Chi Xuan's treatment was even better. Hundreds of ferocious tentacles strangled him. From this look, it is obvious that he still remembers Chi Xuan's 2 shots, otherwise, he would not be treated specially. The intelligent brain did not choose to attack, but mainly avoided. The Wind Rider's aviation system module, combined with the intelligent brain, structural chip, reconnaissance network and satellite, made Tai Sui so agile that all these attacks failed. The speed is really fast, the intelligent brain can't react, but the intelligent brain can predict in advance. The analogy is that you can't dodge bullets, but you can dodge when you pull the trigger. During the period, the floating gun was used to speed up. According to Chi Xuan's estimation, it would not be a problem to hold on for another 2 hours. However, Tai Sui God did not dodge all the time, but circled around to avoid a large number of hideous tentacles, while approaching the blood moon. The blood moon seems to have some restrictions, and it has always been mainly killing survivors. This behavior, could it be? Chi Xuan thought of a possibility, that is, the blood moon may not be a monster, but the guardian of the world. Otherwise, why kill the survivors? You must know that the Doomsday Game and the survivors under its command are essentially invaders to this world. Invasion of this world must have something to ask for, so the longer it exists, the greater the loss to the world. Coupled with the coincidence of the birth of the blood moon, the current mass killing finally occurred. This is good news for Chi Xuan. There may be survivors when the planet is broken before, but now, with the hunting of the blood moon, annihilation is certain. At the same time, Chi Xuan successfully arrived at the surface of the blood moon. When landing, countless resonances turned into sounds, like waves, and fell into Chi Xuan's mind. Betrayer thief, death will be your final destination. The resonance formed such a sentence. Chi Xuan soon understood why, because he did not die, did not let the zombie master be born, and did not complete the predetermined trajectory. Instead, he became a violator of the Doomsday Game, so he was a person who betrayed the world and stole the destiny. But Chi Xuan sneered. It took a long time from flying to reaching the surface of the blood moon, and the countdown in the Doomsday Game was only 1 minute. Without hesitation, he directly tore off an eyeball with nerves on the surface of the blood moon. I just want to live. Chi Xuan gave his own reply after storing the tissue sample. He can take on the task of saving the world, but why should he die before he can execute it? If you block his way to live, don't blame him for being ruthless. Besides, he is a time traveler, even if he is a time traveler. Well, goodbye, Chi Xuan said softly. As the countdown in the limited time event Blood Moon Night returned to 0, Chi Xuan felt a pulling force dragging him away. The blood moon seemed to have noticed something, and countless hideous tentacles bombarded Chi Xuan's position, densely packed without any gaps. It was a pity that he was a step too late. When the hideous tentacles fell, Chi Xuan's figure had disappeared. Chapter 81. Isn't this a bit wrong? Chi Xuan climbed up. There was a blazing sun in the sky. The temperature outside had reached 50 degrees. And it was still rising. According to the memory of the reborn, the second Doomsday world should be a radiation doomsday, a nuclear winter after a nuclear war, and there are also radioactive monsters. Normally it should be overcast, and the sun can't penetrate. Where does the big sun come from? Chi Xuan felt that it was not only not dark, but also dazzlingly bright. It can't be because of me that the Doomsday Game left the deep world early, causing a butterfly effect. In the memory of the reborn, there was no series of events created by Chi Xuan, so normally, it would take another year to leave. It's different now. I was forced to leave halfway. It is definitely impossible to continue along the original trajectory. So, I am the only one left. Fuck, where did they pull out so many survivors? Chi Xuan thought that after dealing with all the survivors, he would be the most handsome guy in the Doomsday Game. But he didn't expect that, after coming to another Doomsday world, the Doomsday Game would pull in a new group of people. I have a bad feeling. Chi Xuan felt that the Doomsday Game would not pull in another group of people to die. Maybe it would be a stronger group of people. From the memories of the reborn, he knew that different worlds would have different initial attributes. For example, in the last world, ordinary civilians had at least 5 points of dual attributes, but the corresponding world was also much stronger. So it would not happen that ordinary people could easily break the void. This is a nightmare for the survivors. Even a child, the natives of those powerful worlds have stronger dual attributes than them. The analogy is that the rich people in the small mountain valleys of the third line enter the magic city and the imperial city. As a result, even the old man who picks up waste on the roadside may be richer than them. The world is not good, and the factors are determined at birth. It is also because the Doomsday game has been increasing the strength of the Doomsday world, which has led to the fact that even if the survivors have improved, they can only survive all the time, and there will be no situation of opening up invincibility. Intelligent brain, what do you think? Chi Xuan asked. The temperature is rising and the speed is accelerating. It is recommended that you find a cool place to hide. The current survival temperature of the Yusui virus is the highest value of your body temperature. Tai Sui God is not equipped with the corresponding high-temperature resistant module, and the effect of artificial crystal vein alloy is limited. Chi Xuan's eyes twitched. If he didn't say it, he really didn't feel it. I was wondering why I felt so hot and painful, and I thought I had a fever, and was confused. It turns out that the temperature has risen. Chi Xuan has a virus blood colonization module, so a part of his flesh and blood is separated and fused to the body of Tai Sui, and there are blood vessels and nerves as a connection. So he can feel it, but he has become accustomed to the pain and doesn't feel it anymore. How fast is it? Tentatively estimated to be 1 degree per minute, the upper limit is unknown. This speed is indeed very fast, but Chi Xuan looked around. Where can he find the so-called cool place? He is in a Gobi desert, with nothing but coarse sand and gravel. Something is wrong, the activity of the Yusui virus is decreasing, as if it is sluggish. Chi Xuan checked again, and the Yusui virus in his body was wilting. It was like entering a state of weakness. Is it an environmental problem? Is there something wrong with the expedition-level ecological circulation device? Chi Xuan asked without waiting for the answer from the intelligent brain. The expedition-level ecological circulation device is operating normally, because the high temperature affects the Yusui virus through Tai Sui Shen. You are now integrated with Tai Sui Shen through the virus blood colonization module. The Yusui virus in your body has not undergone a higher temperature mutation, so it will naturally be affected. The higher the temperature of Chi Xuan's body temperature, the higher the temperature that the Yusui virus can withstand. He has been maintaining a high fever of 50 degrees. Well, it's not quite correct to say that it is a high fever. At most, it is a problem with the body temperature. When I first came, the outside world was 50 degrees, and the Yusui virus could still withstand it. In just a few minutes, the temperature must have changed. This caused the Yusui virus to be unable to withstand it. Then if I cancel the fusion mode, I can make the Yusui virus return to normal. It is not recommended that you do this. You have super adaptability, which can make the Yusui virus more resistant to high temperatures. At the same time, you can also obtain the corresponding high temperature resistance. It means that you can just bear it. Chi Xuan felt a little painful when he heard it, but it seemed to make sense. Okay, I do as you say. Chi Xuan was least afraid of pain. What's more, as long as you hang up the machine, you can become stronger, and the price you pay is already the smallest. I have to remind you that a large amount of your skin, flesh, bones, etc. may need to be extracted as supplies during the process. It's a small problem. Extract it. Chi Xuan didn't care. Anyway, he could grow back. But you have to increase the intake of nutrients, otherwise the Yusui virus may not be able to bear it. The Yusui virus is not an infinite energy source. It relies on Chi Xuan, so regeneration is consuming. But most of the time, he will reforge through death. However, this time, it is impossible to adapt to high temperature resistance. It is necessary to ensure good nutrients. Death will not reset the progress, but the progress will be reduced due to interruption. Don't worry, there is a plan in the plan. The intelligent brain knows this, and Chi Xuan doesn't need to remind it. In fact, most of the problems are because Chi Xuan is dead, not because of malnutrition. A high-speed flying object is approaching, and a high-temperature heat source is initially detected. Before the intelligent brain finished speaking, Chi Xuan heard a low, sharp voice. The flying object has been locked, and it is initially estimated to be a vulture, but its size is about 90% larger than that of a large vulture. A black shadow passed in the sky. Because it flew high, Chi Xuan could not intuitively feel how big it was. He probably knew that a vulture could be about 1.2 meters tall, with a wingspan of about 2 meters. This is an average value. If it is replaced by some large vultures, the wingspan can reach 3 meters. Chi Xuan made a brief calculation based on the data provided by the intelligent brain, and his expression was a little strange. With a body size of 2 meters and 4 meters and a wingspan of 4 meters, how could this vulture be small? And how could it take off with such a large body? Not to mention that this vulture has a high temperature heat source. Maybe it is a species that is mutated due to the doomsday environment, just like the zombies. As he was thinking, he saw the black shadow in the sky getting bigger and bigger. Through the reconnaissance network and satellite, Chi Suan finally saw the situation of this vulture clearly. It looked similar to an ordinary vulture, but it exuded high temperature all over its body, and its feathers were similar to the color of magma. At the same time, the place where it should have been bald was covered with a layer of material similar to the stratum corneum. Supernatural creature? Catch it and burn it! Chi Suan couldn't help but be happy. This is good fuel. Although the vulture is a supernatural creature, it seems that it is not as good as Chunyu Hu and others whom Chi Suan had met before. The Tai Sui god cannot be captured at this stage. The intelligent brain gave Chi Suan a heavy blow. It can kill, but it can't catch. After the reply was completed, a floating gun directly released a psionic ray, killing the vulture that was coming towards Chi Suan on the spot. It decomposed into carbonized particles and fell in midair. Start looking for a suitable rest area for you. The temperature is getting higher and higher. I don't know what the highest peak will be. What if the temperature rises unlimitedly? Of course, this possibility is not great. But one thing is certain, it will affect the operation of Tai Suan. Fortunately, Chi Suan's flesh, blood and bones are fused as an aid, otherwise Tai Suan would have started to have operation problems without saying anything. After all, Tai Suan's armor value is only 15 points. If there is no corresponding module, it is indeed stronger than ordinary people, but only slightly stronger. If you want to move freely, you must have a corresponding high-temperature resistant module. The characteristic of Tai Suan itself is unlimited growth. Infinity is not the point is the word growth. This means that Tai Suan is not the type that can be invincible at birth, and can only be cultivated little by little. Law Enforcer? Qin Sheng looked at his unique identity, and felt a little strange. Just 10 minutes ago, his whole world was shrouded by the Doomsday game, and then he was pulled into this high-temperature Doomsday world to survive. And he did not become a survivor, but a law enforcer. The advantage is that he can get more rewards and resources. There is a disadvantage. There is a permanent mandatory task, which is to kill violators. Killing any violator will have a generous reward. So strong? Qin Sheng opened the permanent activity violators, which recorded the violators in the current Doomsday world. With so many people, even the Danjin master can't do it. In his world, there is a secret existence called ancient martial arts, and the levels are from Mingjin, Enjin, Huajin, Danjin, Gangjin, Jiajin all up. When you reach Danjin, you can be a master. No ancient martial artist in modern times can cultivate Gangjin and Jiajin above. As an orphan, he was adopted by 7 mysterious masters, who taught him the ancient martial arts of the Eternal God and Demon Sutra, which can directly reach the Jiajin. That being said, if you want to practice it, you need to fight and feel it constantly, but the problem is that the world he originally lived in was a modern civilized city, where there was not so much fighting and killing. Even the ancient martial arts declined because of this, and only some special national troops, ancient martial arts families, and idol sects are still passed down. Most people are already very good if they can practice Mingjin. To fight against hot weapons, only Danjin masters can detect it in advance and barely dodge pistol bullets. And Qin Sheng, although he has a powerful ancient martial arts heritage, he has been practicing hard because of less training, and now he is only at the peak of Enjin. But with the Doomsday game, maybe I can reach the realm of Jiajin. But before that, he has to find a way to deal with the high temperature. Chapter 82. You said, with so many people coming to the Doomsday game, is there a possibility that there will be a protagonist here? Chi Suan was in a dry cave deep underground. Although the temperature was still not low, it had reached 300 degrees outside. Fortunately, it did not continue to rise. But this temperature was already very outrageous. With the armor value of Tai Sui God, he would be ruined if he went out now. The Yushin virus could not survive at all, and the floating gun would be damaged. In this cave, the temperature was also a little over 50 degrees, but the rising speed was relatively slow, so there probably wouldn't be too many problems. As for the survivors, nearly half of them were directly wiped out. Judging from the current situation, the difficulty of this Doomsday is much higher than that of the Yushin world. Not only is there a more severe environment, but there are also extraordinary creatures. The Doomsday game probably doesn't care because it doesn't care about the son selling the father's land. In fact, Chi Suan was surprised that half of them survived. How could a normal person withstand a temperature of 300 degrees? If Chi Suan were in this environment, he would have to continue to recast his death. It's quite possible You need to be careful, the intelligent brain reminded him. Chi Xuan was studying the tissue sample he got from the blood moon. This thing has always been active, but after coming to the high-temperature world, it became wilted just like the Yusui virus in his body. The Yusui virus in his body is a part of Chi Xuan, so he can enjoy the super strong adaptability of Tianming Yosui's enhancement too. The progress of adapting to high temperatures is a bit slow, but it is not zero. On the contrary, the blood moon tissue sample does not have this ability, so it seems out of place. Of course, it's not just because of the high temperature, but also because of the different worlds. Chi Xuan kept analyzing, thinking about whether he could learn from his strengths and make up for his weaknesses. My luck is better than his. Instead of worrying about this, I might as well worry about whether there are still indigenous people in this world. Chi Xuan may not be confident in his own strength, but he is confident in his protagonist halo, which is a +2 enhanced protagonist halo. On the contrary, if there are really indigenous people in the high temperature world, the difficulty will probably soar. Being able to survive at a high temperature of 300 degrees is not normal at all. From the vultures we met before, we can see that animals have mutated under such high temperatures, and plants may also have. It is normal for that person to mutate as well. So the indigenous people must be stronger than the protagonist. Well, Chi Xuan can't be sure, but the possibility of meeting other protagonists is far less than that of meeting indigenous people. You have to know that there may be a language barrier, which is the biggest trouble. You may be overthinking. Doomsday Game provides you with two functions, language and translation. Otherwise, how can you understand the words of the survivors from another world? All survivors have this function. Although you are a violator, this function has not been banned. I thought the communication, language, and translation modules would be useless, but now it seems very important. After finding the high-temperature resistant material module, I have to arrange these 3 modules, otherwise the Doomsday Game will block the language and translation functions for me one day, which will be useless. Chi Xuan quickly found his shortcomings. Now it seems that there are no useless modules. It just depends on how you use this module. Previously, Chi Xuan was more concerned about saving his life, so he didn't care much about these modules that were not used for survival. By the way, have you ever estimated how much armor value that vulture can burn out? Chi Xuan asked. Predicted at least 0.1 points so high? Chi Xuan really didn't expect that a mere extraordinary creature in the wild could have such a high value. Yes, in fact, you didn't notice that the efficiency of the weaving net capture matrix has been greatly improved, and the efficiency of absorbing solar heat energy has been greatly improved. Your daily armor value growth has also increased tenfold efficiency. Environmental impact. Chi Xuan finally understood that the planet he once lived on was indeed just a novice village. As for the corpse of the deep god, that thing didn't affect the planet where Chi Xuan was. Besides, with the armor value of Tai Sui, the weaving net capture matrix couldn't capture resources related to the deep god. The hard power is there. No matter how high the percentage is, you can't hold up the shelf if you don't give it enough. Doesn't that mean that in 10 days, I can make Tai Sui evolve once? Chi Xuan ignored the decimal value of the armor value. The armor value can only show 1 decimal place at most. If you want to know the value after that, you can only ask the intelligent brain. It is not recommended to do this. If you want to play the protagonist's halo, it is best to wait until the temperature drops before going out for adventure. That's right. Chi Xuan also agreed with the intelligent brain's statement, and then his brain suddenly reacted to one thing. You said, can the stones in this world be considered high-temperature resistant materials? Look, the melting point of some metals is 300 degrees, but the stones in this world are as stable as can be. There is no movement at all. It must be able to withstand high temperatures. Chi Xuan found a blind spot. It is highly feasible, but it is not recommended that you directly replace the artificial crystal vein alloy module. Chi Xuan can only remove this module, and the sacred purification force field cannot be removed. Once removed, the Yusui virus in his body will begin to spread. It may not be able to survive in high temperatures at first, but if it really mutates to withstand high temperatures, or can withstand 300 degrees, then it will be a big trouble. He doesn't want to meet a group of zombies transformed from extraordinary creatures. So the sacred purification force field is needed to restrain it. Even if there is no way to mutate such an outrageous Yusui virus, Chi Xuan can't let the Yusui virus float around. This thing is his foundation. Who knows if it will be used or developed against him after being obtained by the natives of the high-temperature world, who has nothing to do with the heart. His ability to resurrect is not a trump card, but a guarantee. Why not? Chi Xuan's idea is to temporarily take the artificial crystal vein alloy offline and install stones. The heat insulation may not be enough. Although the artificial crystal vein alloy is not as resistant to high temperatures as the high-temperature resistant material module, its properties are the most balanced, and it has all the functions, but it is not as good as the special material module. You use stone as a module. Tai Sui God may be able to withstand high temperatures, but it may not be able to isolate high-temperature invasion. It is recommended that you focus on exploration after the high temperature is reduced. The intelligent brain knows the advantages of artificial crystal vein alloy, but does not know what the disadvantages of using the stone of this world as a high-temperature resistant material module are. So I use different modules to get different attribute increases. If I use a special high-temperature resistant material module, it may not necessarily increase the armor value, but it may also enhance other data. Even adding some harder and more flexible material modules can increase the value by more than 100%. Chi Xuan thought that all material modules increase the percentage of basic armor value, but now it seems that it is not the case. Yes, the same is true for defense modules. If you load some special modules, you can even make Tai Sui God have anti-injury, rebound, anti-shock and other effects. Fuck, if I had equipped Tai Sui God with that F-level skill book, wouldn't it mean that Tai Sui God could get this passive skill? After it becomes a module, it is not an F-level skill, but an SSS-level module. Chi Xuan's face turned green, and he lost a lot. No, your idea is wrong. As a module, it can indeed make Tai Sui's attack have toxin effects and toxin damage, but it is only an external object after all. You have mastered the core enchantment array of low-level poison element enchantment magic. By deducing and improving it, you can create more element arrays instead of a single toxin. So learning is the best development. The meaning is obvious. It becomes a module, but it is only an SSS level module. But in Chi Xuan's hands, it may become countless SSS level modules. Besides, Tai Sui has no shortage of attacks. Don't say it, you really feel like an electronic trader. Chi Xuan complained. Even if the intelligent brain really thinks so, it sounds good when it is said. Who doesn't want to hear compliments and flattery? If you need it, you can do resistance training in this area to prevent someone from calculating you through the art of language. No, can this be trained? Chi Xuan didn't think that his super adaptability could adapt to this thing. Yes, by raising your emotional threshold, you will no longer be induced by such compliments and praises. In addition, there are related trainings such as insults and ridicules. If you need, you can cooperate with them. However, given your mental state and psychological condition, the intensity of the training may be relatively high. It can only be said that it is worthy of an SSS-level intelligent brain module that has been amplified by an SSS-level chip module. This thing is really omnipotent. Okay, let's do as you say. Chi Xuan naturally agreed. He knew his own shortcomings, and since he could make up for them, it didn't matter if the process was a little hard. When he could remain calm even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of him and his eyes did not blink when a deer rose on his left, his mentality would definitely change qualitatively. As for skill training and practical training, in fact, there were occasional trainings once or twice, but the number of times was small. There was progress, but not much. Try not to affect my research and experiments, Chi Xuan said, and continued to study the tissue sample of the blood moon. This thing is completely different from the Yusui virus in Chi Xuan. And it has a good origin, so he has to think about how to use it. In the end, if there is really no other way, just give it to Tai Sui God as a module, otherwise there is no other way to use it. What he wants most is to use it for himself, to complement his own Yushin virus. One is a zombie virus, and the other is murderous radiation. These two things are not only a perfect match, but also have a lot in common. In particular, the blood moon disease formed by the blood moon shadow can enhance the Yushin virus, so these two are definitely not in conflict, but are highly compatible. Chapter 83. Training ends, Chi Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. The intelligent brain did increase his strength, but it was just a mental improvement. It was unrealistic to want to jump and kick. He had to persevere every day. Fortunately, the intelligent brain had a grasp of the intensity and time, so as not to really torment Chi Xuan with mental and psychological diseases. Because of the many deaths and the torture of various diseases, Chi Xuan's spirit and psychology were already very unstable, even though he was numb. What the intelligent brain is doing now is not only to improve his mentality, but also to further stabilize Chi Xuan's spirit and psychology. The outside temperature has dropped to 30 degrees, and it may enter the night stage. You need to explore, and it is best to find the required high-temperature resistant materials. The intelligent brain gave a reminder. Chi Xuan is studying the blood moon tissue sample, so the control of Tai Sui God is in Chi Xuan's hands. The exploration must not be separated, Chi Xuan is very cherishing his life. Stark is a burden to Iron Man's suit because he can make a lot of Iron Man suits, so he doesn't have to go out and fight alone. Chi Xuan is different. He has only one life. The duty of Tai Sui God is not to fight or punish evil, but to protect Chi Xuan and help him grow. So no matter how weak Chi Xuan is, he is still the core. How long does the whole process take? Chi Xuan asked casually. According to real-time monitoring, the high-temperature stage lasted for 16 hours, of which the temperature rise and temperature drop stages were 2 hours each. That is, for 20 hours, we need to avoid high temperatures. As for the temperature rising by 1 degree per minute, it is impossible to rise from 30 degrees to 300 degrees in 2 hours. It was indeed like this at the beginning, but then the temperature soared more and more fiercely, and the speed increased very quickly. It only took 2 hours for the temperature to rise from 50 degrees, where Chi Xuan landed, to 300 degrees. The intelligent brain monitored through the reconnaissance network. Chi Xuan did not say much, and directly collected the blood moon tissue sample, and then handed over the control of Tai Sui God to the intelligent brain. He followed the exploration, but he did not explore it himself. He still had a lot of knowledge to learn, and there was also a review after the experiment. For example, the virus talent was upgraded to S level, and through the seal of the Deep Ruler, and the 2 SSS level modules of the virus bloodline colonization device, and the blood moon tissue sample, he had a lot of ideas. As long as it succeeds, the control of the A-level virus will undergo a qualitative change, and it may be able to have powerful power. It's just a little difficult. And the main points he is focusing on now are the enhancement of supernatural organs and low-level poison element enchantment. The former improves his supernatural power and mental strengthening, and the latter enhances combat power. The progress of these two is not very good, especially the latter. Chi Xuan thought about changing the enchantment array and the materials and energy it needed to carry. For example, replace the original extraordinary materials with the virus in his body, and the energy required is changed to spirit or flesh, nutrients and the like. Once successful, it will not be a poison element enchantment, but a deep virus enchantment. For Chi Xuan, it is equivalent to having the output method of the deep virus. It's a pity that it is something from another world. Even if it is just the lowest level single element enchantment, it is not something that Chi Xuan, who has no foundation, can immediately get started or even improve. As for other aspects, Chi Xuan can only take a look when he is free. He is alone. It is true that he can do many things at the same time, but his energy is limited, and he will lose some if he spreads it too much. After leaving the underground cave, Chi Xuan felt that the temperature of 30 degrees was very cool. However, the ground was still scalding hot. Obviously the high temperature had just dropped not long ago, and the cave also absorbed a lot of heat due to direct sunlight, and it was not as cool as the ground surface. No, you call this the night stage? Chi Xuan looked at the big sun above his head. This thing was like a fake. Chi Xuan was in this position when he entered the cave to avoid the high temperature, and he is still in this position now. There is no change at all. The night phase is just a nickname. It does not mean that it really enters the night. If the data is correct, the high temperature world is likely to have no night. You can change it to the polar day world. I can understand the polar day. It is indeed possible to have this situation in a special geographical location. But what is the polar day world? Has the planet stopped moving? Maybe it has not stopped moving. The planet you are on may not be a sphere, but a flat surface. So the sun can always shine on this side. Chi Xuan was silent after hearing this. He seemed to be really narrow-minded. After all, this is not a normal world, but a doomsday world. The zombie crisis in the world where he has lived for so many years can involve the corpses of terrifying gods in the universe, so it is normal for this world to have problems. It's the end of the world. How can there be so many things that conform to his common sense? And besides, this is the matter of other worlds. Chi Xuan can't force it. And the sun may be the source of the extraordinary. The vultures we met before may have evolved through the sun. The attribute of that vulture should be around 2 to 2.5 points. According to common sense, it definitely cannot survive in 300 degrees. If these extraordinary creatures do not have a nest to stay in, but can act recklessly in high temperatures, this means that their body structure and extraordinary power have great resistance to high temperatures. So if my guess is correct, then the best high-temperature resistant material module must be obtained from these extraordinary creatures. Chi Xuan watched the intelligent brain control Tai Sui to start external exploration while communicating with the intelligent brain. Thanks to the Windrider aviation system that allowed Tai Sui to fly, with a satellite and reconnaissance network, all the surrounding terrain was collected into a map in detail. As for whether this world is a modern world, it is not clear. Anyway, The intelligent brain did not search for any signal. Small geological changes have been detected, and the initial estimate is that the direction of advance is the desert. According to your suggestion, choosing to enter the desert can obtain better and more complete high-temperature resistant materials. The danger will increase after entering, and the temperature will be much higher than the Gobi area. Since we are here, maybe the protagonist's halo has brought us an opportunity, Chi Xuan said directly. With Chi Xuan's instructions, Tai Sui should naturally move forward without hesitation. But one thing is certain, we are definitely going in the wrong direction. Perhaps the temperature in other areas will not be so high. He estimated that his landing point was not a normal area, which was equivalent to the beginning of hell. As for why he was not thrown into the desert area to wait for death, did he really think that his X-level talent, Destiny Deep, was just for nothing? There must be some operation in the middle, otherwise the Doomsday game could not wipe him out. So how could it do something? Your guess has some support, but even if the temperature is lower, it will probably not be lower than 100 degrees. And in the desert, the highest peak may reach 1000 degrees, the intelligent brain responded to Chi Xuan. Officially entering the desert area, the temperature has increased by at least 10 degrees. After more than half an hour, Chi Xuan arrived at the edge of the desert. He could see that the scene inside was a little distorted due to the high temperature. However, this is not a real space distortion, but a temperature influence. Why don't you go in? Chi Xuan asked. There is something abnormal on the sandy surface, and it needs to be tested carefully. After the intelligent brain said this, all the floating cannons beside Tai Sui formed a large floating cannon, and then the psionic storm broke out. No, you've already opened your power. Why are you still testing? As soon as the words fell, the psionic storm landed at a specific location and exploded quickly, forming a depression in the area. Then, Chi Xuan saw a huge sandworm that was broken into two pieces struggling out from under the yellow sand. This sandworm was covered with a large amount of metal-like cuticles all over its body. After crawling to the surface, it did not die immediately, but kept twisting. Because it was hit by the psionic storm, no liquid flowed out, but was constantly carbonized into particles. This attack was not at maximum output, which can guarantee that the enemy's head will be left behind. According to data calculations, its metal cuticle has the effect of high temperature resistance, fire resistance, and heat insulation. You only need to obtain it successfully to make up for the incompleteness. Even the head can be burned as fuel to obtain enough evolutionary energy to increase the resources needed for the evolution of Tai Sui God. No, it died early. What's the reason? Go and check it out. Chi Xuan found that the giant sandworm stopped struggling before it died in the psionic storm. Frozen to death. After a half-hour inspection, Chi Xuan came to such a conclusion. He didn't think it would be such a reason. It's 40 degrees high in here, but it's extremely cold for the sandworm. So it hid under the sand, probably to keep warm. This is good news. I know a weakness of the extraordinary creatures in this world. As for why it is heat insulated or not, Chi Xuan doesn't know how the other party evolved. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would not be frozen to death, because the sandworm was first severely damaged, and then there was a follow-up. If it were a normal sandworm, it would be affected at most in a low-temperature environment as low as 30 degrees, and it would not die so decisively. Then we can use cold and freezing-related weapon modules as targeted weapons. Chi Xuan thought that since there is a weakness, we should take advantage of it. It is not recommended to do this, because of environmental factors. Even if the weapon module reaches SSS level, it cannot produce additional effects in the high temperature of the polar day. On the contrary, it will be weakened. Perhaps cold is indeed the nemesis of the high-temperature extraordinary creatures in the polar day world, but cold cannot be fully exerted. The effect may be inferior to even the floating gun. Chi Xuan heard that this is indeed the truth. How can a drop of water put out a forest fire? SSS level quality is probably just like an ant in front of a world. How can it fight against the environment? Well, another useless idea, Chi Xuan said softly. Chapter 84. After getting the cuticle of the sandworm, Chi Xuan threw the remaining part that was not carbonized by the psionic storm directly into the casting furnace. Such a big sandworm head directly filled the entire casting furnace. Fortunately, it could be stuffed in after several evolutions. If it had evolved less, I'm afraid it would have to be divided. The extraordinary energy contained in the sandworm is definitely higher than that vulture. If I hadn't been lucky and encountered a sandworm avoiding low temperatures, I might not have been able to kill it. Chi Xuan knew that luck accounted for a high proportion of this. After burning, 1 point of armor value is enough. Chi Xuan asked. About 1.5 points of armor value, because the decomposition of the psionic storm and the energy lost by low temperatures have been attenuated, enough for Tai Sui God to evolve once. Chi Suian's main purpose is to install the cuticle of the sandworm as a high-temperature resistant material module. How long is the estimated time? 24 hours, so fast. Chi Suian thought it would take days to burn. After all, it took so long to burn the special zombies before. Based on, the intelligent brain immediately explained to Chi Suian why. Chi Suian just took a look and didn't pay too much attention. It was nothing more than the evolution of the smelting furnace and the death of the sandworm. Now, while the temperature hasn't risen yet, go in the opposite direction and find a suitable area for survival as soon as possible. Now that he got what he wanted, he must leave immediately. He didn't know how long the low temperature at night would last. If this world is based on a 24-hour system, then the night is only 4 hours long. It took him more than half an hour to get to the edge of the desert, plus the research on the sandworms, rounding up, at least an hour has passed. Chi Suian doesn't want to bet that the temperature will rise after 4 hours. This will definitely continue. So if nothing unexpected happens, the temperature will start to rise after 2 hours. It will be slower at the beginning, but the higher the temperature, the faster it will rise. If he doesn't leave, he will get into trouble one day. As for returning to the original underground cave to hide for a while, this is not Chi Suian's idea. What if something unexpected happens? Follow your orders. The intelligent brain did not provide any other opinions. In its calculations, the Gobi is a dangerous area, and the desert is an extremely dangerous area. If you can leave, you must leave as soon as possible. In particular, the threat in this area is not only the high temperature as an environment, but also those extraordinary creatures. No one can guarantee that there are no heavyweight extraordinary creatures, like sandworms in the Gobi area. The Wind Rider's aviation system didn't dare to overload. The environment was already hot, and Tai Sui's heat dissipation was simply incomparable in this environment. Once overloaded, Tai Sui would definitely crash, and then we could only wait for the nano-repair robot to repair it, which was a waste of time. So we had to take it slowly. It would be better after the sandworm cuticle was used as a module. It is recommended that you choose an auxiliary module for heat dissipation as the next module. Otherwise, even if it is resistant to high temperatures and heat insulated, it will have an impact on Tai Sui. I would like to, but I'm afraid we can only make this thing ourselves. I don't know what this world is like. The knowledge downloaded by the intelligent brain naturally has it, but the problem is that there is no material. The subspace stability pocket is not big to begin with, and it is filled with Chi Suian's experimental equipment, experimental products, and other precious items. A small part of the area is used to store miscellaneous items. So there is nothing to make a heat dissipation device. Unless you remove one from Chi Suian's experimental equipment. But if this thing is removed, the experiment will have problems, so the best way is to make it yourself. The material is a problem, but it is not that there is no alternative. With such a big world, Chi Suian doesn't believe that he can't make a simple heat dissipation device. If it doesn't work, the whole low-profile air conditioner will also work. Anyway, the module bar can help upgrade to SSS-level modules. The intelligent brain ignored Chi Suian's complaints and moved forward. Then suddenly changed direction. A large number of high-temperature heat sources are detected in the air at a location 15 kilometers ahead. Preliminary determination that it is a crow-like supernatural creature. The intensity of the high-temperature heat source it emits is not as strong as that of a vulture, but there are many of them. It is difficult to kill it if you move forward rashly. Chi Suian holds the opposite opinion. Go straight, don't turn, just kill it directly. 15 floating cannons. Release the psionic storm together and project multiple rounds, and it can be destroyed. Looking at the data fed back by the reconnaissance network, it is indeed a dense image of high-temperature heat sources, and each point represents a crow-like supernatural creature. However, for Chi Suian, it is impossible for it to appear on his path for no reason. He suspects that there may be some unknown opportunities in it. The reason why the intelligent brain left was that it didn't want to be delayed. After all, 2 hours had passed, and there were only 2 hours left before the daytime stage would resume high temperature. Therefore, it would not be delayed if it could not be delayed. Follow your orders. The intelligent brain naturally followed Chi Suian's orders. After all, it was only an auxiliary, not a real controller. Then it returned to the original trajectory position. At the flying speed of the Wind Rider aviation system, a large group of black clouds was seen from a distance. In the center of the black cloud, a few sparks appeared faintly. These sparks are the energy source of the crow super creatures. And below, an off-road vehicle was stationary and could not move. 2 units of life signs were detected, and they have a certain high-temperature heat source reaction. The high-temperature heat energy reaction is inferior to 2/3 of the vulture, and higher than one-half of the crow's super creatures. This means that there are 2 people in the off-road vehicle. Get rid of the crows first. Chi Xuan showed a happy look on his face. Having off-road vehicles means that this world is a modern world, and many things are convenient. For example, the module that Chi Xuan needs, at least he doesn't have to rub it by hand. This is not an easy thing. However, because it is the end of the world, it is very likely that the original order and law will be gone. Fortunately, Chi Xuan doesn't want order that much. After all, he needs chaos to grow up, and how can he become stronger without taking advantage of the situation? As for the law, the number of survivors who died directly or indirectly in his hands is enough for Chi Xuan to shoot for half an hour. So without these 2, it is most suitable for Chi Xuan. He has never been afraid of anyone by force. With Chi Xuan's order, the intelligent brain controlled Tai Sui to take action directly, and the psionic storm broke out from the 15 floating cannons. In an instant, they were submerged in the crow cloud. At that moment, the entire crow flock became a large number of carbonized particles falling from the sky. I dare not say anything else. The attack power of the floating gun has never been outdated. Even the blood moon was hit by the psionic rays of the floating gun, let alone this group of crows that are far inferior to the blood moon. After dealing with the crows, Chi Xuan asked Tai Sui to camouflage them briefly, at least not to look so hideous. The camouflage and mimicry modules must also be arranged, as well as the stealth module. The Shadow Navigator Unit module is more inclined to conceal its own signals and fluctuations, and it is very powerful when facing technological detection. But the predecessor of this module is anti-radar coating, and the effect is also improved on this basis, so it is relatively limited. However, Chi Xuan also discovered that this module has another function, that is, in addition to technology, extraordinary perception can also be effectively shielded. Of course, not all extraordinary perceptions can be shielded, and if the strength gap is too large, it will fail. So it still depends on how many times Tai Sui God has evolved. Just like just now, the crows were wiped out before they saw Chi Xuan. As for the vultures before, they saw and attacked, not through supernatural perception. Visual and auditory observation is different from supernatural perception. Everyone has the former, while the latter is something like divine consciousness and mental power. After the crows were wiped out, Chi Xuan approached the SUV. He knocked on the window, and signaled to open the window for communication. The other party was not alert, and quickly lowered the window. Chi Xuan only felt a cool breeze blowing on his face. The temperature inside the car was probably only around 24 degrees, especially in such a high-temperature environment. Your armor is amazing. Where did you get it custom made? I want to buy one too. This material is really good. The driver was a young man, his face full of excitement. A woman of the opposite age sat on the passenger seat next to him. She was very beautiful, but her face was pale, obviously frightened by the scene just now. Chi Xuan found that only this man had a high-temperature heat source reaction, and the woman did not. Adding the other party's 2 sentences, Chi Xuan immediately got a lot of information. For example, the outside world is not full of extraordinary people. Even at the end of the world, there is room for ordinary people to survive. Secondly, technology has not been cut off and has developed to a certain extent. However, the other party does not seem to have the concept of armor, but regards Tai Sui as armor. This is a bit confusing for the time being, because normally, armor has no effect in front of hot weapons. Chi Xuan guessed that either there was a gap in technology, or it was because technology was misunderstood. The reason for all this is probably the doomsday caused by high temperatures. In addition, the extraordinary humans in this world, like those extraordinary creatures, have the ability to resist high temperatures. It was given by my elders at home. It's not that easy for you to get it. Chi Xuan directly said something ridiculous, and made up an elder, or even a force that didn't exist at all. When the young man heard what he said, the excitement on his face subsided, and even his eyes changed when he looked at Chi Xuan. Before, the other party's attitude was more inclined to think that his status was higher than Chi Xuan, so he was so rude. The first sentence was to ask about Chi Xuan's armor instead of thanking him. Now it's different. He has put the other party in the same position as himself. The forces are not disconnected, and there are also differences in size, strength, and weakness, and there are also powerful classes within the forces. Chi Xuan thought to himself. Chapter 85. After understanding, Chi Xuan understood that the young man who looked like a young man was called Chong Jing. He was the only son of the lord of Liwa Mansion. He couldn't stand his father's desire to marry him to the daughter of the leader of Yulong society, so he eloped with his girlfriend. He was unfamiliar with the place and eventually got lost and came to the outskirts of the wasteland fire region. Fire region is a synonym for desert, and wasteland means Gobi. This is an extremely dangerous place. Fortunately, his off-road vehicle was his father's vehicle, which had good defense and could resist the attacks of wild beasts, otherwise he would definitely die. Wild beasts are a synonym for those extraordinary lives. Then, Chi Suan made indirect inquiries, and got some information about this world from the other party. 100 years ago, the sun still rose and set normally, and the temperature was not so high. Suddenly one day, the sun did not set and began to continue to rise. Of course, the temperature was not so high at the beginning, but it gradually rose in the past 100 years. Then, until it reached a certain critical point, the original order was broken. At that time, people were really living in poverty. After all, under the high temperature, the icebergs melted first, and then the ecology was destroyed. More importantly, under the scorching sun, animals became wild beasts that mastered the power of high temperature, and humans became extinct on a large scale. Now, it is naturally divided into various forces, and began to reintegrate. Of course, the most important thing is the birth of extraordinary power. The extraordinary power called the power of limit can generate heat energy by continuously squeezing its own cells, allowing an ordinary person to burst out with power that is not inferior to that of ordinary wild beasts. More importantly, the real purpose of this power is to make them not afraid of high-temperature environments. However, not everyone can stimulate the ultimate power. Either they are absolutely ruthless people who constantly challenge their own limits and ignite the extraordinary path of their own cells in a dying way. The other is like Chong Jing, who has a good father. No need to take risks, just use precious cell-burning potions to awaken. If 1 is not enough, then 10, and if 10 is not enough, then 100. Even lying down can stimulate. In fact, the high-temperature power possessed by wild beasts is actually the ultimate power of humans. Compared with wild beasts that are born with high-temperature power, the temperature obtained by humans is not only lower, but also the upper limit is not that high. Just like the giant sandworms in the desert, the temperature in their bodies is as high as thousands of degrees, which is simply not achievable by humans. Temperature is the unit of measuring the ultimate power. According to Chong Jing, the strongest human being at present can make the ultimate power reach 100 degrees. And Chong Jing's ultimate power is 40 degrees, which is not constant, but needs to be stimulated. In addition, Chi Suan also confirmed one thing, that the area he landed in was indeed a high-temperature area. The temperature in the area where humans live is also high, but the highest is only 100 degrees, and it is usually around 60 or 70 degrees. Ordinary humans have become extremely heat-resistant in this environment over the past 100 years. So high temperature is not a big threat, but the threat of wild beasts is big. As for water sources, food and other issues, Chi Suan did not ask, because asking these two questions would seem to have ulterior motives. After all, Chi Suan is now following Chong Jing to Liebwa Mansion, and he will slowly find out when the time comes. Chi Suan also coveted the extraordinary high-temperature power known as the power of the limit. Not to mention, he has never given up on high fever since he became a violator. And he is very curious about the principle, so he needs enough experimental subjects for research. He and the humans in this world are not of the same species at all. They can produce the power of the limit through special death training, but Chi Suan will only lose half his life. In contrast, Chi Suan also noticed the difference between the humans in this world. In the deep world where he was originally, the average attribute value was 1 point. It is different now. The average attribute value has reached 1.5. The extraordinary people with the power of the limit can reach 2 points. For example, Chong Jing, a playboy, has a physique of 2 points, and his spirit may be a little worse, but it is also around 1.8 or 1.9. Chi Suan suspects that the extraordinary people who have mastered 100 degrees of power of the limit may have attributes of about 2.5 points. As for catching up with Chun Yu, this is not very realistic. It is estimated that only wild beasts can achieve this. If Chun Yu had not met Chi Suan's luck and Chi Fei Xiong, who had absolute hits, he would definitely not die. Unless the extraordinary people in this world have mastered something similar to the source of the ultimate power, they cannot reach this level. Are we going in the wrong direction? Although the female companion sitting next to Chong Jing regained her composure, she still seemed a little panicked. Looking at the scene outside the window, she couldn't help but mutter. This made Chong Jing feel a little shaky, and he was not sure. Especially the scene outside was getting more and more unfamiliar. Ask that person. Chong Jing stopped the car, and then saw Chi Suan following him from behind. The other party was flying, and he looked at him eagerly. Unfortunately, The person who can possess such strength is definitely not a small force. He didn't want his own Liebwa mansion to offend the other party, so he could only put away his covetousness. Brother, I seem to have gone in the wrong direction, Chong Jing said awkwardly. Chi Xuan stopped. He wanted to take a car, but the weight of Tai Suishan was not something that this off-road vehicle could bear, so he had to give up. And he couldn't get in because he was too big. You can go wrong? Chi Xuan asked, puzzled. They have left the Gobi area, so there is no need to worry about the high temperature for the time being. It doesn't matter. My dad must have installed a positioning system in the car. It has been so long, and he must be on his way to find me, Chong Jing said hurriedly. After all, he is the only son, so Chong Jing still has this confidence. But he will probably be beaten up after being rescued. This kid is probably too confident. Chi Xuan's reconnaissance network did not detect any signal source from this car. Moreover, without the help of satellite, even if there is, it is impossible to receive it at such a long distance. Really? How long will it take? The temperature is rising, and the supplies carried by your vehicle are not enough. Chi Xuan does not need to eat or drink, but it does not mean that these two people can do it. The simplest point is that after the supplies are used up, the air conditioner of the vehicle cannot be turned on at all. Chong Jing has the power of limit, and can live for a while in this environment, but his female companion may not be able to do so. She will die of lack of water in a day at most. As for Chong Jing, he can probably live one more day. Doomsday is a natural disaster. How can ordinary people resist it? Even if he is the second generation and has a good status, all beings are equal under high temperature, and even the emperor will die. It's hard to say. Chong Jing was not sure. Detected that a high temperature heat source is approaching within 15 kilometers to the left. Data comparison is for humans who have mastered the power of the limit, 7 people. The highest is about 70 degrees, and the lowest is 60 degrees. Because of the number of evolutions of Tai Sui God, the reconnaissance network can only cover a radius of 15 kilometers, and this is still relying on satellite amplification, otherwise it would be 15 kilometers in diameter. The target is clear. 70% of it is likely to be the rescue team arranged by Chong Jing's father. 30% of it is likely to be the assassins, roving bandits, etc. The intelligent brain gave Chi Xuan an analysis, but he remained calm, communicating with Chong Jing on what to do next, and on the other hand, he was thinking about killing Chong Jing and the 7 people and directly capturing them as experimental subjects for research. Offending Liebwa Mansion? Chi Xuan didn't care at all. Who knew he was murdered? This area was deserted and no one knew. The main reason was that this combination was too good. There were ordinary people, and some were enhanced by drugs, and those 7 people might have been born with the ultimate power by squeezing their own limits. It was too complete, and it was reasonable for Chi Xuan to be moved. 10 minutes later, Chong Jing saw 7 people approaching not far away, and he became excited all of a sudden. Uncle Xia, I'm here! Chong Jing shouted loudly without hesitation. The 7 people gradually approached, but did not say anything. Chi Xuan obviously noticed something was wrong. Please note that there is an 80% chance that these 7 people are not here to rescue Chong Jing, but to kill him. Got it. Chi Xuan did not take action, but began to make room. Master Chong, you are making trouble again. Do you know how worried the mansion master is about you? The middle-aged man called Uncle Xia began to blame. His strength was the strongest among the 7 people, and his limit force reached 70 degrees. Who is this? Then, the other party set his sights on Chi Xuan. He did not take action immediately because he was afraid of Chi Xuan. I took the wrong road and entered the wasteland before, and was surrounded by a group of burning black crows. Thanks to his help, I was able to get out of the siege. Chong Jing did not notice Uncle Xia's temptation at all, but instead said it all with confidence. The other party's eyes changed when he looked at Chi Xuan. The person who could easily deal with a group of burning black crows must be very extraordinary. At least, he must have a limit force of 90 degrees on him. Fortunately, he did not act rashly just now. One burning black crow may not be a big deal, but a group of them, even he dare not compete with them. Damn, how can this kid be so lucky? Burning black crow can't break his father's carriage, and someone comes to save him. It seems that he can't kill him this time. He thought so in his heart, but on the surface, he had another expression, with a wry smile and said, Master Chong, you are causing trouble for others again. Don't worry, sir, although Liebwa Mansion is not big, but for the kindness of saving Master Chong, the owner of the mansion will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. If you don't mind, come with us to Liebwa Mansion and have a good rest. In his mind, Qi Xuan might have come through the wasteland of the fire region by himself, and he should never be underestimated. Then I'd rather obey your order than be respectful. Qi Xuan naturally couldn't refuse. He knew too little about this world. If he wanted to deepen his understanding, he could only go through local forces. Chapter 86. Liebwa Mansion is not small, it is almost as big as a small town. It just sounds like an ancient place name, and it is indeed so. This place has been a strategic location since ancient times. But with the arrival of the end of the polar day, accompanied by high temperatures, everything disappeared. As the intelligent brain guessed, there is no night in this world. The falling temperature is the night stage. I guess the temperature in the area where your family is located is much more suitable than this Liebwa Mansion. Xie Quan intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Qi Xuan's origins. Qi Xuan didn't care about the curious eyes of others, but said calmly, "You want to test my background? It's okay for your young master to test it. After all, he is the only son of a faction. Who do you think you are? You are worthy of using this trick on me." Qi Xuan's tone was as contemptuous as possible. Xie Quan's face suddenly turned ugly. He was a person who was second to none in Liebwa Mansion, but Qi Xuan scolded him so bluntly. Chong Jing seemed to have heard nothing when he heard this. From Qi Xuan's tone, he could imagine that the other party's background was definitely not low, and he was far from being able to offend him. As for why Qi Xuan had this attitude, it was also very simple. The intelligent brain analyzed these 7 people through facial expressions and behavioral logic, and found that they had ill intentions towards him. Since there was ill intention, there was no need to pretend to be nice. If it didn't work, they would kill the so-called Lord of Liebwa Mansion, occupy this town, and raise the remaining people as experimental subjects. He was not from this world, so he naturally didn't care about the people of this world. The people in this world are indeed the same as him, but they are not the same species, otherwise how could he not have the power of the limit? So in Qi Xuan's eyes, this group of people is almost the same as chimpanzees. Ha ha, what this gentleman said is a bit ridiculous. Xie Quan just doesn't want to neglect the gentleman. A burly middle-aged man with white hair laughed heartily and rescued Xie Quan. "Dad!" Chong Jing shouted hurriedly. Qi Xuan had already noticed the other party's arrival. After all, the surroundings were under surveillance by the reconnaissance network. Besides, this is the mansion where Chong Jing lives, and it is normal for Chong Xiaoyong, the master of Liebwa Mansion, to be here. The limit power of 90 degrees, the dual attributes may be around 2.4. It seems that it is indeed as I expected, the so-called limit power. The upper limit is at most 2.5. Qi Xuan was a little disappointed. But then he thought that his dual attributes were not even 2, so what qualifications did he have to criticize others? However, this is the normal state of the other party. If the heat energy is released through the extreme force, it should be able to increase by 0.5, reaching the level of 3 points of dual attributes. Qi Xuan cooperated with the data given by the intelligent brain and came to a conclusion. "Thank you, sir, for saving Jinger's life. Why don't you stay in my Liebwa Mansion for a few days?" Chong Xiaoyong did not respond to Chong Jing, but his eyes fell directly on Qi Xuan. When he saw Qi Xuan, Chong Xiaoyong had the same idea as Chong Jing. The armor on his body was definitely not something that ordinary forces could forge. "I have this idea too," Qi Xuan agreed. "Intelligent brain, did you search for the network signal?" In his heart, he asked the intelligent brain if there was anything he had gained. Nothing was gained. There are electronic devices, but there is no network. It is not clear how Xie Quan and the other 7 people located Chong Jing. Qi Xuan was not very surprised when he saw this. The technology in this world was seriously damaged. There was no network. However, there were all kinds of modern electrical appliances and vehicles. For example, there were electric lights, cars, etc. They were just not as advanced as the deep world. They were relatively simple and obviously copied. As for the water and food problems, Qi Xuan also found the source. The water came from groundwater, and the food was guaranteed by sunshade, temperature control, and other technologies. This resulted in both water and food being extremely precious, and everyone's rations were distributed according to quantity. The middle and lower level people lived a tight life, but the upper level people lived a very luxurious life. Qi Xuan didn't know what the underground structure of this world was like. It was able to maintain water sources under such high temperatures, but he was not here to study these things. "Come here, arrange for the gentleman to rest in the guest room." Chong Xiaoyong didn't care about Qi Xuan's stiff words, and he was still cheerful. "My humble abode is simple, not as good as your home, I hope you won't despise it." After saying that, someone came in and took Qi Xuan away. After the others left, Chang Xiaoyong slapped Chang Jing in the face, and his expression was extremely gloomy. "You've grown wings, right? You dare to elope with me." Chang Xiaoyong's voice was not loud, but it was cold. Chang Jing's face immediately swelled up, but he only dared to lower his head and cover his face, not daring to say a word. Xie Quan and others around him were also silent. Chang Xiaoyong was naturally cheerful when he was talking to others, but if you were really fooled by his appearance, you would definitely die without a burial place. The ability to control Liebo Mansion is not based on the so-called personal charm, but on his means and strength. Your girlfriend has been fed to the dog. If you don't know what's good for you next time, I will break your legs, Chang Xiaoyong said coldly. As soon as this sentence came out, Chang Jing suddenly raised his head. His expression was full of shock. "Dad, how could you do this? Since you don't want to marry Yulongui, I will cancel it." Chang Xiaoyong interrupted Chang Jing. "Even if you want to find one yourself, you can't find someone from the slums. What is her plan? Don't I know? You are young, and you are played around by her. You don't think you are her only one, do you?" Chang Xiaoyong said, throwing out several photos. Looking at the images in the photos, Chang Yong's face turned pale. How could the other party directly contact him, as the only son of the Lord of Liebo Mansion? He must have stepped on various steps step by step to have a chance. "I understand, Dad." Chang Jing had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen such a scheme. "Old Xia, please find this useless person back. I will host you next time and thank you very much." Chang Xiaoyong turned to look at Xie Quan and others. "This does not mean to really invite people to dinner to thank them, but to drive them away. Then I will wait for the Lord's banquet." Xie Quan naturally knew what he meant, but he did not say it directly, but laid the groundwork. "If there is nothing else, we will go back first. Go ahead, drive slowly on the road." After Chang Xiaoyong said this, the 7 of them left directly. "Don't leave home in the next few days, it's not peaceful outside," Chang Xiaoyong said to Chang Jing, and took out the ointment to apply to his wounds. After all, he is his only son, and his wife died early, so he must be heartbroken. It was just to give an explanation, so there was no choice but to slap him. Chang Jing did not have any resentment. Although he was a playboy, he knew what was right and wrong. His father offended the Yulong society for his sake. The marriage had been negotiated before, and he eloped directly, which was tantamount to slapping the face of the Yulong society. In the end, his father took everything. "Is it because of my affairs that the Yulong society found a reason to attack us?" Chang Jing asked worriedly. "It's somewhat related, but not the key," Chang Xiaoyong explained. "Xie Quan, the old guy, secretly hooked up with the Yulong society and arranged a marriage with you to elope. He was the one who made the move in secret. I didn't send Xie Quan to find you, and the person I sent hasn't come back yet." Having said this, how could Chang Jing not know what it meant? He couldn't help but sweat coldly for a while, thanks to him meeting Qi Xuan. So Qi Xuan, who Chang Xiaoyong said saved Chang Jing, was not because of the burning black crow, but because Xie Quan and others were afraid to act rashly. But why did Xie Quan and others do that? In Liebo Mansion, besides Dad, he is the most powerful person. Chang Jing asked puzzledly. Even if he brought people from the Yulong society, he might not be able to match his current status. The people of the Yulong society are not fools. How could they let a traitor hold a high position? If you can betray Liebo Mansion today, you can betray them, the Yulong society, tomorrow. I haven't found out why yet, so I told you to stay at home and don't go out. Raise the limit force as soon as possible, at least 70 degrees. Chang Xiaoyong sighed. Chang Jing is a bit of a playboy, but he is not brainless. He has just been spoiled since childhood. TSK, they are really two groups of people. Qi Xuan naturally monitored the conversation between Chang Xiaoyong and Chang Jing. It's time, and they are still fighting each other. It can only be blamed on the fact that the temperature of the polar day is not high enough, which makes you stable. Qi Xuan was naturally a little speechless about this, but on second thought, this is also good news for Qi Xuan. After all, if they really want to unite, it will only be disadvantageous to Qi Xuan. After we understand the management structure and comprehensive strength of Liebo Mansion, we can take action. As for Yulongui, Qi Xuan doesn't care much. If he really wants to have a stronger strength than Liebo Mansion, he will not choose to use this method. Wouldn't it be better to just crush them openly? This means that the Yulong society is most likely to be as powerful as Liebo Mansion, so they would weaken Chang Xiaoyong by winning over Xie Quan and others, and then killing Chang Jing. Chang Xiaoyong loves Chang Jing so much. If Chang Jing really dies, he will definitely be extremely sad and affect his state. At that time, There will be both internal support and external enemies. Under the double attack, the difficulty of taking over Liebwa Mansion will be much lower, and the loss will naturally be less. Although Xie Quan is only one person, he still has his subordinates. It's a pity that because of Qi Xuan, their plan failed. That's why Xie Quan and others have malice towards Qi Xuan. It's definitely like killing their parents to block their future. How could he have a good impression of Qi Xuan? He was able to restrain himself because he couldn't judge Qi Xuan's death. Otherwise, they would have taken action long ago. This group of people were polite to Qi Xuan because he had strength and background, but they squeezed the middle and low-level people to death. Chapter 87. The latest news is that the Yulong Society has been occupied by a group of unknown forces, and we don't know what the situation is now. In the municipal office building of Liebwa Mansion, when Chang Xiaoyong said this, he glanced at Xie Quan who was sitting on his left, and his tone was meaningful. Xie Quan looked at his nose and his heart, with an expression that the Yulong Society deserved it. Compared to Liebwa Mansion, the Yulong Society is a gangster, and they don't do things like Chang Xiaoyong would care about face, but instead, they look like gangsters and scoundrels. It's just that the name of the force is a bit nice. If the other party can easily take down the Yulong Society, then our Liebwa Mansion may not be a match. What do you think about this? Chang Xiaoyong naturally didn't let Xie Quan express his opinion. Since Xie Quan came back with his son yesterday afternoon, the two sides have almost torn their faces indirectly. It's just that there was no suitable opportunity, otherwise Chang Xiaoyong would have killed Xie Quan first. Master, I think we should collect intelligence about this unknown force as soon as possible. Xie Quan opened his mouth and said something nonsense. Old Xia's suggestion is very good, then I leave this matter to you. Chang Xiaoyong smiled. The situation of Yulongui is unclear now, Old Xia. Be careful when you go. It's not important whether the intelligence is obtained or not. It's far less important than your life safety. Chang Xiaoyong looked concerned, and people who didn't know thought it was this idea. The actual situation is that as long as Xie Quan dared to leave Liebwa Mansion, Chang Xiaoyong would definitely chase him and make him die. Xie Quan's face did not change, and he smiled bitterly and said, I would like to go, but I can't get away. If I leave, I can't do a lot of official business. I think we should let Master Chang take charge of intelligence. He will take over your position as the Lord of the House in the future. He needs to gain experience in advance. He can't rely on us old guys. He pushed the matter back with these words and pulled Chang Jing in. The position of the Lord of the House is not about family rule. It is for the virtuous. Chang Jing is useless. How can I allow him to harm Liebwa House? Chang Xiaoyong said righteously. But his mind was to kill these old guys to pave the way for his son. This was just a polite remark. Everyone present knew that those who could become the high-level officials of Liebwa House were all ruthless and quick-witted. When Xie Quan was about to open his mouth to continue to shirk responsibility and smooth things over, the door of the conference room was violently kicked open. Lord Chang, what you said is good. I agree with you. Qi Xuan kicked the door into pieces and walked in so arrogantly. At this moment, everyone's face changed. But because Chang Xiaoyong did not take action, no one could say anything. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qi Xuan was here to pick a fight. Chang Xiaoyong stood up with a gloomy face, and then the others followed suit. You said it yourself, the virtuous will take over. After Qi Xuan finished speaking, the floating gun just came out of the subspace stabilization pocket. They must have never seen this scene. So one of the senior executives took action directly at Chang Xiaoyong's signal. But just after he took action, the psi-like ray hit him directly, so fast that everyone only saw a flash of black light, and then he and his clothes were decomposed into a pile. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed. Qi Xuan has more than one such powerful weapon. Even Chang Xiaoyong swallowed his saliva. He also wanted this weapon. Martial virtue is also virtue. So who opposes me as the Lord of Liebwa Mansion? Who agrees? Qi Xuan said, and the muzzle of the floating cannon was aimed at every senior official present. Qi Xuan's idea was very simple, that is, whoever opposes will be killed, then no one will object. Sir, is Jing our savior? I don't know where I didn't treat him well, which made you so angry. If there is anything that offends you, I apologize to you, sir, please don't make such a joke. Chang Xiaoyong showed a forced smile. In response, Qi Xuan just responded, who is joking with you? It seems that you are very dissatisfied with my martial virtue. Qi Xuan sighed, and the floating cannon launched an attack directly. Chang Xiaoyong also noticed it. He wanted to hide, but he had no power to resist at all. He died on the spot. As the leader, Qi Xuan must be killed to avoid becoming a source of instability. Okay, now the Lord of the Palace doesn't object. Who else objects? Qi Xuan asked. To be honest, the gap between the power of the limit and the technology of the divine container and the surgery of the immortals is too big. But think about it, one comes from human cells, and the other comes from the universe gods. There is definitely no comparison between the two. But compared with the latter two, the popularity and low cost of the power of the limit are far better than these two. For a while, no one dared to say anything. Until Xie Quan said, I agree. Oh, I forgot about you. Qi Xuan said, and Xie Quan died. I am the Lord of Liebua Mansion. You are secretly flirting with Yulong Society, so I can't keep you. Qi Xuan wanted an experimental subject. Anyway, there are at least 800 people with extreme power in Liebua Mansion. So it's safer to kill him. As for the first one to surrender to him, Qi Xuan didn't rely on any tricks of Qianjin Chimagu, but pure violence. I don't care about the thoughts of this group of people at all. Just be a good experimental subject. The people present were silent and didn't dare to speak. Oppose means death. Agree also means death. How can you speak? No one speaks. That means tacit consent. Qi Xuan said, and sat directly on the main seat, but the chair collapsed with a click. The weight of Tai Sui God is not light. Go someone, send young Master Chang to reunite with the Lord of the Chang Mansion. Oh yes, Deacon Xia's family will also be sent. Qi Xuan said that he wanted to cut the grass and root it out. I am willing to serve the Lord of the Mansion. A senior executive hurriedly stood up. Go, don't think about escaping. The range of the floating gun is much farther than you think. Qi Xuan naturally didn't care. After saying that, he let this person go. If he really wants to leave Liebua Mansion, the floating gun is not a vegetarian. With the help of the reconnaissance network, Qi Xuan's every move is under his surveillance. As for you, I have some small things that need your help. I don't know if you are willing. Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the remaining people. The remaining few people, the limit power is between 50 and 60 degrees, which is considered to be the standard type. Most ordinary people work hard and probably fall into this category. To increase the degree of the limit power, you must continuously squeeze the body cells to the limit, which means that you need a lot of food and medicine. If not, the cells that are squeezed too much will not be provided with enough nutrients for recovery and drug treatment, then you will die after practicing. However, now is the end of the world, whether it is food or medicine, it is the most precious hard currency, and it is impossible for the middle and low levels to obtain it in large quantities. Therefore, there is no practice method for the limit power. It is nothing more than practicing to death, and then eating to death, and it can be activated and improved. As for the cell burning potion in the shortcut, it can only be used for activation, not for improvement. I am willing to serve you, the Lord of the Mansion. Another senior executive hurriedly said. After all, with the lessons learned from the past, if you agree, maybe you can go too. Very good, very energetic. Qi Xuan praised, and then looked at the others. I need a lot of people for this little thing. Since you are unwilling, I can only force you. The rest of the people were relieved when they heard Qi Xuan's words. It's good that they don't force it. But the next moment, they realized that there seemed to be a missing word no in that sentence. Then, everyone received an injection of anesthetic from Qi Xuan. Only the person who spoke at the beginning did not receive it, but fear was revealed in his eyes. Carry the people with me. With your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to move them away. Qi Xuan glanced at the other party. No problem, the other party said stumblingly. Qi Xuan's speed was too fast. He didn't even see the end of Qi Xuan's action. This was normal. After all, Tai Sui had a wind-controlling aviation system on him. Although it was a flight module instead of a speed module, it was a fighter jet module, so its speed was naturally not slow. Coupled with the precise control of the intelligent brain, it was indeed very effective. Grandpa, the statistics of the Yulong Society's assets have been released. Chao Ming handed a statistical table to the old man, sitting in the main seat. This old man was Chao Li, the helmsman of the ancient martial arts family Yini Chao family. His ancient martial arts cultivation had now reached the level of Huajin, and he was only one step away from becoming a Danjin master. Unfortunately, this step was a gap that trapped Chao Li from middle age to old age. However, there were only a handful of people in this world who could achieve Danjin. His ancient martial arts cultivation of Huajin was already able to dominate the world. Well, I understand. Chao Li didn't care what his grandson said, even though he was his eldest grandson. Instead, he has been dissecting and understanding the president of the Jade Dragon Association. He wants to take the last step with the help of the limit power and make himself a master of Danjin. This Doomsday game is very special. It is not based on individuals, but on families to survive the Doomsday. Therefore, as various ancient martial arts families were assigned together, the Yenichao family was able to occupy the Jade Dragon Association not long after it arrived. As a Huajin cultivator, Chao Li naturally realized the help of the limit power for ancient martial arts. Although the limit power is cultivated to 100 degrees, it is only the level of entering Huajin, and there is no combat skills. Therefore, for the ancient martial arts family, the biggest threat is still high temperature, not the Aborigines. Their ancient martial arts can indeed gain powerful fighting skills, goodwill and strong enough physique. But after all, they are not the Aborigines of this world, and their ability to resist high temperatures is far inferior to the limit power. So it is not that simple to survive, even if you have the advantage now. But this is only the second day that the survivors have arrived in the world of Polar Day. Chapter 88. The small town of Libofu was quickly controlled by Qi Xuan with violence. Whoever disobeyed would die, without any fancy political compromise or social etiquette. If anyone dared to gather to cause trouble, no matter if they were the initiator or the instigator, they would be killed by a psionic storm. When many people died, they would definitely be afraid, and then they would find that as long as they did not cause trouble and continue their previous lives honestly, Qi Xuan would not take action. Because the top leaders were caught by Qi Xuan, many people died, and the distribution of the intelligent brain was very fair. The people who survived the next day felt the difference. The most intuitive thing was that the distribution of rations was much better than before. Qi Xuan naturally could not let the experimental subjects he raised starve. After all, they were still needed for experiments. The evolution of Tai Sui God is complete. You have obtained a new module column. The next evolution requires an armor value of 17 points. The intelligent brain reminded Qi Xuan in time. Qi Xuan temporarily stopped the work at hand and directly installed the cuticle shell of the sandworm as a material module. SSS Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell, a brand new SSS level material module was born. The body of Tai Sui God has changed, but the change is not big, because the Sand Dragon Scale Pattern Shell and the artificial crystal vein alloy and Qi Xuan's flesh and bones are integrated with each other. So the change is only the ability to resist high temperature, heat, and heat insulation. With this material module, Tai Sui God's expedition level ecological circulation device naturally received an increase, making it cool in an instant. Sand Dragon is the ancient name of sandworms. The biological material module is really good. Qi Xuan was also very satisfied with this, and then said, "Cancel the temperature protection of the ecological circulation device on me, and only protect Tai Sui God." He needs the corresponding module to protect Tai Sui God, which is too fragile. On the contrary, Qi Xuan needs high temperature to further strengthen his fire resistance through his strong adaptability. And it is also to promote the evolution of the Yusui virus. So unless the temperature is so high that he can't survive, there is no need for protection. The intelligent brain naturally responded. Then the coolness quickly disappeared, and the high temperature came again. Qi Xuan set his eyes on the experimental product in his hand. No wonder Chang Xiaoyong has white hair when he reaches middle age. The limit force squeezes the cells and burns them directly in the end. So the lifespan is greatly reduced. The higher the degree of the limit force, the shorter the lifespan. If you reach 100 degrees of limit force, you will be considered old if you can live to 50 years old. The reason why it is 50 years old is because it is impossible to activate the limit force to 100 degrees in just 2 or 3 days. It will take at least 20 years. And the limit force is not activated as early as possible. It requires a strong body, that is, it can only be activated after development. Otherwise, there will be a risk of death, and the younger the age, the greater the risk, and the lower the potential. After the development is complete, the limit force can be activated again, which is a prerequisite for the limit force to reach 100 degrees. Therefore, the second generation of the big forces all start practicing at the age of 20. And those who have no money and power will mostly activate it in advance, which leads to their low upper limit but short lifespan. Without money and power, food is a problem. There are a lot of sequelae and hidden injuries. It is already very good to live to 30. The second generation does not have this worry, but when they reach the extreme power of a high degree, their lifespan also decreases. Everyone is a short-lived ghost. Qi Xuan cursed. The limit is really the limit. I thought it was an extraordinary road, but the more I practiced, the more I died. Of course, this also has to be combined with reality. If there is no extreme power, the The Aborigines don't have to consider how long they will live, but when they will die. But there is not no good news, at least it doesn't have much impact on me. Chi Xuan was not afraid of death. After entering the state, the average survival time was half an hour. After stimulating the extreme power, the lifespan was still measured in years, but Chi Xuan directly measured it in minutes. The main reason is that they chose the wrong one. Burning normal cells is simply a way to die. If the object of burning and squeezing is cancer cells, just provide enough nutrients, it won't hurt the lifespan. Chi Xuan's idea is very simple, that is, to improve the burning object. The way the limit power works is nothing more than to obtain permanent enhancement of properties by burning and squeezing cells. Cells are limited in nature. If you squeeze and burn them directly, how can you live longer? The question now is, where can I find cancer cells? Not to mention the Yusui virus, he didn't have it before, and now he has the Yusui virus as immunity, so how can there be any alien cells? So if you want it, you can only do it yourself. Cancer cells are secondary. I also need genes in the other party's cells for squeezing and burning to transform cancer cells. Otherwise, even if I have cancer cells, I can only stare blankly. Others can have the ultimate power to squeeze and burn cells because they have evolved this ability. Chi Xuan is not an aboriginal, so how can he have this ability? So Chi Xuan needs to transform the cancer cells so that they have similar abilities. Otherwise, there is no way to succeed. In addition, the cancer cells must be controlled, which is not a problem. The tricky part is how to make the transformed cancer cells survive smoothly. As for the situation in Chi Xuan's body, it can be said that there are many demons dancing. He has never had cancer, but the Yusui virus and its complications are not good things. How can they allow cancer cells to rage in his body? Other people's diseases are diseases, and Chi Xuan's disease is also a disease, but it is not just a disease, but also a part of immunity, which is really outrageous. But because the Yusui virus comes from the gods of the universe, it is much more reasonable. Talking to gods about science is not science. You have to talk to others about theology. Unless you directly transform and implant it in my body, and then force it to adapt and control it through super adaptability. Otherwise, there is really no good solution. Cancer cells are naturally part of Chi Xuan, so they can also enjoy the increase of super adaptability. But the overall efficiency may not be as good as the orthodox limit power. Mine is a copycat version, so it's normal to be worse. Others burn cells all over the body. Chi Xuan burns cancer cells, so it's definitely not as good. But no matter how bad it is, it can make my dual attributes reach 2 points. The limit power can make the natives reach 2.5 points of dual attributes, but Chi Xuan's cancer version definitely doesn't have such a high upper limit. Of course, for Chi Xuan, the extreme power of burning cancer cells can be used as part of the explosive state. He estimated that although it could not double after the explosion, it could be increased from 2 points to 3 points. In theory, the explosive state is a 100% increase, but this is the best case, and there will be some differences in reality. The simplest point is that as the attributes increase, the increase effect will decrease. If the extreme state is not added, when all attributes are 2 points, the increase will decrease. The reason is that the attribute points are not linearly increased, but similar to exponential increase. The larger the value, the higher the index, just like the zombie Chunyu who can sink the island directly, even if he relies on the source of the deep virus and the technology of the spirit container. But this record also needs enough basic attributes as a guarantee, otherwise it can't exert this power at all. The experimental products are used up, and I have to find some more. Chi Xuan took a look and directly decomposed all the corpses with psionic rays. Pick a few more unlucky guys, Chi Xuan said, and got up and left the laboratory. Not long after leaving the house, the deputy palace master was waiting at the door. The other party was just an ordinary person, and did not have the ultimate power, so Chi Xuan promoted him to the deputy palace master to control Libo Palace. As for those who have the ultimate power, they all became Chi Xuan's experimental subjects. What's the matter? Chi Xuan asked bluntly. Palace master, there is news from the Yulong Society. It is confirmed that the Yulong Society has been destroyed and now renamed the Yunichao family. It is a group of forces that have never been seen before, and its strength should not be underestimated. It is said that the Chao family has an ancestor who is very powerful. The deputy palace master spoke the information. Chi Xuan listened carefully and felt strange in his heart. This name seemed to be incompatible with the power of the indigenous people. Could it be a survivor? Any other information? Chi Xuan continued to ask. The limit force they used was very strange, without any temperature, and they also denied that it was the limit force. Instead, they called it ancient martial arts, and the first two words of the Yenichao family were named after their Yeni fist. Chi Swan's face gradually became full of fuck. This doomsday game is really amazing, and this group of people who changed actually have extraordinary inheritance. If this is combined with talent, wouldn't it be even stronger? He suspected that this change was made to target him. The president of the Yulong Society is a 90-degree limit force at the same level as Chang Xiaoyong. Chi Swan was able to take over Liebo Mansion so quickly by violent means because he has the protagonist's halo and the Tai Sui god. The other side can do it so easily, which shows that they are quite powerful. Wait, you mean they are a force, not a person? Chi Swan noticed the blind spot. Yes, and they are all from the same family, called a clan, with quite a few people, hundreds of them. Everyone knows Yeni Fist, but their strengths are different. The deputy palace master answered Chi Swan. I know, pay attention to the movements of the Yenichao family. Chi Swan understood that he might be in big trouble. This batch of survivors did not fight alone, but combined the characteristics of the ancient martial arts family and came directly as a force. Fortunately, the judgment was based on family power. Otherwise, if it was based on national power, it would be a complete mess. Chi Swan was not arrogant enough to be able to fight against an entire state machine alone. At least now, he cannot have one person against the country, but he is still quite confident in dealing with the so-called ancient martial arts family. Chapter 89. Finally, it has been integrated. This new module is really hard to handle. Chi Swan looked at the skin of the unwise man that had hidden consciousness in the destiny deep and couldn't help but smile. Today is his 4th day in the polar day world, plus 1 day in the deep world. It's exactly 5 days. SSS treasure map of the lost. Ah! What is this? Chi Swan was a little confused and couldn't understand what it was. It's a lost man and a treasure map. It can't be said to record treasures. But the problem is that this is something from the previous world. Even if it exists, it can't be in the polar day world. It's a special module similar to radar. The intelligent brain provided the answer in time. After the transformation, the intelligent brain naturally obtained the usage and functions at the first time. This module will present you with opportunities that are beneficial to you, indicate the direction, and have a general location. As he spoke, a simple map emerged. Although it was a virtual projection, Chi Swan could tell at a glance that the material of this thing was his cerebral cortex. So that's it. It has replaced the consciousness guidance function of Tianming Yusui. Then this red dot is the treasure, and the green dot is me, Chi Swan said. The so-called treasure map looks cheap, and it doesn't even have a map scale. Yes, based on the direction, it is likely to be the Yenichao family that occupies the Yulong Society. The current coverage of the lost treasure map is 160 kilometers centered on you. As soon as the intelligent brain explained, Chi Swan understood. Oh, kill them, right? That's easy. Chi Swan still believed that if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. This function may seem useless, but it is actually very useful. Chi Swan's original use of the protagonist's halo was more passive, and he didn't know what it was. The lost man's treasure map gave Chi Swan the direction, and even the location, so the rest was very simple. Just kill and take it away. By the way, can this thing predict the duration of the opportunity? Chi Swan asked again. The opportunity will fade in color over time until it disappears completely. So it is not permanent. You need to hurry up. Chi Swan looked at the location of the red dot, which is still very bright. No hurry, I only have a little bit left in my research on the limit power. I can transform it tonight, and it won't be too late to go tomorrow. Chi Swan did not act immediately. Don't worry too much for the time being. It's a pity that it can't be used as a map and radar. This is a radius of 160 kilometers. If the reconnaissance network can reach this level, it will definitely be able to predict the enemy's moves. There is still time, you don't need to rush. According to the data, it will take about 3 days to end. The premise is that there are no variables. Chi Swan was also a little curious when he saw the words of the intelligent brain. How did you calculate this data? This thing is illusory. Chi Swan couldn't study luck even if he wanted to, so let alone data, there is no reference. The treasure map of the lost person only explores part of the protagonist's halo, not all. Use the background data to monitor the dimming speed of the red dot. It means that the intelligent brain does not understand luck, but it understands data. The loss of opportunity will cause the color to fade, so as long as it can obtain the speed and time of the color fading, it can roughly infer the time. Don't say it, your method is really effective. Chi Swan couldn't help but praise. They can't observe luck. Can't they observe the color on the treasure map? It is a kind of data performance. I just don't know what the situation is with the Yinichao family. I can actually have the opportunity one want. Qi Xuan was also murmured in his heart. If there is a conflict, then there must be one. The two sides belong to the hostile camp, so they are naturally incompatible. It won't be ancient martial arts. Qi Xuan quickly locked the target, otherwise what else could it be? Ancient martial arts should be similar to martial arts, and the limit force. It seems to be a good match. Qi Xuan suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an ancestor in the Yinichao family. Being able to become the helmsman of an ancient martial arts family, he must have a lot of experience, and there is a high possibility that he can see the characteristics of the limit force. If he masters the power of the limit through ancient martial arts and spreads it, will there be a bunch of 3-point and 4-point dual attribute monster survivors? He always guesses the big picture, so that he can be prepared in advance. The possibility is not small, you need to be vigilant. The intelligent brain also recognized Qi Xuan's guess, but you have to deal with the Deputy Palace Master first. He has something to ask you, and has been waiting anxiously outside the laboratory for half an hour. If nothing unexpected happens, someone sent you a letter. There is an 80% probability that it is the Yinichao family. The intelligent brain interrupted Qi Xuan's thinking and told Qi Xuan the situation. Normally, the intelligent brain would not remind him. After all, it was just a puppet, and it was far less important than Qi Xuan's experiment. It was only because of the other party's demeanor and behavior that the intelligent brain judged that there was an urgent matter, so it reminded Qi Xuan. Okay, I take a look. Qi Xuan didn't care. He opened the door and left the laboratory. He saw that the Deputy Palace Master was already sweating. Palace Master, you finally came out. The Yinichao family sent you a letter. The Deputy Palace Master handed Qi Xuan an antique envelope. Qi Xuan opened it and saw that the general meaning was to talk to him about future development, and the time was set in 3 days. This time just coincided with the treasure map of the lost. The Yinichao family seems to have the intention to annex us, the Deputy Palace Master said, and hurriedly added. He was naturally a diehard of Qi Xuan. After all, he was just an ordinary person who was oppressed before, but now he is the second in command under one person and above 10,000 people. If he was really annexed by the Yinichao family, his status would definitely return to his original position. This was what he could not tolerate. He has only been in power for 2 days, and he has offended many people by taking advantage of Qi Xuan's identity. Once he loses this power and tiger skin, and Liebo Mansion no longer has strong people to suppress him, he will definitely be dead. I know, the Comer has bad intentions, Qi Xuan said casually. It is normal to annex things. The poor are literary, and the rich are martial. Ancient martial arts have the word martial in them, so they must have sufficient resources. Not to mention that they may also need to practice extreme power, so the resources required will only increase and not decrease. Don't worry about this matter, I can take care of it. I still need 100 experimental samples. Send them to my laboratory in half an hour, Qi Xuan said, and turned back to the laboratory. Most of his experiments are extremely destructive, which makes the consumption increase synchronously. It's not that he is cruel, but because he is this style. How can he be gentle to the experimental subjects if he is cruel to himself? However, he will do this only for the experimental subjects, who have no shortage of samples. Just like the tissue sample of the blood moon, Qi Xuan's experiment is not so destructive, but cautious. After all, there is only one. A bitter smile appeared on the face of the Deputy Palace Master. One of the reasons why he can offend a lot of people in 2 days is to collect experimental samples for Qi Xuan. However, for him, there is no choice at all. After all, Qi Xuan cannot use him, but he can't lose his power and position. In the end, bitterness turned into cruelty. People can't stand firm without cruelty. Since they have embarked on this road, they will go all the way to the end. Anyway, there is no way out. Not to mention that Qi Xuan notified him not to discuss with him. If he failed this time, Qi Xuan would not give him another chance. The lighter punishment would be to remove him from his position as Deputy Palace Master. There are many people who can do this. He is not the only one needed. And the more serious the situation, the worse it would be. He would either become an experimental product on the test bench or be killed by Qi Xuan directly. There would be no way to survive. As an ordinary person, who was swept up by the environment, he naturally felt powerless. But feelings are feelings, and resistance is useless. Grandpa, why did you send a letter to Liebo Palace for negotiation? Chao Ming asked Chao Li, who was sitting cross-legged and regulating his breathing, puzzled. I told you to read and learn more, instead of asking me everything. Chao Li opened his eyes. Through his continuous understanding of the power of the limit, he finally came up with a prototype for his breakthrough. Just want to break through, you need an opportunity. Ancient martial arts is a killing technique. If you want to break through, you can't rely on playing house boxing and breathing. Instead, you need to go through brutal battles, through the dual stimulation and perception of the body and will to successfully break through. Those ancient martial artists, who only know how to pile up resources and are nurtured in a greenhouse, are just a bunch of trash. Facing the fighting faction that grows up through fighting, they can't survive around. Chao Li naturally fought from the bottom, so he knew how to use the limit force to break through. What he needs is a battle that can make him have a life and death crisis. After the transformation of strength, his martial arts intuition has begun to take shape, and it will not be completed until the Danjin, when it will be able to detect hot weapons and sneak attacks. It's enough for him at present. Chao Li vaguely sensed that he was entrenched in Liebo Mansion, and used it as an opportunity for a breakthrough. And this opportunity is likely to be the new owner of Liebo Mansion. The other party is likely to be a survivor, but unlike his Yeni Chao family, a family of ancient martial arts, the other party is likely to be a lone man. So the other party needs to use cruel means to carry out a large-scale purge after occupying Liebo Mansion. Don't worry about this matter. If you have this spare time, go and worry more about the affairs of the clan. Chao Li casually sent Chao Ming away. If there was no magical doomsday game, Chao Li would indeed focus on the family and his descendants. But now it is different. With the help of the doomsday game, he can peek into the higher realm of ancient martial arts, and even immortality is not a luxury. So his mentality has changed. The Yeni Chao family is no longer everything for the rest of his life, but a ladder for him to become stronger. Yes, Grandpa. Chao Ming wanted to say something, but Chao Li is the pillar of the Chao family. He not only controls all power, but is also the strongest. He can't resist, so he can only leave obediently as ordered. Chapter 90. This is considered a success. Qi Xuan felt the strange meat pieces that were transformed from the large number of cancer cells in his stomach. The next step is to use it as nutrients and start to forcefully squeeze and burn it until it reaches the limit. Extreme burning cells, mutant adrenaline, destructive dopamine, and destructive blood. If it weren't for the 0.001% difference from complete infection, I would have doubted that I was not a human being. Qi Xuan couldn't help but say self-deprecatingly. In order to survive, he gave up a lot of things, but he also gained a lot. The protagonist's halo without hidden dangers, the deep virus as the foundation of the extraordinary. These four effects can not only be used as exercises to enhance one's physical and mental strength, but also as a state of explosiveness. But it's not appropriate to call it a state of explosiveness. Change it to a more appropriate one, such as the heavenly demon disintegration method. It seems to be infringing. Then call it the slanting wind and drizzle gong. The reason for this name is that there are 3 more words behind it. Slanting wind and drizzle don't need to return. It means that you will die after using this move, and there is no turning back. It's just that the name doesn't match it. After all, this thing has nothing to do with martial arts and immortals. Qi Xuan complained. But he didn't care. Anyway, he had the final say in his transformation. Intelligent brain, you plan a way to exercise to the extreme. I want to improve myself. Qi Xuan knew his body very well, but it was not so simple to plan a way to exercise. He was not a professional, but the intelligent brain had the corresponding information. With its intelligence, it could create a fastest way for Qi Xuan to tap into his own limits. Planning. Planning completed. Force stimulation can be carried out through the virus blood colonization suit, combined with the high-temperature environment to form a secondary stimulation. Regardless of the consequences, it is expected to be completed in 3 days. It has to be you. Qi Xuan knew at a glance that the advantage of this method is that it is easy, and does not need to move. As for the disadvantages, there are a lot of them. The most obvious one is pain, but this method can at least save Qi Xuan 3 months or even half a year. The normal limit power is squeezed and burned year after year to reach the limit power of 100 degrees. Qi Xuan can succeed in 3 days by taking a shortcut. It is definitely unrealistic to say that there is no price to pay. However, because Qi Xuan is not an aboriginal, the genes in his cells have not evolved in the polar day world, so it is not that high. The temperature can only reach 50 degrees. But the attribute can reach 2 points, so Qi Xuan is more cost-effective. Can this time be further compressed? Qi Xuan asked. Okay, 3 hours of forced transformation, 1 death per minute on average, and increased stimulation through destructive and super adaptability. Let's use this. 3 hours of extreme pain, and 3 days of short pain. I will definitely choose the former. When it comes to getting stronger, it's better to be fast rather than slow, especially since Chi Xuan has been taking shortcuts from the beginning. It's not realistic to let him grow step by step. The Doomsday Game won't give him so much time to prepare. And if he really takes one step at a time, wouldn't his death recasting be a waste? Start directly, and try to finish as soon as possible. Chi Xuan only felt that his flesh and blood were burning, especially his stomach, which was like a huge furnace. 50 degrees? I'm afraid it must be 150 degrees. And the temperature was still soaring wildly. Not only was the body in pain, but the spirit was also in pain. It was agreed to be 1 minute, but it's only been 32 seconds. Chi Xuan had just finished speaking when his whole body became withered and rotten. From flesh and blood to bones, they were completely burned to the limit and turned into dual attributes. His behavior was even crazier than the training of extreme strength. At least he squeezed first and then burned. Chi Xuan burned himself completely. If it wasn't for the ability to revive, it would be a suicide ability. Chi Xuan was resurrected in an instant, and he only felt a burning pain in his stomach. It was obviously because the alienated cancer cells in the stomach were forced to adapt and merge back into Chi Xuan's body in order to save his life. Once successful, Chi Xuan's stomach would undergo extremely powerful changes. The alienated cancer cells were called extreme burning cells by Chi Xuan. They inherited the effect of high temperature. When combined with stomach acid, the intensity was definitely not simple. Chi Xuan could even use stomach acid as a weapon. Before he could finish thinking, the intense burning sensation accompanied by pain came again. With the experience from the last time, the efficiency was much higher this time. Chi Xuan held on for a full 21 seconds before recasting the death. Although he died quickly, the efficiency was higher. The effect that took 32 seconds just now was now available in 21 seconds. This means that 3 hours is just an estimate, and the actual time must be much shorter. The intelligent computer conservatively estimated that it would die once a minute, and the execution would definitely be different. In a flash, an hour and a half had passed. Chi Xuan stretched out his hand and scratched the connecting pipe between his spine and the virus blood colonization module. Fortunately, I have died many times and have enough experience to deal with it, otherwise I would have to give up halfway. Name, Deep Virus Severe Infection 99.99%. Spirit, 2.1. Physique, 2.1, 0.1 more, which is a normal deviation. It should be an additional effect after direct full combustion, instead of choosing to squeeze and then burn. But it seems that it is not the limit yet. Chi Xuan looked at his body data. The extreme combustion cells evolved from the extreme power still have room for growth. The effect of using cancer cells is indeed much better than normal cells. Especially cancer cells can proliferate indefinitely as long as there are nutrients. So next, as long as I take good care of my stomach and make the body have enough nutrients, my dual attributes can grow to 2.5 by myself. This process cannot be operated by death recasting. The analogy is that his body lacks nutrition and needs to eat to grow through nutrients. You can't just give him a big empty bowl when he's hungry. He has his own bowl, he just needs enough rice. And now, his stomach has also mutated, and the temperature of up to 100 degrees continues to affect and burn other organs. In Chi Xuan's view, this is not a stomach, but a furnace. Prepare some nutrient solution and inject it directly into me. Chi Xuan directly handed the matter over to the intelligent brain. What else can I do? Executing, Chi Xuan was thinking about one thing. With the death potion and the slanting wind and drizzle skill, when the attribute reaches 2.5, it can reach 3 points. The 2.1 dual attribute of myself can be seen to be different just by the change of my own data. Not to mention much, it only takes one move to kill my previous self, and I can't even react when I die. No wonder the Doomsday Game is stingy. Each time the attribute point is set is 0.1, which means that every time it reaches an integer point, it is a qualitative change. As for why he didn't feel it when his physique reached 1 point, it was because he originally had 1 point of attribute, but it just dropped due to the complications of the Yusui virus. So that was considered recovery, and now is the real breakthrough. Tai Sui Shin quickly used the resources of Liaboy Mansion to configure a large amount of nutrient solution. Just like hanging a bottle, slowly inject it, and the excess is stored in the subspace stabilization pocket. With the injection of nutrient solution, Chi Xuan felt much more comfortable. It is estimated that it will take half a month to complete the recovery. The intelligent brain did not wait for Chi Xuan to ask, and it had already estimated the approximate time. After all, the intelligent brain has been monitoring Chi Xuan's various data through the expedition-level ecological circulation device, and combined with the various data recorded by Chi Xuan, it is not a problem to deduce the time. Prepare enough nutrient solution in advance, and then collect the module predecessors we need in Liebwa Mansion. Liebwa Mansion has no value to Chi Suan. Even the limit of human power is like this. Therefore, the only things that are valuable to Chi Suan are the ancient martial arts and wild beasts of this group of survivors. Then he has to find a way to survive. The crisis of the polar day world has already begun. The reconnaissance network has been monitoring the temperature brought by the sun in real time. Since Chi Suan came to this world, its temperature has temporarily increased at a rate of 1 degree every 5 days. And this interval is shortening, and the increase is also increasing. Humans will definitely not survive in this way. In half a year, even the sandworms and wild beasts in the desert may not be able to withstand it. So we have to prepare early. If we really delay in Liebwa Mansion for too long, it will affect Chi Suan's strengthening. Next, after getting the opportunity, he will go to kill wild beasts as fuel for Tai Sui God, and at the same time study ancient martial arts and blood moon tissue samples. It has been 5 days since the advent, and the temperature has increased by 1 degree. As a Huajin ancient martial artist, Chao Li naturally has a great sense of the environment. So he clearly noticed the problem. It seems that we need to prepare in advance. Just from the word doomsday in this doomsday game, we know that it is not a charity. Chao Li is not feeling uncomfortable now, but if the temperature really reaches hundreds, even he will not survive. Life is in this extreme power. I have only understood a little bit. Maybe I can see it clearly when I become a master of Danjin. At the beginning, it was indeed smooth sailing. Many children of the Chao family had contempt for the doomsday game. However, Chao Li did not, and he became more and more vigilant. It's a pity. I only practice ancient martial arts. I don't understand cells and genes. No one in the clan is developing in this direction. Otherwise, you can understand it without a Danjin master. Chao Li is an old man, but he is not an antique. Ancient martial artists are not the mainstream of his original society. Science is. Even if they have power far beyond ordinary people, in the face of gunfire and rain of bullets, Danjin masters dare not face them directly. Not to mention more advanced thermal weapons such as missiles, robot dogs, and drones. It is true that the Danjin master's martial arts intuition can detect it, but that is only when it is one-on-one or when the opponent launches a long-range sneak attack. If the Danjin master really encounters an overwhelming saturation attack, if there is any residue left, he will be praised for his success in horizontal training.